Now, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you the remarkable young actress whose performance you have admired in the Warner Brothers production, The Corn is Green. Miss Joan Loring as star of A Man in the House, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant. As Roma Wines bring you Joan Loring in a remarkable tale of suspense.
When I was 17, they called me that pretty little Barrett girl. I never imagined then that 5 years later I'd be working in the public library day after day and 2 evenings a week. One of the mousy, tight-mouthed librarians who frown and rap a pencil when the adolescent scuffling and giggling becomes a little too unruly. I never dreamed that pretty little Barrett girl would become prim Miss Barrett, nor that my mother would... Well, one evening my father came home from the office looking a little more tired than usual. He barely touched his dinner and said he thought he'd lie down on the sofa for a nap. 3 hours later, he was dead. From that day, Mother was a changed woman, and our house was a changed house. She became suspicious and bitter and solitary. After a time, people stopped coming to visit, and Ted Roper learned not to call for me. I suppose I should have rebelled, but I was never a rebellious spirit, and I knew Dad would have expected me to stand by her. And so in a year or two, things had completely changed for me. I was working at the library, stamping cards and checking books, and rapping on the desk when the giggling became too loud in the corner. Ted Roper went away to school, studying to be a doctor, and by the time he came home to set up his own practice, he was called up for the medical corps. I'd get postcards from him from time to time, and meanwhile I worked at the library and came home and cared for Mother, because her health had grown progressively worse. Now she was in a wheelchair and always in pain, although she'd never consent to see a doctor. I was thinking of all these things that night as I walked home from my evening session at the library. Maybe it was because Ted was back in town. He had his medical discharge and he'd set practice up again. He'd come to the house once, and I knew he wouldn't want to come back again. And so I walked home alone in the dark, thinking how once they had said...
There goes that pretty little Barrett girl.
But now they said...
What Emily Barrett and her mother need is a man in the house.
I looked up at our house. It was shabby and run down. And the vacant lots on either side of it and across the street were wild with unkempt weeds and grass. A single light was burning in Mother's room. The rest of the house was dark. I opened the gate, and then I stumbled a little. Something soft and yet unyielding was at my feet. And somehow my blood went cold as I reached down, and my hand touched something still and lifeless. It was my little wire-haired terrier. He was dead. face. Mother, what is it?
Oh, Emily.
Close the door.
Who are you?
Not a sound out of you. Close the door.
Who are you? What are you doing
Don't
here?
turn on the light. Just stay where you are.
Mother, are you all right?
I haven't harmed her yet, and I won't harm you if you do what I tell you. But if you annoy me, as Rover annoyed me outside, you did call him Rover, didn't you, Miss Barrett?
What are you doing in our house?
I'm your guest, Miss Barrett. I trust your hospitality will measure up to the standards I set for you.
May I turn on the light?
No, don't move. I'll do it. Oh, you find my hand cold on your arm.
I didn't expect it.
And the light switch is to your left, isn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I misjudged a little. That's why I touched you. It might have been better to have stayed in the dark, you see.
He was ugly. His face was horribly scarred. The entire left side of it was drawn out of shape by the rigid, livid skin. The scar tissue seemed to distort his features into something evil and unclean.
I'm not the most handsome guest you've ever had, am I?
Emily.
Oh, Mother, don't cry. I'm here now. Don't cry.
Oh, I'm frightened. I'm so frightened.
You'll only work yourself up by crying. Try not to,
It
dear.
would be advisable for her to stop whining. It annoys me.
Please, Mother. Please, dear.
And Rover annoyed me, you know.
What are we going to do, Emily? Why has he come here?
I'm your guest, madam.
If it's money you
I've
want, we don't
told
have...
you I'm your guest. I seek food and shelter as befits a guest. And you mustn't make one feel unwelcome.
He's mad, Emily. He's a
You
madman.
mustn't say that, madam.
He killed the dog, and then he sneaked into the house. He's been through every room. He has your father's revolver, and he wouldn't turn on the lights except the one in my room.
Mother.
He made me wait here in the dark for you. Oh, Emily. Emily, I feel sick.
Oh, stop that whining. It annoys me.
Don't you hurt me. Don't you dare.
Mother, please, dear.
You annoy me, madam. I suggest you retire for the night.
Emily, no, I couldn't. I couldn't sleep.
Will you be good enough to take your mother into her bedroom, Miss Barrett?
What are you going to do?
I've told you. I'm your guest. Well, Miss Barrett.
Come along, Mother. Let me wheel you into your room.
Oh, I don't want to, Emily. I don't want
Mother.
to.
Your conveyance needs oiling, madam.
Don't speak to me. Don't talk to me.
Oh, by the way, Miss Barrett,
Yes?
don't trouble to close the door. And don't attempt to talk secretly with one another. I find it a very annoying habit.
Emily, he's mad. He's insane. I don't know what I've ever done if it should happen to me.
Try to be calm, Mother. Let me help now. Lie down on the bed, why don't you, dear? Try to relax.
Oh, I couldn't.
But if you could get some rest, you'd feel so much better.
I'm not getting out of this wheelchair.
If you could let yourself sleep, Mother.
No, I tell you I can't, Emily.
If you just take your pills...
What was that? What did you say? Answer me.
My mother ordinarily takes sleeping pills for her insomnia.
Not tonight, Emily. I won't take them tonight. I couldn't.
I think you will, madam.
No, I won't. You can't make me.
Is that her bottle on the bedside table there?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to take
How
them.
many does she take?
2.
I won't do it.
Here. Go on, give them to her.
Emily, no, don't make me.
What will you do if she sleeps?
Wait and rest. Wait under the shelter of your roof.
No.
You promise I'll be at her side when she wakes in the morning?
Yes, I promise. I'll give her the tablets.
No, I won't take them.
Very well. Take them now, Mother. Mother swallowed the sleeping tablets with difficulty, her eyes wide with fear, unable to look away from that scarred, awful face. Then he walked away into the living room while I stood by her wheelchair holding her hand. After eternities, her eyelids drooped and closed over the frightened eyes. Her face relaxed. She was asleep. I made her as comfortable as possible in the wheelchair, put a blanket over her.
Turn off the light and come out here. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Oh. Sit down. Yes, that chair there. How do you spend your evenings, Miss Barrett? You read?
No, not often. I get enough of books at work. Why did you break
really?
into our...
What do you do for a livelihood?
I'm a librarian. Why did you choose
don't
our...
usually stay up late, do you?
No, I don't.
In that case, then, we'll turn off the light. You're rather isolated at this end of the street, but someone might wonder why lights are burning in the Barrett house at this hour. Why sit so uncomfortably, Miss Barrett? Go on, lean back, be at ease.
Why don't you leave us in peace? We won't give you...
I need rest. The safety of rest and solitude.
But why our house? Why?
Because you have few visitors. Your mother's to blame, isn't she?
My mother?
Weak, selfish, complaining. Not the most delightful of companions. You're a librarian, you say, huh?
How long do you intend to stay here?
Your curiosity annoys me. She'll stay here as long as I please, for a very long time if need be.
You can't. You'll be found out.
Oh, I doubt that very much.
But if I fail to report for work...
Oh, you won't.
I don't understand.
You will go to work at the library as usual.
And leave my mother here with you?
Yes. As a hostage, shall we say.
Hostage?
She'll be my guarantee you won't betray me. You will not go to the police, Miss Barrett. You will not make any indiscreet disclosures to anyone. You'll work at your job all day and then come back here.
And if I don't?
Need you ask that question? Is it really necessary to ask me that?
No. No.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you a star, Miss Joan Loring, in A Man in the House, by Leslie Edgley. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ted Myers for Roma Wines. Elsa Maxwell is famous not only as a hostess, but also for her helpful suggestions on how to entertain more graciously. Recently she said, "Next time you have friends for dinner, add to their enjoyment of the food and give the occasion a gracious festive touch by serving distinguished Roma California Burgundy. Even when ration points are low, your simple menus take on added glamour, added flavor goodness with Roma Burgundy. Serve cool." Yes, Elsa Maxwell's suggestion is one that lends enchantment to dining. You'll enjoy Roma Burgundy. Its tart piquancy, its fruity, robust taste, the happy result of selecting and gently pressing luscious grapes from California's choicest vineyards, guided to flavor perfection, unhurriedly, by Roma's ancient wine skill. Good Roma wines never vary, are always enjoyable, yet cost only pennies a glass. Remember, because of uniformly fine quality at reasonable cost, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A. Roma Wines.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Joan Loring as Emily Barrett with Joseph Kearns as the man in the house, in a radio play well calculated to keep you in
Suspense.
The rest of the night passed in silence. He didn't speak to me again, and yet I knew he was staring at me from his chair, staring at me in the dark. Except for the single time he moved to bring the dog into the house. I was still frightened, so frightened. But it was the morning I thought of. The morning when I would have to leave Mother alone with him. We ate breakfast together, the three of us silent at the table. His face was uglier than ever in the morning light. He had watched me prepare breakfast with wary eyes. Now he wolfed his food down as though he hadn't eaten in some time.
You're not hungry?
No.
And you, madam?
I'm not hungry.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is it time for you to leave, Miss Barrett?
Leave? Emily, what does he mean?
Your daughter has a job, Mrs. Barrett. You wouldn't want her to leave it, would you?
Emily, no, you can't leave me here. You can't.
You'll be all right, Mother. Really, you will. It's the only thing I can do.
Emily, no.
You'd
please.
better go, Miss Barrett. And remember your responsibility.
Yes. Yes, I'll remember. My day was a nightmare. I performed my duties automatically. And all the time my mind raced with speculation. What was he doing? Was Mother all right? How could I possibly get him out of the house?
Reverend Amber, please.
I couldn't tell anybody. I knew that. I didn't dare. He'd kill her in a minute.
My card's expired, but could I land?
For Mother's sake, I had to keep silent. I had to. And meanwhile, stamp books.
Ah, good evening.
Where's
Miss
my
Barrett.
mother?
Your mother? In her room. Lock the door.
Mother, are you all right?
She's all right. Lock the door. All right, now give me the key.
Mother!
I'm here, Emily.
Told you she was all right. Give me the key.
That evening, I didn't have to go back to the library. Again, he watched me prepare our meal, and again, he wolfed his food down, while Mother and I left our plates untouched. I washed and dried the dishes after dinner, and then all three of us sat in the living room.
Ah, this is an ugly house. A barren house. There's no laughter in it.
I'm not interested in what you think of our house.
Well, you should be. You're still young. Your life is being ruined by this selfish woman.
How dare you? I'm sick. I'm not well. It's wicked of you to come into my house this way and say such things. He's evil, Emily. He burned the dog in the furnace.
And you're evil, too, madam. You're a selfish parasite. The world would be better rid of you. Now go into your room.
No, I don't care what you do to me. We have no money. We haven't anything you could want. Get out of my room!
Take her into her room, Miss Barrett, please.
Come along, Mother. Please don't excite yourself. You won't make things any easier this way.
It's time she slept, Miss Barrett.
I don't want to sleep. I'm so afraid.
You're stubborn and weak and useless. You're a blood-sucking parasite. Give her pills, Miss Barrett. It's time she slept.
Mother refused to leave her wheelchair again, but I persuaded her to take her sleeping tablet. And after she'd fallen asleep, I returned to the living room. He sat in a chair where he could watch the door and windows. One side of his face was twitching, a nervous tic he couldn't control.
You have permitted your mother to ruin your life.
That isn't true.
Of course it's true, I know. I've seen it happen before. I know all about it. I've been trapped just as you're trapped now by your mother.
I won't stand for you talking like that.
I know about women, domineering women. There was one. Well, she'll never bother me again.
You killed someone.
Did I?
That's why you're hiding here.
Is it?
Did you kill someone?
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe someone annoyed me. I'll kill if anyone annoys me. Don't annoy me, Miss Barrett. Tell your mother not to annoy me.
That night went by, crawled by as the first night had done. At 10:30, he switched off the light, and then we were sitting in the dark again in silence, hour after hour. When morning came, I was wretched and haggard, but I knew I had to do as he said, leave the house again. I had no other choice. I had to leave Mother with him. I'd have to go about my duties as usual. For a moment, I thought of going for help. But I knew what he'd do to her if someone even approached the house. And then as I came down the front steps, my heart almost stopped. For Ted Roper was coming up the front path.
Morning, Emily.
Hello?
I'd heard your mother wasn't too well, and I thought I'd drop in a minute and see her.
No, I don't think you'd better. She's asleep.
Well, that's too bad. I wish I'd stopped in last night. I was in the neighborhood, and I was just on the verge of knocking on your door, and I noticed your lights were out.
Oh, yes, we retired early.
Is there something wrong, Emily?
No, there isn't.
You look worn out. Getting plenty of sleep?
Yes, I am.
You've got to get a lot of sleep.
And as he stood there chattering on about my mother and my health, I could see the curtain in the living room move. He was watching us. He could probably hear every word that was being said.
Emily, you're not listening. Are you well?
Of course I'm well. Will you leave me alone, Ted?
Of course, if that's the way you feel.
I'm sorry, Ted, but I have a headache. I'd appreciate it if you'd go on.
Certainly.
And as Ted disappeared down the street, I turned and looked into the window. He was standing there back of the curtain, smiling. as if in approval. I don't know how I managed to get through that afternoon, but I did. And then I went home again, and they were there. When I'd seen that Mother was all right, I cooked dinner, and he tried to keep up a conversation.
We had visitors today, didn't we, Mrs. Barrett? Milkman, mailman. No letters, however, just a magazine. And we had an interesting talk, didn't we, Mrs. Barrett? About mothers and daughters, you know.
I looked at Mother across the table. The panic in her eyes had given way to another emotion. One hard to name at first. And then I realized it was resignation. As though she were resigned to her fear. Her face was peaceful, strangely serene, and she looked more beautiful than I'd ever remembered seeing her. After dinner, we sat in the living room, silently. He looked tired, deep circles under his eyes, and his face twitched involuntarily. I felt unbearably tired, my eyes so heavy.
Miss Barrett, I think you'd better go to bed.
Go to bed?
You'll sleep.
No, I couldn't.
There's no excuse for not sleeping. You see how easily your mother can do it? We'll take some of her tablets.
No.
Take them.
But my mother...
She'll take them, too. She knows how.
And then I knew why he wanted me to take the pills. He needed sleep for himself.
All right, here, Miss Barrett.
All at once, I had no resistance left in me. I took the water from him. He was leaning over me in the chair. And then I swallowed the tablet. Sleep couldn't have come immediately, and yet somehow it was like a swift black curtain shrouding my mind. When I awoke, he was still asleep in the chair facing the door and the windows. But the moment I moved...
Good morning.
Where's my mother?
In her room, of course.
Mother was still sleeping in her wheelchair. But something was wrong. She looked so strange. Something was radically wrong. She was ill. My first impulse was to cry out, to run to him and plead with him to help me. But I knew that was useless. I turned around, knowing that I shouldn't leave her, and yet I was powerless to help her. It's late. I won't have time to make breakfast this morning.
Yes, we seem to have overslept, didn't we?
I'll have to go now. The key, please unlock the door. Mother's still sleeping. Please don't disturb her.
That still depends on you, Miss Barrett. Have you forgotten?
I left the house desperate with fear. Mother had to have medical attention immediately, and yet I didn't dare call anyone in. I didn't dare do anything that would endanger her life. I didn't know what to do. I walked blindly and rapidly along the sidewalk, almost running, not knowing where I was going. And then I saw Ted.
Hello, Emily. Headache better?
Oh, Ted.
What's wrong? What is it, Emily?
Ted, you've got to help me. You've got to. Oh, Ted.
Here's my car, Emily. Sit down now. Tell me what's wrong.
And then I told him the whole story. And when I'd finished, he said...
I'd better go to your house at once.
But you can't, Ted. I can't let you in the house.
You won't have to. I'm not letting you go back there.
But I must. I can't leave Mother with him.
All right, then. Go back to the house. Tell him you went for a doctor.
Oh, I couldn't.
Tell him that, Emily. Tell him you saw your mother was ill when you woke up. Tell him you called a doctor and you said nothing about him being in the house.
But he won't believe me. I know he won't.
We've got to gamble he will. I'll drive you back to the corner. Give you time to walk to the house and explain things to him. Then I'll make my call.
And then what, Ted? What will we do then?
I don't know, honey. But do as I say. It's all we can do just now.
When I faced him again in the house, I knew I'd blundered. I should never have taken the chance. I shouldn't have left Mother in the first place.
What are you doing back here? Why aren't you at the library?
I didn't go to the library.
Huh?
My mother's sick. I called for a doctor.
What?
I phoned for a doctor. He'll be here soon.
You told him about me?
Oh, no, I didn't.
You're lying. You're lying about your mother. You tricked me.
My mother's ill, I tell you. She was sick when I looked at her this morning. You must believe that.
We'll find out. Come on, in the bedroom.
Oh, wait, the doctor's here.
Huh?
You see, he's coming up the walk.
Don't let him in. Tell him to go away.
I can't do that. Not after calling him. He'll know something's wrong.
Then he'll call the police, won't he? That's exactly what I warned you not to do, isn't it?
My mother's sick. That's all that matters.
All right. Let him in. I'll wheel your mother into the living room. I'll be behind the curtains. Keep that in mind. If you try any tricks, I'll kill her.
No,
I have your father's revolver, you know. I don't care what happens to me. I'll kill her first.
No.
Go on. Let him in. I'll be ready for him.
Hello, Emily.
Hello, Doctor. I'm so glad you've come.
Where's our patient?
In the living room.
Well, let's look at her, shall we?
Here she is, Doctor. She isn't breathing loudly now, but she was breathing so harshly when I left her.
Well, let's just see.
I stood against the wall while Ted bent over her. She was facing the curtains in the doorway.
And behind those curtains, behind them, I scarcely breathed, praying Ted wouldn't do anything to arouse suspicions, praying against hope, and then...
All right, you in there. You better give up.
No, Ted, you can't!
I won.
Emily!
You...
Oh, Mother.
Easy, honey. Take it easy.
You let him kill her. After I told you, you let him kill her.
Honey, listen to me. It was the only thing I could do.
It was you who killed her. You really did it.
Emily,
Ted.
listen. Look at this bottle of sleeping tablets in her lap, almost half empty. And she's cold. Cyanosis, blue lips and skin. She took an overdose of sleeping tablets. She was already dead, Emily.
Already dead. You knew that when you told him to give up?
Yes. I knew I couldn't leave you in the house with him. He'd have found out, and then he'd have flared up and killed you. I had to do it, honey. I had to provoke him into shooting a dead woman. To give me time to shoot him. I didn't know where he was, you see.
Oh, Ted. He told her she'd ruined my life. He called her a parasite. You think she...
I think so, honey. She did it so you might live.
Roma Wines have brought you A Man in the House, starring Joan Loring as Emily and Joseph Kearns as the man, in tonight's study in
Suspense.
Before Miss Loring returns to the microphone, Ted Myers with a word for Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense. Warm weather and iced drinks just naturally go together. And as famed hostess Elsa Maxwell recently remarked, for a gay and colorful warm weather drink, I recommend Roma Wine and Soda, a delightful, frosty, cold thirst quencher that's as delicious as it is refreshing. Yes, and Roma Wine and Soda, made with distinguished Roma California Burgundy or Sauterne, is quick and easy to make. Half fill the tall glasses with good Roma Burgundy or Sauterne. Add ice cubes, sparkling water, and a bit of sugar. And for a decorative touch, garnish with cherries or fruit. And for a delightful aperitif, sip delicious Roma sweet vermouth, well chilled. Zestful, full-flavored Roma vermouth is blended and developed with all the traditional wine-making skill of Roma wineries. Is made and bottled in the heart of California's famous vineyards, yet surprisingly low-priced. Try Roma vermouth soon, won't you?
This is Joan Loring with a message from our government. America's war production program calls for the retention of millions of war workers in their jobs until the Pacific War is won. Stay on the war job until released. Keep buying more and more war bonds and hold on to them. And keep supporting all home front activities and observing all wartime regulations. Price controls, rationing, volunteer service, and salvage drives. Thank you.
Next Thursday, you will hear Lloyd Nolan as star of
Suspense.
radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Edward G. Robinson in You Can't Die Twice, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, if a camel got a drink of water only 3 times a year, his tongue would hang out like a Christmas necktie. But an Autolite Stay Full battery thrives on 3 drinks a year. Yes, sirree, an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And by Cornelius, an Autolite Stay Full battery has extra plates for extra power, protected by fiberglass insulation for stronger, longer life. Why, in recent tests conducted according to the Society of Automotive Engineers life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without the Stay Full features. So remember, be battery right. Get Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Edward G. Robinson in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yeah. It's funny how it happened. Take a good look at me. Am I the type you'd say could harm a fly? Ask around my neighborhood. Or ask any of my old customers. Sam, they tell you...
Sam Brown? Why, he wouldn't say boo. Sam Brown, a murderer? Well, besides, there must be some mistake somewhere. Sam's dead. A whole year now.
So that's what I want to explain, how it all happened. It all began that Sunday morning at home with my wife, Katie. Poor Katie. An April Fool.
Today is April Fool, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, I guess it is, Katie. Why?
Why? Because we'll have to expect a lot of silly tricks today, that's why, from your so-called friends.
Yeah, that's right. I guess we'll have to be on our guard, huh?
You're talking.
Yeah.
After the way you fell for that April Fool's joke last year.
Yeah, some letdown, all right. When I learned it was all a practical joke and I hadn't won $50,000 in the Irish sweepstake. Hey, you sure took it to heart, too.
Why not? Will I ever in my life even see money like that?
Oh, Katie, please.
Will you ever make it from your miserable milk route? Will you?
Oh, I'm sorry I even mentioned it.
You were going to give me so much. You were going to get places. Throw $1 million at my feet. $1 million what? Empty milk bottles?
Well, so I didn't get the breaks. Now, what do you want me to do, Katie? Rob a bank, murder someone? Please let me alone, will you? I want to hear.
Turn that off and listen to me. Murder somebody, he says. Being poor is murdering me. I'm fed up, I tell you. Look up to here.
Oh, Katie, please.
Don't Katie me. What's the matter so early in the morning? Hello?
Mrs. Catherine Brown?
Yes.
You're the wife of Samuel E. Brown of 22 Maple Street?
Yes.
I'm sorry to have to inform you that your husband has been killed, Mrs. Brown.
What's that?
His body was found just a few hours ago in a ditch on the Clinton Turnpike. Killed by a hit-and-run driver, Mrs. Brown.
Ha, ha, ha. What is this? Somebody's idea of an April Fool gag? Now cut it out.
Well, I'm really sorry, Mrs. Brown, but this is not an April Fool gag. I wish it was for your sake. Please call at the county morgue, will you?
What?
Well, you'll have to identify the remains. It's almost beyond recognition. But there's a wallet, Mrs. Brown. That's
Katie,
all we have to go on.
Listen, you. You think a joke like this is funny? You ought to have your head examined. Who is this?
Police Sergeant Ryan, ma'am, 3rd Precinct.
Go on, you crazy dope.
Mrs. Brown, please be at the morgue as soon as you can. That is, if you want to claim your husband's body.
Hey, what was it? Some gag?
Of course it was a gag. Well, you're right here. Probably that Joe Brody again with his April Fool jokes. He'll get a piece of my mind, believe you me.
Four firemen, however,
Must you listen to that radio?
Oh, Katie, my one day off a week. Let me live,
the body
please.
of a man tentatively identified as Samuel E. Brown, a local milk driver employed by Dessel Dairies Company.
What? What did you say?
Shut up. Been the victim of a hit-and-run driver. Listen. The body was found in a ditch on the Clinton Turnpike, mutilated almost beyond recognition. A wallet is the sole clue as to his identity. And that winds up the 9:30 edition of the...
Well, what do you know about... Did you hear that, Katie?
Yeah, I did.
Well, that was me, wasn't it? Me they were talking about. That's a hot one, isn't it? Huh?
Sam, that phone call just now.
Yeah?
I thought it was an April Fool joke. Must have been the police. Wonder how in the world...
Huh? Now what?
Let me... Hello?
Katie? This is Harry, Katie. Gert and me, we just heard. We were listening to the radio and you... you all right, Katie? You know about it?
Sure, I know about it, but
We feel awful about it, Katie. And we're coming right over. We'll take care of everything.
Harry, listen. It's all...
Gert'll go downtown with you when you're ready. I'll take care of all the paperwork. Now, excuse me for mentioning it at a time like this.
I don't have to go any... What paperwork?
The insurance policy I sold Sam, remember? Remember I told you both how someday it might be... little did I dream. I'm so glad I talked you both into it. 10,000 with double indemnity for accidental death. That's 20,000, you know. A final thought for your welfare from Sam.
Harry, I can't...
I know you don't want to talk about it now. Listen, Katie, we'll be right over. 15 minutes.
Harry!
What was that all about? What do you want? Katie, I'm talking to you.
Wait. Sam? I'm trying to think. Oh, it's impossible. You're right here. Hey, Sam, what do they mean?
Huh?
They identified you by your wallet. You have it, don't you?
My wallet?
Your wallet!
Well, naturally, right here in my pocket where I always... What the devil? I'm wearing the same pants. It's not here. Wait a minute. I remember something now. Well, that maybe clears up this whole mystery.
Yes, Sam?
Well, last night after the poker game, coming home on the bus, there was some character jostling against me. We almost had a fight on the bus. Sure, now I think of it, he must have picked my pocket. Why, Katie, it's him they must have found on the turnpike. Sure, say, let me at that phone, will you? I'll call the police and straighten out this
No,
whole...
wait. Wait, Sam.
What for?
Sam, maybe we ought to consider this thing a little.
Consider what?
Your $10,000 life insurance policy, Sam, with that double indemnity clause.
What are you talking about?
About our one big chance that we've been waiting for.
Say, what are you driving at?
Did anybody see you coming home last night?
No, I don't think so. Why?
Can't you understand? There's a body lying in the morgue. The only thing they got to go by was that wallet. Say you never came home last night, Sam, or ever again. Say I went right now and identified that wallet. The insurance company would pay me $20,000, wouldn't they?
Yes, I guess they would. Are you out of your mind?
You could disappear right now. Go to Chicago, say, without being seen. I could write you general delivery. After a while, after I collect, I could join you there.
Okay.
No one will be the wiser. We can begin life all over, rich. This could be it, Sam.
No. Money gotten this way would never do us any good, Katie.
For that amount of money, I'll take my chance, and so will you.
Katie.
You'll do it, Sam. Oh, yes, you will. Because if you let me down this time, it's the end.
Katie,
$20,000. $20,000.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Edward G. Robinson in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap, will you help me out here?
Why, sure.
All right. Pretend you're on a quiz program, and I asked you this question. What is it that needs water only 3 times a year?
Let's see. It's, is it a kangaroo?
No, it's not a camel nor a cactus.
Can you give me a hint?
All right. Goes on your car. The initials are ALSFB.
ALSFB? Oh, I've heard that somewhere before.
It's dandy. It's dynamic. It delivers power, pep, performance. It's an Autolite Stay Full battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Don't tell me. Let me think. It's,
I can't give you any more hints, except to say it's an Autolite Stay Full battery with that extra liquid reserve.
That's it. It's an Autolite Stay Full battery.
Right, with Autolite. The gentleman wins a hand-embroidered Autolite Stay Full battery carrying case and the right to drive into the nearest Autolite service station and buy an Autolite Stay Full battery. Remember, be battery right. Switch to Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Edward G. Robinson as Sam in You Can't Die Twice, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Katie always could make me jump through a hoop. Besides, I might as well admit it. I'm human. Show me the human can spit of that kind of money. Anyway, I snuck out of town that very day, got to Chicago, got me a crummy room under the name of Lionel Hendricks. Weeks went by and nothing happened. No news at all from Katie, and I got really frightened. Something gone wrong. I wrote her, got an answer, general delivery.
Dear Mr. Hendricks, in answer to your inquiry, everything is proceeding smoothly. I'm advised that the delay on the transaction is because of its unusual nature. No more letters, please. Thank you for your interest sincerely.
More weeks passed. Another month, 2, 3, without a word from her. Now, the police found out. Were they on my trail? And then I began to get suspicious of Katie. What was she up to? I had to phone her.
Hello?
This is me.
Are you out of your mind? Oh, it's you, Clara.
Well, I had to talk to you. Why haven't you written? What are you up to? Haven't you got it yet?
Not yet.
Well, when?
In a little while, Clara. Just have a little more patience.
Oh, cut out that Clara stuff.
I'll be seeing you soon,
But,
dear.
Katie, it's awful lonesome for me. Do you love me, Katie?
Of course I do.
Well, I get to wondering. It's 6 months now. This is crazy. I'm a wreck. I'm scared. I can't stand this life. I've never been away from home. I'm a family man, Katie.
Hey, Katie, make it quick, will you, for Pete's sake?
Who's that?
What?
That voice.
You're imagining.
I heard a man's voice. He's right there in the room with you. Now, don't deny it.
I'll explain everything when I see you, Clara.
I see. So you're two-timing me, huh? Well, that explains everything. I'll fix you. I'm coming home right now.
If you do, you'll go to jail for about 10 years. Think it over. Goodbye, Clara.
There, you see? What could I do? Anyway, that's when I started to drink. What else was there? There I was, all mixed up and alone. I used to get good and drunk and wish someone would at least say,
Hello. I said hello. You all alone?
What's that?
You really tied one on, haven't you? Stranger in town?
Oh, a stranger everywhere. How do you know?
You're lonely, huh? Aw. Well, don't cry about
I'm
it.
not crying.
You want company?
Sure.
You're kind of cute. Luther,
Yeah, Cleo.
rye high on the gentleman here.
Coming up.
Your name is Cleo,
Yeah, I know. Cleo Carter. What's your name?
Sam.
Sam. Oh, Sam. Sam what?
Oh, I mean Lionel. My name is Lionel Hendricks. That's my name. Lionel Hendricks.
What happened to Sam?
Oh, he's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, dead. Poor lonesome ghost. Nobody cared.
Are you married? Uh-huh. Where you from, Lionel? You're not on the lam or something, are you? Cop shy?
No, nobody cared. Not even his widow. Sam's widow. Name is Katie. Catherine, you know. Katie don't even care. Two-timing him. Oh, well, never mind. Change the subject. What do you do, Cleo?
This and that. What do you do, Lionel?
Huh? That and this. Where you from, Cleo?
Here and there. And you?
Oh, there and here.
We make a great team, don't we,
Yeah,
Sam?
we sure do.
Here you are, Cleo. Why, hi.
Thanks, Luther.
How about a trip up the Nile, Cleo?
Character. Luther's a comic, Sam.
Yeah, now, my name isn't Sam. Now, Lionel is my name. Lionel Hendricks.
Excuse me, Lionel Luther,
That's right.
not Sam.
I remember.
Hey, when did you get back? I gotta pay a visit. Nice to have met you.
Oh, no. Where you go? Where you
gotta see a
going?
friend.
No. Don't leave me alone, will you?
You like my company?
Oh, very much. Oh, very, very, very much.
Much as that.
Yeah, I certainly
Well,
do.
it's this way with me, Lionel. I'll
Yeah.
be very frank. First of all, you're a married
Oh,
man.
no, not me. Now, Sam's married, not Lionel. That's Sam Brown. Poor good fella. All of a sudden dead. Killed dead. You know, all was left of him? A wallet. Just a few cents in it. Now he has $20,000. Success story.
$20,000?
He was worth more dead than alive.
Lionel, let go of my hand. Look,
Oh.
I've got to see a friend
Oh,
over
no.
there.
Yeah, but why?
Percentage, Lionel. He always shows me a good time. Spends money like it was water. He's
Yeah.
rich. See?
Oh, he's rich. Well, I'm richer. Now, don't leave me alone, Cleo. I got $20,000, I tell you.
Not you, Sam.
Well, what's his is mine. I can lay my hands on it any time I want.
You wouldn't kid me, would you,
I...
mister?
Oh, you haven't said a word. Not a word. Oh, I think I'm going to be sick.
Well, I think you better come rest at my apartment, Lionel. I really do. We can talk there. I like your talk. It jingles.
What?
You awake, Angel?
Huh? What? Where am I?
At little Cleo's, don't you remember? Just running the vacuum. All those butts you tumbled on the floor.
Cleo?
Cleo Carter. Took pity on you, let you sleep off a hangover on the couch here. Cleo. Are you forgotten?
I remember.
Guess what you need's a little drink, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it's on.
Oh.
You know why I'm laughing? I'm surprised at myself.
Why?
Because I like you. I don't know when I ever felt this way before, so fast.
Hmm?
You said you felt the same way about me. Did you mean it, or was it that bottle talking?
And I must have meant it, Cleo.
All right, then. How does it feel to be dead, Sam Brown?
What?
How do you suppose Katie's taking him?
No, I didn't tell you.
Oh, it's all right, it's all right. You told me everything, but it's safe with me. To me, Sam Brown is dead.
Oh. Could I please have that drink?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
The insurance money really comes to $20,000, doesn't it? Or were you exaggerating?
No, I mean, yes, it's 20,000.
Why are they taking so long to pay off?
Oh, I don't know.
10 months is a very long time. Maybe they've already paid and Katie's holding out on you.
Oh, no. Katie wouldn't do a thing like that.
Why not? Look what she's already done for the money.
Well, not Katie. She wouldn't.
She may have met another man she likes more than you.
Oh, now stop it. Well, your Katie isn't like that.
Look, you. Did you mean what you told me about you and me, or didn't you? Will you repeat it sober? Right now?
What? Repeat what?
That you never felt about her in all your married life the way you feel about me? That you're going to leave her for me? After you get the money? Say it again, Sam, or walk right out of my life.
Oh, Cleo.
I mean it.
Well, I can't say that about Katie. I just can't.
Get out.
That's the way you feel. I'll go.
Go ahead. When you leave, you might think about whether or not you can trust me now that I know all about it.
What?
I could call the police, you know.
Oh, Cleo. I never did know how to handle women. That was always my big trouble. Well, she could have called the cops, couldn't she? So I made up with her. Anyway, I had someone to talk to now. Maybe something would happen. It did. Oh, she was smart, that Cleo.
You know, Sam, it'll be good to have $10,000 all at once.
Yeah, sure will.
Know what would be twice as good? 20,000.
Wish for the moon, why don't you? My share's only 10.
Your share's as much as you can get. And you can get it all.
No. Katie would never give it to me. Not all of it.
The way I figure it, Sam's this. She'll come here to Chicago when she finally collects. Well, she can't afford to have you suddenly turn up alive back there, so she'll come here. When she does, we'll take it all, you and me.
Oh, no. She'll never give me all of it. I know, Katie.
I said we'd take it. Use your head, Sammy. Use your head. There's ways.
Huh? Oh, no, Cleo, no.
Well, perhaps not. But get used to the idea just the same. Like breaking in a pair of shoes. Know what I mean?
That's the way she worked on me, over and over again. Then she began to get impatient until one day, a year less a day from the time I left home.
What is all of this? A practical joke? Tomorrow's April 1st. You waiting to tell me April Fool? I'm calling your bluff, Sam. Come on down to a phone booth right now and call that wife of yours. Let me hear with my own ears.
Hello?
What do I say?
Answer her.
Hello, Mrs. Brown. This is, me.
I've got it. I'm holding it in my hand now. I'm leaving for Chicago this afternoon. I'll be there at midnight. Get me a room at the Stevens.
You'll meet her at the station information booth. Tell her.
I'll meet you at the station in information booth, Katie.
But why?
You're renting a cabin out in the country. You're taking her on a second honeymoon.
Cleo.
Tell her.
Hello. Hello.
Katie, I'm renting a cabin out in the country for us. We're going on a second honeymoon. Oh, Cleo, I can't go through with it. Please change your mind.
I'll give you just 15 minutes. I'll be hiding in the back of the car, and if you're not out there with her and the money in 15 minutes, I'll have every cop in Chicago looking for you. I mean it, Sam.
Darling!
Thank you, Mr. Gate.
Darling! Lion. Oh, Sam. My darling Sam. I'm so happy.
Hello, Katie. Don't cry.
You're crying, too.
Oh, no.
Sam. We're together again.
Yeah.
And we're rich. We're rich.
Yeah.
Oh, aren't you excited? Wasn't it worth waiting for? And no one suspects. I can't believe it. We have money and we're together.
Yeah. Here, let me take your bag.
Yeah, hasn't been out of my hand the whole trip. It's all in here, in $100 bills.
No wonder it's so heavy. Come on, let's go quick.
We're really going on a second honeymoon. Oh, Sam, I could die for joy.
Well, it certainly is way out in the country, Sam. Say that for it. So quiet.
Yeah, I know.
You're acting funny, Sam. I couldn't help it that it took so long. They said they had to investigate and everything. It was no picnic, let me tell you.
Who the devil is that light? Oh,
What is this the cabin you rented for our second honeymoon? This shack? Sam, what is it? You couldn't have brought me here for a honeymoon. Why did you bring me here? Answer me, Sam.
I'm leaving you, Katie.
What?
I'm leaving you. This is the end of our life together.
But why?
Yeah.
Why?
Open the bag and get out the money. Yeah. Now you take half and I take half and we each go our way. Please, quick.
How can you do that?
I want my half now.
You mean you want it
What?
all, Sam?
Now, you said you'd let me handle it alone, Cleo. You promised not to interfere. You promised.
So that's it. Another woman.
Take the money out of the bag, Sam, and let's go.
Oh, Sam.
Oh, Katie.
How could you do this to me? I loved you, Sam. I loved you. I wanted only your good. Believe me.
Oh, Katie, don't cry. I can't stand seeing you cry. It hurts me.
Sam.
Katie.
Sam!
Huh?
Get the money, Sam, all of it.
Katie, I have to do this.
Not 1 cent.
Now, give it to me, Katie. Cleo, can't you keep half?
Half? I'm keeping it all.
Yeah.
And you know what else I'll do? I'll send the police a letter.
Oh, no.
And tell them everything.
No, you wouldn't.
Wouldn't I? Oh, wouldn't I, though?
Kate, you don't mean that.
Just try me.
No,
Go
please,
ahead.
Katie.
You might as well put down that wrench
No,
because
Katie.
I'm not scared of you. Not that much. I'll send them a letter with a whole story and your description and hers and everything.
You won't!
Ah!
You won't! Because it's all your fault! All your fault! All your fault! Katie was dead. I don't remember much of the ride back to Cleo's place with the police with the money on my lap. I was numb, exhausted. I collapsed on the floor of the apartment, fell asleep, cradling that valise, and it was past noon. I woke up. The valise was still in my arms, but it was open, and the money was gone. So was Cleo. She wasn't there. She was gone. I was alone. Cleo. Luther, have you seen Cleo today?
So she left you, huh?
Yeah.
You better have a drink.
Yeah.
You look as though you could stand it.
That's right.
Well, you can't blame Cleo. Not after what you done last night.
Huh? Last night?
I know all about it.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Sam. How can you live with yourself?
I didn't do anything.
Don't give me that. I know everything because I was there.
No.
You think no one was watching you, huh? But, Sam, I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
You couldn't have.
Can I, will you? If I done that, I couldn't live with myself for the rest of my life. It'll torture you, see?
Now, stop it.
You won't eat, and you won't sleep. Because the memory of it'll always haunt you.
Oh, stop it.
It'll haunt you until the day you die. Unless you confess right here and now.
No.
Confess!
All right, stop. I did it. I killed my wife. That's about all, Lieutenant. It was strange how it all happened. Strange how it started. And stranger still how Luther here knew.
Yeah. How did you know, Luther?
Oh, I didn't, Lieutenant.
What's that?
Oh, not a thing. Well, what did I say to him? How can you live with yourself after last night? So what? Everyone done something last night they was ashamed of. Well, every night in the week. How was I to think this here guy committed murder? You see, Captain, all I was up to was Well, what's the date today? You get it now? I was just making what an April Fool joke.
April Fool joke. April Fool. Oh, Luther, you killed me.
Thank you, Edward G. Robinson, for a great suspense show.
Your name, Wilcox?
Yes, Mr. Robinson.
You the fellow that keeps talking about Autolite stay-full batteries?
Yes, Mr. Robinson.
Well, I want one of those batteries in my car, see?
Yes, Mr. Robinson.
Can't you say anything but yes, Mr. Robinson?
Yes, Mr. Robinson, I can say this. Stay-full batteries are made by Autolite men, who make over 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Yes, sirree, and Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All ignition engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now here again is Mr. Edward G. Robinson.
Once again, it has been a real pleasure to join Tony Leader and his suspense cast and crew. I hope they'll invite me back many more times, and that's no April fooling. I know, too, that all of you are going to be as anxious as I am to hear next week's show when radio's outstanding theater of thrills will present Ronald Coleman in The Noose of Coincidence, another gripping study in
Suspense.
Edward G. Robinson will soon be seen starring in the 20th Century Fox production, The House of Strangers. Tonight's suspense play was written by Joseph Ruskall and prepared for suspense by Walter Newman. Music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Edmund Gwenn, Bob Hope, Mickey Rooney, and many others. Next Thursday, same time, hear Ronald Coleman in The Noose of Coincidence.
You can buy Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense, Among wine stewards, the men who are responsible for the wine selections in the cellars of famous hotels and restaurants, the choice is Cresta, Blanca, Cresta, Blanca, Cresta Blanca. Yes, with professional hosts who know how to please the palates of America's most discriminating guests, Cresta Blanca California wines richly bespeak gracious hospitality. So compliment your guests by serving the best. For distinguished entertaining, pour magnificent Cresta Blanca sherry, port, muscatel, or any Cresta Blanca wine. From the finest of the vines, it's Cresta Blanca wine. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines for your everyday enjoyment.
Tonight, Roma Wines of Fresno, California bring you Mr. Walter Abel in Quiet Desperation, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
It was during my lunch hour one day. Funny, I can't even remember the name of the book. Anyway, the sentence was, "The mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation." I couldn't seem to get past that sentence. Quiet desperation. That was me the author was talking about, Homer Bigelow. And suddenly I thought, why should I go on like that? I was desperate, okay, but why should I be quiet? Why shouldn't I do something about it? Get myself out of the rut? All I needed was the right break. It came a lot sooner than I expected. One day, just before my vacation, I happened to overhear Mr. Pearson, he's president of the bank, talking to one of the bank's directors, Corbin Vandergriff. Usually their conversation is about debentures or first mortgages or government issues. That stuff didn't interest me. Today, their talk was a horse of another color. It was a hot day, and the door of the boss's office was open. They didn't even know I was alive.
I understand she's no great beauty, but it's just as well she doesn't attract too much attention going through customs at both ends.
Do you mean to say, Corbin, that the young girl is willing to take the risk of violating her country's currency controls?
Evidently. Of course, she feels exactly as the father does, that they should be free over there to spend their own money wherever they choose.
Mm-hmm.
Old Vale would break every law they've written there just for the satisfaction of knowing he's outwitted them. And Hester probably feels the same way about it.
Well, then he'll get quite a kick out of slipping 20,000 pounds out of the country.
Not pounds, John, but they might as well be. They're just about as negotiable as cold cash. Why, when that girl turns them over to me, I can walk into any dealer in the city and get full market value in 10 minutes. And I intend to do it for him. I'm in complete sympathy. No government on earth could tell me where and when and how to spend my own money.
Once she gets the money, what's she going to do with it?
Oh, I don't know, and I don't care. My guess is that she's going to do some shrewd buying highly scarce products for shipments back abroad. Leave it a Vale to find a profitable deal.
When is she arriving?
Monday on the Elizabeth. I've engaged a suite for her at the Ambassador.
Good.
I wrote them that I'd meet her at the boat, take her to the hotel, get the negotiables, and exchange them for her.
Mm-hmm.
That afternoon she can throw the dollars out the window for all that matters to me. My duty will be over.
Well, aren't you going to entertain her while she's here? See that she has a good time?
Entertain her? I should say not.
What?
I don't even know the girl. Besides, I'm a little too old for that sort of thing.
Oh, Corbin.
You keep it chilly in here. You know, I like it quiet.
I wondered what Mr. Pearson would say if any of us employees at the banks were to play fast and loose with the law the way Corbin Vandergriff and that snooty dame Hester Vale were doing. He wouldn't be quite so sympathetic and understanding. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. That kind of skullduggery was labeled strictly for the rich. I should have put the whole thing out of my mind, but somehow I couldn't. 20,000 pounds. $80,000 in American money. I stood there outside Mr. Pearson's office. I was shaken out of my quiet desperation. Somehow, I just stood there dreaming about romance and adventure that you could buy with money.
Well, Homer, you all set for your vacation?
Oh, yes, sir. Leaving Friday for good old Eel River. My 13th year there.
Well, I envy you, son. I won't be going up until September.
Then you'll be fishing up at Eel River again this summer.
Oh, yes. I wouldn't miss it for anything. I wrote Emil and told him to expect me. We'll be quite a party this year, 5 of us, you know. Say, did I tell you about the trout I caught last year?
Yes, the bank president and his lowly employee both went to the same place for their vacations. But what a difference. When he went out fishing, he had 2 guides per man with him to pack and carry, to paddle and cook, to set up camp, to do everything that needed doing. Whereas I had to do everything for myself and by myself.
Well, have a good time, Homer. I'll see you when you return. I'll say goodbye now. I won't be back anymore today.
Goodbye, sir, and thanks. I had my lunch that day as I usually did in the boardroom. Jenny, Mr. Pearson's secretary, had left the door to his office open so that if the phone rang, I could take the message while she was out. The phone did ring, and it was Corbin Vandergrift.
Who is this?
This is Homer Biglow, Mr. Vandergrift.
Oh, yes, Homer. Sorry. Make sure to give this message to Mr. Pearson. I'm laid up here in the country with a cold. I won't be able to get to the city for that appointment on Monday. Mr. Pearson knows all about it. Ask him to meet Miss Vale at the boat for me and see to it that she's settled at the hotel. Tell him not to expect me back in the city until next Wednesday at the earliest.
Yes, sir.
Tell him I'll take care of that financial matter for Miss Vale when I get in. It can wait until Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
And tell him not to bother to call me. I'm going to spend this week in bed, and I don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Homer.
So Mr. Vandergrift was indisposed. Too bad. Now the girl would have to be met by a substitute, a stranger. Well, she didn't know either Vandergrift or Pearson from a hole in the ground, so what did it matter? And if it came to that, why did the substitute have to be Mr. Pearson? Why couldn't it be me?
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Walter Abel in Quiet Desperation. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is being brought to you by Roma. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines. America's largest selling wines. Mark Twain once said, "Everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it." Well, that may have been true in Mark Twain's time, but today it's a different story. Today there's an easy way to beat the heat. Just half fill a glass with better tasting Roma wine, such as rich Roma Tokay, fruity Roma Zinfandel, or mellow Roma Claret. Add ice, fill up with soda, sweeten to taste, and garnish with fragrant mint or fruit slices. Then lean back and enjoy Roma wine and soda, America's smartest, coolest summer drink. I'm sure you'll agree that Roma wine and soda, so delicious, so refreshing, so cool to come home to, is the perfect warm weather thirst quencher. Perfect for summer entertaining. So inexpensive, too. It's a hot idea to treat your family and friends to cold, refreshing Roma wine and soda made with better tasting Roma wines. America's favorite wines.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Walter Abel as Homer Biglow with Kathy Lewis as Hester Vale in Quiet Desperation, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
My days of quiet desperation were over. Anyone taking a real close look at me that Friday wouldn't have been sure I had a fever. My face felt hot, and every now and then I had a fit of trembling. But evening finally came. I gulped down some food at the cafeteria, picked up my bags at home, and went to the station. The next day, I was saying hello to Emil on the platform of the Eel River station.
Hello, Homer. ¿Cómo se va?
Hello, Emil. Glad to see you again.
How is my Barnaby, Mr. Pearson?
Fine. He sends his regards. How's the fishing?
Oh, magnifique. The best ever, eh?
Many others on the river, Emil?
Oh, not a one. The fish, they are hungry like anything, and not a one to give them small fly to eat. Now you come, Homer, and they will be all for you.
That's fine. I'll get started right out. Is everything all set?
Oh, to try. Everything is ready, eh? Come.
In half an hour, I was at the camp on the shore of Eel River. I had lunch, changed my clothes, put my city clothes into my pack instead of into my suitcase, which I was going to leave in camp. And by 3 o'clock, I was a good 8 miles up Eel River. By 4, I had hidden my canoe and equipment in some bushes along the bank, and dressed again in city clothes, was walking slowly through the woods toward Loudon's Corners, 3 miles away. It was a local stop on the railroad just below Eel River, and the train south was due in at 9 that night. I had plenty of time to catch it and make the transfer at Boston for the night train to New York. In the Boston station, I bought a cheap suitcase and a couple of shirts, and when the train dropped me at Grand Central early Sunday morning, I went straight to the 49th Street Hotel, which was just a couple of blocks from the Ambassador. I scrawled the name Henry Smith in the register and was shown to my room. I had a whole day and a night to wait. And for once, with all that time on my hands, I didn't read a book. Excuse me, where could I find a Miss Vale, one of the passengers?
What? What name?
Hester Vale.
Vale, look over there by the fees. If she hasn't gone through, she's probably there.
Thank you. Miss Vale? Miss Vale?
Over here.
Good morning, Miss Vale. I'm...
You're Mr. Vandergrift.
That's right.
So good of you to come. My father promised you'd meet me.
Oh, how is your
Oh,
father?
he's very well, thank you. Still growling about Europe's ruin. It's been a beastly nuisance, this waiting.
Is there
Hi.
anything I can do to help?
Thank you. That chap's finally finished mucking about with my boxes. I think I was an adventuress smuggling something priceless into your country. I've nothing to declare, you know. Came with empty trunks. Expect to fill them up while I'm here. Can't buy a thing in Europe, you know. Europe's a dreadful nightmare.
Yes, so I understand.
Father wrote you all about it, did he? Foolish of him to write. Mail might have been opened.
Oh, no. After all, the war's over.
Is it?
Well, shall I take you to your hotel? You probably want to rest.
Rest? Not at all. I'm scooting out to the shops right off.
Oh, you have enough money for shopping?
Well, they allowed me £100. I still have most of it. That'll do for a starter. If they'd only known about, you know.
Yes, if you'd care to turn over the contraband, I could see about converting it into dollars for you.
Contraband, spies and all that sort of thing. That describes it exactly. It's very nice. But not now. I'll dig them out at the hotel.
All right. Is there anything you'd like me to do this evening, or you'd like to do this evening?
Well, oh, dear, I don't want to impose on your time.
Oh, you're not imposing. It's a pleasure.
But I'd like to see a play. One of your bright American musicals, if possible.
Well, I think that can be arranged.
Well.
Suppose I call for you at 7. We can have dinner and then go to the theater.
That's splendid. It's frightfully kind of you.
Forget it. I haven't seen a musical myself. Well, not for a long time, anyway. I took her to her suite at the Ambassador. Then I went back to my room to think over my plan. It was almost too simple. As soon as she turned the securities over to me, I'd take them to a broker and collect. Then I'd catch the night train back to Loudon's Corner, then through the woods to Eel River. By tomorrow afternoon, I'd be in my canoe again as if nothing had happened. A few days after that, the canoe would come drifting down the river wrong side up, and my stuff would be found floating in a quiet backwater. Under another name, I'd go out west. With $80,000, I'd never have to go back to that old life of quiet desperation. No, sir, I was through with that forever. As for the man who posed as Corbin Vandergrift, he'd never be found, and no one would ever connect him with the Homer Bigelow who was drowned on a fishing trip in the swift waters of Eel River 250 miles away. Good evening, Miss Vale.
Hello, right on time.
How was the shopping?
Oh, I say, it left me quite speechless. I can't wait until I can really go on a spree. Are we ready?
If you are.
Quite. Oh, dear. There, now, will you hold this key for me? There's simply no room in my bag for it.
Sure, I'll keep it in my pocket for you.
Thank you.
I picked a quiet little restaurant where I was sure I wouldn't meet anyone who knew me.
Oh, thank you.
The theater was going to be an ordeal, all those people, but that couldn't be helped. I had to play my part until she handed over those securities. I couldn't afford to look too anxious about them either, but I needn't have worried. While we were waiting for the dessert, she opened her bag and pulled out a package of about a dozen small envelopes, different sizes and different shapes.
Here you are, Mr. Vandergrift. Take good care of them.
Are these?
They are.
I put them in my inside pocket. All the way down Broadway in the taxi, I felt them. The envelopes were too small, it seemed to me, to hold securities. Maybe if they were folded over, but even then they would have to be bulkier than they were. I had to look into those envelopes to know if the securities were really there. But I had no chance, and it wasn't until the taxi dropped us in front of the theater that I was able to make one.
Well, here we are.
Miss Vale, I wonder if you'd mind seeing the show alone.
Oh, dear.
I don't know what did it to me, but I've suddenly gotten a terrific headache.
Oh, that is too bad.
Oh, it'll be all right. I just thought the music and the excitement wouldn't help much.
No, I should think not. Suppose you take me back to the hotel, and then you can go right home.
But wouldn't you like to see the show by yourself?
Oh.
You could, you know, and then take a taxi back to the Ambassador.
Yes, I suppose I could.
Well, I should hate to think a headache of mine spoiled your whole evening. Here, take the tickets and go on in.
Well, thank you, I will. I'm dreadfully sorry you have to miss it.
Oh, I'll make up for it another time, Miss Vale. There are plenty of musicals you'll want to see.
You'll be sure to take something for that headache now, won't you?
I will. Thanks a lot for being so considerate. Good night, Miss Vale. Have a good time.
Oh, I'm sure to. Good night, Mr. Vandergrift.
Back in my hotel room, with shaking hands, I opened the envelopes. They were nothing but letters from her friends, sent to her from different parts of the world, not a single security in any of them. Could it have been a mistake? Did she hand me the wrong package? Didn't seem possible. Maybe she suspected something was wrong and played a trick on me. I was sweating and reached for my handkerchief, and that's when I felt her hotel key still in my pocket. I threw the package of letters into my suitcase and walked over to the Ambassador, two blocks away. Her key opened the door, and I was alone in her suite. I had until at least 11:30, 2.5 hours. I took my time about it, making sure to put everything back exactly as I found it. I searched her baggage, the bureau, the drawers, the closet, every conceivable place, even under the rugs, and found exactly nothing. She had them on her then. I turned the light off and went into the bedroom to wait. Soon after 11:30, I heard the outer door open.
Really, I'm terribly sorry to have caused this trouble. Mr. Vandergrift was suddenly taken with a headache, or I'm sure he wouldn't have forgotten to return my key.
Well, it really doesn't matter, miss. You can use this duplicate until he returns it to you.
Oh, it is a bother, though.
Oh, not at all, Miss Vale. Happens often. Well, good night.
Thank you. Good night. Oh! Oh, dear. Vandergrift, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Vale, but I had to come back. You see, you forgot to give me the securities.
Securities?
Yes, the securities I was to have sold for you.
Oh, my dear, but I didn't.
Oh, no. There wasn't anything in the package except some letters from friends of yours.
Who are you? You're not Mr. Vandergrift.
Miss Vale, what my name is doesn't matter very much. By this time, it's enough for you to know that I want those securities and I need to get them. Hand them over.
You get out of here.
I warn you, Miss Vale, I don't want to get nasty, but I'm not going to leave without them.
Stay away from me.
The securities, Miss Vale?
No. No. No.
Where are they, Miss Vale?
No.
Tell me. I don't want to hurt you. The more she struggled, the tighter I gripped her throat. Her arms beat weakly against my side, and suddenly I got so mad at her that I... Where are they? Where are they? Tell me, where are they? My fingers tightened and strained against her soft flesh. Then suddenly she quit struggling, and when I loosened my grip, she fell down on the floor unconscious. Where was that purse of hers? Ah, there. I ripped it open. Nothing there but a powder compact and a lipstick and some change. Where could they be? She'd have to tell me. I'd make her. Miss Vale! Wake up, Miss Vale! She didn't move. And then I saw that she wasn't breathing anymore. I'd killed her. I never meant to kill the girl. I hadn't any idea I was choking her that hard. All I wanted was... No, I had to get away. I couldn't stay there with that limp body sprawled on the rug, but I had to be careful. I couldn't afford to make any mistake now. I tried to remember everything I read in detective stories. You had to be careful about fingerprints. I ran to the bathroom, grabbed a towel, and with it wiped every surface I might have touched. Then I dragged the body to the bedroom and put it on the bed. I shut the door behind me and turned the lights off in the sitting room. I listened a couple of seconds at the outer door. Everything was quiet. I ducked out and went to the stairs. The lobby was empty. I crossed over and went onto Park Avenue. 5 minutes later, I was in my hotel. It was 12:30. I could still catch the 1 o'clock train for Boston. Fine mess I'd made. The best thing that could happen to me now, mind you, the best thing would be to get back home to the boarding house, to the bank, to that horrible, hopeless rut I tried to get away from. That was the best I had to look forward to. The worst, I didn't even have the courage to think of it. But then, what could they pin on me? If anybody had anything to worry about, it wasn't me. It was Vandergrift. He had the date with her, not I. As far as anybody knew, I didn't know any such person as Hester Vale ever existed. Vandergrift was the guy she told the desk clerk she'd given the key to. But the poor sap wouldn't even be able to prove an alibi for late last night midnight. Yes. Ha! Ha! I could go back to my fishing and forget the whole thing. Forget it ever happened. I was safe. Huh. Fine consolation that was after all the beautiful plans I'd made. But at least I was safe. In Boston, I checked the new suitcase. I could pick it up on the way home. The local dropped me at Loudon's Corner. By noon, I was sitting over my campfire, having a bite, just like any other fellow out on a fishing trip. 10 days later, on a Saturday morning, I was back at Emil's camp.
Ah, why, Mr. Bigelow, how is fishing, huh?
Fine, Emil, fine.
Oh, you get nice sunburn, huh? Last the rest of the year, anyway, no?
Did I really get that brown?
Or like very, huh? Real nice and quiet, no? I have no party fishing before August, when Mr. Pearson come with 4 friends.
Yes, I know. He told me.
He's some fisherman, Mr. Pearson. Always try for record. But you don't care for record, eh, Mr. Bigelow? You lead the simple, the quiet life.
I guess I do.
You enjoy it, no?
Enjoy it? I try my best.
You have other hobby, maybe, huh?
No, I don't have any hobbies except reading.
Oh, Mr. Pearson and me, we have same hobby. That's why we such good friends.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, we great one for philately, les timbres, the stamp, you know? Someday I'll show you my collection. It will 3 albums, but I have no so good collection like Mr. Pearson. But then I have no so much money.
Neither have I.
You make joke. Mr. Pearson, he very wealthy, I know. But still Emil can give him some stamp once in a while. I have few duplicates. You do me big favor and give them to Mr. Pearson avec mes compliments, eh?
What? Oh, sure, I'd be glad to.
Ah, bien. Now I drive you to station. Next year you come again, no?
Yes, I'll come again.
Well, Homer, you're back, huh? Did you enjoy your rest?
Yes, it was fine, Mr. Pearson.
Good. I can't say we've had any enjoyment back here. Have you heard about Mr. Vandergrift?
Mr. Vandergrift? No, sir. Is there something wrong?
Wrong. I'll say there is. He's been arrested for murder. He insists he's innocent, but the police have a strong case against him, very strong. Oh, it looks bad indeed.
I'm sorry, sir.
So are we all. It means I'll have to give up my fishing trip this summer for one thing. I can't desert old Vandy at such a time. I'll have to wire Emil, and I just got a letter from him telling me he had everything arranged, too.
Yes, he told me he was expecting you.
Oh, well. Can't be helped. Oh, say, by the way, he wrote that he sent some duplicates on to me in your care. Stamps, you know.
Stamps? Oh, that's right, he did. Sorry, I forgot about them, Mr. Pearson. I must have them at home. I'll bring them in tomorrow, sir.
Well, no hurry. I have no mind for them now anyway. Well, back to work. Come on, back to work.
That night I looked for the stamps, but I couldn't find them. How I ever managed to lose them, I'll never know. Now I'd have to explain to Mr. Pearson. No, I wouldn't have to explain. I still had those letters, her letters. They were from foreign countries. I'd take the stamps from those envelopes and give them to Mr. Pearson. He'd never know the difference. I knew how fussy he could get about a little thing like lost stamps. Rather than get him started on a lecture, I got out the package of letters, cut the stamps off, and then burned the letters and the envelopes. The next day...
Yes?
Here are those stamps, sir. I found them at home, all right.
Oh, well, just put them on the desk, Homer. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't mention it, Mr. Pearson. I was having my lunch later in the boardroom when Mr. Pearson came in. He had a stranger with him, a tall man with an angry face.
Yeah, here you are, Homer.
Yes, sir?
I want you to meet Mr. Scott.
How do you do?
I do. Those stamps you gave me, Homer, are you sure you got them from Emile?
Oh, yes, sir. Just before I left, he gave them to me for you.
No, Homer, no. I just called Emile. He told me he gave you some recent French issues. Those weren't the stamps you gave me.
Oh. Well, Mr. Pearson, I guess you found me out. You see, I lost the stamps Emile gave me, and I didn't want to disappoint you, so I went to a stamp dealer's and picked up a dozen odd stamps to replace them. I didn't think it would make much difference.
Is that your story, Bigelow?
Why, what do you mean? It's true.
They were very rare and very valuable stamps, Homer. You must have shelled out a pretty penny for them.
Oh, I don't know.
Mr. Pearson feels a man in your position couldn't afford to buy stamps like those unless...
Unless what?
Unless you didn't buy them at all, Bigelow. Unless you got them from the late Miss Hester Vale.
Well, what's the matter, Homer? Is the name familiar to you?
No. Why, no, sir. I never heard of...
What makes us think so is that the stamps Miss Vale smuggled into this country were the same issues and worth exactly as much, $80,000.
They were worth $80,000?
Could it be a coincidence, Mr. Bigelow?
Quiet desperation. I've been catching up on my reading here in prison while waiting. I found another good quote. Happiness is the absence of pain.
Suspense.
Quiet Desperation, starring Walter Abel and presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better tasting wines selected for your pleasure from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. More Americans enjoy Roma wines than any other wines because Roma wines taste better. To create this better taste, Roma begins with natural juices, gently pressed from California's choicest grapes. Then, Roma master vintners with ancient skill and unmatched wine-making resources guide these luscious grape treasures unhurriedly to taste perfection. Then, these better tasting wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before, and from these, the world's greatest wine reserves, Roma later selects for your pleasure. Right now, a wonderful way to discover the better taste of Roma wines is to serve Roma wine and soda, iced. For cool, lip-smacking refreshment, enjoy delicious Roma wine and soda made with your favorite Roma wine. That's Roma, America's largest selling wines.
Walter Abel will soon be seen in the Hal Roach production, Fabulous Joe. Tonight's suspense play was by George and Gertrude Fass. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Donald O'Connor as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Edmund O'Brien, John Lund, Lloyd Nolan, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Black Path of Fear, starring Brian Donlevy.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, who tonight from Hollywood bring you as star Mr. Brian Donlevy. And so with the performance of Mr. Donlevy as Bill Scott in the Cornell Woolrich bestseller, The Black Path of Fear, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
It was our first day in Havana. We'd taken a hack, an open horse-drawn carriage, and spent the afternoon driving around to see the sights. She was always crazy about jade. So in Chinatown, we stopped in a little curiosity shop the driver steered us to. We bought a few gadgets there and started back towards the main part of the town. It was getting dark, and she snuggled up close to me in the carriage. And...
It's been a wonderful day, Scotty.
Yeah.
I was scared at first. A couple of times I thought I saw him in the crowds there, Chinatown. I guess it was just my imagination.
Sure it was. He wouldn't try any rough stuff this far from his home base. He may be a little Caesar around the nightclubs back in Florida, but here in Cuba, he's just another alien who'd better not get caught packing a rod.
He said he'd get me if I ever left him, no matter where I went.
Well, he sent us a radiogram wishing us luck.
Yes, that's what worries me. He didn't say which kind of luck.
Hey, what's this, driver?
Hey, Sloppy Joe, senor. Big attraction of Havana.
Of course. Sloppy Joe's. Want to go in, darling?
Why not? We can only die once.
So I paid the coachman, and we went into Sloppy Joe's. The place was jammed to the sidewalk line and so noisy you couldn't hear yourself think. It was like a football scrimmage when you moved and like sardines in a can when you stood still. Then suddenly the crowd divided in front of us like the Red Sea, and a little photographer came through, using an old-fashioned tripod for a battering ram. He set up his camera and pointed it in our direction.
The senor and the lady would like a picture for to show the French back of the estate.
No.
Please, Scotty, we've never had a picture taken together.
Together, with 40,000 people jammed up against us on all sides?
Oh, well, instead, maybe you come to my studio. Calle Barrios is not far.
Nah, go on. Shoot it here. Go ahead.
Make pose, please. Mucho love. ¿Sí, cómo no? Eso es. Hold it.
No.
That is all. I have the picture.
Well, he's taking us now, darling. Oh, come on, honey. Everybody's looking at us.
Don't rush me, Scotty.
Huh?
Give me time.
What is it? Why are you so limp, Eve?
I knew we wouldn't make it. What do we care? Part of a night's better than none at all.
Eve!
Just stay with me a minute. Won't take long.
Darling, what happened? What happened?
Scotty, that was the first picture we ever had taken together.
Huh?
Let me know how it turns out.
Eve, darling. She's dead. She doesn't move anymore. Somebody do something, will you? She's been knifed right here in my arms.
Murder in Sloppy Joe's. Murder that is to start a man twisting and turning down the black path of fear. Brian Donlevy is our star this evening. You have heard him in the prologue to tonight's tale of Suspense.
In Havana, one gathering place of fashionable people is the charming Pan American Club. A dinner party is in progress, and a Cuban host has just risen to return a compliment which has been paid him by a guest from the United States. Lifting his glass, he says, "Thank you, my friends.
Thank you also for telling us about the perfect climate and soil of California, from which come these delightful Roma wines. Now we can understand how such perfection is possible, such magnificent quality as we enjoy in Roma wines. Well, such praise of Roma wines in foreign lands can only mean that they are truly magnificent in quality. But remember, you here in the United States can enjoy these distinguished wines at remarkably low cost, only pennies a glass. Roma wines bring you a unique combination of California's perfect soil and climate, age-old winemaking skill, plus modern tests and controls, which make Roma so constant in quality, so uniformly fine. Discover for yourself the delightful flavor and goodness which have made Roma wines America's largest-selling wines. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Mr. Brian Donlevy, who, in the person of Bill Scott, continues his narrative of The Black Path of Fear. Tonight's tale of Suspense.
Havana is a fast town for anything. Love, life, and death, too. A minute ago, I'd been half of a honeymoon couple getting their first picture snapped by a little Cuban photographer in Sloppy Joe's. Now, I was alone with a corpse in an empty saloon. But that didn't go on for long either. There were cops there in half a minute, and finally a detective.
This woman is dead.
Yeah, I know.
You were the man with her?
I was the man with her.
Your name?
Scott, Bill Scott.
Mr. Scott, how long have you been in Havana?
4 hours.
You quarreled with this girl here in this bar?
No.
You were traveling together?
Yes, that's right.
Her name on her tourist card is Mrs. Edward Spinelli.
Yeah.
Where is Mr. Spinelli?
Not where I'd like him to be, which is roasting.
You are not being very cooperative, Mr. Scott.
Okay. I'll tell you the whole story. She was a singer in a nightclub in Tampa, Florida. Spinelli owned the nightclub. He was a killer. He gave her the choice between getting killed and marrying him. So she married him.
And how did you meet her?
I worked for Spinelli, too. I drove his car.
You are not a chauffeur by profession, are you, Mr. Scott?
No. I took the job to get her away from him. Is there anything wrong in that?
The murder weapon, this knife. What do you know about it?
What are you driving at?
Is this your knife, Mr. Scott?
No, but it's a pretty close match. I bought one just like it this afternoon in a curiosity shop. Wait a minute, I'll show you. I've got it in my pocket right...
Cuidado,
Wait a minute. Don't get so excited. All right, it's in that pocket right there. Fish it out yourself if you want to.
There is no knife here.
But there's got to be. It was a knife with a jade handle, like this one, with a monkey carved on it, but the monkey on the one I bought was holding its hands over its ears. There were 3 of them in the shop. You know, the type. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
I only know that you bought a knife this afternoon, that you no longer have a knife and that the knife has been used to stab this woman.
But it's not the same knife, I tell you. I can prove it. Give me a chance to prove it, will you?
All right, Mr. Scott. I will give you a chance.
So we went back to the shop where I'd bought the knife, back to Chinatown. Inspector Acosta, that was the Cuban detective's name, questioned the old duck who sold it to me.
You remember this man buying something in here this afternoon, Viejo?
Yes. Gentleman, buy knife. Ornamental knife. Knife with jade handle.
Describe the jade handle.
Jade handle have monkey.
We know that. Describe the monkey.
Pretty sure... monkey hiding eyes. So, see no evil.
You're crazy. What's the matter with you? What are you trying to do to me? I bought the one holding its ears. You know it.
Tio Chin, this man's life may depend on what you are saying. But you absolutely sure.
Come by 3s. First one is sold to this gentleman. Other still got. Can show you.
Can lie in your teeth. Listen, Acosta. So what if he shows you the set with that one missing? He's probably got 100 sets in the storeroom.
Only one set imported. Can show customs invoices.
How did this man and this woman act when they came into the shop?
Lady act scared, very scared.
I told you, she was afraid Spinelli was going to have her bumped off. Well, he did it. And this guy has been paid to frame me. Can't you see that?
I am sorry, Mr. Scott, but I must place you under arrest.
for the murder of Mrs. Eve Spinelli.
As we threaded our way back through Chinatown in the police car, I thought the whole thing over. I came to a decision. The car fitted in the narrow lane like a cork in a bottle. If it should come to a halt in front of the door of a building, and finally it did. Just that. I bolted. They came after me fast. The door I ducked into opened into a pitch-black hallway. I groped around till I found a flight of stairs, and I started climbing.
Up! Up, Dracula!
Go ahead and shoot! I ducked back in the shadows, turned the knob of the nearest door. I tossed my hat over at the foot of the roof ladder to make it look as if I'd lost it while climbing. I backed through the door into a room. In the dark room, I stood very still and listened. They were separating to case the roof along the block. I was safe for a few minutes anyway. Tried to figure out where I was. Room. A dark room. I strained my eyes into the blackness. Then something cold and metallic found the side of my neck. It was the business edge of a knife. Blade. A light snapped on.
Bueno.
No hablo español.
No te mueva.
Oh, take it easy, will you? I can't talk your language. Put that knife down, will you?
Te quiero estar aquí.
Polizei. Verstehen Sie? Understand? Comprende? Look, out there on the stairs, I don't know how to say it. Polizia. They're after me. Cops.
Cops? Why didn't you say so before? I hate cops.
Oh, you talk English?
I ought to have been in enough of your jails to take out naturalization papers. Hey, get over here. I do what I can for you.
They're coming back. I better get out of here.
Don't be a fool. There's 20 of them down in the street now. They sure must want you bad, Chico.
They say I killed my girl.
They say wrong?
They say very wrong.
Another man took her away from you?
No. I took her away from another man.
Ah, then any fool of a policeman knows you did not kill her. You never killed what does not belong to you. Only what does.
You tell them that. Oh, here comes Payday.
Quickly, get into the cot there. Cover yourself up.
What? But...
Do as I tell you. Take off that shirt. Don't stop for the buttons. Tear it off.
Well...
Now then, face the wall.
Wait a minute. What are you doing?
Keep perfectly still. Don't rub against the covers. Now, don't move.
Dispense, señor. ¿Ha visto usted un hombre alto, macizo americano?
No he visto a nadie.
¿Quién es ese?
Mi hombre, mi marido.
Llamoslo.
Está muy enfermo. Vuela.
¿Vuela?
Sí, vuela. Ve a la cuarentena.
Es verdad, Viorella, vámonos.
Dispense, señor. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
What was all that about? Shh. What are all these red spots on me?
I put them there with lipstick. Huh? I told the cops you were my husband. You have smallpox.
And they believed it?
Why not? I showed them the quarantine sign on the door. Manolito, that was my man. He died of smallpox in this room.
Huh?
Oh, do not be alarmed. It has been disinfected.
Oh. Oh, say, thanks. But why did you go to bat for me like that anyway?
Different reasons. Flowers on a grave, I guess.
Flower? What do you mean?
It's hard to explain. It's my way of doing something for somebody that's not around anymore, I guess. It's the only way I have. I do not know any other way. You see, I know what it is to lose someone you love, too. Just like you.
Manolito?
He got smallpox in jail. Then he come back here to me to die. What is your name, Guapo?
Bill Scott.
It's Scott?
No, Scott with an S.
It's too hard to say. I call you Guapo.
Guapo?
That means handsome.
Oh. Well, thanks. What'll I call you?
Around this neighborhood, they call me Medianoche. It means midnight. Try it that way.
Okay, midnight.
They call me that because now I always hang around late by myself since he's gone.
Well, midnight, I don't know what to say to you except thanks.
De nada. Flowers on a grave.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'd better get going.
What do you want to throw away all my hard work for?
Hmm?
They spot you at the next corner.
Well, I can't hang around here for the rest of the night.
What's the matter with it here?
You know, if I could only get hold of that photographer.
Photographer?
Yeah, there was a photographer in Sloppy Joe's. He was snapping a picture of us just when it happened.
Oh, you think maybe in this picture is the man who killed your sweetheart?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it.
Think, Guapo. What do you remember about this photographer?
Oh, he's just a typical cheap photographer of tourists. Wait a minute. He said something about having a studio somewhere near Sloppy's.
Calle Barrios?
That's it, Calle Barrios. Look, do you know this guy?
Sailors go there with the girls to get their pictures taken. His name is Pepe Campos.
I've got to get that picture, Midnight. I'll have to risk it.
Un momentito. I first get you some other clothes.
Huh?
Here. I think this fit you.
What? Where?
Manolito was one big sailor. And now listen. I tell you how to get from here over to the Calle Barrios, so maybe the police don't see you. You go down to the mouth of the alley. You turn to the right. That is this hand here. Just a few steps from there.
It was so dark, I almost had to feel my way along the streets. Suddenly, out of nowhere, came a voice. There were two of them there, keeping the alley covered. I looked back the way I had come. Someone was coming toward me through the blackness. I waited there, paralyzed.
¿Qué tal, marinero?
What?
Are you lonesome?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you want a drink, sister? Well, look, walk close to me like this.
Huh?
Now, lean up closer. Get your face up under mine, honey. That's it. Give me a little more affection. That's the stuff. Now, look. Walk down this way with me, just past the corner.
You said it, big boy. You said it.
What do you want to drink, honey?
You said it.
That's good. Here's the turn. Goodbye, sister.
Ship's skip! Ship's skip!
I was afraid of yelling. I'd attract the cops, so I took off down the street, and then I ducked into the alley to catch my breath. I looked up. There was a sign on the shop. Campos Retratos y Fotografías. At first, I didn't get it. Then, all of a sudden, I knew. I was there. I opened the door and walked in.
Si, senor.
Look, you took a picture this evening of me and a lady in Sloppy Joe's. I want that picture.
No me recuerdo. I do not recall, senor.
Now, look, there was trouble right afterwards. You know, a lot of noise, remember?
Oh, si. I remember. I am just developing the pictures I have taken today. You come with me. This is my dark room. The very latest equipment. Kodak.
Yeah, but where's that picture?
Oh, right here. In the bath.
Oh. Yeah. It's beginning to come through.
Si.
Yeah. Yeah, that's us.
Oh, someone leans over the lady's shoulder, no?
Yeah. Yeah, let's have some more light on the subject, will you?
This is someone you know, senor?
Yeah. It's someone I know, all right. His name is...
Never mind the name, Scotty. I'll introduce myself.
Spinelli.
Stand over against the wall, Scotty. You too. Well, I'm glad you found this picture, Scotty. I was kind of nervous about having a thing like this floating around. You can understand my feelings.
You surprised me, Spinelli. I didn't think you even had the guts to stab a woman in the back without your gorillas around to protect you.
Don't make me angry, Scotty. I'm in a bad mood.
I didn't know you were smart like you are either, Spinelli. I apologize. You know, that was a cute trick, hiring a cab driver to steer us into that shop in Chinatown, but what I still can't figure out is how you switched those knives.
I didn't. I still have the knife you bought. I frisked it out of your pocket. Now I'm going to give it back to you. Would you like to see it first? There. It's pretty, ain't it? Eve always had an eye for jades. This is definitely the best of the three. It's a pity to spoil such a pretty knife, but the revolver, it makes too much noise. Yeah, I think I'll use the knife on you, too. I like things symmetrical. Like Romeo and Juliet, ain't it? What's that? Don't move, Scotty.
Guapo, are you in here?
His sweetheart not dead an hour, and already he has another.
Midnight. Get out of here quick. This man is a killer.
Oh, I'm not afraid of you, big boy.
Keep away from me and don't try any funny business.
Oh, my hombre, he was just like you. He talk very mean. But he don't hurt me. Not one little bit.
I don't only talk big, sister. I got a job to do here. I'll talk to you when I shut your boyfriend's trap for good.
My boyfriend? Ha, are you kidding? Go ahead, finish him off. He took a powder on me. I come after him only to collect.
On the cuff, huh? Oh, Scotty, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. On the cuff.
Hey, you are rich, huh? You got big diamonds. Say, I like you, mister.
Stop mooching around.
Midnight, I tell you, this guy's a killer. Watch out.
Ah, shut up. There, huh? How about it, big boy? Come on.
Stick around, baby. I can use talent like yours.
Kiss me, big boy.
Later.
Now. All right, yell very loud.
Hey,
Make big trouble.
You're pretty hot stuff, ain't you?
You don't know the half of it, big boy, huh?
Come here.
Now, Bobo! Now, your chance! Grab the gun!
You dirty little stool pigeon.
Shut up, Spinelli. I've got the gun now.
Scotty, I was only throwing a scare into you. Why, I would have knocked you off right away if that's what I meant to do, wouldn't I?
What's it worth to you to stay alive, Spinelli?
Scotty, $100,000 in the bank right here in Havana. Just let me go over that table there. Check the bearer, no strings.
Spinelli, I want Eve back again.
200,000. Chicago account thrown in. 250,000. That's $250,000, Scotty.
I want Eve.
You can't bring the dead to life, Scotty. But you can be rich. Kill me and you get nothing but a murder rap. The picture don't show me sticking the knife in her. The knife don't mean anything. Chin and the driver and never talk. You're just fixing up a nice murder rap for yourself, Scotty.
Shut up. Stand over under the lights, Spinelli.
Huh?
I don't want to miss.
Scotty. Don't do it, Scotty. Scotty. Scotty! Win. Scott.
So, that's the story, Inspector.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Mardi Gras, from the French, meaning Fat Tuesday, the day before Lent begins. Carnival, from the Latin, meaning goodbye to meet. And Bible, from the Greek, meaning book. Put them together and they spell terror. Terror for John Lund, as he plays the man who stole the Bible. A tale well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
I didn't mean to steal the Bible. That wasn't my intention. Why, I've never taken as much as a towel or an ashtray out of a hotel room. And if I'd known the night of terror it would lead me into, I'd never have taken it at all. Mardi Gras in New Orleans. A gay time, a lot of laughs, if you're in on it. But me, I was stuck in a stuffy hotel room waiting for a call from the boss. And the sound of all those people out in the street having fun got on my nerves. Operator. Oh, come on, operator.
This is the operator.
This is Mr. Cummings, room 302. What happened to that bellhop I sent for?
Would you speak a little louder, please? I can't hear you, sir.
I said this is Mr. Cummings.
One moment, please.
Operator! Operator!
Excuse it, please. What is it you wanted?
A bellhop. I want him to bring me something to read. Anything. He said half an hour ago he was on his way up.
Well, hasn't he answered your call yet, Mr. Cummins?
He has not.
I'm sorry, sir. The hotel is so crowded. The Mardi Gras, you know. It's almost impossible to... Just a moment, please.
Operator! Oh, nuts. I paced back and forth, wishing the boss would call me so I could get out of that room. I didn't dare leave, even to go down and get a paper. He's that kind of a guy. He expects you to be on tap all the time. There was no radio in the room and nothing to read. I went through all the drawers, hoping somebody had left behind a magazine or seed catalog, anything. And then I found it. The Bible. The Gideon Bible. For years I've seen him in hotel rooms, but I never paid any attention to him. But now I opened the book. 1 Samuel, chapter 19. I lay down on the bed and started to read. The knock surprised me. I'd forgotten about the bellhop. I got up to go to the door, and I realized that I had the Bible in my hand. It's a fine thing when a man feels embarrassed caught reading the Bible, but that's how I felt, embarrassed. I stuffed it under the pillow and went to the door. Oh, you sure took your time. Oh, I thought it was the bellhop.
I'm the house detective. Sorry to disturb you.
That's all right. What's the matter?
Well, it seems that the woman who had this room before you lost her pocketbook. She thinks she left it here.
I'm sorry, there's no pocketbook here.
Well, I'd better take a look.
I'd have seen it if it was here. But come on in if you want.
Thanks.
See, there's no pocketbook here.
Yeah, but she's sure she left it here. I'll have to go through everything.
There's nothing in there but my stuff. Do you have to go
What's
through...
the matter? Don't you want me to look for it?
No, it isn't that, but I've been through all those drawers already.
You'd be surprised at things people leave behind in hotels.
Yeah, I guess I would be.
Nobody else has been in here, have they?
No, nobody. I can't even get a bellhop in here.
You been out of the room?
No. And look, I'm not responsible for anything that was left here.
No, of course you're not. Well, I'm sorry to have bothered you.
That's all right. Say, tell that bellhop to get up here, will you?
Yeah. I'll tell him. Good night.
Yeah, he was a strange guy. But then all house sticks are. I lay down again and went back to reading the Bible. Once I got used to the old-fashioned language, I found it pretty interesting. The story of David, anyway. A guy being chased by everybody and not knowing who his enemies were, every minute expecting to get killed. I was down to the part where David's wife puts a dummy in his bed as a decoy to save his life when I was interrupted again. This time, I automatically stuck the Bible under the pillow and went to the door.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I wonder if you could help me.
Well,
I'm having a most awful time. I tried and it just won't work. The room's so stuffy.
How's that?
The window in my room, it won't open. Would you open it for me?
Oh, sure. Which room is it?
Right next to yours, just around this corner, room 300. You know, I have the same trouble on buses. The windows never open. It drives me mad. You can see how stuffy the room is.
This window?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that odd? It opened for you.
Yes, it did, and easy, too. And so does this one.
Can't understand.
Are you sure you tried?
You don't think I'd come to your door and ask you to come over here if I didn't need something, do you?
It's been done.
Maybe, but I wouldn't know. Now that you're here, wouldn't you like to have a drink? Be a trouble, I mean.
No, I don't think I can.
You can watch the parade much better here than on your side of the building.
Oh, no, I can't.
What's the matter?
I'm sorry, I have to go. That's my phone.
Wait. Don't go. You can have the call transferred here. But it's silly to go all the way back to your room.
Hello, Cummings here. Oh, yes, sir. I've been waiting for your call. Now, listen, I covered the whole territory down here, and things look pretty healthy. You see, the main difficulty has been... I stared at my briefcase. I'd left it on the dresser. Now it was on the bed, and everything had been pulled out of it. The closet door was ajar, and the drawers in the bureau were open. My Gladstone apparently hadn't been touched, but everything else had. I heard the boss talking trends and business conditions, but my mind was on a girl who wanted a window open, a window that wasn't stuck, while somebody searched my room. Calmly, I finished my conversation and hung up. There was no reason now for me to stay in the room. I gathered up my stuff, and I took the Bible from under the pillow. Funny, I'd gotten interested in it. I wanted to go on reading it, so I stuck it in my top coat and walked out of the room. On my way to the elevator, I got a sudden impulse. I stopped in front of room 300 and knocked.
Who are you looking for, mister?
Oh, where's the lady?
Nobody in there now. Lady just checked out.
Well, that's impossible. I was just here.
I don't know anything about that, but she checked out a couple of minutes ago. See? Gotta clean it up after right now. I'm gonna be glad when this Mardi Gras over. Everybody go crazy. Hotel go crazy. People check in, check out. Steal everything that ain't tied down.
Steal?
I said steal. Ashtrays, bath towels, soap. I wouldn't be surprised they'd take the beds next.
The Bible in my pocket suddenly felt like a pound of uranium. I wondered if the cleaning woman could read the guilt on my face, but she put her wastebasket down in the hall and went back in to clean the room. For a second, I considered taking the Bible back to room 302. And maybe I would have, if it hadn't been for the discarded book jacket in the wastebasket. It was gaudy, red and yellow. I grabbed it up, put it around the Bible. The title read, "You Will Die Tonight."
Call for Dr. McManus. Dr. McManus, please.
Front boy. Front boy. Show this gentleman 506, please. Oh, you check it out, Mr. Cummins. Let me see. You in room...
302.
302. Oh, my.
What's the matter?
I've had so much trouble over that room. I was supposed to hold it for a lady, but you can't keep rooms vacant during Mardi Gras. I gave her the room next to yours, but she kicked like crazy, the manager.
Next to me?
Yes, room number 300. She just checked out a few minutes ago.
I don't know what this is all about, but there's something peculiar going on in room 302.
Peculiar?
I didn't mind the house detective coming in to look for the purse, but I didn't like having my stuff searched while I was out of the room.
Searched?
Yeah, I said searched.
Now, you say the house detective did this?
He said the woman who had the room before me left her purse.
Oh,
and
but that's impossible.
What do you mean?
A man had the room ahead of you. Oh, yeah, I'm positive of it. Just a minute, I got the register right here. A man, Mr. Gregory. Now, the house detective isn't on duty today, but when he comes in
Not
tomorrow...
on duty? Well, then what was he doing in my room?
Today?
Of course today, tonight. A tall guy with black hair.
Some mistake, Mr. Cummins. Our house detective, Mr. St. Clair, is short and bald. And he hadn't been in the hotel all day. He's homesick.
Well, it had all the makings of an interesting little intrigue. But I left the mystery of room 302 with the room clerk and went to the cigar stand. It was 8 o'clock. My train wouldn't leave until midnight.
Yes, sir. What'll it be? Cigarettes or cigars?
Cigars. 3 Coronas. Make it 6.
Yeah, always like to sell cigars. Men don't smoke cigars like they used to. Cigarettes, that's the fashion today. They give me a good cigar every time.
Somebody's having a good time.
Ooh, they all have a good time during the carnival.
Say, I wonder where I could check my bag and briefcase for a little while.
Want to see the parade?
Yeah, I thought I would. Mill around a little bit. I got a couple hours to kill.
Well, I'll be glad to keep it for you. I'm on duty till midnight.
Oh, would you? Say, that's mighty nice of you.
Don't mind it at all. Mardi Gras is something to see. You shouldn't miss it. But you'll have more fun if you rent a costume. Hotels got them for rent, you know.
No, thanks. I'll go as I am. He stuck my stuff under his counter, and I elbowed my way across the crowded lobby to the street door. Through the glass, my eyes met the eyes of another man, the tall man with black hair, the man who had said he was the house detective. I swung the hotel door open. I had a few questions I wanted to ask that boy, but he was swallowed up in the crowd. And And then a big hand clapped me on the shoulder and a voice boomed in my ear.
There you are, sinner.
I whirled around and looked into the mask of a laughing, red-faced devil.
Don't try to evade me, sinner. I've come to collect you with my nice, shiny pitchfork. And when the devil comes for you, your time is up.
All I could see in the mask was a pair of eyes. They were green eyes, and they were laughing. And the devil threw his arm around my shoulder and urged me along the street. I balked a little. I hadn't had anything to drink. The whole thing seemed kind of silly, but before I knew what happened, a clown grabbed my other arm.
Let's take the sinner to the fiery furnace.
And the two of them, the devil and the clown, were propelling me down the street toward a parked car.
Come along, sinner.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
The sinners are Oxford. Push him in, the clown. Get in, sinner.
Hey, you guys. Hey, let me out of here. Look, where are you going?
All right. Let's have it.
What?
The Bible. The Bible you took out of room 302.
The Bible? Say, you're not drunk.
Don't waste time on him. Frisk him.
Look, I don't know who you are,
He hasn't got it on him. What'd you do with it? Where is it?
I told you I haven't got it. Oh!
That's to let you know we're not playing. Now let's take it again, huh? Where's the Bible?
I tell you I haven't got it. I had it, but I guess I lost it.
Lost it? Where'd you lose it?
I don't know. Why, you...
Don't do that, sinner. It's just as easy for me to pull this trigger as to look at you.
But I'm telling you the truth. I haven't got it anymore.
All right, you haven't got it. But you'll tell me where it is, you understand, if I have to kill you to find out. What are you stopping for?
The crowd. I can't get through.
Come on, let's get moving. Get out of here.
What do you want me to do? Drive over them?
Come on, get out of here.
A bunch of rebels, drunk and out for bear, opened the back door of the car and started climbing over us. Nothing would stop them from weaving through. They thought it was fun pushing and shoving each other. One of them fell, sprawled across the devil's lap, and they began to pile up. And suddenly, I knew that this was escape. I climbed out of the car. I ran blindly away from them. I saw a cab at an intersection. I ran out, opened the door, and there he was, in the back seat, the phony house detective. I slammed the cab door and bolted across the street. There was a policeman on the corner directing traffic. I ran up to him.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
They're trying to kill me. You've got to help me.
Kill you? Who's trying to kill you?
The devil. He's after me.
The devil?
Yes, and the clown, too.
They're Mickey Mouse?
I mean it. I'm serious.
You're drunker than you look.
I haven't had a drink, I tell you. They're trying to kill me.
And why would they be doing that?
Because they want the Bible.
The Bible?
Yes, you see, I stole the Bible, and here they come now.
Who?
The devil and the clown across the street. Look, you've got to get me out of it. You've got to stop them. They'll kill me.
Sure. Now, take it easy, young fella.
There you are, sinner. Come on. What are you trying to do? Get us in trouble?
Trouble?
Sure, he's going to miss the party.
It's all a trick. Don't listen to him.
This young fella claims you're trying to kill him.
Me? Oh, not me. But if he doesn't get to the party pretty soon, his wife is going to kill him.
I haven't got a wife. There isn't any party. They're lying, I tell you.
Be good, boys. Move on. I got to keep this traffic moving.
All right, come on. You heard what the policeman said. Come
Please,
on,
officer,
sinner.
please.
Come on, sinner.
Let go of me. Officer.
Beat it now. Go on with it.
I demand to be arrested.
Go on,
I demand
said now. Go on now.
Oh, officer, you're a fool.
I'm a what? If it weren't for Mardi Gras, I'd run you in.
And you won't arrest me, huh? Okay. But remember, I didn't want to do this.
Dirty Yankee trick. Striking an officer. All right, young fella, that does it. You're under arrest. In just a moment, we will return to tonight's story of Suspense.
Henny Youngman, Orson Bean, and Myron McCormick of Broadway fame, and the internationally popular singer Caterina Valente will all be with you this evening when you hear The Mitch Miller Show. For star-studded variety entertainment at its sparkling best, join us every Sunday night when The Mitch Miller Show is on the air over most of these same stations.
And now, we continue with John Lund in The Man Who Stole the Bible, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I sat in the drunk tank in the New Orleans jail and tried to figure it out. Who were the devil and the clown and the phony house detective? Why was the Bible so important that they would even kill me to get it? My bags were back at the cigar counter in the hotel. My train was scheduled to leave at midnight. But how was I going to get out of New Orleans? Already it was 10 o'clock, and as long as I stayed in jail, I'd be safe. But that didn't last long. I hadn't been there a half hour when a cop came for me and took me to the desk, Sergeant.
Here's your personal belongings coming. You're released. You can go. But try to behave yourself. We're pretty busy tonight.
Released?
You know, you're a lucky guy. Culpepper decided not to press charges against you. You know what you could get for striking an officer.
But aren't you going to hold me?
Your fine's been paid. Now go and get out of here. And keep out of trouble, will you?
But I am in trouble. That's what I tried to tell the cop, but he wouldn't listen to me. I had to hit him. My fine. Somebody paid my fine?
Yeah, it's been paid.
But who? Who paid it?
I don't know who it was. He didn't give me a name. He just paid it.
Was it a man in a devil's costume?
Huh?
Or a clown?
Now, look.
What did he look like?
How do I know what he looked like? He was an ordinary-looking guy, tall, big. He had black hair.
The house detective.
The who?
They'll kill me, I tell you. They'll kill me.
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. Je suis perdu. Je voudrais retrouver le convent. Les gens dans la rue m'empêchent de...
I hadn't heard her come into the station. She moved so quietly. She was a nun, and she was talking excitedly in French. I wasn't paying much attention to her. I was thinking instead of my own problem. The house detective had paid my fine. He wanted me out of jail. He wanted me loose on the street. Why? And the devil and the clown. Were they with him? Were all of them waiting outside that door for me?
Please, sister, I wish I could help you, but I can't understand a word you're saying.
Monsieur, les gens dans la rue m'empêchent de trouver mon chemin. Ils me prennent pour un célébrant.
English. Can you speak English, sister?
Pardon, monsieur. Masquerade, costume. People think masquerade. No masquerade.
Huh?
I think she's trying to say the people on the streets think she's wearing a masquerade costume.
Ah, merci. Merci bien, monsieur. I am loose.
You mean lost?
Oui, monsieur, lost. I am expect at convent. The Vieux Carré.
The Vieux Carré, that's the French Quarter.
Exactement, oui. I drive for taxi cab. The crowd, oh, you see, push me around. Voudriez-vous envoyer un gendarme pour m'assister?
What?
The gendarme. She wants you to send a policeman to help her get to the convent.
Oui, monsieur.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry, sister. I'd be glad to, but I don't have anybody in right now. If you don't mind sticking around here for a while, I'll be very...
Sticking around?
The sergeant says he's sorry. If you'll wait, there's no one available right now to help you. Wait a minute. The nun stood there, frightened and bewildered, out of place in the police station. But for me, it was a miraculous break. Why, sure, I could walk out of that police station with her. And if they were waiting outside, waiting to get me, why, I could walk right by them. They wouldn't dare touch me as long as I was with a nun. I could take her to the convent. And once there, I'd be safe.
Je suis désolé. Je ne sais que faire.
I'll take the sister to the convent, Sergeant.
It's okay with me if it's okay with her.
Ah, merci, monsieur. Merci mille fois.
As she walked out of the police station, I took her arm. To help her, yes, but also to steady my own fear. Any minute, I expected to see one or all of them. The devil, the clown, the house detective. But they weren't in sight. There were people milling about in the street, but not the three I feared. And strangely, not finding them there frightened me more than ever. I found a cab and gave the driver the address of the convent. The nun and I didn't try to talk. I realized this whole thing was difficult for her, and I didn't feel like talking. Too much had happened to me for one night. The cab pulled up in front of an ancient building in the French Quarter, crumbling cement and wrought ironwork. We got out, and I walked with her to the big front door. The nun raised her hand to the knocker, And I knew I'd been had.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Fingernails. Red, polished fingernails. You're not a nun.
Hey, where you been?
Hurry, boys, he's wise.
Come on, you. Get inside.
It was the devil and the clown. They yanked me into the house. And the girl, I stared at her. Back in the police station, I hadn't really looked at her face. Her black robes had spelled freedom to me. That's as far as I'd thought. But now I knew I'd seen her before. Only before she'd worn a green dress and a scarlet mouth to match her fingernails. And her hair had been blonde and long, and she wanted a window open. A window that wasn't stuck.
You've given us a lot of trouble.
I'm sorry, I don't know
We've been very patient. Now we want the Bible.
I told you before I don't have it.
You had it.
I had it, yes, I had it. I took it. I don't know why I took it, but I lost it.
Who sent you to get it?
I'll handle him. All right, who you working for, Poloni?
Look, there's some mistake. I'm a salesman. I sell washing machines.
You're lying.
Look, I tell you that...
Where's the stuff? Has Poloni got it?
What stuff? I don't know any Poloni. What are you slapping me around for? I won't get you any place.
Oh, won't it?
Let me talk to him. Look, if you're covering up for Poloni...
Who's Poloni? I don't know any Poloni.
Poloni wouldn't take a beating for you.
But I tell you, I don't
Whatever
know...
he's paying you, we'll pay you more.
We'll pay him nothing. He'll hand over that Bible or tell us where the junk is stashed, or so help me, I'll kill him.
Dope. So that's what it is. Dope.
Yeah, Mr. Innocent. That's what it is. Dope. Heroin, cocaine, 100 grand worth.
Oh, stop it. You kill him, we'll never find it. Listen to me. What's your name?
Cummings.
You work for Poloni, Cummings. Nobody but Poloni knows about that Bible. You came to hijack this stuff.
I tell you, I don't know Poloni.
Ah, stop lying. Poloni knew our carrier was hot, that he had to drop the stuff somewhere in New Orleans.
You're wasting your time, baby. I'll make him talk.
Oh, don't.
You going to talk?
I don't
You
know.
want the butt of this gun right across your face?
Look, you've got to believe me. He hit me with the gun. I tried to keep my eyes open, to hang on to consciousness. Across the room, I saw the door open, and in it stood a man with another gun, a big man with black hair, the phony house detective. Was his name Poloni? I didn't know how long I was out. When I came to, I was lying on a bed. My head was throbbing. My cheeks, my nose, every bone in my face seemed on fire. There was a cold cloth on my eyes. I tried to think. Why did I hurt so? Oh, yes. The Bible. They wanted the Bible. But I didn't have it. And it was a good thing, too. If I had it, they'd kill me. Then I smelled something. A strong cigar. It burned the inside of my nose. I rolled over to get away from it and opened my eyes. The devil and the clown were gone. And so was the girl. I was alone. With the phony house detective.
All right, let's not waste any more time. What did you do with the Bible?
Where are the others?
They've been taken care of. You took the Bible that belongs in this room. Now, what did you do with it?
This room? Oh, yeah. Room 302.
You had no right to touch that Bible. Now, think. What did you do with it? Where is it?
Look, I told them. I must have lost it. I don't know.
I'll get it. Yeah?
The gentleman who left his suitcases with me. Mr. Cummins?
Suitcases. Come in. Who are you?
I run the cigar stand in the lobby. I saw you bring Mr. Cummins in, if you don't mind my saying so, quite tight.
Yeah.
I'm going off duty in a little while. I thought he'd need his things. See, he checked them with me.
Thanks.
Oh, almost forgot. Here's his book, too.
Oh, no, don't leave the book.
But you forgot it on the counter.
I don't want the book. You can have it.
I'll take the book.
No, don't give it to him.
Thanks for your trouble.
Don't mention it. Hope he feels better tomorrow.
Well, at last. The Bible. You will die tonight.
Look, Poloni, I didn't know. I swear, I just took it.
Poloni? I'm not Poloni. You know, that's a pretty clever stunt, covering the Bible with a whodunit jacket. Let's see, third book, second chapter, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, chapter 1, 2. Yeah. Here's the address of the warehouse where the stuff is.
I don't understand. If you're not Poloni, well, who are you?
John Stang, United States Treasury Department, Narcotics Division.
A T-man, but I thought
You made my job very difficult tonight, Mr. Cummings. We traced the narcotics carrier all the way from Hong Kong to New Orleans to room 302. But when we arrested him, he was clean. He didn't have the evidence. Room 302 was the link. The girl Frenchie was to take this room, and I would have followed her to where the evidence was stashed. It was as simple as that. But you stepped in and threw us all off.
Well, why didn't you tell me you were a government man when you came in tonight to look for the pocketbook?
How did I know that you weren't a new member of the mob? Now, take my advice, Mr. Cummings. Quit stealing things out of hotels.
Look, I never stole a thing in my life before. This is the first time.
There's one thing I can't figure out. Why did you steal a Bible?
Well, you're not going to believe this, but honest, I just wanted to finish the story.
Suspense, in which John Lund starred as the man who stole the Bible, by John Bagney and Gwen Bagney Gielgud. Listen again next week when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you The Rim of Terror, starring Miss Barbara Whiting. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Suspense, produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Included in the cast of The Man Who Stole the Bible were June Foray, Joe DeSantis, Jay Novello, Joe Kearns, Larry Thor, Harry Bartell, and Jack Moyles. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James.
Even a cynic will have to admit that however bumbling a man may be, he has struggled valiantly to better his world. Our faults notwithstanding, our civilization is a vast improvement over primitive social arrangements. And perhaps most impressive of all of man's labors has been his consistent effort to protect the principles of justice as he has come to understand them over the years. How justice is served may vary from place to place and time to time, but always it is a thrilling demonstration of man's love of fair play. For examples of modern-day efforts on behalf of justice, be sure to hear Indictment over most of these same stations today. It's yours for the listening right after the news, which follows immediately on most of these same stations.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Miss Nancy Kelly and Miss Kathy Lewis in Dark Journey, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Nancy Kelly and Kathy Lewis in the premiere of Lucille Fletcher's radio play for two actresses, Dark Journey. Tonight's study in
Suspense.
going on a journey. I am going to see Anne Brodie again after 15 years. When the news came yesterday, terrible as it was as though a shadow had lifted from my life. A secret horror that I could never quite forget. I have been afraid of Anne Brodie now for 15 years. But there is no need to be afraid of her anymore. Anne's secret has been locked in my heart together with all shameful, horrible things. Yet I've never gone on a journey like this one but what it comes back. There have been times when I couldn't bear the whistle of a train flung out long and mournful over the lonely countryside. I couldn't bear the smell of a day coach, the feel of the plush seats, the rattle and bustle. Only because everything came back. Every detail of that long and terrible weekend we spent together 15 years ago.
Oh, Alice. Alice, we're off.
Thank goodness.
I don't think anybody saw us, do you?
No. Only old Mr. Hodges, the station master, and he's no gossip.
I wouldn't want anybody to know. Not that I care, but you know how the tongues wag in this town.
Well, it's much better to be perfectly sure of your plans before you pass the word around. Then if you and Clyde don't settle things, well, nobody will be any the wiser.
If we don't settle things, well, there's no if about it. But Clyde and I are practically engaged.
Did you get his letter yet about us coming to New York?
Uh-huh.
Well, for goodness sake, why didn't you tell me? What'd he say?
Oh, nothing much. He's no letter writer, just that he was glad and that he's been busy, and he's going to call us at the hotel.
Oh? He can't meet us at the train?
No. It seems it's his mother's birthday, and he'd promised to take her to lunch in town. We'll be getting in just around that time. He's terribly devoted to her, you know, has been ever since his father died.
Oh, I see. You're very much in love with him, aren't you, Anne?
Terribly.
Yet you really see him so little. How long has it been now? 3 months?
3 months and 6 days. But it doesn't really matter.
No.
I know Clyde loves me and I love him. There's a bond between us, and nothing will ever break it.
Well, as long as you feel that way, it's a wonderful way to feel. But I don't think you ought to let it drag on like this much longer, Anne. I really don't.
Oh, don't worry. We'll settle it this time once and for all. You'll see. When we get on this train again, I'll be wearing his engagement ring on my finger.
Oh, doesn't anybody ever open a hotel window?
3 o'clock. Thought he'd have called me by now.
No, he's probably tied up with his mother. Come on, let's go down to the drugstore and have a sandwich. Aren't you just starved?
No, I don't feel hungry. You go, though. I'll wait.
Oh, come on. The clerk will take the message for you.
No, I want to be here myself.
Well, why don't you call him?
I can't if he's at a restaurant.
Well, maybe he didn't go. Maybe he's home, sick, or at the office.
No, it wouldn't look right. He's got to call me. I don't know why he doesn't.
I don't know why either. In fact, why couldn't we all have had lunch together at that restaurant? I mean, he's not exactly poor, is he? Don't you want to take a bus ride or see the sights or anything?
Later, Alice, after he's called. Hello? Yes? Oh, yes, this is Miss Anne Brodie. What? He left a message. Oh. Thank you.
What is it?
He stopped by and left a message. He has a previous engagement. A previous engagement when he knew I was coming to New York this weekend only to see him.
Well, maybe it was something he couldn't get out of, maybe on account of his mother's
But he already gave her today. And after all he knew I was coming, he knew I'd want to be with him every possible minute.
Well, maybe that's the trouble, Anne. Maybe he doesn't want to be pinned down. Maybe you expect too much.
That he was right here in the hotel and he didn't even... Oh, he's grown away from me. He's not mine anymore. Alice, you know what Clyde has meant to me these 3 years, how I've lived for him and worshipped him. It's just as though my world has been cut away. It's like having a lump of ice for a heart. Alice, Clyde is my heart. Oh, I've got to see him. I've got to tell him.
Oh, Anne, dear, wouldn't you like to lie down?
No, I can't lie down. I'm going to sit here in this chair by the window. I wish you'd go, Alice. I want to be quiet and think about him.
Anne, I wouldn't.
Something's happened to him. There's some barrier. I've got to wish it away, to break it down.
What are you talking
I can do it, you know. Anne, please go. Please.
Don't tell me it's 9 o'clock. I didn't mean to sleep so late. We better get up and get breakfast.
Alice, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? He hasn't called me. I haven't slept.
Why don't you call him, Anne? Call him and have it out with him once and for all.
No, I couldn't.
Well, maybe there's something bothering him. Maybe it's some family situation. After all, his mother didn't have lunch with you yesterday. Maybe there was a reason.
What reason could there be except that she didn't want to meet me? She doesn't want him to marry anybody. She wants him all to herself.
Well, isn't that enough to upset any fellow? Oh, come on. We'll get to the bottom of this thing. What's his number? I'll get it for you.
I haven't his number. I never called him at home. But his address is 3254 Sunset Drive, Riverdale, New York.
3254 Sunset Drive, Riverdale, New York. Hello. Hello, operator. This is room 351. We want to put in a call to Riverdale, New York. 3254 Sunset Drive, Riverdale, New York. The name is Dexter. Mr. Clyde Dexter. Will you get it for us, please?
What did she say?
She's looking it up. There it is. She's ringing. Here, you better take it now.
Oh, no. No, just 1 minute. 1 minute. Let me get my breath. Let me think of what I'm going to say. Hello? Is this the Dexter residence? This is Miss Ann Brody speaking. I wonder if I might speak to Mr. Clyde Dexter, please. Thank you. Clyde? Oh, Clyde, this is Anne. Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Oh, Clyde, I've been waiting here at the hotel for you to call, and Alice and I have to spend the morning out, and we thought we'd better let you know we wouldn't be in just in case you wanted... Oh, yes, Clyde, I know you said you had a previous engagement, but I thought... Well, you see, Clyde, I'm only going to be here today, and we get to see each other so little, I was wondering... What's that, Clyde? Yes? Yes? Well, no, I didn't. What did you say, Clyde? I didn't understand. You're what? You're... Oh, Clyde. Oh, Clyde, it's not true. It can't be. But, Clyde, But, Clyde, you can't do this to me. I've considered myself engaged to you.
Anne, give me that phone.
No. Oh, no, I just want to say goodbye to him, please.
No. Anne, don't look that way. What did he say?
He told me he's engaged to marry a New York girl this September.
Oh, Anne. Well, he just isn't worthy of you. He couldn't have been if he treats you like this now.
I love him. I love him. I'll love him till the day I die.
Anne, I'm sorry.
Oh, please, Alice, please, don't talk. Don't come near me or go away, will you, just for a little while?
Oh, no, I won't leave you. I can't leave you when you look like that.
Go away, I said. How do you hear me? Go away. I want to be alone. I want you to go away. I have work to do.
Work to do?
I'm going to will him to come back to me. I'm going to make him come to this hotel through heaven and hell, and they're dragging him away from me.
Oh, Anne.
I can do it. I've done it before. I've made him write to me. I've made him call me up out of a clear sky after months and months. I willed him to speak to me the very first time I saw him when he was just a stranger. I willed him to give me his fraternity pin last year at the spring dance, and I can do it. I can do it. If only I try hard enough, and if you're absolutely quiet. Clyde, Clyde. Oh, it's no use. He's too far away. I'll have to come closer to him. We're going out.
Going out? Where to?
To Riverdale.
Riverdale?
I want to look at his house to see where he lives. There's something there. Someone who's holding him back.
Anne, let's go back to Denford. Let's take a train tonight, any train, and get out of here for good.
No, I can't go home. I told you that before. I can't until I have his engagement ring on my finger.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Nancy Kelly and Kathy Lewis in Dark Journey by Lucille Fletcher. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines with a little domestic drama. It's happened to you before and will happen again. You're relaxed in your easy chair, coat off, contentedly reading your evening paper. Your wife is probably tidying up after dinner. The doorbell rings. Sure enough, it's guests who just dropped in. Now, famed hostess Elsa Maxwell tells us how she handles these surprise visits. She says, I always keep Roma California Sherry on hand to welcome unexpected guests. Serving Roma Sherry is so simple, you just pour and hospitality reigns. And because Roma is America's favorite wine, you know your guests will enjoy it. Yes, there's no easier way to gain a reputation for gracious hospitality than by keeping Roma Sherry ready for guests. And Roma, America's taste favorite, the wine more Americans prefer, costs no more than ordinary wines. So make a note to get mellow, golden amber Roma Sherry tomorrow. Once you try the tempting fragrance and intriguing nut-like taste of Roma Sherry, you'll always ask for Roma. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Kathy Lewis as Alice and Nancy Kelly as Anne in Dark Journey, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I don't think we ought to be wandering around here like this. There might be strange men.
Here's the street, Sunset Drive, and there's the house. I've seen pictures of it. I'd know it anywhere. Anywhere.
Oh, Anne, please. This is doing you no good.
Oh, hush. I've dreamed about that house, dreamed of myself and him living in it together. I've dreamed of our children playing on that lawn and the sound of music inside and our car standing outside.
But it wouldn't mean a thing to you, Anne, if Clyde didn't love you.
I've dreamed of the years we'd spend together. Why, I even named the children. Clyde Jr. and Peter and Charlotte. That's his mother's name. I never liked it, but I was going to call one child that just to please him. And now, what have I got? Nothing. Nothing. It's gone.
Come on with me, Anne.
Oh, there's a light going on upstairs. Do you suppose it's his room? I wonder if he's home. Clyde. Think of me. Come back to me. Oh, love me, Clyde. Love me. Love me.
Don't, Anne, don't. Somebody might hear you.
There's a shadow at the window. Oh, it's Clyde. Oh, no. No, it's someone else. It's a woman. A gray-haired woman. Oh, it's his mother, Alice. Clyde's mother.
I don't think he's home, Anne. Let's go back to the hotel.
No, I want to see her. I've heard so much about her. She always turned her nose up at me. He never admitted it, but I knew. He was the only son, and she thought there wasn't anybody good enough, and he was always under her influence, just believed everything she said. I could tell the way he talked. It was always Mother says this and Mother says that. I bet it was she who turned him against me, who picked out that New York girl.
Oh, Anne, please, come on. You're just tearing your heart out.
He's up in his room now. She's straightening his things. She's happy up there. She doesn't care that she's made me miserable. Oh, I can feel it now, Alice. I can feel the barrier in my heart.
Shh, something's coming. Let's go.
We're doing no harm. We can stare, can't we, if we wish? Come on. Come on, we'll walk past the house. We'll defy her. We'll go up and ring the bell, and then when she comes down to answer it, we'll ask, is Mrs. Clyde Dexter at home? And then when she asks us who we mean, we'll laugh at her face.
Oh, Anne, you're just beside
yes,
yourself.
Yes, I am beside myself because I feel it, Alice. He's lost to me as long as she's up there. Oh, I can stand here, out here under the trees, trying to reach him with every bit of soul I possess, but as long as she's there, as long as she's alive, he'll never be mine again.
Anne, this is terrible. You've got to pull yourself together and get some rest. You've been sitting in that chair now for 3 hours.
Please, don't talk. Just let me alone.
You're working on that willpower thing still, aren't you, Anne? And it makes me awfully nervous.
Be quiet. It's coming. Something's coming. Something's going to happen. I feel it all around me.
I'm going to get a doctor if you don't stop.
I feel it. I feel something.
You're just as white as a sheet. You're shaking all over. I absolutely refuse to let this go on. Do you hear? Now, you get into bed.
No.
Let me take off your shoes.
No, leave me alone. It's as though there were a big lump being moved off my heart. As though the ice inside me were going. As though I could cry at last. Oh, it's happened. Oh, thank you, God. Thank you. All right. I'll lie down now. I'll go to sleep.
If you could sleep, you'd feel better. If you just relax.
I've done it, Alice. You'll see. He'll be here in the morning.
You lie down now.
There he is. Didn't I tell you? There's Clyde now. Hello? Yes. Yes, this is room 351. Yes, this is Ann Brody speaking. Yes. It's Riverdale calling. Riverdale. Clyde? She didn't say. Oh. Hello? Yes? Yes, I'm Ann Brody. Why, yes, I'm a friend of Mr. Clyde Dexter. Who did you say this is, please? The police.
The police?
Oh, something hasn't happened to Mr. Dexter, has it? Oh. What? Yes. Yes, my friend and I were out to the house late this afternoon, around 6 o'clock. Well, yes, I did wear a white hat and a green dress, and she... Oh, but we took the subway, the White Plains Express, on the Interborough line from our hotel. We came back around 7. We just walked past the house 2 or 3 times, but... Well, what's the matter? Why are you asking me these questions? No, I haven't seen them. What?
Give me the phone, Anne. Let me speak to them. You're in no condition
to...
Keep
away. You know what they're saying, do you? That Clyde's mother has been murdered.
What?
Oh, no. No, I haven't. Yes? No, we didn't. We just came right home. We didn't even ring the bell. Is Mr. Dexter there with you? I see. Well, I'd like to speak to him, please, when he gets through. Will you ask him to call me? Yes. We'll stay here in the room.
Oh, Anne.
It was a hammer. At 8 o'clock tonight. She was struck from behind by an unknown assailant.
Oh, how awful. Well, why did the police call us? What have we got to do with it?
Clyde was home when we walked by the house. He saw us standing there. I'm going to tell him, Alice. I'm going to tell him the truth.
Truth? What truth?
There's always been that power inside me. I've known I had it, and sometimes it frightened me. Things have happened. I've been afraid sometimes to use it, afraid it would turn against me. And tonight it did turn against me.
Anne, what do you mean?
By an unknown assailant. Murdered by an unknown assailant. You know who that assailant was? It was me.
Anne, are you crazy? You were up here in the room every minute.
I was up here in the room, but I was wishing she were dead. I was willing him to come to me. I was trying to destroy the barrier.
Surely you can't believe that, Anne. It was only a coincidence, a terrible coincidence.
I was trying to bring him back, to touch his heart, but the power didn't touch his heart. His heart's like steel against me. It struck his heart and glanced off and struck her dead.
Anne, please, you're talking like a
But
lunatic.
you don't understand. People like you can understand. People like you... But there's violence to will. To store it up takes years. To send it out of yourself is like sending a powerful hand with fingers.
Will can't kill somebody, Anne. Not pure will. The body is one thing, the mind's another. Mrs. Dexter is physically dead. Her heart stopped beating. There was a blow. Somebody real, somebody human did that.
She was struck from behind. She was alone in the house. They said the doors were locked. She had no enemies. It came out of nothing, and it went away again. Oh, I never dreamed. I didn't want it to happen that way, but it's getting beyond me. It's assuming forms and accomplishing ends I don't plan. It's turning against me, Alice. Turning against me.
Do you think a police court will believe you? You'll only confuse the testimony. You'll only hurt Clyde. Oh, Will, you talk about the power of your will. Did you have any real power these last 2 days? Did it bring Clyde to this hotel? Did it make him love you or even call you up?
Yes. Don't you touch him. I won't let you speak to him. Get away from that phone, Alice.
Do you want to get us in trouble? Do you want us to go to jail and spend weeks in court? He'd put you there. He wouldn't care.
Get away from that phone, Alice.
I don't believe you, do you hear? I think you're mad. You're mad as a hatter.
Get away from that phone.
No! Anne, you'll ruin your life. You'll fall into suspicion, and people will always think you had something really to do with it. You'll end up in an asylum. The whole world will know he jilted you. What are you going to say to him? He must be half beside himself as it is. He'll never believe you. What?
All right. Thank you, Alice. You see? It is there, isn't it? I made you do what I wanted. And I can make anyone. Hello? Hello, Clyde. Oh, Clyde, darling, I just heard the terrible news. How terrible for you. I'm so sorry. Yes, Alice and I were out there this afternoon. We came by to say hello, but we got cold feet and came home. Oh, no, Clyde. No, we didn't. Not a soul. Oh, yes, my darling. I understand how terribly broken up, and my heart goes out to you. Oh, I will, Clyde, dearest. I will. I'll be right over. I'll help you in any way I know. Goodbye, Clyde.
Anne, you didn't tell him. You're not going to tell him at all.
No. Why should I? He's mine now.
And so Anne Brodie walked out of my life. Walked from me wrapped in her new and terrible strangeness. Somehow I didn't want to play any part in her life again. I didn't go to her wedding when she and Clyde were married 1 year later. To me, there would have been something evil in hearing her voice repeat the sacred words.
I, Anne, take thee, Clyde.
There has been for me a nameless horror in the slow, steady way Anne Brodie fulfilled her plans. The house in Riverdale, the car, the 3 children, Peter, Clyde Jr., and Charlotte. Her happiness, her triumphant motherhood have somehow been hideous to me. I've never heard a train whistle crying through the dawn but what I've thought of her and shuddered. I have been afraid of Anne Brody now for 15 years. Today, I know I've been a fool. Today, I know that it was a real murderer who murdered Mrs. Dexter with a hammer from the service porch. Today, I'm going on a journey to Riverdale. I am going to see Anne Brody again, lying will-less and struck down in her coffin, lying innocent and pathetic, lying murdered. Not will, nor nameless monsters of the mind could save her from the truth at last. Yesterday afternoon, the weak, long-brooding creature who could not brook domination from mother or wife flung pent-up death against the mistress of his will. Yesterday afternoon, Clyde Dexter struck again.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines with a tip on how to win praise and increase dining pleasure. Today, millions of clever homemakers are enjoying dinner table compliments by giving everyday dishes tempting new meal appeal. Here's the secret. A glass of red Roma California Burgundy at each place. Try it yourself. Serve robust Roma Burgundy with tomorrow night's piping hot, savory pot roast, tender, juicy steak, or baked fish. Roma Burgundy brings out tasty new flavorfulness from every morsel, wins grateful compliments for your cooking. And notice how the warm, glowing redness of Roma Burgundy adds richness and beauty to your table. Yet, the gracious custom of serving Roma, America's favorite wine, is as inexpensive as it is delightful. Enjoy exciting new dining pleasure tomorrow with delicious Roma Burgundy. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Nancy Kelly. I'm sure you want to hear next Thursday's Suspense when Joseph Cotton will star as a famous New York criminal lawyer in one of the best-known suspense stories of our time, Ben Hecht's Crime Without Passion. Thank you.
Nancy Kelly will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Follow That Woman. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Joseph Cotton as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your area remains on standard time, tune in Suspense 1 hour earlier. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Richard Widmark in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a man who tried to learn a lesson the hard way. He bet his life on the turn of a card. It's called The Card Game. Our star, Mr. Richard Widmark.
This is Harlow Wilcox with the $100,000 question. Have you signed up in the Autolite family charity drawing? If so, you may be one of the 25 persons selected to name your favorite church, hospital, school, or other recognized local or national charity to receive a big share of $100,000. To enter is simple. Listen to this on-the-spot interview in Bronxville, New York.
May I have your name, please?
Yes, I'm Mrs. William Keith.
I understand that you've signed up for the Autolite family charity drawing. Is that right?
That is right.
When you signed up, was there any trouble to it?
None whatsoever. I just signed my name and address.
And no obligation?
No obligation.
Well, that's fine, and may I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
So, friends, sign up tomorrow at any or all of these Autolite family car dealer showrooms. DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Not much time left, so don't wait.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed Mr. Richard Widmark in The Card Game, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
That $5?
Yeah, that's $5.
Me with a little pair of ducks. I'm out.
Too much for you, eh?
Too much.
What do you say?
I'm taken. I thought.
After you, Regan.
And 5 more.
Betting into my pair of eights, Regan. Well, your funeral. I'll see you raise. I raise you another 5.
Call you.
Triplets, Regan. 3 eights.
Yeah, beats me, Larry.
Another day, another dollar.
See what happens.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Be right back.
You want his hand?
Yeah, I'm in. All right, Regan.
Huh?
Just a minute. Yeah, that was kind of tough on you, betting into my 3 eights with a lousy pair of queens.
It was a good pair of queens, just not good enough.
Yeah. Well, that's the way the game goes, eh?
I know how the game goes, Larry. Don't look so sad for me. I'll win it back.
Sure you will. Sure you will. You weren't thinking of quitting for the night, were you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was, yeah.
I thought you wanted to play poker.
I did, but I'm broke. That's enough.
You're a real two-bit player, aren't you? Walk in here with $60, $70 and figure you'll take us. You ain't ever going to take no one, Regan. You're just a cheap little two-bit chiseling player.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. I'm going to get lucky some night, then I'm going to clean up on a game.
Sure. Now you go home and dream about it, kid. But what's going to happen to you is just what happens to all cheap boys. You're not a big-time gambler. You're just a two-bit chiseler. And don't come back here for a game anymore. We don't like the way you play.
I knew a man in Bayonne once. He started out flipping dimes in the morning, and by midnight he'd been in one crap game and one card game, and he had $75,000. But me, it hasn't happened yet. But someday it will. But the baby's due in a couple of weeks, Jenny. You shouldn't be working.
I called your office this morning. They told me you quit 2 days ago. 6 jobs in 6 months, Chick.
Well, I didn't want to worry you, Jenny. I guess I'm just not cut out to be a real estate salesman, but you don't have to go to work, honey.
Yes, I do. I have a very special reason. We haven't got any money.
I'll pay the rent, Jenny.
How?
Well, I can't lose forever.
Chick.
Look, Jenny, if I can just get a stake, I mean a good stake, and get in the right game, I know our luck will change.
You've got to change, Chick. I thought I could change you once. I even thought you were changing when you told me you'd take a real job and all, but it's no use. You're a gambler. You always will be. Always waiting for change of luck. There's just no cure for you.
Oh, honey, we've had better days, lots better days. Don't say things like that.
Don't you see, no matter what you win or lose, it won't make any difference? You'll always be wanting a bigger stake, a better game.
Look, I knew a man from Bayonne
I know.
once.
$75,000 in 1 day. What do you suppose that $75,000 meant to him? When he had it, it was just another stake.
Well, let's not argue about it, Jenny.
No, I don't want to argue anymore, Chick. I know it's hopeless. So hopeless that I'm going to divorce you.
Jenny.
No. Don't put your arms around me, please.
Honey, I just couldn't make it without you.
You'll have to, Chick. I mean it.
But, Jenny, what do you
think? I
think?
have to leave pretty soon. When I come back, I hope you'll have your things packed and moved out of here.
Well, look, suppose I got another job. Would that help?
Would it cure you?
Sure it would. If it's a good job where I could make some money.
Honestly?
Sure.
Or would you take the first paycheck and go out and get into a poker game like you did last night?
Oh, that's just it. If I can get enough money to get into the right kind of a game, I can make things all right, darling. You wouldn't have to work or worry about anything.
Chick, I can't do that. That's why I'm asking you to leave.
But you've gone along with me all this time.
Yes, hoping all this time. But now things are different. We're going to have a baby, Chick. Don't you understand? We can't go on this way. You've got to get a job and keep it and stop gambling.
I'll get us a house, Jen, and some money, and, well, I've got to have a change of luck.
Change of luck. Oh, Chick.
Jenny. Jenny! I'm right. All I need is a little luck, and I can make it all in one night instead of working 40 years. Tonight, I can make it before Jen leaves me. I know I can. If I can just get in the right game. If I can just figure a way of getting into the right game.
Always like to make clothes for you, Mr. Regan. No trouble at all with the fitting.
Yeah.
So I have some nice wosteds and some imported flannels if you'd like to order some today.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't have the time today, but I'll get in as soon as I can. How much do I owe you for the suit?
It's gone up a little since you were in, Mr. Regan. $300 in tax.
All right, just send me the bill.
Sure.
Say, do you still drive that fancy sports car you bought in Europe?
Oh, yes. Once you get used to one of those things, you don't want to drive anything else.
Yeah, I guess that's so. How much to set you back?
$12,000.
Wow. Well, at the prices you charge for a suit, it shouldn't be too much of a jolt.
I have overhead, Mr. Regan. Terrible overhead. My tailors come pretty high. $200 a week for a master tailor.
All right. Well, I'd like to borrow your car, Walshy. Now, how long have I been getting clothes from you?
Well, off and on, 10 years, I guess.
Well, then don't look at me as though we just met this afternoon. I'd like to borrow the car for the night. A favor.
Of course, Mr. Regan. Here, it's out front.
Thanks a lot.
You're thinking of buying a car just like it, and you want to try it out. That's it, isn't it?
Well, let's let it stand that way.
When will you be back?
Tomorrow morning, okay?
Anytime's fine. Wait a minute, Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
I've got to tell you what's on my mind.
What's that?
Well, first, I'll tell you that you'd be surprised the four-flushers I've got on my books who couldn't pay $30 for a suit, let alone $300. I'm remembering that you've always paid me, cash. But I haven't seen you in a year, and today you came in and asked me to send you a bill. No, I'm not worried about that.
Well, you're worried about something.
Like I said, it's been a year, and I've heard that things haven't gone so well with you lately, and I'm wondering if the suit and car may have something to do with it. Mr. Regan, you wouldn't do anything foolish, would you?
Walshy, I'll tell you something. Now, you know that there are some people who are impressed by expensive clothes and fancy cars and all that stuff. And sometimes it's a good idea to impress them. Now, tell me, does that sound foolish? The first step. The next was to sit down and figure how do you get into a big game with no dough. That one I couldn't figure. I had an idea, but I had to find out if it'd work or not. I knew one thing. If you want to win big, you have to take chances. And I took one when I walked into the bar.
Mr. Regan.
Hello, Harry.
Well, like old times. What'll it be, Mr. Regan?
Well, let's try your scotch.
Sure. Haven't seen you around for a long time, Mr. Regan.
I've been out of town, Harry.
Vegas?
Yeah, Vegas.
Where's your suntan?
I stayed indoors.
I guess you did. Water, soda, what?
Just like that, that's fine.
That's smart. Only way to take it.
Sando's doing all right here, huh?
In every department. Out front and behind the front. You gonna play a little tonight, huh?
No, I don't think so, Harry. Just stop by for a drink.
Uh-huh.
What?
You know about the big game Santo has every night? Real big.
Yeah, I've heard something about it, sure.
Were you trying to kid?
What?
You never in all your life ever came into a joint like this just for a drink. You're a gambler, Mr. Regan, and there's no cure for it.
Well, hello, Harry.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Santo.
Chick Regan, isn't it?
That's right.
The doorman pointed you out. He raved about your car. Pretty nice thing to get around in.
I like it, Jim.
Hey, now I remember.
You do?
Yeah. You was pit boss for me in one of my places. You used to call me Mr. Santo.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, let's say I've changed, Jim.
Okay, let's say that.
Buy you one?
No, thanks.
So, fill this up again, will you, Harry?
Sure.
Anything wrong?
Yeah, just wondering about you.
Uh-huh. Well, why don't you wander somewhere else?
Real cocky these days, huh, kiddo? That's all right. I like that. Means you got dough. Say, Chick, the crowds play back in there behind those curtains, but upstairs I have something else going, something special.
Yeah?
Here you are.
Thank you.
Now, we could use another player. How you like to come to my office and try it out?
Try out what? What are you talking about?
A good game for some real fodder. No limit.
You inviting me?
I'm inviting you.
Sorry, I just dropped by for a drink.
Well, have it and then come on up.
No, I didn't bring any money. Thanks just the same.
Well, your IOU is all right with me, kiddo. I know you're good for it.
How do you know that?
Well, you've been in the business a long time. You know what happens to a guy who can't pay his way.
When do you begin?
Right away.
Let's go.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Richard Widmark in The Card Game. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
And now, in connection with the Autolite family charity drawing, here's another actual interview as recorded in Greenwich, Connecticut.
How do you do, sir, and may I have your name?
Michael Spazzano.
I understand that you just signed up for the Autolite family charity drawing. Is that right?
That's right, sir, I have.
And why did you sign up?
Well, our local schools need an addition, and if my name is picked, I'll designate them.
I think that's wonderful, and the best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Why don't you help your favorite local or national charity, too? It won't cost you a cent, and you have an opportunity to be among the 25 persons selected. Remember, there's nothing to try or buy, nothing to write or solve. All you do is visit any Autolite family car dealer showroom and fill out a registration form. Your entry may be worth many thousands of dollars to your local church, hospital, or other pet local or national charity. So why not visit one of these car dealers, DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. There's not much time left, so sign up tomorrow.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Richard Widmark in Elliot Lewis's presentation of The Card Game, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It's simple. All you need is the right night, the right game, and the right cards. Then you sit down and you remember everything you ever learned in every little two-bit game you've ever played. And you do it all just right. And when you're finished, you're on your feet once and for all. You've got a pile. And then you give it up. Yeah, that's the way to be cured. But you don't know that's why I came here tonight, do you, Santo?
You don't know anything.
All right, spread that deck out there. Let's see who deals.
Come on. I'll introduce you to the boys.
Fine, sure.
Boys. Hey. This is Chick Regan.
All right.
Hi.
Bill Archer, Chick.
Hello, Bill.
Hi. Lou Humboldt.
Lou.
Hi.
Well, make yourself comfortable, Chick.
Thank you.
That's nice to have some fresh blood in the game.
Yeah. Take a card.
Oh, sure. Queen.
3.
10.
Well, what do you know? Ace.
You deal?
Oh, here you are, Chick. That's $10,000 worth of chips. Too steep?
No, fine.
All right. Ante up. Well, good luck, everybody.
That's how I got here. That's how I got into this. That's why now I look into different faces from the games I'm used to. These guys aren't kidding. They're cold about it. Hard. But if my luck changes, I'll be in business. I'll have everything we ever wanted in all our lives. I'll take it to her, and I'll show her, and I'll say, Jenny, here it is. I won't gamble anymore. I'll beat them all, Jenny. All I need is one hand. Just that one hand to get me going.
Let's stop it.
1,000.
1,000? Okay for me.
1,000? 1,000 more.
Kind of frisky tonight, aren't you?
You gonna stay in?
I mean, your 1,000 and 1,000 more. Here we go again. 6. Queen. Ace.
Bullet for you, Chick.
Yeah.
I get a king. Ace bets.
Let me check my hole card. $500.
I see another.
I will, too.
You can fight it out yourselves.
Everybody else out? Okay, here we go. 10 with the queen. Another ace with the ace.
About that.
How do you like that guy's run?
Well, what do you know? A king with my king. Bet the aces?
1,000.
Your vases and a pair of kings showing. I gave up a long time ago.
Jim?
With a pair of kings, I have to see one more card. 10 for you. Jack for me. You still bet?
10,000.
He really means it.
10, huh?
10.
Take it.
I'm winning. It's beginning to happen just the way I hoped it'd happen. There's nothing that can stop me now. I'll beat them all right off their feet, because the cards are coming to me. And they can't do anything about it.
In? You in?
Yeah.
I'm in.
Me, too. You're called.
Pretty aces, pretty jacks.
2 pair, huh?
Yeah.
It's too lucky for me.
I might have known.
What do you say, Chick?
I've got 3 queens, Jim.
Let's see him. 3 pots in a row, Chick. You got the whammy on me or something, huh?
Just luck.
Take your money.
Yeah, sure.
Harry. Harry! Bring us a new deck. This Regan's getting too lucky.
That's right. Santo. Get good and sore. Fumble around the rest of the night if you want to. It's okay with me. Because the sorer you get, the better off I'll be. And the better it'll be for my wife and my kid. So keep getting sore. I like it, Mr. Santo. I like it.
Good beat.
What time you got?
5:30.
What do you say? Shall we call it a night?
I'm all for it.
How about one more round? Chick here's been awfully lucky. I'd like another crack at him. Okay, Chick? Or do you want to cash in?
I'll play one more.
I kind of thought you'd rather walk out.
You thought wrong. I'm winning.
That's right, kiddo. You're winning.
Not me. I've dropped 13. I've had it for tonight.
Me too.
You hear that? They don't want to play anymore.
Well, in that case, I guess
how you like to double that pot?
Sure. I'll drop in tomorrow.
Right now. How much you got there?
42,000.
I'll cut you. High card, take all.
Look, Jim, why don't you...
Why don't you shut up? There you are, Chick. All or nothing. High card.
You don't have to do
Let
it.
him make up his own mind. You know, I had an idea he came in here tonight to see how far he could go. I don't know exactly what he had in mind, but he's always been a two-bit player. I still think he is. And I might be wrong, but I want to find out. Are you a two-bit player, Regan?
Put your chips out, Jim.
Okay. Pick a card.
You first.
Sure. 8. Beat it.
3.
Well, that's tough. That's tough. You play all night till you build up a nice haul, and it all goes on one card. That's tough, Chick. But better luck next time. And look, you ain't a two-bit player. No hard feelings.
No. I'm not even a one-bit player, Jim.
Huh?
My IOU's no good.
Well, but that car of yours...
It isn't my car. I haven't got a dime, Santo. I've been playing with your money all night.
And you was going to walk out of here with it, huh?
Yeah.
You hear that?
I heard.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chick. You knew what you was doing. Harry, get the door.
I don't want to remember what they did to me. But I'm going to as much as I can. I woke up in the morning. I was lying in a ditch next to a highway outside of town. No one would give me a lift because of the way I looked. But somehow I got home. And Jenny was gone. And that's really what finished it for me. They'd taken her to the hospital while I was with Santo. And Jenny had our baby. Jenny, darling.
Chick, what happened to you?
I'm all right, honey. But what about you?
I told you I'm fine. And our baby boy's fine, but your face. Who did this to you? Who were they?
Some people I tried to steal from, Jenny.
What?
I got in that one game I've always been talking about. I had it. I had it all for us. Enough for a house and enough for the kid. You were right, honey. It was just another stake so I could try for something bigger. I lost it all, Jenny. And I lost it while you were here having the baby.
Chick.
But I learned my lesson. This time I'm cured. No more gambling.
Chick, are you sure?
I'm sure, darling. Will you take me back?
Yes, darling.
Then I won, didn't I?
Yes, darling.
You won.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Richard Widmark.
This is Harlow Wilcox reminding you that there's only a few days left to sign up for the Autolite Family Charity Drawing. Only a few days left to name your favorite local or national recognized charity to receive thousands of dollars in cash. To enter the drawing is as simple as this. Listen to an interview recorded in Elizabeth, New Jersey.
This gentleman just signed for the drawing here at Murphy Brothers. May I have your name, sir?
John Grenade.
When you entered, just what did you have to do?
All I did was sign my name and the address.
Did you have to buy anything or try anything?
Not a thing. Just fill out a form.
Well, thank you very much and the best of luck.
You're welcome.
So don't wait any longer to sign up in the Autolite Family Charity Drawing. You may be one of 25 persons selected, and you may have the great satisfaction of designating your favorite charity to receive a big share in $100,000. Visit any or all of these car dealers, DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Do it tomorrow, sure.
Next week, the true story of a man who alone was responsible for most of the methods of police detection in use today. It's called the Bertillon method. Our star, Mr. Charles Boyer. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The card game was written for Suspense by E. Jack Newman. In tonight's story, Kathy Lewis was heard as Jenny. Featured in the cast were Jay Novello, Hy Averback, Clayton Post, Eddie Fields, Lou Krugman, and Joe Granby.
Richard Widmark may currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox production Hell and High Water in CinemaScope and Technicolor.
And remember next week, Mr. Charles Boyer in the Bertillon method.
This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you James Mason and Pamela Colino in Agatha Christie's Where There's a Will, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, have you ever been in a dilemma? I mean, in a fix, like having to get started in a hurry and your motor won't turn over? Well, what you need is an Autolite Stay Full battery, that dandy dynamic battery you can definitely depend on. Why, by Cornelius, an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. You can say bravura for that Aqua Pura. Plenty of extra liquid reserve. Yes, sirree. And it has extra plates in every cell. That means longer life and stronger life. What's more, those plates are protected against loss by fiberglass insulation. I can't say enough about Autolite Stay Full batteries, those marvelous marvels with more liquid reserve than Hollywood has stars. So get wise, get an Autolite Stay Full. Remember, you're right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents James Mason and Pamela Colino in A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
And now, Mr. Jepson, you really must let me make you a whiskey and soda. I have some excellent scotch.
Never mind that, Ridgway. I've come to find out when you can raise 10,000 pounds.
I see. Yes, I see. Well, Mr. Jepson, 10,000 pounds is a great deal of money.
It's what's needed to cover your notes.
Yes, that's right. But you know, Mr. Jepson, you might just let me write you one more IOU and try again.
Your luck's run out, Ridgway.
Well, I wasn't much of a gambler anyhow, was I? Perhaps it's just as well I've learned my lesson. How long, Mr. Jepson, would you say I have to raise the money?
4 weeks.
I see, 4 weeks. And if I should fail to raise the money? I see. Well, you make yourself very clear, Mr. Jepson. But then perhaps all's not lost. Mrs. Harter, my aunt, has had the foresight to draw up a new will making me her heir. The money was to go to her niece, my cousin Miriam, but now a new will's been drawn up. Aunt Mary finds me much more satisfactory than poor Miriam. The very spirit of solicitude I am, forever inquiring about her health, about her poor weak heart. 4 weeks. Is that right, Mr. Jepson?
That's right, Ridgway. Or else.
I see. Or else. That's when it began. That, plus the fortunate circumstance of the new will in my favor, decided me on my plan. Now, murder wouldn't look right. Nobody else living in the house but Aunt Mary and I, and Elizabeth, the maid. And since I would benefit by 40,000 pounds, no, murder would not look right. Besides, I was fond of Aunt Mary. Well, a day or so after Mr. Jepson's visit, there occurred to me a rather whimsical idea for a practical joke. The first thing was to determine the degree of weakness of Aunt Mary's weak heart, and so I arranged an appointment for her with Dr. Meynell, the heart specialist in Harley Street.
Just have a chair, Mr. Ridgway.
Thank you, Dr. Meynell.
Now, Mr. Ridgway, as you requested, I've gone over your Aunt Mrs. Harter thoroughly.
Yes?
And there is a heart weakness.
How dreadful.
But not terribly serious, Charles, Dr. Manell says.
But my poor dear Aunt Mary.
Dear Charles.
Naturally, you're shocked, Mr. Ridgway, but with the least care, she'll live to be 90, I should think. However, her mind must be kept well distracted.
Mind distracted?
Yes, distraction for the mind and no sudden shocks. That's most important. No sudden shocks.
I see. Well, thank you, Doctor.
Not at all. Out this way, my private exit. No use going through the waiting room again, eh? Well, good day, Mrs. Harter.
Good day, Doctor.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Oh, I say, Ridgway.
Yes?
I minimized your aunt's condition just a bit. Didn't want to alarm her. You, understand.
Yes, of course.
But what I said about no shocks, no frights, most important. A good fright might very well carry her off.
I see. I see. Well, thank you, Doctor. The next step was the radio. Aunt Mary must have a radio.
But, Charles, you know I don't care for newfangled things. We've got on quite well without a wireless. I don't see why we should have one now.
But don't you remember what Dr. Meynell said, Aunt Mary? The mind distracted, well distracted. Those were his very words. You know, I'm only thinking of your heart.
I know you are, dear Charles.
That's better, Aunt Mary. That's more like yourself.
You are a comfort to me, Charles.
Thank you, Aunt Mary. Now, about the radio.
But really,
Now. You really ought to trust my judgment. I'm a bit of an expert on radio, you know. Before the war, I even had a small sender station of my own. Some of the equipment's still in one of my boxes somewhere about. So you see, I know.
But the waves, Charles, the electric waves, they might affect me.
There's no more electricity about it than there is about an electric light. Radio waves aren't electric.
But, Charles, Well, I must say it makes a frightful noise.
Oh, we'll have it tuned in a minute. Here we are.
What is it?
It's Spanish, Auntie. Madrid propaganda.
attentats les plus ou moins monopolisés par Jules Monsard et ses
There's
copains.
France.
C'est donc
What do you think of
fort
that?
étonnant de
You
voir
can
les
tune in the whole world, the whole
confiés,
world. You see, Aunt Mary, radio waves converging from all over the world on this little box. From Madrid, Paris, New York, and beyond. Beyond! Who knows how far beyond?
Well, I must say, Charles, you're quite poetic about it.
Am I? Yes. Yes, I suppose I am. That was the first inkling I had that my little practical joke was going to be fun. The acting and coaxing poor dear Aunt Mary along bit by bit. Every evening she'd sit by the radio listening to the news on the BBC Home Service and the classical music on the third program. Then, one morning, I attached a wire into the radio while she was still in bed, ran it along under the carpet into the small anteroom of the sitting room where the radio stood, took the hand microphone left over from my amateur sending days and hooked it to the other end of the wire, and everything was all ready. That evening, I backed the car out of the garage and started off for my regular Wednesday evening of bridge. But I drove only a short way, then parked behind a hedge and walked back to the house. I let myself in the side door and went into the small room off the sitting room where Aunt Mary sat alone listening to the radio. It was the third program, a program of Beethoven. I opened the door the slightest crack. The moment had come, and I felt my heart beating with strange emotion. I saw in my mind's eye Aunt Mary and the dimly lit sitting room, and I almost felt the mood she must be feeling as she sat dreamily immersed in the shifting strains of music. I picked up the microphone and... Mary, can you hear me, Mary? This is Patrick.
What?
This is Patrick, your husband, speaking. From the other side. I am coming for you soon. Will you be ready, Mary?
Patrick.
Will you be ready, Mary?
Patrick!
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you James Mason and Pamela Collino in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap, I spent Washington's birthday telling my young nephew the story of George Washington. What a great man he was. How he always told the truth.
Well, that was nice, Harlow. This younger generation should know about George Washington.
And to illustrate, I told him how I always tell the truth about Autolite Stay Full batteries.
What?
Those marvelous, wonderful get-up-and-get batteries with the extra reserve of water. Why, son, I told him a camel is practically dehydrated compared to an Autolite Stay Full battery. Because an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
But, Harlow, you were telling your nephew about George...
Always tell the truth, I told him. Like I tell the people about the punchy power for peppy performance packed in an Autolite Stay Full battery because of that ample sample of H2O. Yes, by Cornelius, I told him an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. That extra liquid reserve means longer life and stronger life. I told him about the fiberglass insulation between plates that adds months to the life of an Autolite Stay Full battery.
Well, I'm sure the kid learned a lot about George Washington. But wait, here's Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage James Mason, who will be joined by his wife, Pamela Collino, in Where There's a Will, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
After I'd spoken with the voice of Aunt Mary's dead husband, I waited a moment. Then, very cautiously, I looked into the sitting room. Aunt Mary was sitting bolt upright, transfixed. Then a sob broke from her as she looked toward the radio, which was now innocently transmitting the BBC third program again. I had to bite my lips to keep from laughing. But Aunt Mary said nothing about her experience, so I was obliged, the 4th morning after that, at breakfast, to say casually, "Oh, I say, Aunt Mary."
Yes, Charles?
I was just wondering, last evening...
Yes, Charles?
Aunt Mary, who's that funny old boy up in the spare room? The picture, that is. You know, the picture over the mantelpiece, the old boy with the beaver and the side whiskers?
Well, really, Charles, your tone is most disrespectful.
I'm sorry.
It's your Uncle Patrick, Charles. My late husband.
Oh, I say, I'm sorry. I'd no idea. After all, I never did know him, Aunt Mary.
Very well, Charles.
You see, I wondered. It was queer.
Queer? What's queer? Are you trying to say something, Charles?
Oh, no, not really. It's nothing. Nothing that makes any sense, I mean.
I wish you would tell me what it was that made you ask me about the picture of your uncle.
Well, if you will have it, I fancied I saw him.
Saw him?
The man in the picture, I mean, looking out of the end window when I was coming up the drive last night.
What?
Yeah. And later on, I happened to drift into the spare room, and there was the picture up over the mantelpiece, the same man. It's all quite easy to explain, really. I expect subconscious and all that. I must have noticed the picture before without realizing it, and then just fancied the face in the window. Aunt Mary, is something the matter?
Charles, my husband's face. Did you see it in the end window?
Why, yes. Why?
Only that was Patrick's. Your late uncle's dressing room, Charles.
The very absurdity of the story I made poor Aunt Mary believe was the fun. The clever, roundabout way I played my role. The following Wednesday night, I pretended to go and play bridge again. I concealed myself in the room off the sitting room just as before, took up the microphone, and spoke from the other world in the same sepulchral tones. Mary, on Friday, I shall come for you. Friday at 9:30. At 9:30. Do not be afraid. There will be no pain. Be ready, Mary. When I came into her bedroom the next morning, Aunt Mary was speaking to Elizabeth in a most businesslike manner.
Now, here you are, Elizabeth. I want you to take this letter I've written.
Yes, ma'am.
I wrote it last evening. If anything should happen, Friday evening. You understand me?
Yes, ma'am. Friday evening? But that's my night out.
So it is, and you go right ahead. However, if anything shall have happened by the time you get back on Saturday, I want this letter delivered to Dr. Mayall.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the top left-hand drawer of my bureau. It's locked. The long key with a white label. Everything in the drawer is ready.
Ready, ma'am?
For my burial.
Oh, ma'am, why, what are you saying? I thought you was in a sight better health.
Never mind that, Elizabeth. Don't be maudlin.
Ma'am.
Elizabeth, did I ever tell you how much I've left you in my will?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Well, I can't seem to remember. It was £50 in the old will, but did I raise it to 100? Well, at any rate, I want you to have £100. I'll have to look into it. But if anything should happen before I do, then Mr. Charles will see to it.
Did I hear my name mentioned, dear Aunt Mary?
Oh, good morning, Charles. Yes, I was just saying to Elizabeth, I don't know if I've left her 50 or 100 pounds, but if anything should happen to me, it's to be 100 pounds.
Well, I must say, that's a gloomy thing to be thinking about.
Oh, Mr. Charles, sir, she's been carrying on most awful just now.
What's this?
That's enough, Elizabeth. You may go now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, now, just what in the world is all this about? Suppose you tell me just what's going to happen to dear Aunt Mary?
Charles, what do you plan to be doing Friday evening?
Friday evening? Well, as a matter of fact, the Ewings asked me to go in and play bridge. But if you'd rather I stayed at home...
No, Charles. Actually, I'd prefer to be alone.
Well, just as you wish.
You know, I think I'll have Mr. Hopkinson send me the will. I want to find out about the bequest to Elizabeth. It's either 50 or 100 pounds. The rest, dear Charles, of course, goes to you.
Yes, dear Aunt Mary. Whatever you say. Friday evening, I'd picked that night because I knew it was Elizabeth's night off, and I wanted to be sure there was no one about. Friday evening, at 8 o'clock, I drove away, waited for an hour to elapse, then slipped back into the house. I looked through the crack in the door and saw Aunt Mary sitting in the high-backed chair beside the radio. As I listened, the 9 o'clock news ended, and a program of music was about to begin. It was 9:15. 15 minutes till the appointed time for the arrival of the dead Patrick. This time, I did not touch the microphone. I went upstairs, opened a camphor chest of old clothes in the spare room, took a tube of spirit gum from my pocket, and bent forward intently in front of a mirror. Sharp on the instant of 9:30, there was a fumbling at the outer door of the house, and the front door slowly opened. And then there were slow, halting footsteps along the short hall to the sitting room, where an old woman waited. And then the sitting room door opened. The time has come, Mary.
Patrick, I'm ready.
My practical joke had worked to perfection. Aunt Mary's poor old heart couldn't stand the strain of seeing her dead husband, Patrick, arrive in person to carry her off into the spirit world. I stepped over the body, which had fallen dangerously near the burning fire in the grate. I took the poker and thrust some folds of paper that were lying in the ash into the fire to bring up a blaze, and in the blaze burned the false beard and side whiskers. I detached the wire fixed into the radio and took wire and microphone upstairs. I undressed and replaced Uncle Patrick's old-fashioned suit of clothes in the camphor chest in the spare room where I'd found it. Then I dressed again and went off to play bridge at the Ewings. 2 days later.
This was Mrs. Harter's residence. Oh, just a moment. It's Mr. Jepson, sir.
All right, I'll take it. You may go, Elizabeth.
Yes, sir.
Ridgway here. Anything wrong?
Not yet. I just wanted you to know that I read about it in the Daily Standard, Ridgway.
A pity about poor dear Aunt Mary, don't you think, Mr. Jepson?
A pity. And let me remind you, you have 1 week left.
I haven't forgotten. Once the newspapers announce my inheritance of £40,000, I'll have no difficulty borrowing. And then I'll pay up.
Good. Only remember this, Ridgway. You don't pay up and I send you to the same place you sent to your Aunt Mary. You understand? Or maybe it wouldn't be quite the same place, Ridgway, now that you've got murder on your soul. Understand?
I understand, Mr. Jepson. And then, that evening, Dr. Mennell came to the house.
I really did think you'd want to see this.
You say Elizabeth brought it to you?
Yes. She said it was one of Mrs. Harter's last requests that she do so.
As a matter of fact, I do seem to remember... Yes, and I do recall seeing her give Elizabeth some such envelope as that. You've read the contents?
That's what's queer. Here, suppose you have a look for yourself.
All right. Tonight, Wednesday, at 9:15, I have distinctly heard the voice of my dead husband. He told me that he would come for me on Friday night at 9:30. If I should die on that day and at that hour, I should like the facts made known so as to prove beyond question the possibility of communicating with the spirit world. Mary Harter.
What do you make of it?
I hardly know.
It's a coincidence, to say the least. She did die at nearly that very hour, 9:30 Friday night.
But I don't understand.
In the circumstances, an autopsy is desirable, you understand, purely as a matter of form.
Yes. Yes, of course. Why not? Of course, everything must be done according to form. What's the matter with you, Charles? Have you lost your sense of humor? Finally, 5 days later...
Mr. Hopkinson is here to see you, sir.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Ridgway. Frightful morning.
Mr. Hopkinson, about Mrs. Harter's, my aunt's Will?
I did not quite understand your insistent messages to me, Mr. Ridgway. You seem to be under the impression the late Mrs. Harter's will was in our keeping.
Why, yes. I've often heard my aunt say as much.
Oh, quite so. It was in our keeping.
Was?
That is what I said. Mrs. Harter wrote to us, however, asking that it be forwarded to her. There seemed to be some haste to the matter. At any rate, we got it out to her at once. She would have received it on Friday, the day of her death.
I do seem to remember her making mention of it. Something about the bequest to Elizabeth. She wanted to check the amount. It must be about the house somewhere, then.
Elizabeth has been through Mrs. Harter's personal effects, I believe.
Yes, just a moment. I'll call her. Elizabeth?
Yes, Mr. Charles?
Elizabeth, come here a moment, please.
Yes, sir?
Elizabeth, when you went through Mrs. Harter's things, was her will among them?
No, sir.
You're sure, Elizabeth?
Yes, sir. You see, I know what it looked like. The poor mistress had it in her hand the very evening of her death when she sent me out.
You're sure of that?
Oh, yes, sir. She pointed out that about the £50 to me, sir. She said as she'd told you to give me the other £50. Not that I mentioned it to press you,
No,
sir.
no, of course not.
The will was in a long blue envelope, sir.
Quite right.
The same blue envelope, Mr. Charles, sir, was lying on the radio table by her chair the morning after. But empty, sir.
It was the envelope in which I dispatched the will to your aunt, Mr. Ridgway. Mr. Ridgway, was there a fire in the grate on Friday evening?
Yes, of course.
I see.
What are you driving at, Hopkinson?
I'm afraid, Mr. Ridgway, only one conclusion is possible. Your aunt sent for her will in order to destroy it.
What?
Yes, Mr. Ridgway.
But why? Why?
You had no disagreement with your aunt, Mr. Ridgway?
Not at all. We were on the most affectionate terms right up to the end.
Of course. Quite. Mr. Ridgway, you will understand, under the circumstances, we were obliged to investigate.
Investigate? What do you mean?
It happens that there is a former will of Mrs. Harter still extant. By it, Mrs. Harter leaves everything to her niece, to your cousin, Miriam.
To Miriam? Yes, but...
As for the more recent will sent by me before her death to Mrs. Harter, it must have been burned in the grate.
Burned? The will was burned.
Mr. Charles, can I get you something?
No, I'll be all right. You may go, Elizabeth.
Yes.
I'll run along too, Mr. Ridgway, if there's nothing further.
No, I'll telephone.
Quite. And yet there would seem to be little use for that. We've notified your cousin Miriam of her inheritance. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised you didn't know all this yourself. You see, we sent word round to the press yesterday. Well, good day, Mr. Ridgway.
Good day. I remembered some folds of paper that I thrust into the fire to make it blaze up and burn the false beard and side whiskers with which I'd frightened an old lady to death. And then I remembered something falling. A paper. A will. From an old woman's fingers as she stood frozen in terror too near the fire. I saw the fire again, consuming something. Consuming the will. All my cleverness.
Your maid said you weren't in, but I thought she was lying. I don't like liars, Ridgway.
Mr. Jepson,
I read the papers. I read who's going to inherit your aunt's money. I don't like liars.
But I did think I was going to inherit, or why would I have killed her?
You killed her?
Of course.
Oh, so you did kill her.
How many times do you want me to say it?
I believe that'll do. All right, Inspector. That's what I wanted you to hear. Come in.
What?
Bring in the maid, too.
That was very clever of you, Mr. Jepson. I must confess, I had my doubts. Now, Mr. Ridgway, you'd better come along.
But I was only joking.
Young woman,
Yes, sir?
you heard Mr. Ridgway say he killed his aunt?
I did, sir, but he must have been joking.
Never mind, that's enough. By the way, Mr. Ridgway, you'll be interested in knowing, I'm sure, that we checked with Dr. Manell on the autopsy. According to his report, your aunt's heart was so weak, she could not have lived another month.
What are you laughing at?
At your joke, old man. Oh, your joke.
Yes. It is funny, isn't it? Very funny.
Thank you, James Mason and Pamela Colino, for a splendid performance. Now, Harlow Wilcox.
Friends, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And they're made by Autolite men who make over 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Yes, sirree, Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All ignition engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Now, here again is
James Mason and wife
Pamela Colino.
I hope you both enjoyed being on Suspense tonight, and especially you, Mrs. Mason, even though the part of Elizabeth was small.
Oh, yes, it was a lot of fun. You see, James and I learned a long time ago that it's not how large the part is, but how much fun you have playing it. Besides, next time, Tony Leader has promised to find a script for me, in which James can play a butler or a cat or something.
How about that, Mr. Mason?
I'm looking forward to it. And we're looking forward, too, to next week when Joan Fontaine will star in The Lovebirds, another gripping study in
Suspense.
James Mason and Pamela Colino have just completed the book, The Cats in Our Lives. Tonight's suspense play was adapted from the Agatha Christie story by William Fifield. Music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Now here is great news. Beginning March 1st, Suspense on television may be seen in many areas of the country, Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
You can buy Autolite electrical parts, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite Stay Full batteries at your neighborhood Autolite dealer. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens in The Dark Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The other day at the studio, Fred Colmar, prominent 20th Century Fox producer, was telling me how, a few years ago, when he was a young film executive, he chanced to see a Titian-haired young model whom he thought had great screen possibilities, Lucille Ball. Little did he dream that some years later he'd be starring that same Titian-haired beauty in his production and our play tonight, The Dark Corner, thereby vindicating his judgment. Co-starred with Miss Ball is another player who's risen rapidly to well-deserved eminence on the screen, Mark Stevens. Both superbly cast, I think you'll agree, in a hard-hitting melodrama of murder, mystery, and romance. And that reminds me of another mystery story, one concerning Lux Toilet Soap. It's from Mrs. Vivian Gardner of Santa Barbara, who discovered that for some weeks, Lux soap was mysteriously disappearing from her cupboard. After competent detective work, she finally traced it to her teenage daughter. That young lady said, "Why, Mother, I thought you knew. I just took the soap to put in my bureau as sachets because I just love the Lux toilet soap fragrance." Well, I'm sure Mrs. Gardner meted out to her daughter no more punishment than a compliment for her ingenuity and good taste. It's playtime and star time, and here they are. Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Bradford Galt in Act One of The Dark Corner. New York City, a sultry summer afternoon. In an old-fashioned office building, Detective Lieutenant Reeves is making a routine visit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It says on the door, Bradford Galt, private investigator. You're his secretary?
Yes, may I help you?
Lieutenant Reeves, Police Department.
Oh.
Yes, you can help me. If you know anything I want to know.
Well, I wouldn't know anything you couldn't find out by asking Mr. Galt. He'll be back in a minute.
Nice quality. Loyalty. How long have you been working for Galt?
Several weeks.
What do you know about him?
I like him.
Does he keep you busy?
I sharpen pencils, do the typing, answer the phone, and mind my own business.
Well, look who's here. Hello, Reeves. Hello, Galt. What are you working on these days?
My income tax. Why?
Nothing special. Last time I called on you, you were on 6th Avenue. Why didn't you tell me you were moving your office over here?
Why should I? I notified the Commissioner of Licenses.
Yeah, but you didn't notify me. I like to know these things, too. I've taken a professional and personal interest in you. I promised my friends in San Francisco to see that you didn't get into mischief. You're an impulsive youth, you know.
Look, I got a fast shuffle out west. All I'm asking is a fair chance to work up a legitimate business. I'm playing this by the book, and I won't even trip over a comma.
I hope not. Okay, Galt. I'll see you around, I guess.
It's nearly 6 o'clock, Mr. Galt. I'll leave, too, if there's nothing else.
There is something else.
Oh?
Would you mind having dinner with me?
Is this part of the job?
It is tonight.
Working conditions are certainly looking up around here.
And party your nose, honey, and let's go.
Oh, dinner was lovely, Mr. Galt. Thank you.
You're welcome. Say, how'd you like to go dancing? We got some great playgrounds up around 52nd Street.
Among them, your apartment.
Oh, well, that's just a coincidence.
I haven't worked for you very long, but I know when you're pitching a curve at me, and I always carry a catcher's mitt.
No offense. The guy's got to try, doesn't he?
Not in my league, Mr. Galt. In my league, we play for keeps, said she with a smile.
Oh, well, maybe I ought to fire you then.
Before you do, I ought to tell you something. We're being followed.
I know. Guy in a white suit, about 5'10", brown hair, sports shoes.
I've never been followed before.
Hey, that's a terrible reflection on American manhood. He's been tailing us since we left the office.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe he likes your big blue eyes.
Do we just keep walking?
No. There's a cab at the corner. Take it. Go around the block, then park across from our office. Wait there till he comes out.
And you?
I'll invite the white suit up to the office for choir practice. After he sings, you follow him. Let me know where he goes.
Okay, but what have you been doing lately?
What do you think I've been doing?
Well, I think you could have been doing a lot of things. Because you're stubborn and impulsive and you think you're tough. You've got some blind spots, too.
Yeah? Name one.
Sentiment about women, for instance. You're afraid of emotion. You keep your heart in a steel safe.
I suppose you're the blowtorch type.
I can be warm.
Well, good. Here's the cab.
Be careful, Brad. I'll see you later.
All right, Buster. Huh? Let's take a walk.
Why?
Because there's a gun in my pocket that says you'd better. Come on. My office is just around the block.
I don't like this, mister. I don't like this at all.
Just stay in the chair. You travel light, don't you? Nothing in your pockets but a roll of nickels, some keys, and your wallet. But a roll of nickels will do for brass knuckles any day.
Brass knucks ain't legal. I just carry my change the hard way.
What's in the wallet?
$5.
Oh, no. More than that, Buster. An identification card. Fred Foss, huh? 728 East 23rd Street. All right, Freddie. Let's play 20 questions. You give me the right answers, maybe I won't knock your teeth out. What's your racket?
Same as yours, Private Dick.
That's the wrong answer. We don't go on a job without a license. Where's yours?
I left it home.
Okay. Let me coax you. I can do it the hard way, too. How long you been shagging me?
2 days. I was climbing in your pocket all the time.
Who pays the fare?
A client. You know I can't tell you his name. It ain't ethical.
Yeah, sure. You and me both. We're up to our ears in ethics.
Hey, lay off of me.
What's his name? Who's paying you?
What do you have to slug me for? All right, take it easy. His name's Jardine.
Come again.
Anthony Jardine. Tall guy, fancy dresser, thinks he's class.
Where do you live?
You saw my address, 23rd Street, with my brother-in-law.
What's his phone number?
Chelsea, 43510. Go on. Phone him. See if I'm lying.
Just stand where you are, Foss.
What's the matter? No answer?
Hello? Fred Foss there?
He ain't here.
When'll he be back?
I don't know. You want to tell me something?
No message. All right. Take your keys and your nickels. And if I catch you tailing me again, I'll ram that roll right down your throat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now look what you've done. Knocked my ink over.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm nervous or something.
All over your nice white suit. Here's your $5. Get it cleaned. Jardine's fussy about neatness.
What you doing with my wallet?
This I keep. I got a poor memory for names and addresses. I may want to look you up again sometime. All right, Buster, blow.
Hello.
Well,
This time you will fire me.
you lost him.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
He got in another cab. I followed him.
Except when the other cab stopped, he wasn't in it.
How'd you know?
He told me that's what he'd do.
I'm sorry, Brad.
It doesn't matter, honey.
But who was he?
Just hired muscle.
Who hired him?
Forget it. You'll be better off.
Come on, open up that steel safe. I want to know and I want to help.
That's awful good talk, baby. But why?
Because I happen to be very fond of my boss, even if he is stubborn.
Look, get going while the door's still open. Stick around here and you'll get grafters, shysters, two-bit thugs, maybe worse. Maybe me.
I like those odds. I'll take them and I'm staying. I like your style, too.
Thanks.
Having said my piece, I think it's time for me to go home now. I'll see you in the morning.
Sure. Okay.
Good night, Brad.
Good night. Jardine. Jardine again. Jardine.
Hello, mister.
Huh? Oh, beat it. Can't you see I'm phoning?
It's dark in the hall. I'll turn on the light.
Thanks.
You're the man who rented the room, aren't you?
Yeah. Here's a nickel. Go on, go to bed. It's late.
Thank you. You got ink all over your suit.
Wicket residence?
Let me talk to Mr. Wicket.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him it's the man from San Francisco.
Yes, sir.
I told you to go to bed.
Good night, mister.
Hello?
Wicket,
Yes?
I'm back at my rooming house. Well, it worked just like you said. Galt took me up to his office, pushed some muscle at me. I played softy.
You mentioned the name?
Jardine? Yeah. And when he heard it, it hit him right where he lived. I just thought I'd let you know.
Well, I'll be in touch with you.
Is that all?
I said I'd be in touch with you. I'm entertaining guests. I'm very busy now. Good night. Well, looking for me, Jardine?
As a matter of fact, for your wife. Where is she?
Wasting her charm on those dullards in there. Shall we go in?
I think it's a wonderful party. Well, then you don't give any other kind, do you, Ralph?
Ah, there's Mary now, the woman who brightens my declining years.
I heard that, darling. Aren't you exaggerating? This is only our third anniversary.
You're not decrepit yet, old boy.
Then why do I detect a rather tactless emphasis on that old boy? Yes, Mary and I rather think we present the perfect picture of Beauty and the Beast.
You can be a beast at times, Mr. Wicked.
But as long as I'm amusing Mrs. Kingsley, you'll forgive me. Senility, though, is unforgivable.
You're the most attractive man in the room, and you know it.
Oh, I adore you.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Well, Miss Wilding?
I need advice. Legal advice. I was wondering if I might borrow Mr. Jardine for a moment.
Oh, of course, Miss Wilding. Shall we go out on the terrace?
I think we'd better. It's really very confidential.
What's Jardine trying to do? Drum up business at my party?
Isn't that what you're doing? Celebrating your anniversary? And at the same time entertaining some very likely customers for your art gallery?
I never confuse business with sentiment, unless it's extremely profitable, of course.
But there is an exhibition at the gallery tomorrow.
Now, that happens to be a coincidence I took great pains to arrange, Mrs. Kingsley. And if you come, I may have that turn a landscape.
The landscape? Oh, how wonderful. I'd give anything for that painting.
Well, you'll give plenty if you buy it through me.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, I must tell my husband the good news. Ralph, what would that Miss Wilding want of Tony Jardine?
What's the matter, darling? You jealous?
You know you don't mean that.
No. I'm the jealous one, Mary. You're beautiful. I never want you to grow one day older. You should remain ageless like a Madonna who lives and breathes and smiles and belongs to me.
That's very sweet, Ralph. But you haven't answered my question.
I haven't the slightest idea what Miss Wilding wants of Jardine. Come along, darling.
It's beautiful on the terrace, isn't it, Lucy?
Oh, stop it, Tony. Did you receive my painting? I sent it to your apartment.
I got it this afternoon. I would have preferred cash, but if you're short, the painting will have to do. I imagine I can always dispose of it.
Now may I have my letters, please?
Certainly. They're all in this envelope. Oh, I'm a heel, Lucy, but I'm not greedy. I promise not to trouble you any more.
Who's next on your list, Tony? Wicked? Or perhaps Mrs. Wicked?
That's a dangerous remark to make.
Yes, isn't it? You know something, Brad? I've just decided I don't like this restaurant.
What's the matter with it?
It does things to you. You just sit there staring. It couldn't be the company, so it must be the restaurant.
I'm sorry, baby.
Still worried about the man in white?
Yeah, in a way.
That was 2 nights ago.
And I don't know any more about it now than I did then.
And every time I've mentioned the subject, you told me to shut up. Oh, very politely, of course, but... Brad, what is it? Please tell me.
I got a feeling something's closing in. And I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's only me.
I wouldn't be so jumpy. Just about you.
Oh, yes, you would. Because I'm playing for keeps, remember?
I thought you were sharp.
I am sharp.
Then you got out fast. Stay with me and you'll wind up in a corner. Nothing but a lot of grief. I'm serious, Kathleen. Get out now.
You're a poor salesman, Brad. Even... Look who just walked in. Detective Lieutenant Reeves.
Yeah. Excuse me. I think I'll have a word with Lieutenant Reeves.
Go right ahead.
I'll be back in a minute. You'll be smart if you're not here.
Hello, Reeves.
I was going to look you up in the morning.
Fine. What have you got?
Not much. There's a shyster lawyer in town with a swank office, but no clients. The shyster's name is Anthony Jardine. He's put a tail on me. I think he wants to finish where he left off.
I figured after San Francisco he'd leave you alone.
I'll see that he does.
Don't play too close, Gord.
I won't. I'm still working by the book.
Jardine is definitely not the bookish type.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd keep you posted.
I decided to wait.
Why?
You've aroused the maternal instinct in me. I want to look out for you. You hate him an awful lot, don't you?
Who?
The man who hired White Suit.
He makes hating easy.
Brad, what has he got on you?
Nothing. Nobody has. Nobody's going to. Come on, I'll take you home.
I don't want to go home.
I may have to work tonight.
I can help you.
No. Stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
As if I belonged in a test tube. Look, a guy named Jardine's afraid of me. Put a tail on me. Tonight he tried to kill me.
He what?
Yeah, in front of your apartment. Car came around the corner. How it missed hitting me, I don't know. Anyway, it did. So he'll go on trying. Now, you satisfied?
No, I want to know why.
Okay.
I had a private agency in San Francisco. This guy, Jardine, was my partner. A lawyer, swift cookie with the women. Worked his charm, then he worked a little blackmail on the side. I called him on it. We were driving out to his house. Somewhere along the road, he slugged me, wet me down with a bottle of scotch, set me behind the wheel for a takeoff. I hit a truck and killed the driver.
Brad,
Manslaughter. 2 years in prison. Jardine had a fixed alibi. It wouldn't break and it wouldn't bend. It's the last I heard of him until White Suit showed up 2 nights ago. Then the business tonight with the car.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Guy likes to hold his head up, not look like a chump.
That's not the real reason. Come on, say it. You're not so tough, Brad. You just like to think you are. I've cracked you wide open and you know it.
Yeah, I know it.
Still have to work tonight?
That car almost clipped me. Fellow runs a newsstand on your corner sod. Got description, part of the license number.
Is that what you told Lieutenant Reeves?
I didn't tell Reeves anything. Got other contacts on the police force. There's a sergeant downtown who's checking the license plate for me. Told me to call him at 9 o'clock.
That still leaves 30 minutes.
Okay, baby. You win. Come on, let's have that dance.
Marie. Well, come in, darling.
Tony. Tony. It seems ages since you've kissed me.
It is ages. Marie, aren't you taking quite a chance? I mean, coming to my apartment this time of night.
You don't have to worry about Ralph. He's gone to Scarsdale.
Scarsdale?
Mm-hmm. He sold Mrs. Kingsley that Turner landscape. He's got to settle the deal with the man who owned it. At least, that's what he said.
You don't doubt him?
Of course not, darling. Anyway, I don't care anymore.
I'm glad. I do want to talk to you.
So strange, Tony. Ralph Wickett. He loves me. He gives me everything I could wish for. But still, it isn't enough.
I know, dearest, I know.
For 3 years, I've tried to stick it out with him, but I just keep sitting, listening to his paintings crack with age. I want you to take me away, Tony, please.
Look, Marie, Ralph Wickett can afford you. I can't. I love you, but I've no money.
It doesn't matter.
I've already borrowed money from you. Do you think I want to go through life
Darling, we have my jewels. They're yours. You'll take them for me, for my sake. Just tell me when we can go away.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be soon, Marie. I promise you.
Well, Brad, what about the license number?
Jardine's car, all right. I've got his address. I'm taking you home now.
And then?
Then I'm dropping by Jardine's apartment. I've got something to settle with him, once and for all.
In a moment, we'll return with Act Two of The Dark Corner. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new and exciting, Libby?
I saw a picture today, Mr. Keeley, that brought back a thrilling experience I had not long ago. Universal International invited me to see Walter Wanger's new production, The Lost Moment.
Oh, yes, starring Robert Cummings and Susan Hayward.
You know that terrific fire scene in The Lost Moment, Mr. Keeley?
Yeah?
Well, I was on the set at the time it was filmed.
How exciting. Weren't you a little nervous, Libby?
I certainly was. It was the biggest fire sequence ever attempted on a soundstage. The entire studio fire department was standing by in case it got out of control.
That's where Robert Cummings does his thrilling rescue scene.
Well, the flames got so high, he had to rush in before his scheduled entrance. And then the firemen went into action. I was watching the scene with Susan Hayward, and we had to move fast to avoid being drenched.
Well, I hope you succeeded, Libby.
Yes, but you should have seen us. Our faces were smudged with soot. Mr. Kennedy, you'll be interested in this. Susan Hayward asked me to come back to her dressing room with her to freshen up.
Ah, Lux Toilet Soap to the rescue this time.
Right you are, John. After an active lather facial, both of us looked and felt much better.
Lux Soap Care never fails, Libby, even in an emergency.
And for regular day-to-day care, there's nothing finer. Susan Hayward certainly thinks so. She's so lovely with her gorgeous red hair and flower-fresh skin.
9 out of 10 famous stars use Lux Toilet Soap for million-dollar complexions. That's quite a recommendation, Libby.
Well, it's a beauty care that really works.
Skin specialists made tests that proved it. For 3 out of 4 women,
Skin actually became lovelier in a short time.
no wonder fragrant white Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own complexion soap. Now, isn't that a beauty tip for women everywhere, Libby?
Yes. Here's all you do. Smooth the fragrant lather in thoroughly, rinse, and pat to dry.
Screen stars find these Lux soap facials give skin fresh new loveliness. Why not try this gentle care and see? Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Our theater lights are lowered once again, and here's the second act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Galt. An hour ago, Mary Wickett, beautiful young wife of a rich and celebrated art dealer, entered the apartment of Anthony Jardine. But now at Jardine's door is a second visitor, Bradford Galt.
What's the idea, Galt? What do you want here?
Take it easy, Tony, and keep away from that desk drawer. There might be a gun in there.
I said, what do you want?
We'll get to that. Who else is here?
No one.
Whoever it is, I like her perfume. Surprised to see me?
Certainly I'm surprised to see you. I had an idea you were in New York, but...
And I intend to stay in New York, alive. I got a message to deliver. From me to you. Just 2 words. Lay off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy in the white suit. Keep that mug away from me. And next time you loan him your car, tell him he'd better use phony license plates.
Loan who my car? When?
I'm getting mad, Tony. He tried to flatten me with your car late this afternoon.
Nobody had my car. It was in the parking lot all day.
Yeah, sure. But just remember, I spent 2 years in Hock with nothing to think about but that pretty face of yours. And if you're not sharp, you're not going to have that pretty face. You're not going to have any face at all.
Now, you listen. I don't know any mugs, and I haven't been after you. I didn't even know for sure you were in New York, and that's on the level.
You on the level? Why, for 6 bits, you'd push your own mother out the window. I'm glad you swung on me, Tony. Even the cops would say I had a right to defend myself.
Oh, darling, are you all right?
I'm all right.
But who was here? Who came here to fight with you?
Just forget about it, Mary. He won't bother me anymore. Well, I had to let him hit me. If I fought back, the neighbors might have heard, and with you here... Mary, you better go now.
Just tell me one thing. Can we leave tomorrow night? Can we, darling?
Yeah. Yes, Mary.
We're expected at Mrs. Kingsley's, you know.
We'll invent some sort of excuse.
Wait for me here, Tony. I'll come tomorrow night as soon as I can.
Hello, boss.
Kathleen, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. Wish you'd speak to your landlord. What this corridor needs is a nice, comfortable chair.
Oh, you've been worried about me, huh? I'm deeply touched.
From the looks of you, I'm not the only one who's touched you.
You should see Jardine. Well, come on in.
Thanks. What happened?
We talked. One thing led to another. Then he led with his right. After that, he stopped talking. Here I am.
And where did all that get you?
Nowhere, but I feel a lot better. Come on over here, baby, where you belong.
No, thank you. If you're feeling that much better, I think I'll go home.
Hey, wait a minute. What about that maternal instinct you talked about?
That doesn't work after sundown. Brad, what about Jardine? You didn't find out anything about him, what he's doing?
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
You told me that before, but he has no clients.
I heard him talking to someone when I got to his apartment.
Who?
A girl. Didn't see her. She must have used the back door.
What does it all add up to, Brad?
As far as I'm concerned, nothing. But I'm pretty sure Jardine's going to lay off me for a while.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Wickett.
Oh, good morning, Miss Stewart. Any messages?
Nothing special, sir. Mr. Barstow will be in at noon about the Raphael portrait, and those people confirmed their appointment to see the Donatello statue this afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Oh, if Mrs. Kingsley should call, tell her Mrs. Wickett and I look forward to seeing her this evening. I'll be in my office for a while. I don't wish to be disturbed.
Yes.
Well, greetings.
Oh. Well, I must say you make a neater appearance without the white suit. No one saw you come in.
I came through the side door as per instructions.
Good. Well, what happened last night?
It didn't work. Busto crusto.
What?
A flop. Oh, I borrowed Jardine's car, all right, and brushed off Galt.
Well, certainly Galt must have suspected Jardine.
Oh, he suspected fine. He went over to Jardine's place last night and pushed him around some, but that's all. Jardine is very much alive.
Yes, I know.
Now, look, if you want my opinion, I think you're wasting your time. This guy Galt is a smart cookie. He ain't going to let himself get shoved into a noose. You know he saw at Jardine. You figure you can needle him into knocking Jardine off. But nothing happens.
You've a better idea?
Yeah. Let me take care of Jardine.
Get Galt on the telephone. Try his office.
Now? Here?
Yes. And stop flicking your ashes on my rug. That's a genuine cash-in.
Oh.
Now tell Galt you're through with Jardine. Sell him a bill of goods. Tell him that you're going to...
Hello.
Let me speak to Galt.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him the name's Foss. Fred Foss.
Yes, Mr. Foss, just a moment. Brad, the suit's on the phone, the man in the white suit.
Hello. Hello, Galt. Got any dough? Maybe. What are you selling? I'm selling Jardine short. He's slow pay, and I like to keep moving. Well, you want to know what he's up to, don't you? For how much? I need $200 to get out of town. Suppose we talk it over here in my office. Nothing doing. My apartment, then? What time? 8 o'clock. I'll be tied up until 8. 904 West 52nd. Apartment 307. 8 tonight. And I'll tip you off.
If I can't show. Alone, Galt. Just you and me.
Well, that's that.
Is it? How are you going to get Jardine to go to Galt's apartment? After last night, he ain't going to pay no social call on Galt just to get pushed around some more.
For one thing, he won't know it's a Galt apartment. I'll tell him it's a legal matter I want him to handle for me.
How do you know he ain't busy tonight?
I've been very kind to Mr. Jardine. I've asked him to do me a favor. He'll do it. But you'll have to find some way of getting into Galt's apartment.
That won't be tough. Have Jardine there by 7:30. I got a date with Galt at 8.
Jardine will be there. You call me in the morning.
The complete 1-hour newsreel show starts in 5 minutes, folks. See the latest newsreel.
Brad, I don't want to see a newsreel.
Look, honey, the show takes an hour. It's 7:30. I'll be right here waiting for you at 8:30.
I want to go home with you.
I know this Foss guy. He won't talk if anyone else is around.
Please?
No.
All right, but you'll be sorry. I'll look for you here at 8:30.
Right. And I'll tell you all about it then.
Brad, open the door.
Go away.
What's happened, Brad? Why didn't you meet me at the theater like you said you would? Brad, what's the matter?
Nothing. Go home, please. I'll see you later at your place.
I won't go home. I'm going to stay right here until you open this door. Brad.
All right. Come in.
What's happened?
Come in. Take a look. There in front of the fireplace. Meet my ex-partner. Meet Tony Jardine. Only he's dead.
Oh, no.
Don't start crowding me. I haven't got the answers. But the police will find them. They're laid out like road markers running right up my alley.
You've called them, the police?
No, what could I tell him?
Whatever you know. Brad, you didn't do this.
No, honey, I didn't do it. So I called the cops. Should I tell them the truth? I left you at a newsreel theater and came straight here. And when I opened the door, somebody was waiting for me.
Who?
I don't know. I went out like that, with a face full of ether.
Ether?
Yeah, ether. And it sounds as screwy to you as it does to me. What do you suppose the cops will think? That's what happened. I woke up a few minutes ago and there was Jardine, dead.
Shot?
No, the poker from the fireplace. And it was in my hand. Should I tell that to the homicide squad? They'll still be laughing when they strap me into the chair. I'll get out of here.
But, Brad, you can't handle anything like this by yourself.
Look, don't give me that law and justice routine. The cops operate on facts. The facts are phony from here to the death cell. Now get out of here. Let me try to dope this out.
Brad, all I meant was that I want to help you.
I know you do. Thanks, baby. But you can't. Now beat it, please. I've got to stall for time. Got to start thinking.
Brad, listen, this may sound silly, but I think the man in the white suit wanted you to spot him that very first night.
Yeah, of course he did. No guy in his right mind wears a white suit on a shag job. Why'd that car almost hit me? No, Jardine wasn't out to get me. I should have known that from the start. But somebody is out to get me. Somebody who knew about Jardine and me back in Frisco. Somebody who wanted me to think that Jardine was after me. Whoever that is, he's the one who killed Jardine. And he's pinning it right on me.
But who, Brad? Who?
I don't know. There isn't a thing to latch on to.
Well, think, Brad. Think back.
I have, and I'm clean as a peeled egg. No debts, no payoffs, no angry husbands, nothing.
But people just don't go around committing murder and frame-ups for the fun of it.
All right, so it doesn't add up. What do you want me to do?
Well, for one thing, find White Suit. You've got his address. Maybe you can get a lead.
Yeah, I thought of that. It's the only thing I can do.
Wait, what about him, Jardine?
He stays where he is. Look, go on downstairs. Find the janitor. Tell him you've been ringing my bell and I don't seem to be at home. He'll say if I'm not here, he doesn't know where I am. It may help me frame an alibi.
Where'll I meet you?
Go straight to your apartment. I'll find Foss and meet you there later.
Come in, Brad. Oh, you don't have to say it. I can tell by your face. No dice.
Oh, I found him all right. Only Fred Foss wasn't the man in the white suit.
But you had his wallet.
I had a wallet. A man by the name of Fred Foss lost it a week ago. He was very grateful to me for bringing it back.
Let me get you a drink.
I could stand a drink. That was my last lead, baby. I'm all dead inside. I'm backed up in a dark corner, and I don't know who's hitting me.
Hello? Yes, this is Wicked. Well? No one saw you leave Galt's apartment. You sure? Oh, that's good. Well, get in touch with me tomorrow. Same place, same time.
Yes?
It's I, darling. Well, Mary, have you forgotten we're expected at the Kingsleys tonight?
I simply can't go, Ralph. I've such a headache.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, my dear.
I'm going straight to bed. You run along without me.
Well, I wouldn't think of it, darling.
But Mrs. Kingsley will be so upset.
Oh, yes. And I did promise to meet Tony Jardine there. I had a rather delicate matter to discuss with him.
Well, hadn't you better go then?
I imagine it can wait. It's a problem that Jardine is eminently qualified to handle, a man of his experience with the law and all its tawdry aspects.
You make it sound very mysterious.
No, it's the oldest situation in the world. One of my friends, who deluded himself that his was the ideal marriage, has recently discovered there's another man.
Well, Tony doesn't handle divorce cases, does he?
Well, the husband doesn't want a divorce.
You mean he wants her back?
Yes. And as the Lost and Found ads say, he offers a suitable reward for her return.
You mean the other man would take money and just go away?
When an impoverished character, unendowed with any appreciable virtue, succumbs to a rich man's wife, it must be suspected that his interest is less passionate than pecuniary.
How could she be taken in by such a man?
Well, take Tony, for instance. Now, I never imagined him to be interested in Lucy Wilding, but he is.
It's not true. He couldn't... I mean, she's too old for him.
Love is not the exclusive province of adolescence, my dear. It's an ailment that strikes all age groups, like my love for you. My love for you is the only malady I've contracted since the usual childhood diseases, and it's incurable.
Ralph, about the Kingsleys.
And leave you alone? Oh, no, Mary. I wouldn't think of such a thing. We'll both remain at home tonight.
Who was it, Kathleen? At the door. Someone was just at the door.
The milkman.
Milkman? What time is it?
7.
I told you to wake me. All I needed was a little nap.
You needed a night's sleep even more than your suit needs a pressing. And what could you have done last night that you can't do now?
If I only knew who was after me, it wouldn't be so bad. But how can you fight back when you don't know who you're fighting? You lick before you start.
No, I know you, Brad. You're not letting anybody get away with this.
Oh, don't be too sure. I could be framed easier than Whistler's mother.
All right. Then we'll just sit down and feel sorry for you.
Okay, but don't give me that Pollyanna routine either. About how everything's going to be fine. I'm no miracle man. When that cleaning woman comes to my apartment and hits bingo, I'm as good as cooked.
Here, you'll feel better after some coffee.
Thanks. Look at me. Tower of strength, nerves of steel. I'm sorry, baby.
Don't worry about the tablecloth. The stain will come out.
What'd you say?
I said the stain will come out.
The stain? The ink, baby. The ink. He spilled ink on his white suit that night in my office.
What of it?
He'd have to have the suit cleaned, wouldn't he? The cleaners would have his address, wouldn't they?
Well, cleaning places grow on every street like mushrooms.
Yeah, I know. But most of them don't do their own cleaning. They farm it out to the big cleaning and dyeing plants. Where's the classified phone book?
Right in back of you.
There can't be too many of them.
What if he didn't have the suit cleaned?
He wouldn't run around town in an ink-stained suit, I hope.
That's a pretty long list, Brad.
Yeah, I know, but the odds are even longer. But give me a better idea.
Okay, where do we start?
Just grab your coat, baby. We'll start uptown.
A white suit, eh? Well, it's very early in the season for white suits. If we have one, we'll find it all right.
There's a 5-spot in it for you if you do. Get moving.
Sorry, lady, we've got 3 white suits, but none of them with ink spots. You sure this...
Positive, thanks all the same.
A linen suit, Mr. Seersucker? Oh, we got a sort of white seersucker, but no, that's got fruit stain. You can always tell the difference.
Sorry, no white suits.
Yeah, we had one, but the guy picked it up yesterday.
Not a white suit in the plant. Why don't you try Gordonson's? Ask for a guy named Al. He'd know if there was anyone.
Wicked Galleries.
I want to speak to Mr. Wickett.
Who's calling, please?
I'm Mr. Smith from San Francisco.
One moment, please.
Hello, mister.
Oh, you here again? Go on, kid, beat it. Your mama wants you.
My mama's out. She don't want me.
Hello?
When am I going to see you?
About what? I have every morning paper on my desk. There's not a word about it in any of them.
I told you the deal went through. Can I help it if they ain't found the shipment yet?
I don't believe you.
What do you want me to do, take out an ad? Listen, Wickett, we better get this deal settled or I'm coming down to the galleries and right through the front door.
All right, don't get excited. I have a dental appointment at 3 o'clock in the Grant Building. You meet me there.
Grant Building? What floor?
The 31st floor. I'll be waiting near the fire escape.
Okay.
What you mad about, mister?
Oh, me? Well, I ain't mad at nothing, sister. All of a sudden, I feel kind of good. Yeah, here. Here's a nickel. Buy yourself a phone call.
Well, Brad, where's that list of the cleaning plants? Which one do we go to next?
As far as I'm concerned, the one we just walked out of is the last. It's no use, Kathleen. We've been to a million places. I can't even think anymore.
Let's get in the car. We can go to the park. Maybe when we've cooled off a little bit.
Lady.
What is it?
I made a mistake.
Yeah, so did I.
No, I mean about that suit. We do have a white suit, all over ink. I don't guarantee we removed the stain.
Forget the stain. Do you know who left the suit?
Certainly. The name and address.
Here's $10, mister. Just give me that address.
In the office. Come, I show you.
This is it, baby. A rooming house. Now, if the landlady's only home...
Ring the bell, Brad. Ring it.
I'm coming. Well?
We're looking for a man named Stauffer. Our Stauffer's sort of a heavy-set fella. He lives here?
No, he don't.
But we were...
He did live here. He left a half an hour ago, bags and all.
Where'd he go?
You police or something?
No, please, lady. Where'd he go? It's important.
He paid his rent. Why should I ask him where he went?
I know, Mama.
You keep quiet. Don't mind her, mister. She don't know nothing.
But I do. I heard him on the telephone.
Well, tell him then.
Where, honey? Where did Mr. Stauffer go?
I heard him on the telephone. He went to a building.
What building?
Same as the president. The one with the tomb on Riverside Drive.
Grant Building.
Uh-huh. And he said he was going to get his ticket at the gallery. Can you get tickets at a gallery?
I don't know, honey. Here's a quarter, thanks.
Gee, everybody gives me money. Good thing I'm so friendly.
Brad, it doesn't make sense. Where are we going?
The Grant Building. We'll try to figure out the rest of it when we get there.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of The Dark Corner. Our guest tonight, Miss Betty Ann Lynn, began her training for Hollywood in a rather unusual school. Did you ever think, Betty Ann, while you were entertaining the GIs in far-off Burma, that one day you'd be a starlet at 20th Century Fox?
Well, I'd always dreamed of being in pictures, Mr. Keeley. But now that I am, I find I have much to learn. My USO experience helped me, but picture technique is quite different.
You have excellent inspiration in the stars at 20th Century Fox.
It's a great privilege to be able to watch our finest stars at work on the sets. I saw the filming of Darrell F. Zanuck's Gentleman's Agreement. What a grand piece of casting that is.
Yes, with Gregory Peck and Dorothy McGuire as the stars of that very unusual picture. You know, their interpretation of a serious, modern problem is both sensitive and honest.
Yes, and Mr. Keeley, I love to watch the filming of a costume picture, too. The sets for the Foxes of Harrow were simply gorgeous. Romantic old New Orleans.
And I've seldom seen more lavish costumes than Rex Harrison and Maureen O'Hara wear.
26 beautiful period costumes were made especially for Maureen O'Hara. And she's just the one to wear them, too, with her flame-colored hair and lovely complexion. And I happen to know it's a Lux complexion, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, you're not surprised at that, are you, Betty?
No, indeed. So many famous and beautiful stars are Lux girls.
Actually, 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars have made Lux toilet soap their regular complexion care.
As well as hundreds of ambitious starlets like me. You know, Mr. Kennedy, when I was overseas, I used to hoard my supply of Lux toilet soap. I didn't want to skip my beauty care a single day.
With Hollywood in mind, that was wise. Soft, smooth complexions certainly help in a screen test.
I think any girl would be wise in using Lux toilet soap regularly, Mr. Kennedy. It's a complexion care that really works.
Thank you, Miss Betty Ann Lynn. You've just given women everywhere a very practical beauty tip. Here's what tests by skin specialists showed. Daily care with fragrant white Lux toilet soap improved 3 out of 4 complexions in a short time. Why not let Hollywood's own beauty soap help your skin to be lovelier, too? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We conclude our play with the final act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Brad Galt. It's 3 o'clock. Armed with the knowledge that the man they're looking for has gone to the Grant Building, Kathleen and Brad Galt are rushing uptown. Meanwhile, high up in the Grant Building, unobserved on the platform of a fire escape, Ralph Wickett is about to settle an account for services rendered.
Hello, Mr. Wickett.
Oh, well, I haven't much time. I told you I have a dental appointment. He's waiting for me.
We don't need much time. Say, why'd you pick the fire escape?
Well, do you think I want to be seen with you? I'm a rather well-known figure.
Well, don't the height bother you none? We're sure a long ways up from the street.
Not in the least, but something else does. If Jardine is dead, why is it such a profound secret?
You ain't up to date, are you, Mr. Wickett?
What?
When I do a job, I do a job. Here, I bought a late newspaper. Well, look at it.
Anthony Jardine found murdered. Well, that's different. The body of Anthony Jardine, handsome young attorney.
Yeah. You can read it later, see? I got a cab downstairs waiting for me. So, where's my dough?
Oh, yes, of course. It's here in this envelope. I came directly from the bank. I didn't have a chance to count it. Let's see now. There's 100, 2, 3. Oh, I'm sorry.
Throwing your money away, huh? It's okay. I'll pick it up. You know it's... Hey, what are you trying to do? Let go! Let go of me! Ah!
Sorry, Mr. Stauffer, but after all, it's only justice. You did kill Jardine.
All right, everybody, stand back, please. Stand back.
He jumped out of the Grant Building. What a way to commit suicide.
Keep moving. Stand back there.
What do you think this is? Keep the traffic moving.
Brad, it couldn't be. It isn't.
It's him, Kathleen. It's Stauffer, all right. No, don't look.
Where's that cab driver?
Right here. Here I am, officer.
You sure he came here in your cab?
Yeah, sure. That's the guy, all right. That's my cab right over there. He seemed okay. He asked me to wait for him. I still got his bags there on my hack. Boy, he should come down like a
Kathleen,
hot...
come on.
What are you going to do?
Never mind what I'm going to do.
Go on home. Hey, my cab. He's stealing my cab.
Come back, you!
My cab with the guy's bags in it. He's driving over my cab.
I steal a cab, drive 5 miles with the cops chasing me for what? 2 bags, full of clothes. Not a letter, not a card, nothing.
What'd you do with the cab, Brad?
They'll find it in the park. Now the trail stops cold on a Fifth Avenue sidewalk. He'll never even be identified.
But you've got to keep pitching. You'll get a break.
What more break can I ask for? The cleaner found the suit, gave Estaffa's name and address. The kid tells us Estaffa's gone to the Grant building. Look, I may be stupid, but I know when I'm licked.
Well, I'm not licked.
Nobody asked you to be.
You're not either if you use your head. Think hard. What else did that child tell us?
Nothing that made sense.
Well, what was it?
Oh, something about tickets at the galleries. Okay, figure that one.
Tickets at the galleries.
Tickets for what? For a train? Maybe. He really was leaving town.
What would that have to do with galleries?
You tell me, baby. I give up.
Tickets for a show? Tickets. Galleries. Brad, art galleries. I've got it. I've seen their ads in the newspapers. Fifth Avenue, the Wicked Galleries.
Wicked galleries? What would a mug like Stoffer be doing in an art gallery?
Maybe that's the point. He wouldn't, unless there was some connection.
Hey, wait a minute. Up in Jardine's apartment, I remember now there was a painting. Just unwrapped. I wondered why...
What's the matter?
Look, out the window. Lieutenant Reeves.
Brad.
I'll go down the back way. Hide Stoffer's bags.
Where do you think you can hide?
Who's hiding? I'll be absorbing culture at the Figgett galleries. I don't want to die ignorant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, good afternoon. You got a lot of nice paintings here.
Is there anything in particular you'd like to see?
No, not especially. Just looking around.
Well, it's almost closing time. I just thought if I could be of any assistance...
Well, maybe you can. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Of course.
I was wondering if Mr. Johnson had been in lately.
Johnson?
Yeah, he works for an insurance company. You know, they specialize in insuring works of art, things like that.
I don't believe I know him.
A big, beefy fella. Broken nose. Wears a white suit even though it's early in the season. You sure you haven't seen him?
I'm afraid I haven't. Now, about these paintings, if you step down this corridor, there are several watercolors that may interest you.
Come in. Yes, what is it, Drummond?
Should I close the vault, Mr. Wickett?
Everyone gone?
Just one customer, sir. Miss Stewart's with him now.
All right, you can leave, Drummond. I'll go down and lock the vault myself. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Wickett.
Now, there's something I like. This sea picture.
That's an Alex Barrow, one of his finest.
How much is it?
$1,500.
Okay, I'll take it. By the way, who owns this place?
Mr. Ralph Wickett.
He in?
Yes, I believe he's still here.
And I realize this small sale doesn't entitle me to any special consideration, but I'd like to see him.
Why, certainly. If you'll wait here just a moment, please. Mr. Wickett?
Yes?
There's a gentleman who wishes to purchase the Barrow Seascape.
Well?
I believe he wants to take it with him.
Who is he?
I don't know. He said he'd like to talk to you.
I'm just closing the vault. I'll be up in a moment. You can go, Miss Stewart. Oh, lock the front door on your way out. I'll take care of the gentleman.
Mr. Wickett's downstairs at the vault, sir. He'll be with you right away.
Oh, thanks.
Well, if you'll excuse me then, I'll run along.
Sure, go right ahead. Good night.
Ralph? Ralph, is that you?
Mr. Wickett's downstairs.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were my husband. I just came in the side door and I...
Mrs. Wickett? Well, I believe we have a mutual acquaintance.
Yes?
Anthony Jardine.
Oh, he's a friend of my husband's.
Have you seen him lately?
No, not for several days. But who are you? Why do you ask me that?
It's obvious you haven't seen the afternoon papers. Jardine's dead. He's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
That's what I came to see your husband about. You see, he killed him. Hey, Mrs. Piggott. Oh, I'd like a light. Okay, sister, suppose you just stretch out here on this bench while
How dare you touch her? Keep your hands off her.
Wicked, huh? It's good to see you out in the open at last. Cut you down to size. Way down. I don't think you've ever met me, but you've certainly been using me. My name's Galt.
Strange, Mr. Galt, but seeing you here causes me to revise my opinion of you. It's gone up. I suppose your hands go up, too. You heard me, Mr. Galt. That's better. Now, shall we go downstairs?
What for?
For our little chat. I prefer privacy. Mary will be all right, I'm sure. You came to see me, Mr. Galt, about a seascape, Miss Stewart said, in Alex Barrow's.
Well, actually, I'm more interested in a piece of modern art. Tony Jardine?
I never handled anything as worthless as a Jardine.
I know. You mishandled it.
Did I? It was found in your apartment.
Perhaps it was delivered to the wrong collector. You sure you can't claim it?
Positive.
Actually, this Jardine really belongs to you. You commissioned an artist to have it done.
Did I, Mr. Galt?
Somebody had to pay that muscle artist to kill him, or didn't you ever pay off? Maybe you just launched Stoffer off the fire escape so he'd get what was coming to him.
An imagination like yours should be confined. Get in there, Mr. Galt. Get in the vault.
You sure you know what you're doing?
You're a criminal. I've apprehended you.
What about your wife? She knows now that you had a boyfriend bumped off. Do you think she's going to keep quiet?
What my wife thinks or does is no concern of yours. Leave her out of it. Jardine's body was found in your apartment, and that ends it.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It nowhere near ends it. You pinned the evidence on me, but when the police finish digging, they'll find you had a much better motive.
Now, that's the only sensible thing you've said. Brought to trial, our respective motives would make an interesting case, but unfortunately, you won't be around to hear the decision.
Ralph,
Mari, put down that gun. Are you insane?
you'd better kill me first, Ralph. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you.
Mari, darling, you don't know what you're doing.
Evil. You're all evil, Ralph. You should die.
Mari!
The district attorney's on the phone, Lieutenant Reeves.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Miss Reeves, sir. Well, we're about finished at the art gallery. Cleary and Anderson just left with Mrs. Wickett. I'll take her right to your office. What? I think we can. Yes, sir.
Well?
You know the facts, Galt?
Okay. But you're not holding Kathleen. She didn't have any part in any of this.
I wouldn't say that. She's the one who tipped me off to get down here.
Brad, I had to. Wickett would have killed you, you big lug.
I can take care of myself.
No, you were doing fine, just fine. You knew Wickett's wife would show up, of course.
Okay, Reeves. You booking me or not?
Sure, I'm booking you.
But you told me that
You can't go around New York stealing taxicabs. Well, maybe I can square that rap.
Oh, thanks, Reeves.
You better drop around my office in the morning, though. Both of you. Say 9 o'clock.
Could you make it a little later, Lieutenant? Brad and I have a date in the morning at the City Hall.
We have?
See, he hasn't asked me yet, Lieutenant. But I told him from the beginning I was playing for keeps.
Well, Reeves, there you have it.
And I promised my friends in San Francisco I'd keep you out of trouble. Go on home.
As the curtain falls on Act 3, we bring our stars out from the dark corner where they acquitted themselves so brilliantly and invite them to the footlights for a curtain call. Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens. Lucille, while I have the chance, I want to congratulate you on the wonderful reviews that you received for your recent stage success back east.
Well, thank you, Bill. I've always been crazy about the theater, and I love my part in Dreamgirl.
I hear you're doing that play in San Francisco pretty soon, Lucy.
That's right, Mark. I'm leaving right after tonight's performance to start rehearsals for the opening next Monday.
That shaving engagement's rather close.
I'll say. And tell me something, Lucille. As the wife of a popular orchestra conductor,
Yes?
how do you and Desi Arnaz get any time to spend together?
You arranged to play the same towns at the same time. Desi will be playing in San Francisco all the time I'm there.
Yeah, that's a very smart arrangement. And I'm sure that when you put in an appearance, Lucille, theater-goers will be properly envious of that lovely Lux complexion.
Thank you, Bill. I hope so, because Lux Soap and I spend plenty of time together. I wouldn't be a day without it.
Seems to me I've heard a lot of screen stars say that same thing.
Mark, I understand you're going to be an FBI man in your next production at Fox.
Yes, and as you probably know, Bill here is doing the directing.
I've heard a lot of interesting things about the picture.
Well, we have great hopes for it, since it's being made at the suggestion of the FBI and with their full cooperation.
Hey, speaking of screenplays, Bill, what are you doing next week in this theater?
Next Monday night from Warner Brothers, we present that violent and romantic drama so many of our listeners have thrilled to on the screen. Nobody Lives Forever. And our stars are Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan. It's the tense, suspenseful story of a man who falls in love with a girl he planned to victimize, and thereby involves them both in a perilous and mounting crisis.
Nobody Lives Forever was a thrilling picture, Bill.
And it ought to make a great play, Bill. Good night.
Good night and
Good night.
sincere thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman in Nobody Lives Forever. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's news for thrifty housewives. Dealers now pay much more for used kitchen fats. So save and turn in every pound you can. You'll help yourself, you'll help your country, too. Here's what government officials say. It is still necessary to conserve every pound of fat, since the overall fat supply situation is little better now than it was last year. Yes, the worldwide supply of fats and oils is still critically short. Your salvaged kitchen fats are needed to make thousands of essential articles we use in our daily lives. So keep on saving. Remember, your butcher now pays you more for every pound you turn in. Mark Stevens appeared by arrangement with 20th Century Fox, producers of Forever Amber. Heard in our cast tonight were Joseph Kearns as Wicket, Wally Mayer as Foss, Dan O'Herlihy as Jardine, Fay Baker as Mari, and Bill Johnstone, Truda Marson, Janet Scott, Lois Corbett, Norma Jean Nilsson, Noreen Gamil, Eddie Marr, Stanley Farrar, Herbert Butterfield, and Cliff Clark. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of The Dark Corner has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. The complexion care used regularly by 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars. They depend on this fine white soap for the gentle, beautifying care million-dollar complexions must have. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Nobody Lives Forever with Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, by an overwhelming average of 3-1, families throughout America who compared toothpastes they were using at home preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Nobody Lives Forever with Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Fly By Night, a suspense play starring Mr. Joseph Cotton.
Well, Manning, how about signing this confession?
I want my lawyer.
You don't need a lawyer, not if you tell the truth.
Well, my wife's cousin, Charles Borden, he's the lawyer. I want him.
Look, Manning, we know you killed Garvin. All you have to do is admit it.
I didn't do it. It's a frame, I told you.
Just as soon as you confess, you can go to sleep. A bargain?
I didn't kill Garvin.
Don't be stubborn, Manning.
I didn't do it. Frame.
Then how come that boy Venuti saw you? He says he saw you leave Garvin's apartment at 11:30, just after the shooting.
I left at 10. Venuti's lying.
Why should Venuti lie?
Let me talk to him. I'll find out.
What's to find out? You hated Garvin. You don't deny that, do you?
Garvin accuses you of stealing money from the business, throws you out, so you kill him.
He couldn't throw me out. Full partner, let me alone.
You killed him.
Sleep.
Not until you sign this confession.
Sign this confession and we won't bother you anymore. You can lie down on my bed here in my apartment and sleep till you can't look sleep in the face anymore. Come on, Manning, be smart.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
He's asleep.
Oh? Come on, Manning. Confess or I'll keep you awake forever.
All right.
You'll sign the confession?
Yeah. I'll sign it.
Put the killer to bed, Coogan.
In just a moment, Mr. Joseph Cotton in the first act of Fly By Night.
Say, Harlow, I went to a carnival last night, and that human skeleton...
Thin, huh?
Oh, practically transparent. Lives on bread and drinks water only once a week.
Once a week? Well, that's nothing, Hap. Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And they had a strong man who lifted a horse.
1 horse? Oh, listen, Hap. The Autolite Stay Full battery can snap up 100 horses in your car's engine without even half trying. But they have a big advantage.
Oh, and what's that?
Autolite Stay Full batteries have fiberglass retaining mats to help reduce flaking and shedding, and thus protect the power of every positive plate.
And there was a flagpole sitter at the carnival, too. He's out to break the record.
He'll never break the Autolite Stay Full battery record, Hap, because you can't buy a better battery for your car.
Now, you're sharper than a sword swallower's supper, Harlow.
Thank you, Hap. And friends, see your Autolite battery dealer and ask him for an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Fly By Night and the performance of Mr. Joseph Cotton, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Wake up. Wake up, Manning, wake up. Come on, get up. You had your 8 hours sleep. Let's go calling.
What?
Don't you remember? You signed a confession. Admitted you murdered Leo Garvin.
Oh. I didn't do it. I didn't kill Garvin.
Come on, into the bathroom and shave. Here, Lieutenant Driscoll left this shirt for you to change into. Want you to look nice for the photographer.
I didn't do it. When I left Garvin, it was 10 o'clock and he was alive.
Yeah, save it for the courtroom. They'll be real impressed with a signed confession.
I'll swear you forced me.
Sure, so what? You can't swear Venuti out of existence. He saw you leave at 11:30. He'll testify he saw you.
He's a liar. He's part of the frame. I want to see him.
Go on, shave. You'll see Venuti in court. Shaving mug, soap, brush.
All right.
Come on. How much lather do you need?
Hey, my eyes! Oh.
It worked. The shaving brush in Cogan's eyes and hitting him with all the strength I had left in me, it worked. And I got out of there, out and into the streets. They didn't have to torture me. Lieutenant Driscoll and Sergeant Cogan didn't have to beat me with a rubber hose to make me confess to a crime I never committed. All they had to do was keep me without sleep for 72 hours. After that, a man will do anything just to be allowed to shut his eyes. So I signed a confession because I just wanted to sleep. But now I was awake and on the streets outside Lieutenant Driscoll's apartment. It was 8:15 in the morning. And for the next 4 hours, I walked, trying to recall everything I'd known about Venuti, trying to figure just one reason why he wanted to frame me, why he said I left Garvin's at 11:30. But it was no use. I couldn't think of anything. And suddenly it occurred to me they were looking at me. The people on the street were staring. Then I remembered it was October and I had no coat. I was in shirt sleeves. I'd left my coat in Lieutenant Driscoll's apartment.
Can I help you, mister?
Yeah, you got a phone in here.
Go down that aisle to your left.
Hello? Who is this?
I'm all right, Mary. Don't worry.
Where are you?
I don't know a drugstore downtown. I escaped, Mary. I got away from them.
You're an idiot. You'll only make it worse for yourself.
Now, listen, Mary.
I didn't kill Garvin. I need your help. I need a coat.
I can't help you, Mickey.
What?
You're a murderer. Even if you are my husband, I'm not going to be involved.
I didn't kill him. It's all a frame, Mary. All I've got to do is find a guy named Venuti and beat it out of him. Mary. Mary. I couldn't blame her much. The shock of finding that her husband was wanted for murder. I had to get to Venuti to prove it was a lie. But now was no time to think about it because it was a few minutes before 1 o'clock, and that was good because I was near Charlie Borden's office. They went out to lunch at 1 o'clock. Charlie was my lawyer, my wife's cousin. And now he was the man I had to see. There was an alley next to his office building, and I waited there. Charlie. Charlie. Over here. Come here.
What happened to you? Where have you been these past 3 days?
Listen, Charlie. 2 cops had me in an apartment uptown.
Cops? What for?
Trying to get a confession out of me.
What kind of confession?
They say I killed Leo Garvin. Oh. They've got a witness named Venuti. He said I left Garvin's place at 11:30. But I left at 10.
Oh, then you got nothing to worry about, Mickey. Mary will testify you were home a little after 10.
I didn't get home till after 12.
Huh?
Well, after I left Garvin, I walked. We had an argument. I was upset. I spent a couple of hours walking.
Well, then you didn't do it.
No, of course I didn't. They got a confession out of me anyway.
You mean to say you signed a confession when you didn't do it?
Well, they kept me without sleep for 72
well,
hours.
They can't do that. That's illegal.
Listen, Charlie, I need your help.
Of course. Let's go back to my office. I'll arrange to surrender you directly to the DA. And I'm going to raise the roof about that confession.
I'm not going to surrender. I've been framed, Charlie. I've got to find this Venuti.
Now, listen, Mickey, you leave that to me. You can't wander around where any cop might take a shot at you.
You've got to find me first. Listen, I need a jacket and a coat. Can you get them for me?
Sure. I'll phone Mary right away. Where'll you be?
Remember that movie we went to last week?
The Rivoli?
Yeah. I'll be there. Back row. Make sure they're not following you.
Okay, give me a half hour. What will you do meantime?
I'll give you an hour because I'm going to Venuti's. I'm going to make him tell me who paid him for that lie.
Mickey, don't do it. Better leave things to me.
Just get me the coat and the jacket. Venuti is the one thing I can take care of better than you. I caught a streetcar, and 20 minutes later, I was walking toward the swayback 2-story building where Venuti had his insurance office, just across the street from Garvin's house. I opened the door and walked in.
You want something?
Oh.
Drink, maybe?
Venuti. Where is he?
Who shall I say is calling?
Where's Venuti?
You look like you want him real bad.
Come on. Where is he?
Take it easy. Slow down. You want to see Venuti? I'll take you to Venuti. Come on. There he is. There's Venuti. Sure you don't want that drink?
He was sitting at his desk, natty as ever, disinterested as ever. I walked over to him, stopped. There was a bullet hole in his forehead. He was dead. There was a gun lying on the floor. I picked it up, examined it. 2 bullets had been fired. And it was my gun.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Joseph Cotton in Fly By Night, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, was there a barker at the carnival?
Sure was, Harlow.
I can hear him. Right this way to the 9th wonder of the world. Step right up, folks, and see the Autolite Stay Full battery. This sensational specialist of sure starts needs water not 10, not 5, but only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Yep, the Barker's always a big attraction.
Well, not as big as the Autolite Stay Full battery, Hap. It attracts hundreds of thousands of discriminating drivers every year.
Plays to a full house, huh, Harlow?
You said it, Hap. And no one-night stands either. Autolite Stay Full batteries are always good for a long run.
How come, Harlow?
Well, Autolite Stay Full batteries have fiberglass retaining mats protecting each positive plate. These mats help reduce flaking and shedding.
They get top billing with me, Harlow.
Attaboy, Hap. So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer, and when you pay your money and you take your choice, choose an Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Joseph Cotton in Elliot Lewis's production of Fly By Night, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I told you I'd take you to Venuti. What do you think of him?
What happened?
Found him dead when I came in. A couple of minutes before you did. By the way, who are you?
Did you kill him?
I know who you are. Your name's Manning.
How do you know me?
Fella in the picture.
What picture?
Never mind.
Well, you still haven't told me what you're doing here.
Venuti's girl. My name's Irene Conway. We had a cocktail date. What kind of date did you keep with him?
He swore he saw me leave Garvin's apartment at 11:30 the night Garvin was killed. He lied.
He lied about a lot of things.
I came here to get the truth out of him, but someone's been here first to shut him up.
You never got anything out of him. I'll prove it to you. Garvin was shot on Monday night, wasn't he?
That's right. Why?
Venuti couldn't have seen you leaving Garvin's place. We were together in my apartment on the other side of town till close to 2.
And what made him lie? Why did he do it? Why did he frame me? What? Tell me. Someone paid him to say he saw me leave Garvin's house that night.
Maybe.
Who paid him?
Maybe the man.
What man?
On Monday, Venuti called me to meet him here at about 5 o'clock. There was a man with him. And when I came in, the man put him away in a hurry. Went right out without even saying goodbye. I know everybody Venuti knows. This man was a stranger.
But his name? Didn't Venuti mention his name?
No, he wouldn't talk about him. When I asked him what the pictures were, got mad. But I saw one of them.
Who was it?
You.
Well,
that's how I recognized you when you came in.
Can you describe this man?
He was a blonde man. He wasn't pretty. You're pretty. Venuti was pretty. Venuti was prettier than anybody.
Listen, Irene, you've got to talk to Charles Borden, my cousin. He's a lawyer. You've got to tell him everything you told me. Will you do that for me?
Venuti isn't pretty
Listen,
anymore.
Irene, Venuti's dead.
Somebody's knocking on the door, Mr. Manning. Must be the police. I called the police.
Look, my cousin's name is Charles Borden. He's in the Taft building. You go right down to his office and tell him.
I know that's the police. Don't you think you better run?
Don't you understand? You've got to do it now. Right now.
No, I couldn't right now. I've got to talk to the police. Just a minute.
Charles
just a minute.
Borden in the Taft building. Will you do it?
You better run, Mr. Manning. Run fast.
I ran out the back way and into the streets. Now it was time to meet Charlie in the movie theater. Get the jacket and coat from him. Tell him about Irene and the man with my picture. I got settled in one of the empty seats in the back row of the movie and waited. In a little while, Charlie came in and sat down next to me. He had the extra coat and jacket with him.
Did you find Venuti?
I found him. He was dead when I found him, shot with my pistol. Here, you take it. Someone's trying to get me, Charlie, and I think I have a lead on it.
What kind of lead?
A girl named Irene Conway, friend of Venuti's. She saw the man who paid Venuti to put the finger on me. If she doesn't come to you, you've got to find her, Charlie.
Okay.
Make her tell you what she knows, then follow it up. Hire detectives if you have to. Mary can sign checks for me. I've got about $1,500 in my account.
Don't worry about the money. I'll take care of it.
I need some cash now. I used what I had on phones and streetcars.
I put $25 in the jacket.
Thanks, Charlie.
I hope it fits you. It's my jacket. Mary wouldn't give me one of yours.
I'll keep in touch with you by phone.
Okay. I'm going. You stay for another 10 minutes or so.
Right. Thanks again.
Good luck, Mickey.
Charlie walked out, leaving the coat and jacket on the seat. I waited 10 minutes. Then picked up the clothes and started to leave when a woman sitting 3 seats away carefully closed her bag of popcorn, leaned over and grabbed me by the arm.
What do you think you're doing?
Pardon me, please.
Stop that man. He's stealing the gentleman's coat. He's a thief.
Shh. Wait a minute, you. What do you think you're going?
Now, let go of me. Let go.
Let him go, Usher. That's him. That coat and jacket he's carrying don't belong to him. He's trying to sneak out with
What are you talking about? These are my things.
Oh, no, they're not. I saw you come in. You didn't have them then. That other man sat beside you, and when he went to the men's lounge, you grabbed his clothes.
You're
I saw
mistaken.
You.
These are my things.
Are you sure they don't belong to him, madam?
What have I got eyes in my head for? I was sitting only 3 seats away, of course I'm sure. Go to the men's lounge and find that other gentleman, and you'll see whether I'm mistaken. I tell you, call the police!
Let's go to the office and get this straightened out.
I don't have time. These are my clothes, and I'm...
I remember you came in your shirt sleeves. Come on.
All right. Take me to the manager right now.
That's better.
You want me to come too? I saw him.
Yes, madam. And please don't talk too loud. You're disturbing the patrons.
Yeah.
Yes? What is it?
Mr. Schreier, this woman claims that this man is trying to walk out with a coat and jacket belonging to another patron. She says he's in the lounge.
Is that so? Go get the gentleman in the lounge.
Yes, sir.
This is all a mistake. The coat's mine, so's the jacket.
It is not. You came in without a coat or a
I
jacket.
don't deny that. The man who brought them was my cousin. I'd left them in his office, and you won't find him in the lounge. He's gone back to his office.
You say this coat and jacket are yours?
Yes.
Can you identify them by the contents of the pocket?
Well, there should be $25 in the jacket.
In which pocket?
I don't remember one of them.
Well, we'll soon see. Nothing in this pocket. Ah, here's something. Bills.
Yeah, I told you.
5, 10, 15, 25.
He could have put the money there. That's no proof the coat's his.
I told you it was my jacket. Now, may I have it, please?
Oh, just a moment. There's a letter here in the inside pocket. I presume it's yours.
Sure, it's mine.
And the name on it? If it's your letter, it should have your name on it.
Oh, of course. The name is Charles Borden.
Yes, it's addressed in care of Charles Borden, but not to Charles Borden.
Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten.
It's addressed to Manning. Mrs. Michael Manning.
Yes, Mrs. Manning is my cousin.
Uh-huh. And what is your address?
5437 Booth Street, Forest Hills.
Well, that's the address, all right, madam. I'm afraid you've made a mistake. This man can identify the clothing.
This man's a thief.
Oh.
I don't think he is, madam. My apologies, sir.
It's quite all right. I walked out of the theater, lost myself in the crowd, and didn't stop until I was 10 blocks away. Then I slipped into a lunchroom and had my first meal of the day. While I was eating, I took the letter out of the pocket of Charles' jacket. Why hadn't he turned this letter over to my wife? What was in it he didn't want Mary to see? I opened and read it.
Leeds, Fulbright, and Benning, attorneys at law, 1312 Q Street, Sacramento, California, 12 August 1950. Dear Mrs. Manning, this is to inform you that you have been named sole beneficiary under the last will and testament of your late uncle, Benjamin Williams. We request that you or your attorney appear in the probate proceedings by means of the enclosed waiver of citation, so that we may make distribution. In our opinion, after taxes, your inheritance will be upwards of $200,000. Sincerely yours, Julius Benning.
$200,000. I was stunned at first. Then it suddenly occurred to me. Charlie hadn't said a word about it. Charlie hadn't even shown the letter to Mary. Then I took another look at the date. August 12th. Over a month ago. Then it came into focus. Cousin Charlie was playing the hand alone. He didn't want Mary to have any of that money. Charlie was the one who had framed me. Get me out of the way, then Mary. Then Charlie would be the sole survivor of our late uncle. Charlie had stolen my gun. Then I'd helped him. I'd put my fingerprints on the gun at Benuti's and then given it to Charlie. Charlie was the man with the pictures who paid Benuti to put me on the spot. Huh. I paid my check and grabbed the cab outside. At 8:30, I was running up the steps of Charlie's house.
Mickey.
I want to talk to you, Charlie.
Anyone see you come here?
I didn't bother to look. I want to talk to you.
All right, Mickey.
You had me fooled, Charlie. Framed me and fooled me.
What are you talking about?
You knew Mary had inherited $200,000.
$200,000?
You knew it. Never told Mary about it. Killed Garvin to get rid of me. Killed Venuti because you were afraid I'd beat the truth out of him. When were you planning to kill Mary?
Oh, you're going crazy, Mickey. Now, look, listen
Now
to me.
I'm going to beat a confession out of you,
I
cousin.
swear to you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Confess, Charlie. I confessed once. Confess. 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 You didn't confess, Charlie. Well, I'll get someone who'll make you do it. Someone who's an expert at it. Driscoll. West 80th. Here.
Oh?
Driscoll?
Yeah?
Mickey Manning.
Where are you, killer?
Charlie Borden's apartment. I've got your murderer for you. Come in, Lieutenant. Come in.
Thanks, Manning. I brought somebody. Your wife.
Hello, Mickey. Mr. Driscoll called me and said you found Garvin's killer. Have you really, Mickey?
Yes. Venuti's, too. I told you it was a frame, Mary.
Who's the killer, Manning?
Cousin Charlie.
Now, why should Charlie kill them, Mickey?
Because he wanted all that money for himself, don't you see?
Because he wanted that $200,000 for himself. Is that right?
Yes, that... Wait a minute. How did you know about that $200,000, Mary?
I knew it from the day I got the letter from the lawyers. And I said to myself, now, there's no sense in sharing all that money when there's a way to get it all to myself.
So you framed me, Mary.
So I framed you. Driscoll and I framed you. Driscoll killed Garvin, killed Venuti. Now...
Driscoll. What's your salary for killing off duty?
Always off-duty killing. Hogan and I don't have badges. People like Mary here pay us to play act at being cops.
That confession I made to you is worthless.
No, not at all, Mickey. I have it in my purse. It's a confession a husband made to his wife.
Well, tell me something, wife. How did you plant that letter from the lawyers so I'd find it in Charlie's jacket?
Well, Charlie called me and told me you needed a jacket. I came to Charlie and persuaded him to take one of his own. Then I slipped the letter in the pocket so you'd find it.
Had two people killed for that money just to get rid of me. Why didn't you just kill me and leave the others alone?
I like it this way, Mickey. I like testifying at your trial. I like being all broken up because they'll hang you for murder. Driscoll?
Yeah. Let's go say hello to Cousin Charlie. Hello, Cousin Charlie. Huh? Cousin Charlie doesn't answer. My, you really beat him up, Manning.
Charlie did.
No, Cousin Charlie is still alive. He'll be able to talk soon. And if he talks, Mary will be in trouble. Hold this gun on your husband, Mary.
All right.
Close your eyes if you can't stand this, Manning. I'm going to start on Cousin Charlie where you left off.
Leave Charlie alone. Leave him alone. I'll kill you, Driscoll.
Mary.
Kill you.
Mary, get him off me.
Drop it, gun. Drop it, or so help me, I'll break every bone. Drop it, Mary.
Mickey. Oh, Mickey. Now, Mickey.
Mary, you go over to that phone. Go over to the phone.
All right, Mickey.
I call the police. Tell them you're calling for me. Then tell them I know who killed my partner, Garvin.
All right, Mickey.
Police Department. Lieutenant Randall speaking.
This is Mary Manning. I'm calling for my husband, Mickey Manning.
Tell them how you framed me, Mary.
My husband wants me to tell you how Leo Garvin and a man named Venuti were murdered. It started with a letter I got in which I inherited $200,000.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Joseph Cotton.
We all enjoyed your performance very much, Mr. Cotton.
Thanks, Hap.
Thank you, Joe. We hope you'll return to Suspense again soon.
I hope so, too, Harlow. It's always a pleasure to be associated with Autolite.
He sounds like you, Wilcox.
Of course, like me and hundreds of thousands of satisfied Autolite customers. Why, Hap, you'll find Autolite friends everywhere because Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, and electric windshield wipers. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Miss Miriam Hopkins as star of Miss Bone, the story of 3 women living in a small-town boarding house and the unusual murder that took place there. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Milton Berle and Howard Duff appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Parts of this program were transcribed. Fly by Night by George and Gertrude Fass was adapted for suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Joseph Cotton may soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, 2 Flags West.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Miss Miriam Hopkins in Miss Bone.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite Standard Type, or Resistor Type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Richard Widmark in a true story of murder. Tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, you're going to hear a true story, a classic of American crime, as documented by criminologist Edmund Pearson. The story is called Mate Bram. Tonight's star, Mr. Richard Widmark.
Well, Harlow, tomorrow marks the opening of baseball season.
Why, my team's been playing all year, Hap.
Oh, what team is that?
The Autolite electrical system in every Autolite-equipped car. And that's a real team. Because every unit, like the coil, distributor, generator, battery, starting motor, and set of spark plugs, are related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give you the smoothest performance money can buy.
But that team doesn't play ball, Harlow.
Oh, does a lot more, Hap. Why, the Autolite electrical system goes to bat every time you start your car. And it keeps right on working every second your car's running. Works every time you light your lights, blow your horn, use your electric windshield wiper, radio, or heater.
Real major league stuff, eh, Harlow?
You bet your bat, Hap. So, friends, when your Autolite-equipped car needs replacement parts, always insist on Autolite original factory parts. It pays. Because from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Mate Bram and the performance of Mr. Richard Widmark, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Dear Mr. Cooper, I write to you as my true friend who has given me wise counsel in the past, who knows of my faults and weaknesses, and who also knows my strength. Respecting the latter, I advise you that during the past year I have totally abstained from drink in any form. And because of that and hard study, I now have a first mate's ticket. It was in that berth that in Boston I signed on the barkentine Herbert Fuller, from where I now write you to give you a report of this fatal voyage. As a matter of truth, I myself might be dead when you read this, if it ever reaches you. I signed on, the master of the vessel being Charles I. Nash, in the company of the following men, each important to this account.
Henry J. Slice, seaman.
Aye, aye, sir. Here, Captain.
Sign this line, Slice. You'll have the port watch.
Aye, aye, sir.
Charlie Brown, seaman.
Hey, sir.
This line, Brown. Port watch.
Hey, sir.
Jonathan Spencer, steward.
Yes, sir.
Right here, Spencer. Glad to have you aboard again.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thomas Bram, first officer.
Yes, Captain.
This line. First trip, Mr. Bram. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
August Blomberg, second officer.
Aye, sir.
This line, Mr. Blomberg.
Aye, sir.
There are two other names important to this account. Lester H. Monks, who came aboard as a passenger in the interests of his health, as the nature of our voyage was to be tropical. The other name is Laura Nash, wife of Captain Nash. If I had known that this woman was going to sail with us, I never would have signed on. But when I saw her and learned that she was, I didn't sign off, although I could have. I stayed on because she was compelling, with a bold look, and because a man is always a hunter. That same day, still in harbor, when first I saw her, I went to the steward to learn more.
Yes, sir, Mr. Your name is Bram, isn't it?
Yes, my name is Bram. Can I get a cup of tea?
Yes, sir. It's hot. Are you a home man, Mr. Bram, or did you come from another ship?
I came from another ship.
What ship was it?
The Antilles.
She came in yesterday. We go out tomorrow. You don't like it shoreside, Mr. Bram?
Nope, I find it too much trouble. You've sailed this ship before?
2 trips.
What is this woman that goes with us?
She's the captain's wife, sir.
I know that. Is she a good wife, Spencer?
I don't know what you mean, sir.
Oh, she's younger than he is. Why does a young woman marry with a man like that and go sailing off on a ship with him and 11 other men?
I don't know, Mr. Bram.
No lady would do that, would she?
I don't know many ladies, Mr. Bram. You won't find out asking me. You'd better ask her.
Maybe I will. Hello, Blomberg.
More deck cargo ready to load forward.
I'll see to it.
You want tea, Mr. Blomberg?
Tea time. Spencer, you sailed this ship before. What do you know about this woman that goes with us?
Nothing.
What kind of woman she is? The way she looks at a man.
I don't know, sir. I don't know.
When I left the steward, the second mate was asking the same questions I asked. I mentioned this to remind you that I was not alone with my thoughts. The same ones were in the minds of the others. Perhaps all of them. This, then, my good friend, was the state and nature of the ship when we made to open sea. The first day passed in shaking her down. But then evening was upon us, and the woman ate supper in the cabin at the officers' table, which also included the passenger, Mr. Monks. These meals, there were only 6 of them, may be exaggerated in my memory, but I think not. It seems now that nothing was discussed except that I abstained from the wine that was served. It was difficult because I didn't want to give as my reason for refusal a fact that you know, sir. That I am a slave to drink unless I abstain entirely.
Your glass, Laura?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Monks?
Yes, please. Thank you, Captain.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Bram?
No, sir, I don't want any.
Mr. Blomberg?
Yeah, I like good wine.
Yeah. Are you a religious man, Mr. Bram?
No, sir, not overly so.
Wondered if that was why you wouldn't have a glass of wine with us.
No, I don't care for wine.
What you drink then? Rum like the pirates?
I don't drink at all.
I didn't think that a seafaring man lived that didn't drink, Mr. Bram.
Seafaring men are much like any men, Mr. Monk. Some of them drink, some of them don't.
Wine with a meal and a good whiskey or brandy at the end of a watch. Nothing can take their place.
Is there a reason you don't drink, Mr. Bram?
Yes. I don't like to.
Have you ever drunk?
No, I never have.
I don't believe that. I've heard that some men don't drink because they expose their true selves when they do. Do you have a true self that you are hiding?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, madam. You are seeing my true self, a man who doesn't drink.
Oh, there must be a reason. And I'll find out what it is.
That's enough, Laura. You're too forward. Eat your supper.
As I stated, my memory of that first supper may now be exaggerated, but I think not. There was more drinking after the meal, but I left, as it was my watch. I know that the second mate stayed with the woman, though, even after Captain Nash had retired to his cot in the chart room. Now, this sleeping arrangement must be explained because it's important. The captain with a cot in the chart room forward in the main house, the woman in the first cabin starboard, the passenger in the second. Across the companionway, I in the first cabin port, Mr. Blomberg in the second. I heard the woman come to her quarters after I'd been relieved. And I think that night, I started dreaming about her and her taunting smile. And with her, I dreamed of being drunk. The next day passed the same, and the next night. There's little enough of interest on a ship, and anything unusual is leapt upon. On this ship, it was my sobriety. The first sign of trouble came upon us during the third evening. And I swear upon our friendship, sir, that it was not of my doing. I was only walking aft past the main house.
Mr. Bram.
Yes?
I'm in my quarters.
I'm still on watch, Mr. Blomberg. What do you want?
I think of you too much today. Now I don't like you.
What you think is your business, not mine.
And that I don't like you?
It's a man's privilege to like or dislike.
You don't care?
Well, there'd be nothing for me to do about it if I did.
There is something.
Oh?
Stop acting like you're better than us, all of us.
I'm no better or worse than anyone.
You think you are? You think so because we drink and you don't? You think you saint or something?
You're wrong, and I'll thank you to leave me alone.
No.
Let go of me.
I give you a chance to make me wrong. I give you a chance to act like man. I ask you now, come in my quarters, drink with me like friends.
I don't want to drink, Blomberg.
It's insult not to drink when man asks you.
Leave off me. Take it as an insult if you like. I say I have my reasons and my rights to do as I choose. Now mind your own affairs. There'll be no trouble. Don't try to run me.
You woman.
Leave off me.
Oh, you...
Mr. Bram! Mr. Blomberg!
Kill you next time.
What is the meaning of this?
There were some words, sir.
What words?
His woman.
Words about Laura?
No, sir.
I've seen the way both of you are mooning about her. There's an end to that right now. You'll both eat in your own quarters from this day on. Stay away from her. Your officers on this ship. Now go to your quarters, Mr. Bram.
I see.
There'll be a report on this, Mr. Blomberg. You'll relieve the watch.
Mr. Bram. What happened?
There was some trouble.
About what?
Nothing, man trouble.
I heard what my husband said. Were you fighting over me?
No.
Why should you fight over me? You've hardly looked at me.
You're a married woman, Mrs. Nash.
I think that makes more difference to you than it does to me. Why are you so good?
You couldn't choose a word farther from the truth, and I think I'd better go inside.
Wait, why did you fight? Because he was teasing you about not drinking, wasn't it? He told me he was going to.
Yes, that was why. Are you playing the game with me, too?
Oh, I'm intrigued. You're a man with a past, aren't you? And you won't drink because you're afraid someone will find out what it is.
Think what you like.
Don't you know that's a challenge to a woman like me? Wouldn't you even drink with me?
Yes. Yes, perhaps with you.
Is that a promise?
No, Mrs. Nash, I promise nothing anymore. I've been ordered to my quarters. I'd better go. Mr. Cooper, sir, I feel as though I should apologize even to you who know me so well, but I will not. Because I must shamelessly recount all details. There were no more words except ship words between Mr. Blomberg and myself. We ate in our quarters, and for the 3 days following the quarrel on deck, Captain Nash vigilantly allowed his wife no freedom on the ship. I hope you'll understand that, however wrong, her words to me lived in my mind, and they grew. So when I was relieved of watch on the 4th night following, I was very pleased to find her waiting inside the open door to her quarters.
Mr. Bram,
Yes?
I've been waiting for you. Won't you come in?
Where's Captain Nash?
In the chart room. Asleep. I knew he wouldn't watch me forever.
What do you want?
Just to talk to someone who's young. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
There's no harm. I want you to know that.
All right. Laura, there's no harm.
Whether I'm married or not, I'm a woman, am I not?
Yes, you are.
And I deserve to have the company that I like.
Mm-hmm.
I brought a bottle of wine.
I see that you have.
I stole it when he wasn't looking.
You took a chance.
I thought it would be nice. Shall I open it?
Yes, if you like.
Here you are.
Thank you.
You haven't been very nice to me, have you?
I've hardly been able to be anything to you.
Then shall we drink to how nice you can be?
All right. Oh, I drank, my friend, the bottle of wine. And when I left her, I went into Mr. Blomberg's quarters and stole what he had and took it to my own. The warmth that I remembered in my middle body, the courage I assumed, the eyes that weren't really mine, seeing things, the false happiness, the excitement, the great proud feeling of self-satisfaction, the elation, the slipping away from reality, and the wonder of it, the pleasure of numbness, the peace, and the luxury of knowing that when you went to bed, you'd sleep.
Mr. Brown! Mr. Brown!
What?
Mr. Brown!
Yeah, just a minute. What is it? What is it? What? What's the matter? What's the matter?
There's murder.
What? What's that you say?
You've got to come up on the deck. The captain and his wife, Mr. Blomberg, they've all been murdered. They're dead.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Richard Widmark in Mate Bram, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, where do you expect the Autolite team to finish?
Oh, I don't expect it to finish at all, Hap. That Autolite electrical systems job is never done. It works when you start your car and every second your engine runs, as well as when you blow the horn, turn on your lights, electric windshield wiper, radio, or heater.
That Autolite electrical team must have some real fans, Harlow.
You bet it does, Hap. The many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors that use Autolite electrical systems as original equipment. And in that great team, every unit and component part is related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give the finest performance money can buy.
Who manages this team, Harlow?
Your car dealer or authorized Autolite service station. You can quickly learn the location of your nearest authorized Autolite service station in the classified section of your telephone directory under Automobile Electrical Service. Treat your car to a periodic checkup soon. It pays. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Richard Widmark in Elliot Lewis's production of Mate Bram, a true story well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It was 8 bells, midnight, when I went into the woman's quarters. Sometime later, when I left. I didn't want to drink, but what could I do? Explain myself by telling her about the last time? The fights, the broken windows, the jail? And the other times? I should have, but considering the situation, I doubt any man would. I remember leaving, going to Mr. Blomberg's quarters, then to my own. But there, after another while, my memory stops. I have lost an hour, my good friend, or perhaps 2, until Mr. Monks awoke me some minutes before 4 with a gun in his hand.
There's a murderer on board. He killed them all with an axe. Mr. Brand, what is the matter?
What are you doing with that gun?
None of us is safe. There's a murderer on board. What are you doing?
Water first.
You've been drinking, Mr. Bram.
Yes, I have.
You'll have to sober up. You're in command now.
I'm all right. Where are they?
Mrs. Nash is in her cabin. I'll show you. There.
Yes. What do you know of this?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
How did you learn?
Something woke me up. It was like a scream, but I didn't know, with all the sounds of the ship.
When was that?
I can't be sure. I went to sleep again. Then I woke up again.
What woke you that time?
I don't know, but I began to worry about the sound I'd heard, the scream. I got up and went to tell the captain about it. He was dead. I was sure the sound meant something, and I came to Mrs. Nash's cabin. Then I saw Mr. Blomberg's door open and found him the same way. There's a maniac on board.
Come with me. We'll look at the others. We looked in the quarters of the others and found no weapon. And I'll state now that when I looked in my locker for my gun, I also looked for bloodstains on the clothes in there and on the clothes I was wearing as I'd slept fully dressed. And I found none. Then, pursuing the actions of Mr. Monks and me, we awoke the steward and went on deck. Wait. There's the axe.
That's the one. That's the one that did it.
Get rid of it, Mr. Brown. Throw it overboard. The fiend might use it on us next.
No, Mr. Bram. We can't do that, sir. Throw it overboard. That's the weapon. We've got to keep it. By law, we've got to.
All right. We'll keep it aboard. It's Slice at the wheel. We'll see what he knows.
What is it? What's that axe?
There's been murder aboard, Slice.
How long have you been at the wheel?
2 hours, sir. Who is it?
Brown and Cantwell share your watch, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Where are they?
Forward, sir. Standing lookout. Who's dead?
The captain and his wife and Mr. Blomberg.
Have you seen anybody on deck, Slice, while you've been at the wheel?
Only you, Mr. Bram. I didn't see nobody else.
I didn't remember. It's a frightful thing to have a man say you were out on deck and not remember. I tried to carry on without arousing suspicion. And this is what I learned. That I had come out and asked for Mr. Blomberg. And upon being told that he was tending the foresail with 2 deckhands, I'd gone back inside. And that then Mr. Blomberg had come aft and gone inside, too. And that he'd never come out again. I couldn't help feeling guilty, but on the other hand, I couldn't help heeding my instinct to protect myself. For example, at my earliest opportunity, when I was not seen, I took that axe and I threw it overboard. But that was wrong. I acted in excitement and fear, and I'm sorry now that I did. When dawn came, I ordered the ship to come about and set her back toward Boston. Soon after this was done, the steward came to me.
The crew wants me to talk to you, sir.
Yes, what about?
They all say they'll be afraid to go to sleep tonight for fear of being murdered in their bunks.
All right. All right, I'll have them all sleep on deck where a watch can be kept over them. And if you will, Spencer, you can tell them all to come on deck in an hour for the funeral services.
Funeral services, sir?
Yes.
We can't put those people over the side, sir. By law, we've got to take them back.
Well, yes, of course, Spencer, but it's not good to have them on the ship. I mean to put them in the longboat and tow it astern. Now bring them out. And with Captain Nash, bring his Bible. It's open on the table next to his cot.
It is, sir?
I don't know why I thought I knew where the captain's Bible was. I wasn't sure that I did know. But I was afraid to ask Spencer. So once more, on impulse and in fear, I acted. That night, I went aft to the man at the wheel and ordered him below to get my glass, telling him I'd seen a light in the distance. When he was gone, lashing the wheel, I turned with a knife to the line towing the longboat to cut the bodies adrift and to finally destroy the evidence.
Mr. Bram! Mr. Bram, stop that!
Don't do that, Mr. Bram.
Leave off, Spencer. It's not good to have dead people following along behind. Leave off. What's this for?
For killing those people out there.
No.
It was you, Mr. Bram.
No, I didn't.
You were with the wife last night drinking.
Who says that?
Mr. Slice. Mr. Blomberg told him.
That's no proof.
You knew where his Bible was, sir.
And that's nothing either.
You relieved Slice at the wheel. And after that, the axe was missing. Mr. Brown saw you throw it overboard.
I didn't kill him.
Then why were you cutting the longboat free, Mr. Bram?
Hold still, Mr. Bram.
Confess and ease yourself, Mr. Bram.
No, I won't confess. Nobody saw me kill them because I didn't. I didn't.
Come along, Mr. Bram.
Where are you taking me?
To lock you up. By law, we've got to do it.
They put me in irons, locked in my own quarters. And here I have stayed. There have been no more murders in the 3 days past, which does not stand in favor of another killer being aboard and my being innocent. What I have written, my good friend, is the whole truth. And I beg of you to be my legal counsel when my case comes to trial, as I'm sure it will. In my own mind, I am not convinced that I'm guilty. For one reason, that however violent I've been, I have never killed before. Never killed before. If I could only remember. If I could just remember. Why can't I? Why can't I? Why? Why can't I remember?
As the passenger aboard the Fuller, I was called along with the crew to testify in both of Mr. Bram's trials. And each time I stayed to hear him pronounced guilty by 2 separate courts of law of a crime he steadfastly swore that he did not remember committing.
Suspense. A true story presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Richard Widmark.
And here he is once again, our star, Richard Widmark. It's always good to have you aboard, Dick.
Thank you, Harlow. I sort of feel like one of the family since this is my fourth appearance on Suspense this season.
Well, you are a member of the family, Dick. The Autolite family, which includes 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States, nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast, and the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite.
It's a big family, Harlow, and I'm proud to be included.
Well, we're all proud to be members of the Autolite family, Dick, because Autolite serves the greatest names in the industry. And every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, the dramatic recreation of a race 5 brave men made with death. A true story based on the writings of one of those men. Our star will be Mr. Herbert Marshall. The story is called The Diary of Captain Scott. Presented next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Mate Bram was written for Suspense by Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Joan Banks, Joseph Kearns, Ben Wright, Lou Merrill, Steve Roberts, Roy Glenn, and Robert North.
Richard Widmark appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of the Technicolor musical With a Song in My Heart, starring Susan Hayward.
And remember next week on Suspense, Mr. Herbert Marshall in The Diary of Captain Scott.
You can buy Autolite electrical parts, Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite standard or resistor-type spark plugs at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you in a dramatic role and in a character different from those you are accustomed to seeing him portray, Mr. Charles Ruggles. But before we raise the curtain on this evening's suspense play, here is a message from your host, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
Distance lends enchantment, says the old proverb. And it seems borne out in this little episode that we might see taking place at the smart and handsome Pan American Club, Havana, Cuba. An American visitor is amazed that his Cuban host can picture the marvelous climate and rich, fruitful soil of California without ever having been there. But the Cuban responds, "One sip alone of wonderful Roma wine tells me all that. Only true perfection of climate and soil could produce the perfection of your splendid California wine, Roma wine." That's so. And as Roma wines become available to wine connoisseurs of more and more lands, the chorus of praise grows for the truly superb quality of these good Roma wines. No wonder, then, these wine experts of other lands are so eager to import Roma wines, no matter what the distances from our own California. And no wonder, too, that these taste-delighting Roma wines, with no import duty to pay and without expensive shipping charges added to their cost here, are America's largest selling wines. With such richly rewarding enjoyment within your reach, why not get acquainted with your favorites among Roma Wine's many different delightful wine types? Remember the name, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now with Dorothy L. Sayers' story, Suspicion, and with the performance of Charles Ruggles as Mr. Hubert Mummery, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense. Mr. Mummery took the morning train down to business, as he always did. He opened the door of his office, much as he always opened it, and saw his partner, Brooks, sitting at his desk as he always sat. And the world seemed perfectly orderly and dependable and sane. And then it began, very simply, out of a few chance remarks. The terror took shape and grew, until it was a black mountain of fear and suspicion.
Morning, Mummery. Pleasant morning, what?
Yeah? Oh, quite.
I've been looking through some bank accounts. I've an idea they're trying to put us off until... Hubert Mummery, what's the matter with you?
With me?
Well, you gave me a start. Why, man, you're as white as a sheet.
Oh, am I? Well, I'm not feeling quite myself this morning. Breakfast didn't agree with me. Didn't agree with me at all.
Well, you'd better look after yourself. We're none of us as young as we once were. You know?
Yeah, always had a beastly stomach, always.
But I can't remember you having an attack like this in years, Mummery. That new missus of yours giving you proper food? Good, mild, digestible thing?
No, I'm afraid Ethel knows nothing at all about a kitchen.
Well, that's what you get for marrying a girl without showing it to a friend. Doing it in such a rush, 10-day courtship, and at your age, Mummery.
Well, you'll see why when you meet her. Besides, it doesn't matter in the least. After all, I was a bachelor up until a few weeks ago and rather used to taking care of myself, you know.
Oh, my dear man, you're not telling me that you manage the household.
Oh, hardly. No need for that. We've engaged a housekeeper who's a gem, really. Capable, motherly soul named Sutton. Ethel's delighted with her, and so am I. Exceptional cook and all that.
Well, that's excellent. We can all do that sort of thing, you know. I say you better take it easy and keep off your feet today. A man's health comes first, you know.
Thanks. I'll be all right. I took one of my tablets on the train.
Well, if you need anything, you let me know, huh?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Mummery, I suppose your wife doesn't know another of those cooking gems, does she?
Well, I don't know. They aren't so easy to find nowadays. Don't tell me your cook is leaving you.
Oh, good Lord. No. Perish the thought. It's for the Phillipsons. Their girl is getting married.
Yeah, well, always said marriage is the graveyard of good cooks.
Positively. You know, I think it should be a criminal offense for cooks to feel the mating urge. Huh? Leaves a family high and dry.
Yeah.
You know, I said to Phillipson, you mind what you're doing, I said. You get somebody you know something about, or you may find yourself landed with this poisoning woman. What's her name? Mrs. Andrews, Carolyn Andrews. I don't want to be sending wreaths to your funeral yet a while, I said.
Wasn't that a dreadful thing, though, that Andrews case? Ethel read some of it to me out of the newspapers. My. Gave me the cold horrors.
Oh, it's a disgrace, I call it. 3 people dead of poisoning, falling ill one by one, gradually getting worse and worse, and suddenly dying off like flies after a month or so of her cooking.
Man.
And all the police say is they think she's hanging around the neighborhood and may seek employment as a cook. As a cook. Now, I ask you. Puts us all in the shadow of the grave, doesn't it?
Well, rather.
Well, it's only to be hoped that they'll catch this charming Mrs. Andrews before she tries her arsenic seasoning on somebody else. And that's why I told Phillipson to be careful about hiring a strange woman.
Well, quite right, too. One can't be too careful about a thing like that. I'll ask Sutton if she knows of another cook as good as she is. You won't need worry about anyone she recommends.
Oh, excellent. I suppose she's worked for the right sort of people, Mummery.
Right sort? Well, I imagine so. I don't know.
Well, didn't she bring references?
Why, yes, she did. A great pile of them. Glowing ones, too. But I don't know. Ethel and I were so glad to get someone that we haven't bothered to look them up, really.
Oh. Well, it's 10:30. I must get back to work. Would you mind dictating a few letters, Mummery? Some dunners? I do it, but I've some bills to get out in the next room.
All right, I'm glad to.
Well, I'll have Penny take them down, huh? Miss Penny, will you step in here a moment, please?
Coming, Mr. Brooks.
Now, don't exert yourself, old man, because... Oh, Penny, Mr. Mummery will give you some letters for our forgetful customer.
Yes, sir.
And I'll be in the next office if I'm needed, Mummery. And do ask that sterling cook of yours to find someone for poor Phillipson, eh?
I'll speak to Sutton as soon as I get home.
Good man.
Do You're looking a bit pale this morning, Mr. Mummery.
Yes, I know. Let's get down to the letters, Penny, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Dear sirs, unless payment on your account is immediately forthcoming, we must institute proceedings which...
Yes, sir. Which, sir?
I was thinking. Wonderfully clever how that Mrs. Andrews manages to get positions with respectable families.
Wasn't nothing so clever about the last one, sir.
No?
No. She brought plenty of references. Glowing ones, too, the paper said.
Where in the world would such a woman come by honest references?
Oh, there wasn't no question of their honesty, Mr. Mummery.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, the poor deceased family was so glad to get someone that they never even bothered to look him up.
Oh.
Why, whatever is the matter, sir? Have I said something that I shouldn't?
No. I'm going to go home, Miss Penny. I don't feel well. Not at all well.
On the homeward-bound train, Mr. Mummery's mind kept up a continual flow of discomforting thoughts. Those references of Sutton's. How did he know, after all? Yes, Brooks was quite right. One can't be too careful. Be sure you get someone you know something about, or you may find yourself landed with this poisoning woman, this Mrs. Andrews. The pain in Mr. Mummery's stomach gave a sudden twinge. He gripped the edge of his seat. He had eaten too quickly. His breakfast had been too heavy. He must speak to Ethel about Sutton. Sutton! As he walked up the quiet street of the remote little country town, the well-known familiar landmarks looked somehow strange and menacing. He reached the house, walked up the path, and then something drew him round toward the back. Somehow, despite himself, he found himself opening the screen door of Sutton's kitchen.
Miss Sutton.
Oh, Lord, sir. You did give me a turn, Mr. Mummery. I was so taken up waiting for the potatoes to boil that I didn't hear the front door go at all, sir.
Well, I used my key, Sutton. Where is Mrs. Mummery?
Oh, the poor dear was feeling a bit sickish after breakfast this morning, and I might have lied down for a bit. She was looking so poorly.
Ethel's sick? Ethel's never sick. I don't understand.
Oh, it was working about too much that done it, if you ask me. I told her to go light with it, but she's that restless she can't abide to be doing nothing.
Where is she now?
Well, that young Mr. Welbeck called by to get some flowers she's promised his mother, and he cheered her up a bit. She needed cheering, too, by the look of her, poor lamb.
Where are they, Sutton?
They're having their tea in the garden. She's a deal better than she was, sir. A deal better.
Well, I'm glad of that. I'll step out and have a word with her.
Oh, Mr. Mummery.
Yes?
Before you go, I'd like to show you what I got for your dinner.
But I...
Just a moment, Mr. Mummery, sir. There. Have a look at that now.
That's steak and kidney pie, isn't it?
You'll find it beautiful and light, sir. It's made with butter, it is. So you'll have no trouble at all digesting it.
No, well, very good.
And it's seasoned something wonderful.
Yes, I'm sure it's excellent. Well, I'll wander out and see Mrs. Mummery now, if you don't mind.
Oh, by all means, sir. And try to get up a good appetite for your dinner, won't you, Mr. Mummery, sir?
Yeah, I'll do my best. Thank you, Sutton. Ethel. Oh, Ethel.
Who's that?
It's I, Tiddlywinks. Hubert.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you so early.
Oh, well, I quit before time. I didn't startle you, did I, Pet?
Yes, you did.
I'm sorry.
I thought something was wrong. I don't like to be startled.
Hello, Mummery.
Well, hello, Welbeck. I didn't see you. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right, thanks. But I'm afraid I found Ethel feeling rather badly.
Yes, Sutton told me. Are you better now, dearest?
I'm feeling dreadfully upset. Unsteady. I suppose I'll be all right by morning. Do sit down and have your tea, Hubert.
Well, thank you. I need it.
Biscuit?
Are they good?
Melt in your mouth. I'd devour the lot if I didn't have to be getting home to dinner.
Oh, you're leaving?
I must. Mother's waiting.
I'll have the gardener wrap her flowers. Give them to
Oh,
me.
no, don't bother.
Oh, no bother at all. Heaven knows he's paid enough for puttering about. Thomas? Thomas?
Come in, ma'am.
Is the tea still warm, dear?
Just right, thanks.
You was calling me, Mrs. Mummery?
Oh, Thomas, will you please wrap these flowers for me and bring them into the house?
Righto, ma'am.
I'll take Mr. Welbeck to the door. Oh, no, don't bother to get up, dear. Just tell Mr. Welbeck goodbye and finish your tea like a good boy.
Yes, indeed. Keep your seat. Well, do come and see us soon again, won't you, Welbeck?
Love to. But I can't leave Mother alone very often. She's extremely nervous lately. Terribly so.
Oh, that's too bad.
She's not really been herself since that Andrews poisoning business started in the newspapers. Alarmed her more than you'd believe.
Yes, well, it's rather unnerved everyone, if you ask me. I do hope they catch her soon.
They may.
What do you mean?
There were a couple of blokes from Scotland Yard in the village this morning. Rumor is they've got a new line on Mrs. Andrews. It's time they had. Think of it. That fiend has been on the loose for, well, let's see now. Exactly 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, almost 4 weeks to the day.
I'd rather not think about it if no one minds.
Quite right, my dear. Let's not.
Let's not. I have too many other things on my mind. Oh, by the way, Hubert, I forgot to tell you to bring some cash home from the city with you today.
I know you did, Diddlywings, but I remembered it all by myself.
Oh, a good thing, too. The greengrocer had a rather glum look on his face this morning.
Well, we'll be able to stare him in the eye tomorrow.
And then there's Sutton's salary.
Well, I'm not sure I brought enough for that.
Oh, that's too bad. I do so want to be prompt with her.
Prompt?
Yes, dear. Sutton's been with us exactly 1 month tonight.
I must drop along now. See you soon again, Mummery. I say thanks for the tea.
Hubert, what's the matter? Mr. Welbeck said thanks for tea. Didn't you hear?
Huh? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
You seem so far away, dear.
No, not at all. Not at all. I was a bit tired, I suppose.
Let the old gent rest his weary bones.
He's worked much too hard lately. Come along, Mr. Welbeck. I'll do the honors for the family.
Coming.
4 weeks. Exactly 1 month.
Oh, sir, the missus wanted some zinnias for the bouquet, and I just found a little patch in the back bed. I thought they...
Thomas, do we have any old newspapers about?
Old newspapers? Why, yes, sir. There's a stack of them in the greenhouse. I was just going down to get some to wrap up this bouquet. What would you be needing them for, sir?
I want to look up some photographs, Thomas.
Photographs? Of who, sir?
Of Mrs. Andrews.
Here they be, sir. They go back about 20 days, these do. I always takes them out of the kitchen when the cook has finished with them.
I see. Now, let's have them, Thomas. Now then. June 15th, June 5th. Yes, that was just about the time. Should be an article about Mrs. Carolyn Andrews in this one. Of course, she'll have managed to change her appearance, but there should be a resemblance. Now, let's see. Ought to be about on... Thomas.
Yes, sir?
Where did you say you got these papers?
Out of the kitchen, sir. Why, what is it, Mr. Mummery?
Somebody's been through them with the scissors, Thomas. Every line about the Andrews case has been clipped out. Every line.
Mr. Mummery, sir.
Don't. Now look for yourself. There.
But I don't understand it, do you, sir?
I'm afraid to try, Thomas. Are there any more papers about?
There's a few more under this shelf where I keep them. Oh, botheration. Look at that. Meddlers, that's what they are. Meddling with my things.
Don't waste time with that now, Thomas.
But look at it, sir. All spilled and wasted. It costs good money, too.
Well, all right. We'll buy more of whatever it is.
Only a bit left. And it ain't so easy to get, I'll tell you. It's just about the best weed killer there is. Them weeds just fold up and die the minute it touches them. If somebody hadn't tampered with the stopper, there wouldn't have been a drop lost.
Thomas.
Yes, sir?
Let me see that can.
Yes, sir.
Arsenical weed killer. Contains arsenic. Deadly poison.
Stopper was loose, sir. Somebody had it out. I never leaves like that, nothing like that.
Thomas.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Oh, good Lord, Mr. Mummery, what is it, sir?
I don't think I should have had that tea, Thomas.
I'll call the missus.
No. You mustn't alarm her, whatever you do. Don't alarm her. She's not to be excited. But get to the phone and call Dr. Maysby. I'm ill, Thomas. Tell him I'm terribly ill.
How is he, Dr. Mansby? How is he?
Now then, Mrs. Mummery, he's not so bad as all that. He's really far better than he was last night.
decidedly. Yes, the patient is somewhat improved, aren't you, Mummery?
Well, I'm feeling quite all right, Ethel. I shouldn't be surprised if I lived after all.
My poor darling, you gave me such a fright.
Did I?
Little wonder. Symptoms were rather alarming.
Whatever on earth could it have been, Dr. Mainsby? He was suffering so dreadfully last night. Of course, those powders you gave him quieted him a bit, but he did seem to be in such agony.
Well, I really can't say precisely what it was. I could pretend to know, but frankly, I don't, Mrs. Mummery. I haven't the proper equipment here for a real diagnosis, but I'd venture an old-fashioned, non-scientific guess that it was a touch of common garden ptomaine.
Yes, that's what it was, Ethel. I'm sure of it.
Tomorrow or next day, when he's quite well, mind you, I'd like to have him come down to the office in Berwich for a thorough examination.
Do you hear that, dear? You must make him promise to come, Doctor. He's so very careless about himself.
He'll come. This episode gave him a bit of a start, I think. Nothing like a touch of ptomaine to make a man health conscious, eh, Mummery?
Well, you're right, Doctor. You'll see me very soon, I promise.
Excellent. And until then, you just continue the powders I gave you, one every hour.
Yes, Doctor.
And no solid foods. Have that cook of yours make you a nice, strong broth of some kind.
What?
And above all, stay in bed for the next 24 hours.
I'll see to that, Dr. Mainsby.
I'm depending on you, Mrs. Mummery. And now, if you'll tell me where you put my
Oh,
hat...
I'll get it for you.
Oh, you needn't trouble. If you just tell
Oh,
me
no
where...
trouble at all. It's out on the stand porch.
So, Mummery, do try to take better care of yourself from now on, huh? We'll need to make Ethel a widow before her time.
Well, I'll do my best not to. Dr. Maysby.
What's that, Mummery?
Listen to me. I haven't time to explain now.
What are you talking about?
Keep your voice down, man. I don't want to frighten Ethel, but there's something very strange going on in this house.
You are delirious.
I may need your help soon. I'll phone you sometime today as soon as I can do it without alarming Ethel. Oh, she wouldn't be able to sleep for weeks if she had any inkling of what's going on.
You aren't imagining things, are you?
No, listen, Maysby. Last night, before I took sick, I found...
Oh, I beg pardon, sir.
Well, Sutton?
Yes, Sutton, what is it?
Mrs. Mumner sent me to tell you that your chauffeur's brought the car round, sir.
Oh, yes, good. I'll be getting along now, I think.
Oh, sir. If I'm not being too inquisitive, sir, how is the patient this morning?
Why, he's much better, Sutton, but he had a rather grim session of it just the same.
Oh, that's dreadful, ain't it, sir? We'll have to take better care of him, won't we, sir? Much better care.
Around my greenhouse, will they now? Upsetting my things. Oh, will they now? Not much they won't. I'll put a lock on this door that...
Thomas.
Who's that? Why, Mr. Mummery, you ain't supposed to be up and about, are you? You're supposed to be in your bed, ain't you, sir?
I want to get those papers we were looking at yesterday, Thomas.
Does the missus know you're walking around out here? Sir, I'll be bound the missus
We'll
don't...
keep this a secret from the missus, Thomas.
You'll get your death, Mr. Mummery.
If I lie upstairs in bed all day, the whole Mummery family will get its death. Now, where are those papers?
Well, they're just inside the door there, where you left them, sir. Just inside the door.
Now, let's see. Now, where was it?
Right about there, sir.
No, it wasn't.
In a little further. Now to your left. All right. There they are, sir.
Well, if they are, I've been struck blind. There's nothing here but the stone floor and a box of tulip bulbs.
You must be wrong, sir.
All right, well, come and look and see here.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mummery.
Well, they're gone.
What do you know?
I'm not at all sure what I know, but I'm going to find out. You come with me, Thomas.
You ought to be in your bed, sir.
All right, I ought to be in my bed, sir. Come along, will you?
Yes, sir.
Where is Sutton?
I don't know, sir. Oh, yes, on second thought, I do know. I saw her going down to the greengrocer's to pay the bill. When she passed me, I heard her muttering something about not wanting anybody to come prying about her kitchen. The missus is particular.
Yeah, doesn't want us in the kitchen, huh? No, I guess not. Well, that's where we're going right now.
I don't think she'd like it,
No,
sir.
I'm sure she wouldn't, Thomas. Come along in.
All right, sir, if you say to, sir.
Now, let's see, where could they be?
You ain't expecting to find them papers in here, are you, sir?
I was, Thomas. Is it possible that I'm mistaken? No, I'm not. Now, where could... The stove. That's where they'd be. That's just where the... Just as I thought. Have a look inside, Thomas. There they are, or what's left of them. Somebody kindled quite a little blaze with your old newspapers, wouldn't you say?
Lord, sir, you should have been a detective.
Yes, I always rather thought so myself. Well, the papers are done for. By Jove, she's a clever one, all right. Doesn't miss a trick. We're dealing with a very cautious, very thorough woman, Thomas. And I shouldn't be a bit surprised if... Well, are you listening to me? Thomas, what are you staring at?
Mr. Mummery, what's that on the windowsill?
On the The weed killer. The arsenical weed killer. It's found its way into the kitchen.
The stopper's off again, ain't it, sir?
Right, the stopper's off and it's nearly empty. Thomas, what's in that pot on the stove?
I don't know, sir.
Well, look and see.
Yes, sir. It's chicken broth, sir. Real strong chicken broth.
Good. Here. Now take this empty medicine bottle and get as much broth into it as it'll hold.
What for, sir?
Just do it, Thomas, please.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. Now then, get the car out of the garage.
Where are we going, sir?
We're going to Berich.
But, Mr. Mummery, the doctor...
We're going to see the doctor, Thomas, before we're all beyond his help.
Sorry to kept you waiting so long, Mummery, but it's quite a lengthy process.
I don't mind the waiting, Doctor. It isn't that, but Ethel's there alone in the house with her, and I want to know.
I can tell you now.
You finished?
I've analyzed every drop of the contents, used Marsh's test for arsenic. I'm able to tell you a very definite answer, my boy.
What is it, Maysby?
Yes.
You mean there is arsenic in that broth? And Sutton...
I mean that broth is chock full of arsenic. Mrs. Andrews is taking no chances this time. There's enough poison there to kill your entire household.
Oh, Mr. Mummery, look, you're hitting 70, you are. It ain't safe at all, sir.
I've got to get home. Lord knows what's happening there.
Oh, Mr. Mummery.
Shut up.
Ethel is poisoned, dying dead. Ethel is poisoned, dying dead.
I patched the front right tire myself, sir, and it's fearful weak it is.
Sutton, Mrs. Andrews, Sutton, Mrs. Andrews, Sutton, Mrs. Andrews, Sutton, Mrs. Andrews.
Oh, thank the Lord, there's the house.
What's that car doing in front of it? What's it doing there?
I don't know, sir.
It's happened already. The doctor's there. It's happened already. The doctor's there. It's happened already.
There's
the doctor's there.
Standing out in front of the house, Mr. Mummery.
Oh, it's my fault. I did it. It's my fault. I left her here. I did it. I killed her.
Oh, Mr. Mummery, sir.
Oh, Ethel! 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 Ethel, where is she? Welbeck, what are you doing here?
I'm Scotland Yard, Mummery. Easy now. Take it easy.
Well, where is she? Tell me. I have a right to know.
Who is he, Inspector?
I'm Hubert Mummery. Where's my wife?
Now, try to be calm, Mummery, won't you? That's a good fellow.
What do you mean? Why are you sitting down here? Is she beyond help?
I'm afraid she is, sir.
Oh, Lord. Oh. Can I see her?
I'm afraid not, Mummery. It'd only be painful.
Oh, Lord. But that Mrs. Andrews, though, you've got her. She didn't get away.
No, we've got Mrs. Andrews right enough.
Oh, Ethel. You see, officer, we've only been married 10 weeks. 10 weeks yesterday. Sutton. Sutton.
Yes, Mr. Mummery. I'm very sorry about things. Sorry for you, sir.
Sorry for me. That's good. Well, it's too late now. Well, take her away. Take her away.
Oh, Mr. Mummery, I'm so
Take
sorry.
her away.
You'd better go, Sutton. Go ahead. He's upset, of course. Wants to be alone.
Oh, you see, Mrs. Mummery and I were in desperate need of a cook. But it's just as I said to Brooks. One can't be too careful about taking a strange person into the house. Why, I didn't even suspect her until yesterday. I had no idea there were... Go. Are you letting her go? Well, you can't let her go. That's Mrs. Andrews. Don't...
Oh, please,
This
sir.
broth, it's chock full of arsenic.
I didn't have no hand in that broth, sir. It was made while I was at the greengrocer.
You can't let her go. Why, this...
And I didn't make your tea yesterday, nor your breakfast yesterday morning. So help me, Mr. Mummery, sir. I didn't.
Ethel. Oh, Ethel, my darling. I thought you were... Oh, are you all right, Ethel? Ethel, dear, what is it?
I overheard what you said you told Brooks about taking a strange person into your house. You were right, you know, Hubert.
Well, I don't understand.
Ready?
Quite.
Come along, then.
Ethel!
Well, not Ethel, really, sir. Caroline would be more like it.
Yes. And by the way, you're forgetting a rather important little formality, aren't you?
Eh? Oh, yes. Sorry, Mummery. Carolyn Andrews, I arrest you for murder in the name of the king.
And so closes Suspicion, presented by Roma Wines and starring Charles Ruggles. Tonight's tale of Suspense. In just a moment, we will hear again from Mr. Ruggles. First, a message from the sponsor of Suspense.
Why is the making of good wine like a proverb? Because both are based on long experience. For you to enjoy the many different taste-delighting Roma California wines, first there had to be long years of painstaking cultivation of some of the world's finest vineyards. Plus, year upon year of development of the art and skill that go into the making of these fine Roma wines. Your first sip of any of the good-tasting Roma wines will confirm the presence of these needed years of preparation, will tell you why Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Your taste will thrill to the superb quality and the downright satisfaction when you try, say, the tangy, delicious Roma sherry, or the rich, hearty Roma Burgundy, or the sweeter, heavier Roma Port. You'll be thrilled, too, when you learn such great enjoyment costs so little, mere pennies a glass. You'll want to add your voice to the international praise of Roma wines now rising in many lands in these words: Roma wines are truly magnificent. Let me repeat the name: R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now here is Charles Ruggles.
Thank you, thank you. Well, it was a great pleasure for me to appear on Suspense this evening, and I'll be listening next week, as I hope you will, when Fay Bainter and a distinguished Hollywood cast will be starred. And one more word. As the enemy's desperate resistance grows greater, make sure that our fighting men suffer no lack in their need for more of the weapons of war. Buy more war bonds.
Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear. Don't forget, then, next Thursday, same time, Fay Bainter and other stars in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the Academy Award nominee, Miss Jane Wyman, in a dramatization of the outstanding mystery novel, Catch Me If You Can. A suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, have you actually tried them? Those dandies, those dillies, down the dales and up the hillies, wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs? Well, by Cornelius, do. Prove to yourself that wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs actually make your car idle smoother, give you better performance with leaner gas mixtures, save you gas dollars, and cut down interference with radio and television reception. My, oh my, if you want to see a satisfied, smiling guy, switch to Autolite resistor spark plugs. Only the Autolite Company offers car and truck owners everywhere their sensational advantages. So head for your nearest Autolite dealer and replace old narrow gap spark plugs with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, be right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Jane Wyman in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Let me tell you. Let me talk as long as I can. It's my last chance to explain about Phil and all the trouble I had afterwards. Phil got me into this mess the night he died. I sat near his bed, waiting for him to fall asleep, and he said,
Margot, was there anything in that milk you gave me tonight?
Well, of course, darling. Dr. Landers prescribed it. A sedative.
Oh? You're a beautiful woman, Margot. Very beautiful. Yes.
He was taking so long to fall asleep. It was already after 3 a.m. I listened to the wind. Phil and I were all alone, stuck in that godforsaken mountain inn, ever since he fell ill just before Labor Day. There we were, 10,000 feet above sea level, not a soul for miles. The fall season was over, and all the other guests were gone, and even Joe, who owns the inn, had gone down to Leadfield to get his winter supplies. Oh, I shivered thinking of the dark, ragged, lonesome mountains outside, and Phil opened his eyes again.
You're a good actress, Margot. Better off the stage than you were on, I expect. But I know you're fed up with our marriage. Have been ever since I became ill.
I haven't complained, Phil.
No, it wouldn't fit the part. But you feel trapped out here in Colorado, don't you? You'd rather be in New York. I wonder, Margot, those pills you put on my lunch tray last week, they weren't my regular vitamin pills. Maybe you want your freedom and my money enough to poison me.
Don't be ridiculous, Phil.
Well, anyway, I didn't take them. I hid them with a note saying that you tried to give them to me. Then I called a friend of mine, long distance, an old friend.
Who?
A detective named Rocky Rhodes. Rocky and I both stayed at this inn one summer.
And what did you tell this Rocky?
Never mind what I told him. Just remember, he's due here tonight or in the morning.
A detective. Phil, you're a fool.
I want a divorce, Margot.
You do?
Yes, without any strings. Those pills are Exhibit A, if they're poison.
Blackmail. Phil, darling, if you want a divorce, you can have it without threatening me.
You'll sign the papers tomorrow?
Of course, darling. I only want to make you happy. But now go to sleep, Phil. You need a good rest. Go to sleep. I stroked his forehead, and the sedatives finally took effect. His breathing became very heavy and even. I looked at him and thought he was smart not to take those pills. But not smart enough. He shouldn't have told me about that detective. He thought he was protecting himself, and that I wouldn't dare do anything now. But he was wrong, because I had to now. I couldn't afford to wait and lose everything when he divorced me. And besides, I'd find those pills in the letter before the detective got here. There was practically no risk the way I'd planned it this time. Outside, it had started to rain, a heavy downpour, and the only other sound in the world was Phil's breathing. I picked up the extra pillow and put it down carefully over his face. He didn't move. I pressed the pillow down on the side so that no air could get in, no air at all, and held it there a long time. Once the pillow shook a little when Phil's head moved. And once there was a gurgling sound. And that was all. When I lifted the pillow and took it back in its place, the job was done. Everything I ever wanted, money and freedom, was right in my hands. Phil was dead. Dead of a heart attack, Dr. Landers would say. Oh, but wait a minute. Unless someone found those pills with the note from Phil. Phil hadn't died of poison, so I was safe. But there would be questions. Questions I didn't want to have asked. I had to find those pills myself. I started to search. First, the pillow under Phil's head. No. Then the nightstand beside his bed. And the desk under the window. No. Where could he have hidden it? After all, the bell. Could it be Phil's detective already? Rocky Rhodes? I'll have to be very careful. Just a minute. I'm coming. Just a minute. Yes? Well, don't stand there. It's raining in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm lost. I'm looking for Pineview Lodge.
Well, you are lost. This is Fisherman's Net.
Yes, I know. I saw the sign.
It's closed for the winter.
Well, could you put me up?
The manager's away. There's only me and my husband.
Oh, the luck of the Irish. I meet a beautiful blonde, and she's married every time. You wouldn't turn me out in this storm. I'm soaking wet.
I'm afraid
please, just tonight. In the morning, I'll get my bearings.
Well, if it's only for one night.
Yes, that's all. Thank you. Oh, what a vacation.
Where are you from?
Chicago, newspaper man. My name is Mike Sheldon.
How do you do, Mr. Sheldon? I'm Mrs. Weatherby.
How do you do? Where do I bunk? Upstairs?
Yes, you can take the trout room. Every room is named for a different kind of fish. It's the second room on the right from the top of the stairs.
Thank you. great of you to let me stay.
Would you like some hot coffee?
Fine, it's no trouble.
Oh, not at all. I was going to make some for myself.
I could use some, all right.
No, wait.
What?
No, not that room. No.
What's wrong, Mrs. Weatherby?
Well, I said the second door on the right. The salmon room, not the trout room. I made a mistake. Forgive me, but this is my husband's room, and he's not well. I was afraid you'd wake him up. Oh, that was bad, very bad. Making a slip like that in front of Phil's detective, Rocky Rhodes. Because, of course, Mike Sheldon was Rocky Rhodes. Who else could he be? And I had to find those pills before he did and started making trouble. Before I could get back to the search, 2 more unexpected guests popped in at Fisherman's Net. A small, dapper man with a black mustache and slick black hair.
But I'm Charlie Miller. I got a reservation here, and I'm staying, sister.
But the manager is away. He didn't mention any reservations.
Well, he must have forgot then. I made it by telephone from KC. That is, I asked a friend of mine to make it.
A friend of his? Was it Phil? Was Charlie Miller Rocky Rhodes? Oh, he couldn't be a detective. He was too stupid. No, Mike Sheldon was Rocky Rhodes. There was a girl with Charlie Miller. I thought she was Mrs. Miller.
No, I'm Susan Quinn. Mr. Miller and I met on the bus.
Yeah, and we were great pals right off. I call her Susie Q. You get it?
Yes. But the initials on your suitcase are SR, Miss Quinn.
Oh, well, I borrowed my sister Sheila's suitcase. Sheila Riley. She's married. Sheila and I always borrow each other's things.
Was it true? Or was her name Susan Rhodes, nicknamed Rocky Rhodes? Things are getting more complicated every minute. 2 men had arrived, and Sheldon seemed most like a detective. It was too late for me then to go on hunting for the pills. It was morning. In case questions were asked later, I had to be able to say I had done what a wife with a sick husband ought to do. I had to take Phil his breakfast on a tray.
Well, Mrs. W., hey, you're an early bird. Here, let me help you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Miller. This is my husband's breakfast. If you'll open the door.
Sure thing. There you are.
Thank you. Phil, dear, I brought you...
Something wrong, Mrs. W.?
My husband. He looks...
Anything I can do? Say, he does look pretty green at that. Mr. Weatherby. Hey, Mr. You'd better sit down, Mrs. Weatherby. It looks to me like your husband has passed away.
Oh, no.
No, here now. Just sit down. All right, now you just cry on Uncle Charlie's shoulder. It'll do you good.
You're very kind.
Well.
Good morning.
Oh, say, Sheldon, got a little trouble here.
Trouble? Mrs. Weatherby?
Well, her husband's passed away in his sleep, it looks like.
I brought his breakfast. I thought he was asleep, and... Will somebody phone Phil's doctor? Dr. Landers in Salisbury Gap.
Well, of course, but...
Excuse me, I'm afraid I better go to my room.
Mrs. Weatherby. Mrs. Weatherby.
Oh, Miss Quinn. What happened? Have I been asleep?
Oh, when you got to your room, you fainted.
I still feel rather faint.
I brought you some brandy. Could you drink a little?
Not now. I couldn't. Where's Mr. Miller and Mr. Sheldon?
They're moving your husband's body.
No, they mustn't.
Well, Dr. Landers told Mike to on the phone. The rain turned to snow during the night, and he won't be able to get here because of the storm. Not until the snowplow gets through. So he thought it best we put Mr. Weatherby...
Not outdoors?
No. There's a hillside cellar out back.
Oh, yes. What else did Dr. Landers say about Phil?
He said it must have been a heart attack. And that you have nothing in the world with which to reproach yourself. He's sure you did everything you could.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Jane Wyman in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
look at that stack of Valentines.
Quite a pile, child. In fact, flocks will come.
No, they're not for me. They're Valentines to Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Oh.
Listen to this one. You've won my heart with your kisses and your hugses and a set of Autolite resistor spark plugses. How's that, Hap?
Ah, the spark of love.
Why, sure. Everybody loves Autolite wide gap resistor spark plugs. Replace your narrow gap plugs with these beauties to make your car idle smoother, give better performance with leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas dollars. Now, here's a Valentine that's right in line. Oh, Valentine, will you be mine, and will you make me happy? Put Autolite resistor spark plugs in my car, help make it smooth and snappy.
Boy, that's hitting on all six.
Well, naturally. Here's another Valentine that touches this old heart of mine. Oh, Autolite resistor spark plugs. With me, you are a fixture. You help my car run smoother far and go on lean gas mixture.
Say, Harlow, that's the best yet. But right now, here's Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Jane Wyman as Margot in Catch Me If You Can, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I kept up my act all that day, and I didn't overplay it. I'm not the type for floods of tears, so I adopted a wan, gentle sadness, which made the others think me very brave. But all the time, there were two things on my mind, driving me crazy. Who was Rocky Rhodes? And where had Phil hidden the pills? And I couldn't hunt for them. Somebody was always in my room fussing over me. Finally, in the late afternoon, I managed to get away. I just started to look through Phil's clothes when...
Oh, here you are. I was looking for you. No snowplow will get through here today. I'll just have to put up with Charlie Miller's jokes another evening.
Are his jokes that bad?
Well, you heard him ragging Susan, calling her Susie Q.
Oh, nicknames. Lots of people have the nickname habit. My husband had a friend named Rhodes he nicknamed Rocky Rhodes.
It's a change from Dusty Rhodes, at any rate. By the way, where are you from?
Boston. Why do you ask?
Oh, just idle curiosity.
You know what they say about curiosity. Would you excuse me, please? I was going over my husband's things.
Yeah, go right ahead. I'll just keep you company. Looking for something?
No. I want to pack so I can leave as soon as possible. I want to get back to New York.
I don't blame you. Need any help?
No, thank you. As a matter of fact, would you mind? I'd rather be alone.
No, it's not good for you to be alone. I'll just stay here and keep you company.
Nosy.
Did you say something?
No,
Here's a book of Oscar Wilde's. Why don't I read to you while you work? Let me see. Did your husband own all these shoes?
He did.
Wealthy man, apparently. How nice for you. Now, how about some poetry? Let's try this one. The poor dead woman whom he loved and murdered in her bed. Shall I go on, Mrs. Weatherby?
But I couldn't let Sheldon unnerve me. I had to keep cool. I went on packing, and he went on reading, on and on, endlessly, about blood and prisons and hangings, while I tried not to miss anything of Phil's. I had to have those pills. An hour later in my room, I knew I didn't have them. But Rocky Rhodes didn't have them yet either. Otherwise, he would have said something. But the pills didn't have to be in Phil's room. Which one was Rhodes? Miller or Sheldon? I would have to find out by elimination. After dinner that night, I went into the main parlor. And Charlie Miller grabbed me and danced me over to the fire.
Here you are, Mrs. W. Now, you just sit right here and have a highball, see? And we'll have a nice little cozy chat with little old Charlie.
Oh, you're so formal, Charlie. Call me Margot.
Margot? I'll bet your mother called you Maggie. You thought up Margot to use on the stage.
On the stage? How did you know I was an actress? This was the clue I'd been looking for.
Oh, a guy with my experience can always tell.
You can?
Sure. And I know how you actresses operate. You all take different monikers. I'll bet you were great, baby.
Oh, I wasn't very good. There was only one way that Miller could have known about my being on the stage. From Phil.
You weren't very good. I know different, baby. So what if you only played Tank Towns? I sure wish I'd seen you.
You didn't miss much, really. Tank Towns. That was Phil's story, all right. Miller was Rocky Rhodes, and he was just drunk enough to handle.
Hey, look. How about you and me going up to my room where we can be alone, huh?
Well, that wouldn't look right, Charlie. We could go out and sit in my car. It's in the garage.
Got a heater?
And a radio. The hotel radio's broken. We can say that's why we're going, to listen to the music.
Wonderful. Hey, you're a wonderful little woman, Maggie. Full of ideas. That's not a bad little wagon, baby, but this front seat is so full of steering wheel. Oh, let's get in the back.
Oh, it doesn't heat as well in the back.
How about a drink?
You first.
Okay, right out of the bottle. Oh, boy, this is what I call living. Music, plenty of bourbon, and a beautiful blonde. Never saw such a beautiful blonde. Gonna give Charlie a kiss? Oh, wow. Sweeter than molasses. It's get warm enough now, baby. Plenty warm. Could turn off that heater.
I'm still a little cold, Charlie.
Huh?
Just stay close to me. In a minute, we'll turn it off. Then slowly he sagged against me, and his head fell on my shoulder, and when I pushed him away, he fell forward against the steering wheel. I hope nobody heard that. Oh, I gotta get out of here before it gets me, too. I kept on my feet, going around the car. I was dizzy and getting numb. Then a few feet from the garage door, I keeled over. For a minute or more, I could move. Then I crawled toward the door. It took forever to get there. I opened the door somehow, pushed it shut, and half fell out and lay in the snow, breathing the clean air. Thanking my lucky stars I'd been smart enough not to drink. That's why it got Charlie sooner, because he was drunk. I looked at my watch and decided to wait 15 minutes. What a wonderful thing that carbon monoxide is. No smell, no nothing. It just creeps up on you. In 15 minutes, Charlie Miller, alias Rocky Rhodes, would be good and dead. He was dead, all right. When they found us, they carried me into the house and gave me a drink and put me to bed. I went right to sleep knowing Rocky Rhodes was dead. When I woke up, I remembered the car key. I had said Charlie started the car, but somebody might think to check the key for fingerprints and find mine. Oh, I put on a fur coat over my nightgown and ran all the way to the garage. I got in the car, reached for the keys, and they weren't there. Why? Why would anybody take my keys? And who would take them? Rocky Rhodes? No, he was dead. But was he? Had I killed the wrong man? I don't know how I ever got through breakfast.
That's too bad about Charlie, Margot. Stop worrying about it. It wasn't your fault. You look tired. You want to take a walk? Get some fresh air?
I don't feel up to it.
I was planning to go up to that lookout cabin on the peak.
No. I'm too lazy for that. I mean a short walk.
Is it a long climb, Mrs. Weatherby?
Long and steep, believe me. I only made it up there once. But my husband used to go there often.
I guess a good climb will do me good. Think I'll try it alone. Bye. I'll be back before dark.
Bye. Be careful, Susan.
I didn't even hear her leave. I was thinking about Phil's walk to the lookout cabin. There was where he'd hidden the pills. I knew it. I knew it in my bones. Why hadn't I thought of it before? Oh, I'd have to hurry. I couldn't let anyone find those pills except me. I managed to get away from the men and slipped out by the back door without being seen. A ladder goes up from the trail to the lookout door. The door of the cabin stood open. I climbed the ladder quietly and stepped in and saw Susan on the other side of the room near the door to the balcony. She was holding an envelope attached to a card, and she was reading the card. And suddenly, definitely, I knew. Miss Rocky Roads, I presume.
Oh, you scared me, Mrs. Weatherby.
I see you found what you're looking for. The pills my husband hid. You want to know if they're really poisonous?
Well, I read this card. Is it some kind of a joke?
Oh, no, it's no joke. One of them would kill a man. But that's not what killed Phil. I smothered him with a pillow. You didn't know that, did you?
Oh, you shouldn't be telling me this.
Phil told me you were coming, but I was expecting a man. I never dreamed Rocky Roads was a woman.
Oh, you've mistaken me for someone else, really.
Oh, come off it. You're already responsible for Charlie Miller's death, coming here under an assumed name. I killed him because I thought he was Rocky Roads.
You killed him? Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, you're ill, Mrs. Weatherby. You're imagining.
Stay where you are. You think you'll get out of here alive? I wouldn't go out that door if I were you. You'd step right off into blank space.
But you can't do these things. They'll catch you.
Who? How? Those pills are the only evidence against me, and I'll destroy them as soon as you're gone.
Will you?
Stop! Stay where you are. You fool! What good does that do you throwing them out? Watch where they fall. There. Right on the path. They'll stay there until I go down. But you've played your last card. I'm not going to waste any more time.
Let go, Mrs. Weatherby. Let go.
You're going over the edge, Susie. No. You're going to be another tragic accident.
No.
Let go of that table, you fool. Inch by inch, we're getting there. Now, out on the porch.
I'll pull you over with me.
Will you? Will you really?
Oh, someone's coming. Someone's climbing the trail. It's Mike.
You're crazy.
Mike!
Let go of that railing! Let go!
Stop it! Stop it!
I remember falling. Falling, then a sharp pain. Then I don't remember any more until I woke up here in the snow and found you bending over me. Who are you? Where did you come from?
I just came up from the village, Mrs. Weatherby. We know the whole story.
The whole story?
Now, just take it easy, Mrs. Weatherby.
Oh, I know. You must be a doctor. But, doctor, they'll never hang me.
No, Mrs. Weatherby. They'll never hang you. You're dying now.
No, I can't die. After all I've had to do to live. Where did Mike go?
I'm right here, Mrs. Weatherby.
Like a vulture waiting for me to die. You're Rocky Roads, aren't you, Mike?
No, Mrs. Weatherby.
You're lying. It has to be you. I killed Charlie, and he wasn't Rocky Roads. And Susan wasn't. You have to be. I have to know. I have to kill Rocky, or I've done it all for nothing. Rocky Roads mustn't find those poison pills.
Your husband didn't die from poison, Mrs. Weatherby. So you would have been safe even if the pills were found.
But Rocky Roads...
None of those people was Rocky Roads. Your own guilt made you suspicious of everything they did.
But there must be a Rocky Roads. Phil said there was. There has to be a Rocky Road.
Is she dead, Doctor?
I'm afraid she is.
And there I was being sorry for her husband being dead. Just think, she killed her husband and one of us, and none of us would ever have known it if she hadn't told Susan all about it in the cabin. It was good of you to get here so fast, Doctor.
Well, I'd have gotten here sooner if it hadn't been for the blizzard, and maybe none of this would have happened. By the way, I'm not a doctor, Mr. Sheldon. My name is Rhodes. Rocky Rhodes.
Thank you, Jane Wyman, for a splendid performance.
Miss Wyman, would you do me a favor?
I'd be glad to, Mr. Wilcox.
Would you autograph my script?
Why, certainly. What shall I write?
Well, why not just write to ALRSP Wilcox from Jane Wyman?
ALRSP? What does that stand for?
Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Oh, of course. I should have known. A plug for plugs.
Why, sure.
Well, ALRSP it is. There. How's that?
Thank you. And did you know, Miss Wyman, that besides Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite makes over 400 other products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Autolite makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars, batteries, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors, all ignition engineered to meet the highest standards of leading automotive engineers. So, folks, tomorrow, treat your car to an expert motor tune-up. Visit your local Autolite service station listed in your classified telephone directory or the dealer who sells your make of car, and be sure to specify original factory parts. You're right with Autolite.
And now, in introducing again our star, Miss Jane Wyman, I wish also to extend to her, on behalf of our sponsor and all of us here on Suspense, our sincere congratulations on her nomination for the Academy Award for her splendid performance in the current Warner Brothers picture, Johnny Belinda, and to wish her the best of luck in balloting.
Thank you very much. And may I congratulate Suspense for being one of the top radio programs on the air. Truly radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Thank you, Miss Wyman.
And I'll be listening next week when James Mason and his lovely wife, Pamela Calino, appear in the Agatha Christie story, Where There's a Will. Another gripping study in
Suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was adapted by Sylvia Richards from the current best-selling mystery by Pat McGear. Music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader.
Autolite resistor spark plugs have been adopted as original factory equipment by 6 leading makes of cars and trucks. So, switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of an accidental death and an attempted escape. Death on My Hands, starring Phil Harris and Alice Faye.
Hi, Harlow.
Well, flood my carburetor if it isn't Oscar the orating Otto. What's up?
My hood, Harlow. It's been nearly 5,000 miles since my last spark plug check.
And you're set for a session with your Autolite spark plug dealer, eh, Oscar? His exclusive new plug check indicator will quickly show the condition of your spark plugs and whether they're right for your style of driving.
I'm not up to par, Harlow. I've lost my usual pep on the hills, and I'm using too much gasoline.
Well, if the plug check indicator shows your spark plugs need cleaning or adjustments, your Autolite spark plug dealer has all the equipment to do the job right.
And if my plugs are worn out, Harlow?
Then he'll replace the worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite, resistor type or standard type spark plugs to give you smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, have your spark plugs checked regularly. And when you do, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Death on My Hands and the performances of Alice Faye and Phil Harris, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I won't mention the name of the town. It won't help any. I don't think I'll even tell you what part of the country it's in. It's just a place in a long valley with 100-year-old elms and hills you can't stop looking at. And the people? Well, maybe they're not much different than anybody else. 2,500 of them. The kids went to schools with big lawns and long walks, and the men walked up Oak Street from the mills right after the 5 o'clock whistle. Some stopped for a beer at Mike's or the Green Rooster or Eddie's Tavern, and some went right on home. Sounds wonderfully ordinary, doesn't it? That's what I thought, until they tried to hang me.
Dixie! Oh, Dixie.
I can't believe it.
It's me, all right. I saw you from across the street.
Well, what in the world are you doing in this little town, Julia?
Oh, just getting a little rest.
Don't give me that. Your idea of rest was always to sit in an air-conditioned cocktail lounge.
Gee, you look good.
Well, what about you? I wish you'd have stayed with the band, Julia.
I just felt like drifting, Dixie.
Where did you drift?
All over. Ended up with a carnival.
A carnival?
I saw the posters about you and the band playing for the high school dance tonight. I couldn't believe it.
Well, you don't get young doing one-nighters, but you see a lot of country and some swell people. You, for example.
Well, how are all the boys?
Well, I'm the only one of the original bunch left.
No.
Yeah. Chigger Thompson went with Kenton. Bill Candoli joined the circus in Cleveland, married a snake charmer.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then Squeak Hanley lost himself up with the law in Virginia. You know how it goes. I got all new sidemen now, just kids.
Yeah. Things change, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Hey, look, Julia, why don't you drop in at the dance?
They'd think I was an old science teacher.
Nah, you'll knock 'em dead.
No. No, look, Dixie. I want to talk to you. I'm at the embassy, across from the railroad station, the only hotel in town. I'll see you after the dance, outside. And we'll have a sandwich and a drink and a talk, huh?
Okay, that's the way you want it. Look, it's the high school auditorium, you know.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll see you.
Dixie.
Yeah.
Who's singing in my place now?
Me. We walked opposite directions and caught each other looking back a couple of times. She looked good. But then she always had. There had never been anything wrong with how Julia looked. That night at the high school dance, I played like I hadn't played for weeks. Man, that band caught fire. You should have seen the faces of those kids dancing by the bandstand. They looked at me as if I invented music. And me, a third-rate clarinet player. Trouble was as far from my mind as Carnegie Hall is from Bop City. It was backstage after the dance that the bubble blew up in my face.
Here's the loot, boss. Look at it. Big, coarse notes.
Yeah, what does it come to, Teddy?
Well, the cashier says 1,200 round simoleons, but I'd count it myself.
That's not bad for this town.
Listen, it's a lot better than standing on Vine Street waiting for a recording date. I'll take this kind of loot any day in a week.
Yeah, I better put this in my bag.
Hey, that bag must be loaded by now.
I got 2 weeks' take in there. But I'll drop it in the bank when we get to Kansas City.
Hey, you still carrying that gun for protection?
Yeah, Ted. Right here. I wouldn't know how to use it, though.
Loaded?
Every chamber. See?
Oh, those things give me the creeps. Hey, what else you got in that bag?
Just some publicity pictures of me. I'm going to get some new ones, though.
Get 'em while you're young. When they start camouflaging those age lines in your face, the cost goes up by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I know. Teddy, tell the boys I'll be at the next stop tomorrow.
Oh? Who'd you tie up with?
Julia.
She here? Well, I'll be darned. Small world, huh? What's she doing now?
I'll tell you tomorrow. We got about 6 years talking to do in 8 hours. Now get on out of here, huh?
Yeah, right, boss.
Come in. I'll be with you in a minute, Julia. I just want...
My name isn't Julia. It's Emily.
Oh, Emily. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, they all dared me to come in and tell you how much we liked your music.
Well, bless you. So you liked it, huh?
Never had such a good band at our dance before. It was like having Benny Goodman.
Well, now, aren't you sweet? I'll tell Benny when I see him.
Do you have a picture I could have?
Well, I don't have any real good ones, but... Hey, I'll tell you what. You give me your name and address, and I'll send you one autographed. With love to Emily, my prettiest fan.
I can see some in that suitcase.
No, those aren't any good. They're kind of old. I mean,
I just gotta get one. They dared me.
All right, but don't pull that suitcase, kid. Look out!
Oh.
Kid. What did you do? She fell to the floor and her head suddenly spurted red. For a moment, I was so shocked, I didn't know what to do. Then I bent over and I picked her up and I ran to find the nearest doctor. I ran almost 4 blocks with people staring at me like I was crazy. I couldn't even feel myself. I was just a thought. Get to a doctor. Get to a doctor. And I finally did.
She died instantly. No doctor in the world could help her.
From then on, it was a nightmare. There was only 4 policemen in town, and they were all handling highway traffic 30 miles away because of a big mill fire. I told the doctor and the people who crowded around me that I'd stay in town and face a police inquest the next morning. There was some grumbles and some nasty words, but nobody stopped me from checking in at the Embassy Hotel. But I was there only an hour when I realized I wasn't going to get off that easily. A group of men formed outside the hotel and stood looking up at my window. Then all of a sudden I realized they wanted to lynch me. Listen down there. I know you're there. You don't need no rocks through no windows. You don't need any lousy notes. I know why you're there.
How long are you waiting, Dixie? The tighter the rope's gonna be.
You're never going to use a rope on me. Never. Do you understand? Never. Who is it? Who is it?
Julia.
What do you want?
Who are you doing all the shouting at?
Them. Those people down there. If you can call them people. They threw a note through the window on a rock. They want me for killing that girl.
Well, maybe I can help you.
What can you do?
Don't kick a friendship in the face, Dixie. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Yeah? Tell me all about it. Look at them down there. Watching the window like hound dogs with a treed possum.
Oh, Dixie, why don't you think of something to do instead of just burning off steam?
Think. In the past hour, I've thought more than that Greek philosopher did in a lifetime. But it all boils down to me ending up with a tag on my toe.
Oh, I wish I could help you.
Look, what are you hanging around me for? They might try to do something to you if they find out you've been nice to me.
I'll take my chances. I got nothing else to do.
Oh, thanks. Don't waste your time. I don't think it's going to pay off. You know what? They make me feel like a criminal. They found my car.
They did?
Yeah, somebody told the manager. What's his name? Abdo. The car's 3 miles north of here in an empty riverbed. Burned to a crisp. The only thing in the world I own.
Oh, Dixie, don't let it get you.
But how much do they want? Julia, an accident is an accident. That means it wasn't done on purpose. She grabbed the bag, and the gun went off. And she was just a little kid.
Oh, Dixie, stop it. You're not doing yourself any good this way. It could happen to anyone. To me, or the people next door, or even to one of them down there. Oh, come on, sweetheart, and sit down here with me.
Wait a minute.
What is it, Dixie?
More of them. And they got guns now. Not just clubs and ropes, guns.
Get away from that window.
Maybe I don't want to. Maybe I could get them to shoot me from here, and then it'd be over with like that.
Get back from that window. Come on.
Let go of me. They wouldn't shoot. They want their fun later.
Do what I say. You gotta think, Dixie. You gotta think of some way to get out of here.
Sorry that girl got killed. Sorry as an honest man can be, but, well, there's no point in dying to prove it.
I think God understands, Dixie.
It's just another rock.
No, it isn't. Look what you... Oh, never mind, Dixie. It's what you said, a
Wait
rock.
a minute now. It's something else. What is it? Don't hide it from me.
Dixie.
Give it to me! Oh, a shoe. One of her shoes. What are they going to throw up next? Her body?
Dixie, let me take it. Let them keep it! You dirty, dirty! Oh, Dixie. If there was only something we could do.
There isn't. When people get like that, there just isn't.
Oh, well, I'm not going to let this happen. I'm not going to...
Julia, listen. They're breaking the door down. They're coming in.
Well, we've got to get out of here somehow.
Get out? There's no way to get out now. Now go back to your room, Julia.
I won't.
I said go on.
It's too late, Dixie. They're coming down the hall.
Autolite is bringing you Phil Harris and Alice Faye in Death on My Hands. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Yippee!
Why the loud levity, my loquacious limousine?
I just visited my neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer, Harlow.
Did he check your spark plugs with the nimble nemesis of nefarious spark plugs, the Autolite plug check indicator?
Yes, sir, Harlow, and it showed that my plugs were not functioning properly.
So he replaced those worn-out spark plugs with the matchless magic manifested by the multiple magnificence of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Eh, Oscar?
Right, and now I'm giving smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings.
Well, it pays to see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. He carries ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, the world-famous spark plugs that are designed by the same engineers who design complete ignition systems for many leading makes of our finest cars.
And I'm off for a spring fling. So long.
So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer soon and have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite, resistor type or standard type spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Alice Faye and Phil Harris in Elliot Lewis's production of Death on My Hands, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Don't make any noise.
It only sounds like one person.
One person can carry a gun.
Couldn't be them, Dixie. They wouldn't knock.
Who is it?
At the hotel owner. Let me.
All right. What's on your mind?
They broke in the door downstairs, but I stopped them in the lobby. They had ropes and guns.
Thank you, Abdul.
Oh, don't thank me. I told them that they couldn't come in after you, but that you would go out.
You don't mean that.
I told them within 15 minutes.
Abdul, let me stay a little longer in the name of humanity till I can dope this out. I got enough money.
I don't worry about money.
Well, what have you got to lose?
Listen, I give you a break. They could have come in here and got you and torn you up in little pieces. But I said no. One little word. Now, long after you are gone, I have to live in this town. You've got your troubles, I've got mine. Now, that's the way things work.
What's the matter with this town? Why does it act the way it does?
After what you did, you expect them to treat you with brotherly love?
You got to be born here before they think you're human? There's a lot of world outside this flea-bitten town, and most of it's better. They should be happy that someone brings a little of it in with them once in a while.
What you brought in was tragedy.
But it was an accident, a statistic, the kind of thing insurance companies make a fortune predicting. Don't blame me. Blame that big wheel of chance.
Dixie.
I just didn't get the right number on this spin, that's all.
Well, you got now 13 minutes to think of another one.
What can I do for you, Dixie? Tell me something.
Just let me alone.
Well, I'm going to do something anyway.
Did you turn on the radio?
I turned on the radio.
Turn it off.
I'm not going to.
Turn it off!
I'm not going to.
What do you want music for?
Because I want to dance.
Are you crazy?
Oh, come on, Dixie, dance with me. Come on, it used to take your mind off things.
Oh, I know,
Oh,
but I...
come on, that's it. Oh, pull me closer, Dixie.
Oh, I wish this hadn't happened. So I could enjoy you, Julia.
Let's just pretend this is the future. And we're dancing somewhere in love and...
How can I think like that when all I can see are those guys down there loading buckshot and guns just
Dixie, Dixie, shh. Just dance.
But I can still think.
Oh, honey, this is wonderful.
You know, I've played for a lot of dances. And I never realized until now what it does to you inside.
What does it do to you, Dixie?
Makes me wish I'd have gone to high school. I never got there.
That was Early Autumn, done by the Woody Herman Aggregate, the band that plays the blues. Not that you're blue right now. And this is Charlie Schaefer, your early evening platter party host on KNOK. And I want to remind you that if you have any request whatsoever, just dial KNOK. The switchboards are waiting. Now, how about a little bit of Glenn Miller, In the Mood?
I like that. I can request any tune in the world, but I can't save my life. What a great place to live.
Let's dance some more.
Yeah. What should I request? Don't break the news to Mother, or maybe I'm in the mood for life.
Oh,
huh?
Dixie, don't talk like that. Dixie?
Give me the railroad station. Freight division.
Dixie, what are you doing?
Stop talking. Hello? What time does the next freight train leave? Yeah. I have some valuable freight I want to put on board. Oh. An hour, huh? Are you sure of the time? Exactly 1 hour? Well, I guess there wouldn't be time tonight. Thanks anyway.
Dixie, you just couldn't get to that train.
It's my only chance, but I need an hour. An hour of safety to get to it.
I'll be right back, Dixie.
Where are you going?
To find a policeman or to talk to those men or to do something.
The police are all over in another town. They couldn't get here in time.
Now, you just wait here. I'll be right back.
Emily, if anybody caught me on my knees like this talking to you, I suppose they'd think I was crazy. But I'm not. Emily, you know it was an accident. Pure and simple. It wasn't my fault. Only nobody really believes it. They're waiting for me outside. Your people. And they want me in exchange for you. Only it isn't an exchange. It's just blood revenge. An eye for an eye. And it doesn't make sense. I know that saying all this will never do you any good. But, Emily, I just wanted you to hear how sorry I am, how deeply and tragically sorry I am. Emily, have a good long rest. Maybe someday I'll meet you in person again and we'll talk about it. And that someday might be today.
Hey, what are you doing down in the lobby, young lady? Where are you going?
Mr. Abdo, we've just got to do something. Get some police or get rid of those men out there.
I have long ago sent somebody for the police, but I don't expect them to get here.
Why don't you let him stay here longer?
Because I can only hold these men a while. After that, they come in. I don't want to see it.
Why do these men want him?
I don't want to talk anymore.
Well, I'm going to find out.
Where are you going, lady?
I want to ask you why you want Dixie.
That ought to be plain.
He didn't kill that girl. It wasn't his fault. You must have a better reason. Whose little girl was it? Yours? Or yours? Whose? Is that why you want him? Because it was one of your children?
Lady, you'd better go on about your business and leave ours to us. We got our own reasons for getting that skunk.
What'd you find out, Julia? What happened?
Abdo's been trying to get the police.
They won't come. Don't worry. How many of their neighbors do you think they'll shoot down to save me?
I don't know, Dixie. I don't know.
Look, I got 5 minutes, that's all. 5 minutes to walk out of here. And I need an hour.
I'm sure the ringleader of that gang would... I talked with him. I'm sure he's the father.
Oh, what's the use? I give up.
But you can't, Dixie. You can't.
What do you expect me to do? Perform a miracle?
It's Abdo. Let me in. Are you ready to go, son?
No, I'm not ready to go. I still got 5 minutes.
You must have made a mistake with the time. Your time is up.
It is like... Look at this watch. Look at it. Still better than 4 minutes.
I'm sorry, but now is the time, before they come in the hotel after you.
I don't get it. I don't get this whole setup. Why did you bother to stop them once if you send me out to them now?
I did what I felt I must do. For me, that was enough.
Well, I'm not going. Do you understand? I'm not going. They'll have to work to get me.
Haven't you done enough to me already?
To you?
The little girl who was killed was my little girl.
Oh.
Mr. Abdo, I'm really sorry. I'll go. You won't have any more trouble from me.
I'm going with you, Dixie.
Here, I'll turn off the lights in the lobby. That might help.
Shall we take the elevator?
No, honey, the stairs. I want to make it last as long as I can.
Dixie. See, I want to cry.
So do I. But it wouldn't help. I'm having trouble enough seeing now.
I'll go out with you and fight. Let me, Dixie.
You're going to stay right here in this lobby. You said you'd do anything for me, and that's what I want you to do.
How are you going to do it?
I'm going out. Turn right alongside the building, and then I'm going to run. Run, you hear me? Then maybe somewhere, somehow, I can find help. So long, Julia.
Dixie, I love you.
Good. Take it easy.
Hold it and stay right where you are.
Why should I?
Shut up. Now, if you know what's good for you, walk over to that car and make it fast.
Take that gun out of my face.
Do what I tell you and stop talking. Hey! All right, everyone, stay where you are.
Hey, what do you think you're trying to do?
I said stay where you are. I'll put a bullet through the face of the first man who moves.
Are you going to let a guy get away with a crime like that? Baby killing? Well, we're not. Come on, guys.
The next one will go through somebody's head. I want you to notice this badge on my coat. You people pay me to protect you and everybody against lawlessness in this town. And I'm going to earn my money whether you want me to or not. Some more police will be here in 2 minutes, and anybody standing around will be arrested. Now go on home. Break this up. All the fun is over. Can you drive?
Thank you, officer.
I said, can you drive?
Well, I could yesterday, but I don't know now. My knees...
Well, try. I got to be ready for anything.
Where do I go?
To jail. Oh, that's all right, mister. You'll be safe there.
Hello.
Hello, Julia. Would you care to go and get that sandwich we talked about 1,000 years ago?
Oh, I'd love to, Dixie. What did they say?
The coroner acquitted me 10 minutes ago. Accidental homicide.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, what are you going to do now, Dixie?
Oh, just catch up with the band and drift, I guess.
Dixie, I don't suppose I could...
Go back with the band?
Well, just singing, that's all.
You could do a bigger job than that if you want to.
You mean it?
Sure. Look, here's your wedding ring. You know, I never threw it away.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's stars, Phil Harris and Alice Faye.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These products include world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, which are carried by your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. See him soon and have worn-out spark plugs replaced with ignition-engineered Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Charles Boyer in Another Man's Poison. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Jeff Chandler and Dick Powell on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Death on My Hands was written for Suspense by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman. Included in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Barbara Whiting, Byron Kane, Franklin Parker, and Gil Stratton, Jr. Alice Faye and Phil Harris may be heard on their own radio program every Sunday over another network.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Charles Boyer in a tale we call Another Man's Poison.
Buy world-famous Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
We want to thank the National Safety Council for choosing Autolite for the Council's Public Interest Award of 1950. This award is presented in recognition of exceptional service to safety. Autolite is proud to have been chosen as one of the leaders in this important field and pledges continued efforts toward accident prevention on the highway. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Peter Lorre as star of Nobody Loves Me, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Peter Lorre in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Hello. Are you guys in charge of this precinct?
Well, hello, Bright Eyes.
Who's in charge here?
Just a minute. How did you get in?
I walked in. Who's the top man here?
This is the squad room, son. If you have a complaint, give it to the desk sergeant.
No, I don't want to bother him. He's sleeping.
Jenkins sleeping? Wait till I tell...
You better sit down.
Hey, Costello, he's got a gun.
Yeah, I got a gun. Sit down.
Hey, son, you must be crazy.
Maybe. But I think I know what I'm doing.
Well, you can't hold up a police station, mister.
No?
There's no dough here.
No. Look, son, look.
Keep your hands up.
I didn't move.
Hey, you. Shove that chair over for me.
Yeah. Okay, mister.
Yeah, I have a lot to talk about, and I want to be comfortable. I've come to tell you cops a story.
Look, mister, this isn't funny.
Just tell you a story and give you a present. How's that?
Oh, well, what do you mean, a present?
Why, I'm a regular Santa Claus. Going to give you $10,000.
Now, look.
There is $10,000 reward for the kidnapper of Peggy Stewart, am I right?
You did
Where is she? Where's the girl?
You forget this gun. You also forget I said I was going to tell you a story first. Sit down, Captain.
You mean you're confessing?
Yeah. Story of my life. You get plenty of thrills. You know why?
Now, look, son, look.
Plenty of thrills. 'Cause my name is Reese.
Joe Reese. Then you killed her. You killed
so
her.
you have heard about me. Yes. Killer Reese. Killer Reese, Captain. Then you admit I got a story. I'm going to tell it in my own way. First things first, last things last. And Peggy Stewart comes last.
Look, just tell us, did you kill her, Joe?
I start at the beginning. The beginning when I was born, and don't interrupt.
Okay, we won't interrupt.
'Cause, you see, I think a lot about when I was born. Maybe somebody loved me then. Maybe when I sucked in my first breath of air and let out a yell. Maybe my mother loved me. Maybe she wished I was dead. She didn't live long enough for me to find out. But after she died, it was like I was just shoved clean out of the world. Shoved off to an aunt and an uncle who had the meanest, grimiest, stinkingest little souls even you fellows could hope to meet. Yeah, Aunt Ella and Uncle Walter. Oh, they were a pair. Why, they even looked alike. Faces like rotting cabbages, and their mean little mouths yapping away in the middle of them. Those two would have eaten the heart out of a saint. But I was so little when I went there, I didn't even know what I was missing. Until one day, when I was about 9, I found a kitten. A dirty, sick little kitten.
Joe Reese, what you got there?
Just a little cat.
How do you speak to me?
I mean, ma'am.
We found it down the alley, Mother, back of the fish store.
Well, you get it out of here, Joe. You get it out quick.
I told you, Joe.
Please, ma'am,
You hear me?
It won't eat much. Please.
You hear me? You get it out of here. Dirty thing. And if I see it again, Uncle Walt will beat the stuffing out of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ought to kill it. Would, too, but it'd turn my stomach. Now get both of you.
Yes, Mother. What you gonna do with it, Joe?
I don't know. Nothing.
We could have some fun, I bet. Tie something to its tail.
No. I don't want to.
Might as well. We could have some fun.
No, I said. Say. Feel.
Yeah? What about it?
It's buzzing inside. Like machinery.
Oh, that's purring.
Purring?
Sure. Cats do that when they're glad.
It's glad? About what?
Bet it thinks you're gonna feed it.
Oh, yes. What do cats eat, Cousin Alex?
You ain't gonna keep it.
Sure I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it somewhere she don't know.
You're crazy.
I'm not. I'm gonna keep it. It likes me. That's why.
Likes you? A cat?
Then why is it buzzing? Purring? Sure it likes me.
Oh, it doesn't. It's hungry. I'll stop it purring. Look.
What you doing, Alex?
Watch when I twist its tail.
No, don't. Hey, now look what you done.
See? Now it ain't purring. Joe! Joe, what are you doing?
It clawed me. It clawed me, and now it's scared. It clawed me. It's scared now.
You ever feel a kitten? What it's really like? A skinny little kitten? Why, it's nothing but fur. Soft and a head. And its backbone is like a thin string of beads. Curled just so. When it's scared, its eyes stare. All one color. And its neck is thin. Thinner than a match. Like a string of beads. Just nothing between your fingers. Just nothing.
Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Mr. Peter Lorre in Nobody Loves Me by Herbert Clyde Lewis and Sylvia Richards. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. This holiday weekend, millions of Americans will return to the traditional way of observing Labor Day by having friends in for dinner. That's why Elsa Maxwell makes the most appropriate suggestion. She says, we have good reason to celebrate Labor Day this year. So make your holiday entertaining really festive by enjoying good Roma wine. At dinner, serve Roma California Burgundy Cool. This splendid wine, so delightful, delicious, distinguished, lends charm and flavor magic to any meal. Yes, as Elsa Maxwell says, you'll enjoy the delicate piquancy and fruity, robust taste of Roma Burgundy. Only Roma gives you the goodness of luscious grapes from California's choicest vineyards, gathered at peak of flavor, gently pressed, then unhurriedly, guided to flavor perfection by Roma's ancient winemaking skill. And finally, bottled right at the winery. Roma wines are always unvaryingly good, yet cost only pennies a glass. Remember, because of uniformly fine quality at reasonable cost, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Peter Lorre in Nobody Loves Me, a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It never turned my stomach. It's always easy. Very easy.
Yes, but Joe, where did you leave the girl, Peggy?
Didn't I tell you not to interrupt? I am telling you what I have to tell. Cats first and girls last. I sat in the backyard holding the dead kitten, and it was soft for a long time. Next day, it was stiff and hard on its fur. Funny, a kid 9 years old even knew about killing, but I knew. 'Cause when I was more than 4, I saw Uncle Walter kill a chicken. I saw his mean, stringy shoulders jump when he brought the axe down. You know, that's how I knew, because watching Uncle Walter, I could tell he liked to kill. Liked it way down inside of him. And I hated him. So whenever I killed anything or anybody, after that, I was killing Uncle Walter and everybody like him. I hated him. I hated him till he died.
Joe, come here. Your poor Uncle Walt is passing on, and I want you to see him before he goes. Joe.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't say a word unless he speaks to you.
I won't.
Go stand on the other side of the bed. Oh, listen to the blessed man fighting for his life. Just listen to him.
Yes, I listened. Oh, did I listen? And I only wished he knew he was dying. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to say, you are dying, Uncle Walter, and I'm wishing you dead. That's why I'm strangling the wind out of your turkey neck. I'm burying a knife in your filthy heart. I am doing it. Me, Joe.
Oh, look at him. I think he's going to speak.
Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, he's dead. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, that blessed saintly man. Joe, you'll never know how much he did for you. You'll never be able to thank him. He's in heaven now.
Yeah, I bet.
Don't you understand, Joe? Your poor Uncle Walt is dead.
Sure, I understand.
Then can't you say something?
Sure. Uncle Walter's dead.
15 years. Too late for me.
One day after that, I mashed a toad under a rock. And there was a white dog I caught in a fence in a corner and threw stones at it, dozens of stones. Each day I killed one thing, and some things died quick and some died slow. But I always felt the same. I felt good. I found there was room in the world for a bright young fellow like me. There was work to spare for a man who didn't mind killing. $100 a job I could get, sometimes more. Hey, pick up that pencil, fatty. Yeah, you, Sergeant. I'll give you a list. Yeah. Well, there was the Briscoe brothers. All three of them. A guy named Lyons who was two-timing somebody's wife. Oh, and that chorus babe, Daisy, me, Marks.
Yeah.
She got her fingers in a wrong pie.
Yeah.
Izzy Turnbull, the weasel. An old codger named Haskett. We call him the
Yeah, that's enough of them, Joe. Now, please, where'd you leave the girl?
I'll get her around to her.
Where'd you kill her, Joe?
I am telling this. It's my story.
Yeah. Sure, Joe, sure.
Because it all happened different with Peggy Stewart. See, I wasn't supposed to kill her. The boy sent me around to case the Stewart house for the kidnapping. It was all I was supposed to do, find out who was in the house and when the girl was alone. It was a big job. Why, with her father owning half the estate and holding a mortgage on the rest, we expected it to pay off plenty.
Yes, sir?
I'm looking for work.
There's nothing here.
Oh, I thought maybe raking the yard, or I can drive.
No, there isn't anything.
Oh, is there anyone else here I could ask?
Horace, who are you talking to?
It's a young fellow, Miss Peggy, looking for work.
Oh. What kind of work?
Oh, anything, ma'am, anything at all. You see, I'm going to college, and I just want some work for the summer, and I have a bad back, so I can't do anything heavy.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe we have something. I'll ask my father.
Miss Peggy!
Father isn't home right now, but if you want to wait...
Oh, sure, I'll wait.
You can come inside, Mr.
Sanders, Joe Sanders.
Well, come in, Joe. Horace was about to give me my lunch. Maybe you'd like to eat with me.
So for more than an hour, I was on the inside, looking out, just for once. It did things to me. That room, all sunshiny where we ate, blue dishes, the food cooked in little dabs, and so good. I was just boiling with hate. I couldn't look at her, at the girl, or talk. She didn't seem to notice what was happening to me. And that's what really got me. She didn't once look scared. Hey, you ever see Miss Peggy? She's little. All curved and little and bright and soft. Even her voice is soft. I'd never known anybody like her except people in books I read in a modern library, you know. I couldn't take it. I want to make her like the other girls I'd known. Make her get that look in her eyes.
You're not eating, Joe.
Huh? Oh, I've been thinking.
Oh?
Aren't you scared?
Scared?
Being alone like this with a fellow you don't even know?
Scared of you?
Lots of girls are.
Why? Are you dangerous?
I don't know. Lots of girls think I am. There must be something in it.
You mean you're a wolf?
No, I don't mean it that way.
Well, if you are, I think you're a nice wolf. The nicest I know.
It's not what I mean. Anyway, you just don't know me.
It's funny. I feel like I do. I feel I've known you for a long time. What's the matter, Joe?
Nothing. Nothing is the matter. Guess I better be going.
But aren't you going to wait for Father? He'll be here pretty soon.
No, I guess I better not wait.
But you said you...
You see, I just remembered I got to be someplace at 2 o'clock.
Oh. Well, if you come back tomorrow,
That's it. Yes, I'll come back tomorrow.
maybe that'll be even better. I can talk to Father tonight about you. Then I'm sure he'll give you a job.
Sure, you do that. That'll be swell.
But you will come back. Promise?
Oh, sure. I'll come back. I couldn't figure it out. How a girl like her could be with me and not be scared. And after I practically warned her, too, you can see how I tried to warn her, but she just looked at me, at my eyes. My eyes! And hers stayed just the same. Blue and soft, like she was looking at anyone. Hey, there is killing in my eyes. Lots of killing. Well, anyone can see that. But then it hit me. I had to make her scared. I had to get her to look at me in that beautiful, naked way, from back deep in her head. Her blue eyes, all glazed, all over, all one color. Well, I got my car out and drove back to her house. It was night already, and there were lights on and windows were open, and this time I went right to the front door.
I'll go, Father. What, Joe?
Hello, Miss Peggy.
Well, did you come to see Father tonight? I haven't talked to him yet.
No, I came to see you.
Well, that's nice, Joe.
I came to get you.
Get me?
Sure, don't you remember? I came back, like you said. Going to take you away.
Like
Yeah.
I said.
Yeah, see? Now you're getting that look. Now you're beginning to look at me the right way.
Don't, Joe. You're hurting me.
No, I'm not hurting you, Peggy. Not much yet. Just enough so you look up at me like something in a trap. It won't hurt much more when I kill you.
When you... Joe, please.
That's what I said, when I kill you.
Oh, no.
It won't. I dumped her in the front seat, and after I got the car in high, she didn't move anymore. She sat there with her big eyes staring at the road. I didn't talk anymore. I thought fast, and I drove fast. I thought how it was going to be, killing her. And I was still thinking when we got to the hideout. Huh? Where it is? Oh, well, it's up in the mountains, and I like it there. It's nothing but a shed, but someone had a house there once, and there are still lilac bushes and roses. Lots of roses. When I lifted her out of the car to carry her into the shed, I could smell the lilacs. There was just enough moon to see her face.
You don't have to carry me. I can walk.
Just the same, I carry you. That's part of the fun for me. You don't want to spoil my fun.
Where are we?
What difference does it make?
No difference.
Then don't ask so many questions. You won't see much of it anyway. Okay. Inside. Walk straight ahead and stand still.
It's dark.
I got a candle. There. Now get over there and sit down.
On the floor?
Yes, on the floor. What do you want? All the comforts of home? Of your beautiful, clean, bright, wonderful home? Well, why don't you tell me what you want?
Joe, what's the matter? What did I do to you?
Nothing. You did nothing to me.
Then why are you... Why, Joe?
Go on, say it. Why am I going to kill you?
Yes.
It's a very foolish question. I got to kill you.
But why?
I got to talk to you, watch your eyes, and tell you a lot of things. I got to hold you.
Please, Joe.
I got to know how you feel before you die. Hold you like this. Do you love me, Peggy? Do you?
Love you?
Sure. That's what I asked.
Of course not. Of course I don't love you.
You see? Nobody loves me. Nobody ever loved me. Maybe a cat once. Everyone hates me, Peggy.
But I don't hate you either.
See, that's funny. I just thought of something. You know what?
Joe, how can
No,
you...
this is important. Listen, it's this way. I used to live here in a shack weeks sometimes, and I'd read books. Oh, good books. Modern library. Do you know about them?
Yes, I know.
Well, you can get any book, and it's only $1. It's less than $1 the best, see?
Yes?
So I read something by a man, yes, called Oscar Wilde. And he says, each man kills the thing he loves. It's in a modern library. Each man kills the thing he loves. Maybe that's what I am doing.
No, Joe. You don't love me.
You don't get it. Like I said, nobody loves me, but I get love anyway. I get something like love because when I start to kill you, Peggy, there won't be anyone else in the world for you but me. No one else will matter. And then your eyes, they'll get shiny. Oh, so shiny. And they'll blaze, and the blue will spread out. That's why I'm going to kill you, Peggy. Oh, it'll be so easy. There won't be anything in them but me. All I got to do is take your neck in my hands like this. Hey, Peggy, I'm going to kill you. You heard me say it. I'm going to kill you now. Why don't your eyes...
Poor Joe.
What? What did you say?
You've been hurt. You've been terribly hurt. Poor Joe. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, that's it.
But, where did you leave the body, Joe?
What are you talking about?
After you killed her.
Who said I killed her?
Why, you said that you...
Listen, you bonehead. That's what it's all about. That's why I came in here, to give myself up. See, nobody ever loved me except that cat, and when he got scared, it clawed me, and I had to kill it. But Miss Peggy, she wasn't scared.
I don't get it.
Miss Peggy looked at me and into me and through me, and she knew what I was. Rotten. But she said, poor Joe. To me, Joe Reese. I figured that was as close as I'd ever get to love. Well, I figured it was enough. Go ahead, answer it, Sergeant. Guess that's her father saying she's home. And then you can lock me up, Captain. I need sleep. I'm dead for sleep.
Roma Wines have brought you Peter Lorre, a star of Nobody Loves Me. Tonight's study in Suspense.
This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense. Visiting friends in the family car is once again a popular American custom. And as Elsa Maxwell said just last week, be prepared when people drop in unexpectedly. A smart way to entertain, a sure way to cool off and delight your guests, is to serve refreshing Roma wine and soda.
a frosty, cold, iced drink that really quenches thirst. Yes, and Roma wine and soda, made with distinguished Roma California Burgundy or Sauterne, is quick and easy to make. Just half-fill tall glasses with good Roma Burgundy or Sauterne. Add ice cubes, sparkling water, and a bit of sugar. And for a decorative touch, garnish with cherries or fruit. Here's another delightfully different taste treat. Try Roma Sweet Vermouth, well chilled. A delicious aperitif. Zestful, full-flavored Roma Vermouth is blended and developed with all the traditional winemaking skill of Roma wineries. Is made and bottled in the heart of California's famous vineyards, yet surprisingly low-priced. Try Roma Vermouth soon, won't you?
This is Peter Lorre. I want to remind you to be sure not to miss next Thursday's Suspense show. It will be a repeat performance by popular demand. Sorry, wrong number. That's the famous radio play about the woman on the telephone, in which Miss Agnes Moorehead gives such an overwhelming performance.
Peter Lorre appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers and will soon be seen in their production, Three Strangers.
A word from our government. Despite the lifting of some restrictions, travel is still tight in many parts of the country and over many railroads used by the armed forces. Play safe by staying off crowded trains during the coming Labor Day holiday.
Next Thursday, you will hear Agnes Moorehead as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of death and 11 roses. We call it The 12th Rose. So now, starring Paula Winslow, here is tonight's suspense play, The 12th Rose.
Miss Robbins? It's the maid, Miss Robbins. I got some clean towels for...
The place, New York City. The time, 12:15 p.m. Dolores Robbins had been young and pretty. The details of her murder were not. The sprawled position of her body and the instrument of murder indicated that the act had not been premeditated. A dozen roses were in the apartment, 11 of them in a large vase near the body. Running around and up the length of each stem to give the blossom support was a single strand of green wire. The killer had circled the girl's neck with a long stem of the 12th rose and then twisted. And although the stem itself had broken, the wire had not. 55 minutes after the maid discovered the girl's body, 2 detectives from the Homicide Division began questioning her.
Mrs. Williams, how often did you clean in here?
Every day but Sunday. She wasn't due for service but twice a week, but she always gave me a little something extra.
Then you were in here yesterday?
Yes, sir. Yesterday afternoon.
Were these roses here then?
No, sir.
You're sure?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea where they might have come from?
No, sir. But no girl looking like she looked is going to have to buy 'em for herself.
And what about the box or wrapping paper they came in? Do you know where it might be?
Well, if Miss Robbins threw it in the trash before 8 this morning, it'd already be burned up. If she put it in after 8...
She didn't. She was killed late last night.
Oh.
Mrs. Williams, did you ever see her boyfriend?
Well, she didn't have a regular boyfriend.
But she went out once in a while, didn't she?
Yes, sir. I suppose she did.
Was she here when you came in to clean yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Did she say anything about having a date last night?
No, sir. Not to me, but...
Yes? Go on.
Well, I was just about through when she got this phone call. She'd been washing her hair, and I was finishing up dusting. And I heard her say she'd met a real nice man and thought she might see him that night.
She mentioned his name?
I don't think so. At least not while I was here. I finished up and left before she got off the phone.
You know who she was talking to?
Yes, sir. Miss Butler. She and Miss Robbins were real good friends. If you want to talk to her, she lives in the building next door.
Mildred Butler confirmed the maid's statements. She remembered the telephone conversation that she had had with the Robbins girl. She remembered the victim telling her about a man she had met the night before. Miss Robbins had not said where or under what circumstances they had met, but she had indicated that she would see him later that evening. When asked if she'd been told the man's name, the Butler girl replied that she had. It was Carl Owens. The two detectives returned to the victim's apartment.
Pete, you ever buy roses for your wife?
2 girls in high school? Are you kidding?
You know anything about them?
Sure. Some are red and some are yellow.
When I was a kid, Pete, my folks had a greenhouse. They used to raise them, all kinds. These are just average.
How can you tell?
Well, look at the stems. They're wired to keep them from drooping. Now, a good rose, you don't have to wire the stems. They'll stand up straight for days.
Well, what do you call these, you know?
Yeah, happiness.
What are you, a detective? You really think we got a chance of getting them, Lou?
If we're lucky, and if Owens is his right name.
Lab boys didn't find any good prints.
We might not need them.
Huh?
We'll just locate every Carl Owens between 20 and 40 who works or lives here in this area. Some of them will be eliminated automatically. Those that aren't, we'll consider possible suspects. And then, Pete, if we're still lucky, we'll get someone to identify the killer.
Yeah, but nobody saw him.
Oh, you're wrong, Pete. Somebody did.
Yeah? Who?
The florist that sold him these roses.
Suppose the florist doesn't remember.
Well, the way the papers are going to play this one up, he'll remember.
There's just one thing.
Yeah?
Suppose the killer is thinking like we are.
How do you mean?
Suppose the killer remembers the florist.
At 9:33 that evening, Miss Helen Craig, the manager of a small flower shop on the east side, adjusted the thermostat on the refrigerated display case. A moment later, her employee, Nancy Wassel, crossed to the front windows and pulled the shades. The shop was closed for the night.
Oh, thank goodness. I didn't think the day would ever end.
Want me to bring some iced tea tomorrow?
Well, if you like. We can keep it cool in the display case. Oh, and Nancy.
Yes?
Stop off at the wholesalers in the morning and pick up 3 dozen long-stemmed roses.
Any particular kind?
You'd better get, Happiness. I sold the last of them while you were out yesterday.
Is that all we need?
Until Monday. You can tell Mr. Leeds I'll see him then.
Oh, that must be Joe. My seam straight?
Well, let's see. Yes, fine.
You don't mind if I leave?
No, run along. I'll wait for Max to check in.
Thanks, Miss Craig. Night.
Good night.
Good evening.
Oh, my. You gave me a fright. I didn't hear you come in.
You had your head in that showcase.
Why, aren't you the gentleman I waited on yesterday afternoon? That selected the roses?
Oh, you do remember me then?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
I wasn't sure you would.
Oh, well, it'd be hard to forget it.
Yes? Go on.
Well, you're tall and... Oh, please. Now you're embarrassing me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You all alone here?
Why, yes, I was just getting ready to leave. Why?
Just curious. Were you going right home? Or was someone coming to meet you here?
Well, really, Mr.
Johnson. Bill Johnson, Miss Craig.
Oh, you know my name? Well, how does that happen?
It was printed on the receipt you gave me. Helen Craig, manager. You're too attractive to be a manager.
Oh, please.
No, really. I think you are.
Now, Mr. Johnson, it's taken me a good many years to get used to this face. And now that I am, I resent anyone insulting my intelligence by trying to flatter me.
Oh, you've got a temper, too.
Well, I'm sorry.
No,
if
don't
I-
apologize. I like a woman to have a little fight in her. Makes her much more interesting.
Oh, and how often do you fight? Oh, dear. Excuse me.
What is it?
The delivery man. I have to let him in.
Miss Craig,
Yes?
I suppose you know by now I didn't come here to buy flowers.
Oh,
I just stopped by to deliver a message from my mother.
your
Yes.
mother.
She wanted you to know how much she liked the roses.
Oh, well, now I am flattered. But I thought,
Yes? What did you think?
well, when a gentleman buys roses, they're usually for a young lady.
The only girl I've got's my mother. She's in the hospital. That's where the roses went. Well, I've got to go.
Oh, please stop in again, Mr. Johnson.
That's a promise, Miss Craig. I'll see you real soon.
You are listening to The 12th Rose, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tomorrow night, a self-styled tycoon sets himself up as an energetic but not exactly legal stockbroker. For a while, business booms. But once the FBI in peace and war get on his trail, the shady operator discovers that the bottom has fallen out of his market. Don't miss a thrill. Don't miss a moment of the next exciting episode of the FBI in peace and war over most of these same stations tomorrow night. And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Paula Winslow, starring in tonight's production, The 12th Rose, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
At 4 o'clock the next morning, a milkman left a quart bottle just outside the door of the apartment that Helen Craig shared with her younger sister Peggy. 3.5 hours later, Helen opened the door, letting Napoleon, their cat, into the kitchen. At the same time, she picked up the quart of milk. She didn't notice that someone had tampered with the protective cap on the bottle, not even when she poured some of the milk into a dish for the cat.
There you are, nappy boy.
Hi.
Well, what got you up so early on a Saturday, Peg?
I decided to go to the beach for the weekend.
Oh? You didn't say anything about it last night.
I had made up my mind. Besides, I was asleep long before you got to bed.
Well, sit down. I'll pour the coffee. How are you going?
On the train. I've got to hurry. It leaves at 8:15.
Now, Nappy, be quiet and drink your milk. Who are you going with, Peg?
Betty Mills and another girl from the office. They've rented a cottage for their vacation. I'll be home late Sunday. Hey.
Well, what's the matter?
You. What have you done to yourself?
Oh, well, nothing much. I just used a little rinse on my hair and sort of combed it over on the side.
So that's what you were doing last night.
It looks awful, doesn't
Oh,
it?
no. Oh, I like it, Helen. Really. Who is he?
Who do you mean?
You know who I mean. The man you've met. The one that's fixing up bits for. What's his name? How'd you meet him?
Well, his name is Johnson. He came into the shop for the first time day before yesterday to buy some roses. And then last night he came back to tell me how much his mother liked them.
Oh, that's a likely story. When are you going to see him again?
Well, I don't know for sure, but when he left last night, he said it would be soon.
Oh, I hope. Napoleon, for heaven's... Helen, something's wrong with him.
What? Nappy!
He's sick.
Well, he was all right a minute ago.
Well, he's not now. Look at him.
Oh, get a blanket, Peg, and call a cab. I'll take him to the vet's.
Miss Craig?
Oh, yes?
Thank you for waiting. I'm Dr. Michaels.
Oh, yes, Doctor. How is Nap, my cat?
Well, I'm afraid I have bad news for you, Miss Craig. She's dead.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. You see, there was very little we could do.
But what caused it?
Well, now, we can't be sure without a laboratory examination, so
Well,
I
what
would...
do you think it was?
Poison, Miss Craig. I think someone may have poisoned him.
By checking through the Records Bureau, DMV, various credit bureaus, state employment agencies, and finally by referring to the Manhattan telephone directory, Detectives Clymore and Carver located over 40 men with the name of Carl Owens. Of this number, 9 could be classified as suspects in the murder of Dolores Robbins. They did not contact these men directly, but they did make some discreet inquiries. Their next step, locate the florist who had sold one of them the roses found in the dead girl's apartment. Time, 9:20. Helen Craig arrived at the flower shop.
Miss Craig, have you seen the papers? Did you read about it?
About what, Nancy?
The rose murder.
The what?
Well, the girl that was choked to death with a happiness rose. The murderer bought some roses for this girl day before yesterday, and when she took him to her apartment, he choked her to death. Isn't it the most exciting thing you've heard?
Oh, please, Nancy, I'm not in the mood.
But he could have bought those roses here.
I'm sure he didn't.
Well, how do you know? Didn't you sell a dozen of those roses while I was out that afternoon?
Yes.
To a man?
Yes, to a man.
Well?
Before you let your imagination run away with you, I happen to know he bought them for his mother.
Oh.
Has anyone called me this morning?
Only Max. He'll be a few minutes late. Something wrong with the truck. Oh, and I got the roses. They're in the display case.
Oh, thank you. I'll be out to wire them in a minute.
The roses the murderer bought were wired. Does everyone wire the stems the same way?
Nancy, please. I'm depressed enough without having to listen to a second-hand account of a cheap murder.
I'm sorry. I just thought you'd be interested.
Well, I'm not. And if you haven't anything to do back here, I'd appreciate it if you'd leave me alone.
Miss Craig, what is it?
Well, Oh, dear, this is silly of me. You remember our cat, Napoleon?
Yes.
Well, he's dead. The vet thinks somebody poisoned him.
Oh, no.
Of course, he's not sure yet, but if he was poisoned, I'm going to find the person that gave it to him. He'll wish he hadn't.
I'll get it. Madison Flower Shop. Yes, she is. Would you like to speak? Hello? Hello? That's funny.
Wrong number?
No. He asked if you were here, and I told him you were. He hung up.
Carl Owens had arrived at his office in the chemical industries warehouse at 9:30 that morning. He was rather pleased with himself. He had encountered no difficulty in putting a certain tasteless poison in the Craig woman's milk bottle. He knew now, after making the phone call, that she had not touched the milk. But she would, in time. And he was sure he had plenty of time.
Mr. Owens.
Carl, what have you been up to?
What? Who is this?
Janet, honey, in personnel.
Oh, Jan.
Mr. Hall received a phone call from somebody a few minutes ago, and whoever it was sure asked a lot of questions about you.
Oh? Like what?
Well, I couldn't hear everything Mr. Hall said, but I did hear him give out your address.
My address?
Mm-hmm. What'd you do, honey? Apply for credit somewhere? Carl?
Oh, yeah, I was going to get something on time, but I've changed my mind.
Time, 2:20 p.m. Nancy Wassell returned from lunch.
Relax, Miss Craig. It's just me. Anything happen?
Oh, Mrs. Williams called. She wants a centerpiece of stock and carnations for tonight. Oh, I'll get it, Nancy. Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Say, these roses here in the case, the ones with their stems wired, they're called happiness, aren't they?
Yes, that's right.
Very nice. And these here are marguerites, huh? I haven't seen any of those in several years.
Well, would you care to...
No, I'm here on business. My name's Carver, police. Here's my identification.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
Is there anyone else working here who sells the flowers?
Only my assistant, Miss Wassell.
Would you call her, please?
Why, surely. Oh, Nancy, would you come out here, please?
Coming.
This won't take very long, miss. Just a couple of questions.
Nancy, this is Lieutenant Carver from the police.
Good afternoon.
Oh, I'll bet you hear about that murder.
Yes, that's right.
I read about it in the papers.
She's done a good job of filling me in on the gory details, Lieutenant.
Good. That saves us both time. Now, do either of you remember selling a dozen of the happiness roses to a man day before yesterday, probably in the afternoon?
I didn't sell any that day, but Miss Craig did.
Oh? Do you have a record of that transaction, Miss Craig?
Why, no, it was cash.
Could you identify the man if necessary?
Yes, but I know he isn't the one you're looking for.
What makes you so certain? Is he a regular customer?
Well, no, he's not.
Well, does he have an account here?
No.
Do you happen to know his address?
Well, no, but those roses were for his mother. She's in the hospital.
I see. You had them delivered, I suppose?
No, Mr. Johnson took them himself.
Johnson?
Yes, that's his name, Bill Johnson.
Well, that ends that. For a minute there, I thought we had something. Now, no one else bought any that afternoon.
No.
Now, be very sure. Your life may depend on it.
Why do you say that, Lieutenant?
I don't want to frighten you, miss, but the florist that sold those roses is the only person that could identify the killer.
Oh, and with the florist out of the way...
Well, I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you for your cooperation.
You're quite welcome.
Miss Craig,
Yes?
may I buy one of those happiness roses?
Oh, well, you can't buy it, Lieutenant. But I'd be very glad to let you have one.
Thank you very much.
When you have time, stop in again, Lieutenant.
I'd like to. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, what a charming gentleman. Oh, I'll get it.
You didn't tell me you knew the man that bought those roses.
I don't tell you everything, Nancy. Medicine Flower Shop.
Miss Craig, please.
Speaking.
Oh, Dr. Michaels, Miss Craig. I had the laboratory report on your cat.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
He was definitely poisoned.
Oh, I see. Do you know how the poison was given to him?
Yes, it was in milk.
What?
It was given to him in milk.
Oh, but that's impossible. I gave him his milk this morning.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. It was a fresh bottle. I brought it in from the hall and poured some of it into his dish.
Did you drink any of it yourself? Miss Craig?
No.
Well, if there is poison in that milk,
I know, Doctor. If there is, it wasn't meant for Napoleon.
Time, 6 p.m. Nancy Wassell crossed to the front windows and pulled the shades. The shop was closed for the night. 45 minutes later, Helen Craig was alone in the shop. She turned off the lights in the sales room and went into her small office where she began checking over accounts payable.
Let's see, Williams, here it is. $42.20. Yes? Is someone out there? Who is it? Who is it?
Good evening, Miss Craig.
Oh, who is it?
It's only me, Miss Craig. Bill
Oh.
Johnson.
Oh, Mr. Johnson. Oh, you gave me such a fright. Oh, wait, I'll turn on the light.
No.
What? But why not?
Well, I haven't been home all day. I'm dirty and tired, and I'd rather you didn't see me when I'm not looking my best.
Oh, really, Mr. Johnson. But all right, I'll let you have your way this once.
Are you alone here?
Yes.
You expecting anyone?
No, not tonight. Nancy had a date with her boyfriend, and Max has gone home to his family.
Well, what are you doing working here so late?
Oh, trying to catch up on my paperwork. Mr. Johnson, are you hungry?
What?
Have you had anything to eat?
Well, no, why?
Because I'm starved. I had Miss Wassell go down to the delicatessen for a couple of sandwiches this afternoon, and I thought you might like to share them with me. I hate eating by myself. Would you like one?
Sure.
Oh, good. They're here in the display case. It makes a wonderful refrigerator, too. Now, let me see. There's a chicken and a ham. Which do you want?
Oh, I don't know. Ham's okay.
Well, here we are. And I think, let me see. Yes, this one's ham.
Thanks.
We can sit right down at this table.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, I almost forgot something to drink. We've had iced tea in these glasses, but they're clean. Here, would you hold it while I pour the milk?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. It's perfectly fresh. Nancy brought it back with the sandwiches. Well, now then. Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad you could stop by. I do hate eating alone.
Yeah, me too. That milk's nice and cold. You have any unusual visitors here today?
Unusual visitors? No.
You sure?
Quite sure, Mr. Johnson. Why?
Oh, I just wondered. A couple of funny things happened today. I didn't go home on account of...
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Johnson?
I thought you were hungry.
Why, I am.
You're not eating.
Oh, I will. It's just that, well, it isn't often that I get to eat with a gentleman. I enjoy watching you.
You lead a pretty dull life here, don't you?
Oh, I suppose, by some standards.
Seems to me you really don't have much to live for.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
Oh.
Mr. Johnson, are you all right?
Yeah. Just a little cramp.
Well, you're probably eating too fast. You see, a person goes a while without eating, and then they gulp their food down. It isn't good for you.
It isn't from...
Oh, you poor man. Here, take another swallow of milk.
I can't.
Mr. Johnson, what is it?
I don't know.
Don't you? Well, I do.
What?
I lied to you. The milk is fresh, but it didn't come from the delicatessen.
What are you talking about?
It came from my apartment. It was the milk that was delivered this morning.
No. No, you're lying.
Am I? Am I, Mr. Owen?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Help me. Please. Call an ambulance. Please call an ambulance.
No.
Please.
You made a fool of me, Mr. Owens. You looked at me like you thought I was beautiful. And I believed it.
Please.
That was only one of the things you did.
Please.
This morning, did you help my cat? Would you have helped me or my sister?
I'm sorry.
Oh, of course you are. But you wouldn't be if the police hadn't compared the rose I gave one of their men with those found in that girl's apartment. They could tell from the wiring. I wire all of my roses identically. They told me to call them if you came back.
Help me. Please help me.
Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens? Lieutenant Carver? Lieutenant, this is Miss Craig at the flower shop.
Suspense, in which Paula Winslow starred in tonight's presentation of The 12th Rose. Next week, the story of a hired killer who had a deadline to meet. We call it A Matter of Timing. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by Charles B. Smith. The music was composed by Lucian Morowek and conducted by Leith Stevens. Featured in the cast were Stacey Harris, Virginia Gregg, Don Diamond, Eleanor Tannen, Herbert Ellis, Miriam Wolfe, Jack Carroll, and Fred Mackay.
A safari to the remotest corner of the earth could not provide more thrills than do the dramatic excursions into big city life that 21st Precinct takes you on each Thursday night over most of these same stations. 21st Precinct has a realistic, downright fascinating story to tell. And this Thursday night is no exception.
Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of a man who tries to commit the perfect crime. Overdrawn, starring Mr. Dick Powell.
Well, hi, Hollow. Well, Stanley Smart, baseball's brightest brain and most magnetic manager. How's the car, Stan?
Batting zero. No power at all. And it rides rougher than an umpire's decision.
Well, sounds like spark plugs might be causing you trouble, Stan.
You mean they could make my car act as nervous as a Rare's rookie, Hollow?
Sure. Why not visit your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer? He's got the exclusive Autolite plug check indicator to tell the exact condition of your car's spark plugs and whether they're right for your style of driving. And if cleaning or adjustments are needed, your Autolite spark plug dealer has the tools and equipment to give you the best spark plug service money can buy.
Yeah, but Hollow, suppose replacements are needed.
Why, then he'll replace those worn-out spark plugs for a team of ignition-engineered, resistor-type or standard-type Autolite spark plugs to give you smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, take a tip from me and see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer soon. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Overdrawn and the performance of Mr. Dick Powell, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
The next time you walk into a bank, notice the guy behind the window. For 17 years, I worked in a bank, took it in and doled it out. And there was never a day that I didn't feel like a dead ant in a jar of honey. When the feeling got hard to handle, I'd blow a week's salary on a blonde or a new suit. But it didn't help. Expensive things are like eating peanuts. You can't stop. Sure, you can push them away, but what do you accomplish? You just have to reach a little farther. Mr. McPherson, the president of the bank, valued my efficiency at a premium. Whenever a new man was hired, I was elected to show him the ropes.
Mr. Graves, this is Mr. Robert Farley, our most experienced and conscientious teller. He'll see that you get off on the right foot.
He'd pat me on the back and leave me to explain the rules and regulations to some wet-nosed kid fresh out of college.
Hope you don't mind me hanging over your shoulder, Mr. Farley.
Oh, hang anywhere you want.
Huh?
Nothing.
Mr. McPherson tells me the procedure here is pretty strict. I wouldn't want to make any mistakes.
Oh, it's not too bad, Graves. Pretty much the same as any bank. Just make sure you write your figures clearly and, Oh, the old man has one particular fetish. Be sure your initials are legible.
Sure.
A few years ago, we had two tellers with the same initials. There was a deposit error, and nobody could tell which one made it. They both got fired. Like some coffee?
Well, I don't like to leave before I...
Oh, I always bring a thermos. Hand me that briefcase, will you?
Oh, sure.
Grab yourself a paper cup. That drugstore gives me indigestion. Hope you like it black.
Yeah, black's fine. Thanks. Been here long, Mr. Farley?
Started as a messenger boy when I was 18.
Watch out, it's hot.
Makes sense. Who wants cold coffee? Get the picture?
As monotonous as 50 miles of dirt road, unless you've got patience. I had it. And for 17 years, I bet my patience on the longest shot in the world. If it happened, I was ready for it. For 17 years, I got up in the morning, filled my thermos with coffee, put it in my briefcase, and went to work. And every day I sat there with my hands full of money, waiting and hoping. Then one afternoon, as the minute hand on the big bank clock jumped from 2:59 to 3, it paid off.
I'd like to cash a big check.
How big?
How much have you got?
What?
Don't move an inch or I'll blow your head off.
He was a big man in a trench coat, and he held a gun pointed right at my chest. I looked down the line of windows. An armed man covered each one.
Don't let anybody move. This is a holdup. Hurry it up, buddy. All the money you got in the drawer.
I reached for a stack of thousands and watched him rake the money into a leather bag. I kept handing him money, praying someone would get to the alarm.
Come on, let's have it faster.
Get that guy another four!
Fast. Everything happened fast. Pete Johnson was the guy who turned in the alarm. Now he was down on his face, his life running out all over the floor. Everybody was crowding around Pete, everybody but me. I remembered those patient years and moved like a machine. I grabbed my briefcase, stuffed it with the rest of the money from the cash drawer. Tens, 20s, hundreds. It was a matter of seconds while the hysteria kept everyone else too busy to notice. Then I closed the case, put it back under my counter. I took a deep breath and joined the crowd standing around Pete Johnson.
What'd the guy look like?
Well, officer, he had on a trench coat and a hat.
What color was the hat? What color the coat?
Well, the coat was tan, I think. The hat green or gray.
Did you get a good look at his face?
No. I was too busy looking at his gun.
Well, we got pretty good descriptions. You can send everybody home.
They got about 80,000. Your window took the biggest loss, Farley.
Oh, well, he cleaned me out. I'm sorry, Mr. McPherson.
Can't be helped. Certainly nothing for you to worry about. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Farley.
Huh? What is it, Graves?
I just thought maybe you wanted a lift home.
No, thanks. I'm still a little shaky. I think I'll walk it off. Thanks just the same.
Sure, Mr. Farley. Anytime.
So far, so good. About a 50-foot walk to the front door, and I'd be on the street. Easy street. But I took my time. Too close to look anxious. Too close to attract attention. I closed the drawer, reached down, and stopped. My fingers inches away from the leather handle on the briefcase. At the front door stood two policemen. They'd stopped one of the tellers and were questioning him, asking him about a lunch pail he was carrying. They made him open it, and I got sick. I'd never make the street with that briefcase. Suddenly, everything seemed mixed up, confused. I grabbed my coat, headed for the door. I had to get out, run, forget the briefcase, and save myself. All the way across the bank, I kept telling myself, relax. Slow down.
Hold it, mister.
What's the matter?
Just checking. No packages, huh?
No.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Mr. Farley? Mr. Farley? Hey, you.
What?
Guy calling you.
Mr. Farley, I forgot your briefcase. You wouldn't have had any hot coffee in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Graves.
That your briefcase?
Yeah, why?
What's in it?
An empty thermos.
Better have a look.
Mr. Farley.
Yes, sir?
I hope you weren't upset about your window.
This officer wants to check my briefcase.
Your briefcase? Oh, don't be ridiculous, Sergeant. I'll vouch for Mr. Farley. Been with me 17 years.
Okay, Mr. McPherson.
Thank you, sir.
Can't trust you. Can't trust anybody. Oh, that's all I wanted to say. See you in the morning.
Yes, sir. I'd made it. A briefcase full of money, and for a bonus, can't trust you, can't trust anybody. I went up the steps of my apartment like a kid on his way to a taffy pole. Once inside, I locked the door and opened the case. I walked to the bed and dumped it. House Beautiful should feature it, a crazy quilt of money. I counted it. $28,311. I counted it again and took a nap. I looked at the clock on the nightstand. 7:10. I'd been out about a half hour. Somebody was knocking at my door. I shoveled the money back into the briefcase and put it under the bed. Who is it?
Graves, Mr. Farley. Can I see you a minute?
Oh, I'll be right there.
Oh, you've been asleep?
Yeah.
Didn't mean to wake you up.
That's okay. What's on your mind?
I stopped off at the corner market, bought a fifth.
I thought they only sold milk and quarts.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd want a drink.
Now, why did you think maybe I'd want a drink?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to talk. I'll see you in the morning.
No, wait a minute. Come on in. Come on. I could use a drink. I'll get some glasses. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
Now, what's the occasion?
Oh, just thought you might still be a little upset after that holdup.
Upset?
Yeah. You were pretty nervous.
Oh, yeah, I guess I was. You're a nice kid.
Thanks. This okay? It's a blend.
Sure. No soda. Water all right?
Yeah, fine.
Well, cheers.
Cheers. Mr. Farley.
Yeah?
What are you going to do with all that money?
What?
That money you put in your briefcase. What are you going to do with it?
You out of your mind?
I saw you. If you haven't figured out what you're going to do with the money, I could sure use some of it.
He sat across the table from me, smiling like a young rattlesnake in a rabbit pen. He took out a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and lighted it. He blew the smoke across at me in a long, thin stream. I could feel the panic again. The smoke spread out and hung over the table.
50-50, Mr. Farley. I think that's fair.
Half of 17 years. He was asking for half of a lifetime, and I couldn't spare it.
What do you say, Mr. Farley?
No.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Farley? Change your mind?
Yeah.
Well, good. Let's have another drink.
Sure. Say when.
Hold it. That's fine.
Cheers.
Cheers.
You're too young to drink anyway.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Dick Powell in Overdrawn, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hello. I'm happy as a pennant winner now.
Oh, you visited your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer, eh, Stan?
Oh, you bet I did. He checked my car's spark plugs with that famous Autolite plug check indicator. And he found that they were as worn as a catcher's mitt after a doubleheader.
So he threw out those worn-out spark plugs for a set of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, eh?
You bet he did. And now my car takes off like a home run, operates smooth as a double play, and really goes the distance on a tank of gas.
Well, that's because ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs are designed by the same Autolite engineers who design coils, distributors, and all the other important parts that make up the complete ignition systems for many of our finest makes of cars, trucks, and tractors. Autolite spark plugs are ignition-engineered to pitch perfect performance and catch the praises of smart motorists everywhere.
You know, Harlow, I'm going to tell all my players to have their cars checked regularly by their Autolite spark plug dealer.
Yes, Stan, and have worn-out spark plugs replaced with either standard or resistor type ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, because, even as the umpire knows, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Dick Powell in Elliot Lewis's production of Overdrawn, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
For a minute, nothing was real. Then gradually, I started to think clearly again, more coolly and smoothly. I got the keys to Graves' car out of his pocket, packed a bag, and grabbed the briefcase with the money. I carried them out to his car and locked them in the trunk. Then I went back for him. It was dark. I got him over my shoulder and went out the back door to the alley. I got him into the car, propped him up in the seat beside me. He looked like a college boy after a big game celebration, like he'd wake up any minute and say, "Stop the car, I don't feel so good." A few miles outside of town, there was a reservoir. I pulled up a few feet from the edge and sat there a minute, smoking a cigarette. I didn't dare go too fast. Had to know the next move. Suddenly, the kid's body slipped a little and leaned against my shoulder like he wanted to hurry and get it over with. It was the least I could do. I grabbed my briefcase and bag, took the brake off, and shoved. The car slid into the water in a slow, smooth glide.
Starts leaving at gate 3 for Ventura, Santa Barbara, Monterey, Palo Alto, and
Yes,
San Francisco.
better hurry. That's your
All
bus he
aboard,
just
please.
called.
Thanks. It was dark in the bus and too many people were using the air. A baby in the back somewhere didn't like it either. I put a cigarette in my mouth, and as I struck a match, the glow lit up the face that leaned toward it from the next seat.
Hold it, will you, honey? Thanks. Oh, stuffy in here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Going far?
San Francisco. I got a cousin there. He runs a restaurant. One of those fish places on the wharf, you know.
Well, I've never been there, but I've heard about them.
You never been to San Francisco? Oh, you got a kick coming. It's not much when the sun's out, but at night it gets enough like New York to be just great. You'll love it. Of course, I don't know anything about you, but...
Oh, you don't have to. We're starting even. What's your name?
Betsy Clark.
Mine's Adams. Arthur Adams. I'm a used car salesman from San Diego. I'm taking my first vacation in 5 years. And I'm glad to know you, Miss Clark. There were times during the trip when I shied away from her. I couldn't possibly be lucky enough to pick up a right girl in such a wrong place. But she got to be important to me just by being there. I didn't want to be alone. We got to San Francisco about 8 o'clock the next morning, and I felt panic again. She'd leave me now and go to her cousin. Leave me in a vacuum to hold hands with a briefcase in the past.
Where are you going to stay, Arthur?
I don't know. Some downtown hotel, I guess. Any suggestions?
Well, there's a little place on Geary. It's clean. The price is right.
Sounds fine. What's the address?
354 South. Come on, we'll take a cab.
We?
Well, unless you want to walk. It's a good 10 blocks.
Oh, I thought you were staying with your cousin.
I changed my mind. Besides, you're liable to get lost without me. These San Francisco streets can be very confusing.
Good morning. Can I do... Oh, hello, Miss Clark.
Hello, Pop. You got a couple of rooms?
Sure. It's good to see you again. It's been nearly...
This is Mr. Adams, Pop. Give him one overlooking the bay. He's never been here before.
Hey, he can have 411.
Okay. How about me?
409?
That'll be fine.
I'll take you up.
You call me when you're freshened up. There's a wonderful restaurant that serves stuffed grape leaves. We'll begin the tour with something exotic, huh?
Oh, great. Let's keep it that way. I'll be ready in an hour. I got settled in my room and had Pop bring me a paper. The bank robbery story was there, but that's all. In a day or two, there'd be more. I dressed for dinner, filled my pocket with enough money for a couple of big weeks, then took the briefcase downstairs to the desk. Oh, can you put this case in the safe for me, Pop?
Oh, sure, Mr. Adams. Just a moment. I'll give you a receipt.
Is this the house phone?
Oh, yeah.
409, please. Oh, hi. I'm downstairs. I had to put something in the safe. Okay.
Here's your receipt, Mr. Adams.
Cigarette?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful, Denny. Would you like to dance?
I'd love to. You having fun?
Mm-hmm.
Arthur,
Yeah?
how long's your vacation?
3 weeks. Why?
I just wondered. You're a good dancer.
We kept dancing for the rest of the evening, holding her close with her smooth face next to mine and her hair smelling fresh and clean. Ever play king on the mountain? Scrap your way through a dozen kids and finally make the top? You feel bigger than anybody, standing up there battling to keep them from pulling you back down. The top of the mountain was mine, and she was dancing with me up there. And nobody was going to pull me down again. I thought about Graves lying at the bottom of the reservoir with his head broken. They probably wouldn't find him for weeks. The next night, we went to the top of the mark.
Gee, I'm sorry it's so foggy. We'll have to come back again so you can see how pretty it is.
Oh, I like looking at the fog. It's like watching smoke in a fireplace. Look how it curls around the buildings. Cold smoke. Oh, I'm glad it's out there.
Why don't we go home now, huh? Arthur, why don't we go home now?
No, not yet.
Well, I don't think I want another drink. Hey, what happened to you all of a sudden? You miss your used car a lot?
Sorry, I was thinking about somebody.
A girl? Hey, maybe you're married. I never even asked you that, did I? Who are you thinking about?
Oh, it's not important. Just a guy who wanted me to sell out to him. I kind of wish I had. Had fun?
Oh, fun.
Come here.
Arthur,
Yes.
I think you're wonderful.
I think you're wonderful, too.
We better go in.
Yeah. Steady as she goes.
Gee, I'm a little tight.
Want the papers?
Mm-hmm.
Give me your arm.
Love it. What a wonderful, wonderful evening. What's in the papers?
Oh, well.
Well,
Oh, nothing much. Another investigation in Washington.
I want to be investigated. What else?
The police want some man for murder.
Oh, shame on him. 4th floor, garden supplies, camping equipment, lingerie. I used to run an elevator once. In a department store, I ran an elevator once. Well, you got my key.
Oh.
Wonderful evening.
Good night, honey.
Oh,
I'll call you in the morning.
all right. Good night, Arthur. Arthur,
Yeah?
you didn't give me my papers.
Sorry.
There's something wrong.
Wrong? Don't be silly. I'll see you in the morning.
You do that.
Betsy,
Good night, Arthur.
I stood there in that lonely hall with the world coming down around my head. It was all in the papers. They had found the car with my fingerprints on the door. They had my description right down to the color of my eyes. They had even checked the bus station, and the ticket seller had remembered me. The last paragraph read, "It is believed that Farley is somewhere in the vicinity of San Francisco." Pop. Pop.
Oh, yes, Mr. Adams.
I'd like my briefcase.
Oh, all right.
Come on.
Yes.
Oh, hurry, will you? Hurry.
Here you are, Mr. Adams.
Thanks.
I'll have to have your receipt.
There you are.
Just initial it. Hotel policy so we can show you got your case.
Okay. There.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Adams.
I went up to my room, tossed the briefcase on the couch, and went into the bedroom to pack. Had to get out, clear out of the city. I thought about Betsy, and I wanted to take her with me, but I couldn't. How could I explain running, hiding? Sooner or later, she'd find out, and I couldn't take that chance. I closed my suitcase and went into the other room.
Hello, Arthur.
There she was, sitting on the couch, the open briefcase in her lap.
So much money, Arthur. You must sell an awful lot of cars.
How'd you get in?
You left the door unlocked. It's all right. I locked it. Where'd you get it?
I sell a lot of cars.
While you're working in a bank? Thank you for buying me the papers.
All right, Betsy.
Is that why you killed him, Arthur, for all this money?
What do you want, Betsy?
Must have been awfully rich.
He wanted to get that way. How much, Betsy?
Well, I guess I'm the only one who could really tell the police.
How much?
How about all of it?
Well, I'll need some to get out of town.
All right, Arthur.
You can call me Bob.
I liked Arthur better. Here's $20. Think you better hurry.
You know why I killed that man, Betsy?
Because he had all this lovely money.
No. Because he wanted to take it away from me.
No, please. Arthur.
He wanted to take it away from me. He wanted to take it away. You hear me, Betsy? He wanted to take it away.
Come on, open up!
Where is he?
Oh, why, Miss Clark, are you all right?
Hey, you, stop! Stop!
Did you get him?
Yeah, call an ambulance.
How'd you find me?
Pop called. He recognized you from the description in the paper. He got suspicious when you initialed that receipt.
What?
You were registered Adams or something. You initialed that receipt RF, and he got to thinking. You made a big mistake, mister.
Force of habit, officer. That's what happens when you work in a bank for 17 years.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Dick Powell.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These products include world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, which are carried by your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. See him soon and have worn-out spark plugs replaced with ignition-engineered Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Richard Widmark in Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die. To be followed on June 14th by Mr. Gregory Peck, who will tell you the truth about Jerry Baxter. All on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Overdrawn was written for Suspense by Blake Edwards from a story by Robert Platt. In tonight's play, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Betsy and Dick Crenna as Graves. Featured in the cast were Norman Field, Ed Max, Benny Rubin, and Joseph Kearns. Dick Powell may be heard each week on his own radio program, Richard Diamond, on another network.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Richard Widmark in a tale we call Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Skill, freedom, cooperation, competition. These are some of the factors that have kept America strong. To learn how and why our American economic system is the best, write for the free booklet, The Miracle of America, to Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
The most lurid of crimes is the crime of passion. No mere bank robbery or stock swindle can compete for newspaper space with a nice, juicy love nest murder. Our story concerns itself with a murder which criminologists would classify as a crime of passion. But we feel that it is just the opposite, a crime of no passion. A negative murder committed because passion had fled and love was dead. A homicide without hope. Listen then as Miss Kathy Lewis stars in A Statement of Fact, which begins in just a minute.
And now, A Statement of Fact, starring Kathy Lewis. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'm sorry, no comment.
Call for victim, Mr. Christian.
Let me through, please. Will you let me through? Sorry, I have nothing to say at this time.
Oh, hiya, Chris. You didn't waste any time.
Can't afford to. How'd the press get in on this?
The sheriff called him after I told him you were on your way down.
Publicity hound, huh?
Well, every little bit helps in an election year.
Yeah. Where's the prisoner?
In there with him.
Where's she been hiding these last 3 days?
I don't know. She isn't talking, at least to me.
She'll talk to me.
Just a minute. The sheriff left orders that he's not to be disturbed.
What's your name?
Deputy P.G. Thaler.
Mr. Thaler, I want you to go and stand by that door over there.
Huh?
No one, absolutely no one, is to come through that door until I say so.
I take my orders from Sheriff Morrow.
Oh, you do?
Thaler, Hey, I thought I told you I didn't want anyone around here.
Morning, Sheriff.
Who are you?
Dale Christian, Deputy District Attorney.
Oh, we can handle this situation all right, Mr. Christian.
Is Mrs. Dudley in there?
Yes.
She's guarded?
No need to guard
Get in
her.
there, John. Don't take your eyes off her.
Right, Chris.
Now, look here.
Now, you look here, Sheriff. You're going to do as I say.
Just a minute there, Bradford. He has no right to go into my office.
He has every right to go in there, and I'll show you why. Here. You see this? It's a warrant issued yesterday afternoon for the arrest of Ellen Randall Dudley. When you see that seal and that signature, your authority is automatically superseded.
No one comes in here and tells me how to run my job.
I'm telling you. You're trying to get your name and picture in every newspaper in the country at the expense of this case. I'll have no more of it. This is no pressman's holiday. If you have any brains at all, you'll take Mr. Thaler here and go outside and get rid of those reporters as fast as you can.
I'll take action against you for this, Mr. Christian.
You just do that, Sheriff, and see where it'll get you.
And now, starring Kathy Lewis, Act 2 of A Statement of Fact.
Morning, Miss Dudley.
Yes?
My name is Christian, Miss Dudley. I am the Deputy District Attorney. All right, John.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
Just ask a few questions, Miss Dudley.
What kind of questions?
I'm obligated to warn you that whatever you say right now may be used later in the court.
And to be on the safe side, I shouldn't tell you anything.
Miss Dudley, listen carefully. Yesterday afternoon, I attended a coroner's inquest inquiring into the death of your husband, Robert Ames Dudley.
Yes.
The coroner's jury determined that Mr. Dudley came to his death as the result of wounds inflicted by you, his wife. A hatchet was presented as evidence and was identified by police experts as the murder weapon. That hatchet carries fingerprints identified as yours. 2 witnesses, your maid, Ethel Lee Barth, and a neighbor, Mrs. Frank Thompson, gave testimony that further incriminates you. Enough evidence was presented for the coroner's jury to recommend that you be taken into custody and held for the action of the grand jury. Now, do you understand what I have just told you?
Yes, I think so.
In a few days, the grand jury will meet and charge you with murdering your husband. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Fine. Now, a frank, honest statement from you right now may determine the disposition and the proper plea to be entered on your behalf.
What do you mean, Mr. Christian? Proper plea?
Miss Dudley, you murdered your husband on the night of the 13th. And the sooner you admit that, the better off you'll be.
Suppose I don't admit anything.
Then you can expect no clemency, and that, of course, is entirely up to you, Mrs. Dudley. But I must tell you that the death house in the state penitentiary is full of people who didn't listen to reason while they still had a chance. This is your chance, Mrs. Dudley, right here and now. Well?
I don't know what to do.
If you don't take my advice, they'll hang you. I promise you, Mrs. Dudley, they'll hang you as certainly as you're sitting in that chair. Well?
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
And now, starring Kathy Lewis, Act 3 of A Statement of Fact.
Now, suppose we begin at the beginning, Mrs. Dudley.
The beginning. What was the beginning? I don't know.
Well, let's say... Where'd you meet your husband? Seems to me I read someplace that it was in Europe.
Yes, that's right. In the south of France, I had a villa on Cap Ferrat that summer.
And what summer would that be?
1950.
15. Meet him through friends, did you?
Yes, at a gala at Monte Carlo. We were married 3 weeks later at the Marie in Grasse.
Rather a short engagement, wasn't it?
Seemed an eternity at the time. I was fed up with European gentlemen, I suppose, tired of having my hand kissed, bored with the kind of men who put all women into 2 categories, possible wives or possible mistresses. Roger seemed only interested in me as a wife, and he was so refreshing, so healthy, so American.
But the marriage didn't work out the way you expected. I understand you and Mr. Dudley have been having trouble for some time.
Oh, yes. For years. I soon found out that although he wanted me as a wife, he wanted every other woman as a girlfriend.
And he drank?
He drank.
Now, if you'll just start with the events of that night.
What is today?
Friday.
I'd be playing bridge this afternoon. There's a dog show tomorrow evening I wanted to go to, but I won't be able to go anywhere now. Do you feel sorry for me, Mr. Christian?
I beg your pardon?
Do you feel sorry for me?
Makes no difference how I feel, Miss Dudley. You're an accused prisoner, and my job is to get a statement of fact from you. That's why I'm here.
Oh.
Miss Dudley, I'm your friend here. In a courtroom, I'll represent the prosecution, and I'll do everything I can to see to it that you hang unless you make a complete confession now. Is that perfectly clear to you, Miss Dudley?
Yes. And if you have a record of always getting a conviction, that'll help when you decide to run for district attorney, won't it?
Miss Dudley, my professional career has nothing to do with this. If I weren't here talking to you, someone else in my office would be here. It's a job that has to be done, and I happen to be the one who's doing it.
But wouldn't it be better for you if you had more of an audience than Mr. Bradford over there? Wouldn't it be much better if you had me in a courtroom with reporters and photographers
Miss Dudley,
around
do you
see?
want to talk to me now?
I don't mean to make you angry, Mr. Christian, but if all you've told me is true about what happened at the coroner's inquest and what will happen when the grand jury meets, you can hang me right now.
I certainly can.
And yet you're here to get my story. You must be uncertain about something.
I told you I'm trying to help you, Mrs. Dudley, but I warn you, I am not uncertain about anything where you're concerned. Make no mistake about that. I have a duty to the people of this state, and that is to learn the facts of this case and present them before the court, and I intend to do that with or without your cooperation.
Well?
May I talk to you alone?
You understand why Mr. Bradford is here?
Yes, But I'd like to tell it to you alone. It can't possibly hurt anything to talk to you first, can it?
All right, John, wait outside. I'll send for you when I need you.
Right.
Thank you.
And now, starring Kathy Lewis, Act 4 of A Statement of Fact.
All right, Mrs. Dudley, we're quite alone. What do you want to tell me?
I killed my husband.
Very well. Tell me how it happened.
I was having some people over for dinner that night. I was busy in the kitchen with the maid fixing the dinner. When Roger came downstairs, I asked him to do a simple thing, just a little thing. I asked him to start a fire in the fireplace.
Go on, please.
Well, he took so long down in the basement getting things ready for the fire, and our guests were arriving at 7:30. So I asked him to come up and make some martinis and let the fire go for the minute. He called me a name.
Why?
I never knew why he did things like that. I went downstairs to ask him why he was so angry, and he called me another name. It wasn't just the name or him being angry. It was all of the things he'd done to me before, the arguing and the fighting and the insults. When he started up the stairs, I picked up the hatchet and I hit him with it. He fell down.
Then what did you do?
I ran upstairs and put on my coat and left the house.
Where have you been these last 3 days?
I never left town. I took a room at a motel, and last night I decided I better get away, go east, maybe. Somebody recognized me at the bus station.
Why did you kill him?
He took my life away from me, Mr. Christian.
I don't understand.
When I went down the stairs that night and saw him standing there, I suddenly realized all he had taken from me. Everything that was young and fresh and wanting. And I despised him for it. So I killed him.
Why? Why did you have to kill him? You could have divorced him, left him.
Don't you see what he had taken from me, Mr. Christian? There was nothing left for him to steal from me, or nothing left for me to give to another man. Are you married?
No, I'm afraid I've been too busy.
You wouldn't know what a man can take from a woman if... Mr. Christian, am I someone you'd want to be married to if this terrible thing hadn't happened? Am I someone you'd be proud to have for a wife?
You might be.
That's all a woman needs, is to be wanted. Am I old and ugly and unattractive? Am I shallow or flighty? Look at me, Mr. Christian.
I am.
No. Stand up, please. Look at me. Close.
Yeah.
Would you want to be loved by me?
You're very beautiful, Mrs. Dudley.
Have you any idea what it means to be a beautiful woman, Mr. Christian? To be admired by every man and envied by every woman, and never to be sure of why? How many times have I heard those words, I love you? Wondered what they meant. What was loved? My face? My figure? My artificial makeup? My Dior gown? Or me? Maybe you can give me the straight answer, Mr. Christian. I haven't been able to get to the hairdressers recently. I've run out of lipstick. I'm afraid this suit needs pressing. Would you want to be loved by me, Mr. Christian?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Well, I was nothing to Roger Dudley, nothing. And my love was nothing to him. I was a fixture, a decoration, an animal. And he took all of it. My love and my life, and then he stood at the bottom of the stairs and called me a name.
Mrs. Dudley. Mrs. Dudley, now, listen to me. Listen to me. Now, no one saw this happen. The maid was upstairs in the kitchen. Mrs. Thompson only heard it from next door. Now, no, listen to me, please. You can claim that you did it in self-defense. He came at you, and you picked up the hatchet, and you hit him with it to protect yourself. Now, you tell it that way when Mr. Bradford comes back here. There are a dozen good men in this state who'd be glad to represent you in court with a story like that. I'll be opposite them, but you can get off. In the end, you'll be charged with second-degree murder, and at the most, you'll get a suspended sentence. Don't you understand what I'm telling you? You can be free.
Yes, Mr. Christian.
All right, let's have Mr. Bradford in here now, please.
Right.
Wait a minute.
Hold it.
I can never be free.
What are you talking about?
You haven't understood a thing I told you, have you, Mr. Christian? He took my life away from me a long time ago. Can't you see, Mr. Christian, I don't have any life to live now.
Mrs. Dudley, you have everything to live for. Look, you're young, beautiful. You want and need all of the things that life can give you.
Too late, Mr. Christian.
No, it's not too late. You must listen to me. You're too valuable a person. Too desirable, too beautiful to die. You must live.
Why?
For me. For us.
What?
You need to be loved, and you need me. God help me. I need you. I need you. I need you.
A few minutes ago, you were telling me about your duty to the people of this state, Mr. Christian. Tell me about it now.
Yes?
All right. Send in Mr. Bradford.
I wanted to talk to you alone like this to make sure I was right. You're no different than he was, Mr. Christian. You'd take a woman and do the same thing to her that he did to me. Until you kissed me just then, I wasn't a person to you. I was an animal, a trapped animal. And if I let you help me escape from this trap, I'd just be escaping into a smaller one, a worse one, with you. You're another Roger Dudley.
Okay, Chris? Chris? Are you ready to make your statement of fact, Mrs. Dudley?
Yes.
All right, John, take it down. From the beginning, Miss Dudley, just as it happened.
Suspense, in which Kathy Lewis starred in William N. Robeson's production of A Statement of Fact, written by E. Jack Newman. In just a moment, the names of the supporting players and a word about next week's story of Suspense. Supporting Kathy Lewis in A Statement of Fact were John Daner, Charles Seal, and Barney Phillips. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Charles Boyer in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents the true story of a man who alone was responsible for most of the methods of police detection in use today. It's called the Bertillon method. Our star, Mr. Charles Boyer.
Only a few days left to sign up for the Autolite Family Charity Drawing. This is Harlow Wilcox reminding you that unless you register by this Monday, May 3rd, you'll miss out on the greatest opportunity ever offered for your church, hospital, school, or other favorite charity to share in $100,000. Listen to what this Connecticut woman recently said.
My name is Mrs. Leon Barr. I have just signed up for this drawing. I think it a wonderful opportunity for people to help their pet charities. And if my name is selected, I shall designate our Greenwich Hospital.
So act fast. Sign up tomorrow at any or all of these Autolite Family car dealer showrooms. DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Remember, there's nothing to try or buy, no obligation, except printing your name and address. But if you're one of the 25 selected, you will designate your favorite recognized charity to share in $100,000. But remember, there are only a few days left to register, so make sure you sign up tomorrow.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed Mr. Charles Boyer in the Bertillon method, hoping once again to keep you in suspense. Paris, at the turn of the century and the fall of spring rain. And a place of Paris, the Bois, a place of fountains and winding promenades. And now of this, drip of rain on leafless trees, and the body of a man lying on the thawing earth. A man doubled over, wrapped in tar paper, bound tightly with rope. Murdered man. And kneeling over him,
Girard, help me here. Help me untie these ropes.
Alphonse Bertillon, detective of the French Sûreté. He spent his life putting science to work for the law. He studied and classified human skulls. He measured every bone in the human body and discovered that the measurements of no two human beings were exactly alike. He called his system anthropometry and applied it to apprehension of criminals. And something more to know about him. That now, whenever violence and murder is done, every time Scotland Yard catches a Crippen, or the Sûreté a Landru, or the FBI a Dillinger, silent tribute is paid to this man, to Alphonse Bertillon, for reasons such as this.
Anything in his pockets, Girard?
Only these coins. Nothing else. An event of spring, eh, Monsieur Bertillon?
And no identity.
And no identity.
Now, the tar paper, the rope we removed from him. I'll want them in my laboratory, Girard.
Oh, of course, Monsieur Bertillon.
I amuse you, Girard?
The tar paper and the rope in the laboratory, as you wish it, sir. I will gather them up.
Wait.
Sir?
Hold your lantern close. Here. These wounds about his head. He was struck from behind.
Perhaps as he walked the path there.
No.
No?
Now the lantern here, Girard. Over his hands. The hands of a man who has done no manual labor. And here, Girard, you see this?
His sleeve, sir?
His sleeve. His right shirt sleeve. How it is cleaner, newer than the left?
Perhaps as he fell, his left arm...
Not as he fell. There are men of whom this thing of the shirt sleeves is characteristic, Girard.
Oh?
Yes. Men who deal with writing, with pens, with ink, who wear on their right sleeve a special cuff to protect it. from stains, from smudges.
Yes, I've seen such cuffs.
An office clerk, maybe? Or an accountant. Such a man, whose hands are soft, unmarked with toil, as these ones are. And Girard.
Yes, sir?
Where murder is, where death is, there is also something else. Always something else. Identity of the victim, of his murderer. Cover him, Girard. Cover him from the rain. Inspector Kamaskas?
Yes, Bertillon, what do you wish?
To give you the report, sir, of the tests I have made in the laboratory.
The man of science. Hey, Bertillon, the student, the searcher, the player with test tubes and microscopes. That is the man you are, eh, Bertillon?
You wish to hear the report, sir?
And the working detective, whose only materials are of informers and drunkards and whisperings and small vengeances. You still sniff at these men, Bertillon? At their methods?
No, sir. Respect them very highly.
Therefore, you must respect me, your chief, very highly. What of the report, Bertillon?
The results of the test tube and the microscope, sir, and the pattern of the murder of the man we found in the bois.
Excellent, and eloquently spoken. Well, go on.
That he was struck and murdered in a wine cellar. That he was then dragged into a second room, filled with sawdust, sand, and coal. And then into a third room. A room always in blackness, without windows.
I marvel, Bertillon, and I bow. And it is needless for me to ask if you know where all this took place. The address, perhaps?
I believe it was in a house somewhere along the Seine, which would explain the presence of sand stuck to the tar paper.
And the room always in blackness and without windows. Surely clairvoyance, Bertillon.
Only shirt collar under the microscope, and 2 colorless blind parasites. A species of blind beetle that can live only in a pitch-black room. And on the coat and vest, bacilli of alcoholic fermentation. Which
prove the wine cellar.
Exactly, sir, which prove a wine cellar.
I marvel. Indeed, I marvel at you, Bertillon. And at another thing also.
What thing?
How rich we are in knowledge and information and deduction. And how ignorant we are of a simple thing. The victim's identity.
Not ignorant at all, for his identity is known.
Ah.
Yes, sir?
By the alchemy of this system of yours of weights and measures and contours and proportions?
No, sir.
Not this system, then. Another system.
Well, we found a wallet. In it, his name, his address. A boy this morning, passing at some distance from the scene, stumbled across it and brought it to his father, who brought it to us.
Excellent system.
The deceased is Charles Tellier, 33 Rue Saint-Michel. And we know it is he, since a photograph which was in the wallet is a likeness of the victim. Also,
yes,
he was an accountant and, matched against our records, a thief who left our prisons 2 years ago. Also...
Exquisite system. This finding of wallets.
With a wife named Lucille.
But the name of the murderer, Bertillon. Nowhere? Find him.
Yes?
Mrs. Tellier?
Yes.
I am Alphonse Bertillon, Sûreté.
Of Charles?
I'm sorry.
Do not be. My husband is an unlucky man. Whatever he chooses to do inevitably turns out badly. But when he chooses to break the law, he is caught, follows.
He is dead.
Very well. Thank you.
Wait.
Yes?
He was murdered.
He is dead, he was murdered. And it will be his bad luck to lie in a potter's field.
There is a necessity to find his murderer, Mrs. Tellier.
Yes?
Who murdered him, then, and why?
I don't know. And this.
What?
There is not very much I do know about him. Only that he worked, appeared at a certain hour in the evening, not promptly, was fed, disappeared or stayed according to what mysterious thing moved him. Now dead. Now dead, sir. And it would please me if you left now.
Did he still work at bookkeeping?
At Dumier and Company, the actuaries under Gilbert Street.
As I said, Mrs. Tellier, I am sorry.
Be sorry, then. And as I said, it would please me if you left.
Yes, of course.
Inkpot, pens, pad of scratch paper, which are the three things I allow each of my employees to hold in his desk. So with Monsieur Tellier's desk. Feel. Go ahead and feel. Nothing else in the desk drawer, is there? Inflexible rule. No small objects to hint of motive for murder. No packets of potions or letters of love. Yet I must tell you this. Down the street now, there is a shop. And in this shop of Mr. Cabassou, there are fabulous dresses which must cost each 3 times the salary of Charles
Three times his salary, Mr. Cabassou.
Then this Charles Tellier must be a rather poor man, Monsieur Bertillon.
Then why should he appear frequently in front of your dress shop?
And this he did.
So his employer told me.
Why should he do a thing like this?
It's to think about, isn't it?
It is really to think about, really.
Married?
What?
I say, are you married?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Is this your wife?
What?
I say, is this your...
Oh, my wife. Certainly. Who else would write such an inscription upon a picture? Because you are you and I am me, my love, Marcel.
Well, sister?
True indeed. However, this is my wife.
I compliment you.
I often do, too.
This dress business you have here, very successful, isn't it?
I am fortunate.
And your home in the back must be luxurious. May I compliment you again?
Of course.
Your clothes, exquisite.
Thank you.
Great taste.
Less than elegant, I am afraid, for I travel in them to Brussels this evening. Else I would be wearing a touch of brocade and a velvet collar. Nice.
Oh, yes.
My wife should be here soon. It's a scent she prefers.
Yes? Now, another thing.
Of course.
Is there a cellar here?
A cellar?
Cellar.
Oh, no.
Wine cellar.
No.
Monsieur Cabassou?
Yes.
I don't have a warrant, but...
Therefore, you cannot search.
I wouldn't think of it.
Of course. Now...
Yes?
Why should you want a warrant for these particular premises? For... Come in, my dear. Monsieur Bertillon was just on his way out. Hurriedly, so there is not time for an introduction.
Carriage! Carriage! The surety. And therefore, he is the murderer. What are you talking about? Cabassou. Certainly he. Possibly his wife. The murderer? Or murderers. Because? Because he's an older man married to a younger woman. But without a cellar, dear Bertillon. Older man, yes. And married to a younger woman, yes. But without a cellar. You said it yourself. There is a cellar.
What?
I'm going back there, sir. I'm going to break into the shop. And there will be a cellar. The very one in which was murdered Tellier. Unless you will issue a warrant, so I may search.
Impossible. There are no grounds on which to issue a warrant. Merely that he is married to a younger woman.
And a murder victim loitered about.
At your own risk, then. No warrant.
Yes, sir.
And if you are shot for breaking into a shop and a home, we will disavow any knowledge of it.
Yes, sir.
Men have been shot and killed, you know, for exactly that.
7 last year. I looked it up.
Good luck, Bertillon.
Yes, sir.
is bringing you Mr. Charles Boyer in The Bertillon Method. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Listen to this on-the-spot interview recorded in Bronxville, New York.
And what is your name, officer?
Patrolman James Morris of the Bronxville Police Department.
I understand that you signed up for the Autolite family charity drawing. Is
That's
that correct?
right.
Uh-huh. And should your name be selected, how would you care to designate the money?
I was split 3 ways: Cancer Fund, Heart Fund, and Bronxville PBA.
Very fine, and may I wish you good luck.
Thank you very much.
Have you signed up yet? Are you giving your favorite recognized charity, either local or national, the unique opportunity to share in $100,000 in cash? There's absolutely no cost to you, no obligation at all. All you do is sign your name and address on a registration form at any Autolite family car dealer showroom. And you may be one of the 25 persons selected. Just think of the thrill you would get when you named your favorite charity to share in $100,000. Registration closes this Monday, so get down to any or all of these car dealer showrooms: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Remember, only a few days left.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Charles Boyer in Elliot Lewis's presentation of The Bertillon Method, a true story well calculated to keep you in suspense. Bertillon's methods were not only of weights and dimensions by tape and scales, but depended, too, upon measures of the mind. He would say,
Ask yourself 2 questions about every premeditated murder. Who profits from this crime? Where is the woman?
and prove that 90% of all major crimes have a woman next to them, and said,
I distrust a man who always smiles.
And would, if the occasion demanded it, disguise himself in the rough clothes of a French workman in order to break into a suspect's home. To break into a suspect's home and get caught.
You there. Put up your hands.
I
have a pistol here, and I shall not hesitate to use it, so put up your hands.
Yes, ma'am.
Come closer.
Yes, ma'am.
Gently, for I'm skilled with this weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
What vileness did you come here to commit?
Theft. I am a thief.
Yet,
Ma'am?
have I not seen you before?
I doubt it. Sincerely, having spent so much time in prison.
How did you get in here?
The cellar.
The cellar?
Yes, the wine cellar.
Liar.
Ma'am?
The trap door to the cellar is still nailed down.
Therefore, I did not break in through the cellar.
Therefore, you are a liar.
Yes, ma'am.
A liar and a thief.
Yes, ma'am.
With no shame.
I should be in jail.
Or worse.
Worse?
Fortunate it is that my husband has left for Brussels.
Ah, he has a great temper, your husband. And he perhaps would kill me for this insult of breaking into your house. He has the temper to kill.
Who are you?
Liar and thief, who should be given to the police.
As you shall. As you shall.
The gendarme came, complimented Madame Cabassou upon her vigilance, her costume, and her bravery, and arrested her thief and prowler. Then took him to a precinct station and led him to a cell. When?
And precisely here the comedy ends, my colleagues, for I am Alphonse Bertillon of the French Sûreté. Call my chief, Monsieur Camascas.
Which, after an hour of discussion and compassion for the fantasies of thieves, to prove a point, they did. And Monsieur Camascas, chief of the Sûreté, came to the precinct station.
Release him. It is he, Alphonse Bertillon.
2 days later, Bertillon received word that Monsieur Cabassou had returned from Brussels. and was now once again in the bosom of his elegant shop and home. Bertillon went there, and Monsieur Cabassou.
Since you have chosen to interrupt my wife and myself at dinner, Monsieur Bertillon, I am but pleased to offer you a place at our table. Will you...
I'm honored, monsieur. Thank you.
But, Jean, this the criminal of whom I've told you, the thief.
Was it not an adventure we had, madame? I in the role of a thief, and you, how well you played your part. Exquisitely.
But, Jean, I will not sup with the criminal.
I assure you, my dear, he is no criminal, and this matter of his illegal entry into my home while I was in Brussels we shall discuss properly over sherry and partridge. Marcel?
Yes, dear.
Set a place for Monsieur Bertillon. The Sèvres porcelain. Oh, please, sit down, monsieur.
Oh, thank you. May I...
May you what?
Make an observation upon the elegance of your dinner table? The crystal, the porcelain, the silver chafing dishes?
Make it, then.
Stunning.
It is how we conduct ourselves at all times. The precise accessories for the precise occasions. When one must eat with elegance. Monsieur.
Yes?
What are you doing?
Your plate, monsieur. And your silver. He's sketching, Jean.
Sketching?
Yes?
Sketching what?
You.
Why?
You have an interesting face.
Oh?
Exceptionally.
Another pose, monsieur. First a thief, now an artist.
Oh, not really an artist. I have an exceptional eye for proportion, that's all.
Come look at it, Jean.
Not very flattering.
Well, it's not my intention to flatter.
But your intention is...
To prove you are a criminal.
Oh, Jean?
Tellier was a young man, as you are young, madame. And you, Monsieur Cabassou...
Of me, what?
You are a possessor of a cellar. Why are you ashamed of your cellar, monsieur? What did you lie about it? What did you say you did not have?
Get out!
Of course. Good night. At first, no cellar. And all at once, Inspector, a cellar. True. Now, why should a man lie about a cellar? Well... Give me one reason why any man should lie about a cellar. Would you lie about your cellar if someone should say to you, Inspector Damascus, is there a cellar in your home? Would you say no?
Not unless...
Not unless you had committed a murder in your cellar.
True.
Therefore, I ask that you issue a writ of arrest.
Listen to me.
I am sure he's a murderer.
Listen to me.
Very well.
Mr. Cabassou is an important man.
And why not? Since he has committed an important murder.
And if I issue a writ of arrest and he is taken into custody and you cannot prove your accusations, do you realize...
I can prove them.
Oh.
In this envelope, here, a sketch of Monsieur Cabassou.
And?
The proportions I have indicated here, in centimeters. Length of jaw to full length of face. Eye socket to side of forehead, etc., etc.
Yes.
Now, I present you with this other data. Please, compare them.
Yeah.
Issue the writ, Inspector.
Yes.
What is the meaning of this? Police! Where is Monsieur Cabassou?
He is asleep.
Where asleep? Quickly, where asleep?
His suite is the closest to the head of the stairs.
Wait!
What?
Up, get up. You're under arrest.
What is the meaning of this?
Up, out of bed, quickly.
Why? What?
You are under arrest. Here is the writ. Murder. Here, put on your trousers.
It is an outrage. You will see.
Murder is always an outrage.
This is infamous. I will make you pay.
Because you are a man of importance.
A man of influence?
Yes.
Because you are Jean Cabassou?
Yes.
Purveyor of elegance to the welfare?
Yes.
And no longer Jean Planier? I said, and no longer Jean Planier, monsieur.
What?
Apache, thief, cutthroat.
How did you know?
Friend to a murdered man.
Impossible that you should know.
Not impossible. You must have a memory for the time some years ago when you were measured at a small police station for the proportion of the length of jaw to the length of face, of eye socket to the side of forehead, etc., etc. That you have changed the color of your hair, that you have now a mustache, that you have gained weight, nothing, no disguise. For to disguise the length of an ear or bone structure, impossible.
Listen, very well. I am Champagner, but now I am respectable and honorable man.
Exactly why you had to commit murder. To maintain this attitude.
Then you know about Charles Tellier.
Of course. He was arrested with you. Also a thief. Now come back to haunt you with your old sins.
Blackmail, monsieur.
Yes.
An apology. First, I thought this a crime of passion, jealousy. That your wife, lovely woman...
She had nothing to do with it.
Lovely woman. Monsieur Cabassou, I arrest you in the name of the Republic of France for the murder of Charles Tellier.
Alphonse Bertillon, a man who said,
"One who tries to hide his past is a liar and a fool, for somehow it races to catch up with him, and in devious ways overtakes him, destroys him, always."
Who set a path for modern-day science of criminology, who left behind countless weapons of detection, who was one of the greatest forces for law the world has ever known. Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Charles Boyer.
This is it, the last announcement. The giant Autolite Family Charity Drawing closes this Monday, May 3rd. So if you haven't registered in this $100,000 event, you'd better hurry. Your favorite charity may miss the opportunity to collect thousands of dollars just because you neglected to sign up. So follow the example of this woman who was interviewed recently in Bronxville, New York.
Hello there. I'm Bob Emmerich, and what is your name?
I'm Mrs. E.W. Lewis.
I understand that you just signed up for the Autolite Family Charity Drawing. Is that
That's
right?
right.
Now, should you be selected, what charity would you choose?
Well, since I have a son studying medicine, I think I designate Bellevue Medical Center.
I think that's wonderful. May I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
So, friends, visit any or all of these Autolite Family car dealer showrooms and register while there's still time. DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Remember, there are only a few days left to give your favorite church, school, or other recognized local or national charity the cash opportunity of a lifetime. So sign up tomorrow, sure.
Next week, the story of a man who wanted to save his life, but he had to get into a fight to do it. And the fight was with the giant of Thermopylae. Our star, Mr. Frank Lovejoy. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Bertillon method was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Featured in tonight's cast were Herb Butterfield, John Daner, Vic Perrin, Jane Webb, and Edgar Barrier. And remember, next week, Mr. Frank Lovejoy in The Giant of Thermopylae.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price in The Web. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Of all forms of entertainment designed to hold an audience in rapt attention, none has ever surpassed the murder mystery in excitement, drama, and suspense. And tonight, we bring you one of the more thrilling mysteries to reach the screen this season, Universal International's current hit, The Web, with three of its original fine stars, Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price. And with enchanting Ella Raines in the cast, you'll gather that tonight's play, in addition to its other spine-tingling ingredients, has more than a suspicion of romance. And speaking of romance, during the filming of The Web, Ella Raines herself became a bride and settled down to happy married life. Between pictures, that is. She assures me that when it comes to household management, a good supply of Lux Flakes is a wonderful help in washing fine fabrics and keeping tableware and silver sparkling clean. Well, I'm sure that many other young brides in our audience have discovered the same thing and thank their lucky stars for Lux Flakes on the pantry shelf. Here's Act One of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Andrew Colby. New York City. Two men, complete strangers to each other, are determined to see a certain Mr. Andrew Colby. One of them, elderly, haggard, has just stepped off a train in Grand Central Station.
Father. Oh, Father. Are you sure you're all right?
I'm all right, Martha.
You should have let me come up to meet you.
To see me get out of prison? It's not a sight I'd want you to remember.
You're free now, Father. That's all that matters.
Where is Mr. Colby? He didn't come here?
Did you expect him?
Yes, of course I did.
Father, please, don't upset yourself. Let's go home now.
He should have been here. I must see him, Martha. I must see him.
The other man, so intent on seeing Mr. Colby, is now in the offices of Colby Enterprises.
Is there something I can do for you?
Any number of things, but unfortunately I'm here on business. I'd like to see Mr. Colby.
What about?
Well, he's been carrying on with my grandmother. I'd like to find out what his intentions are.
I'm Mr. Colby's secretary. If you have any business with him, you have
Don't bother. I can announce myself.
Mr. Colby's busy. You can't go in there.
Don't blame your secretary, Mr. Colby. She did her best.
I trust this is something urgent.
My name's Robert Regan. I'm an attorney representing Emilio Canepa. As a result of your negligent driving, his pushcart and load of bananas were damaged to the extent of $68.72.
Oh, yes. I seem to recall
You've ignored my letters, Mr. Colby, so try ignoring this. This piece of paper is a summons.
Well, I assure you, Mr. Regan, it wasn't my intention to defraud your client. I turned your letters over to my attorneys, Porter and Griswold.
Porter and Griswold? They wouldn't take a bath unless it involved at least $100,000.
I think you may have a point there. Anyway, I'll see that Mr. Canepa gets a check. And a letter congratulating him on his choice of attorneys.
Ah, thank you.
Do you always attend to these matters personally, Mr. Regan?
I thought my client was getting pushed around, Mr. Colby. I didn't like that. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Well, I guess you saw Mr. Colby all right.
Sorry if I got you into a jam.
Oh, anything for the cause of justice.
My name's Regan. Robert Regan.
I'll try to remember. Oh, you will excuse me, won't you? Mr. Colby's buzzing.
Well, I'm in the phone book in case your push cart ever gets pushed.
It very rarely does. Goodbye, Mr. Regan. I'm sorry about the interruption, Andrew.
Regan? Oh, he was a welcome relief. What an intense young man.
You seem in a very happy mood.
Well, I ought to be. Noel Holcomb just phoned me. They've decided to back me 100%.
Andrew, that's wonderful.
You can wire our Paris office. We'll be ready to leave here in 2 weeks.
May I come in?
Oh, Charles, please do. We've been waiting for you.
Kroner was on the train, all right. His daughter met him.
Kroner. How does he look, Charles?
About the same. Thinner, a little bitter.
5 years. It doesn't seem possible, does it? Noel, that Regan fellow, what did you think of him?
Oh, I don't know. Brash, hot-headed. Fairly bright, I imagine.
Have him come to see me tonight.
Come to see you?
Yes, at home. Say 9 o'clock.
Will you want me there?
Naturally, no. Naturally.
Come in, please, Mr. Regan.
That's quite a display of hardware on your front door. Do you always...
Good evening.
Well, hello. You know, when I'm worth $40 million, I'm going to have a secretary who looks exactly like you.
Oh, my tastes are fairly simple. $20 million would be quite enough. How's Emilio Canepa?
Expecting a check. What's the idea of this interview?
Ask Mr. Colby.
Oh, I thought you were his personal secretary.
He keeps a few secrets from me.
I couldn't. Say, what kind of a guy is he, anyway?
Handsome, generous, warm-hearted, brilliant. Come in, Mr. Regan.
It's a very attractive secretary you have there, Mr. Colby.
Yes, I'm still young enough to notice that myself.
Uh-huh.
You're wondering why I wanted to see you?
Yes, I am.
Well, I was very much impressed with you this morning, Mr. Regan. I liked your loyalty to your client. Loyalty is a very rare quality to find these days.
Well, you can buy it at any dog store in town.
Unfortunately, that's about the only place. How would you like to work for me?
Ooh, sounds fine.
At considerably more money than I believe you're earning now.
Sounds even better. But what have I got to do that Porter and Griswold can't do?
Well, briefly, it's this. Up until 5 years ago, I had a business associate, a man named Leopold Kroner. He became financially entangled and stole nearly $1 million worth of bonds belonging to our firm. He had counterfeit duplicates made of them, and then, using his position as an executive of the firm, he sold those counterfeit bonds.
Clever boy.
Not so clever. He was sent to prison for 5 years. He's just been released, but I'm afraid the long confinement, well, it seems to have unbalanced him seriously.
How do you mean?
He seems to hold me responsible. He phoned me today, and he threatened my life.
You better call the cops.
If necessary, I will. But I'm negotiating rather a large loan, and if certain prospective backers were to hear that my life had been threatened...
I see.
On the other hand, if I were to engage a bright young man to be constantly at my side...
Nobody would think a thing about it.
Exactly.
That is, nobody except me, and I'd think about it a lot, and I wouldn't like it.
Why not?
Because I'm a lawyer, not a bodyguard.
It wouldn't be for long, Mr. Regan. I'll be leaving for Europe in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, you'll make $5,000.
I've heard of that kind of money.
Well, then what do you say?
If you think I'm going to turn it down, you're crazy. But then you act a little crazy anyway.
I'd feel better if you took this. Be careful, it's loaded.
Well, it's as serious as all that?
Yes, I'm afraid it is. Can you get a permit to carry a gun?
Oh, I can try. I have a friend in the police department, Lieutenant D'Amico, homicide. Well, when do I start?
After you've seen your friend.
I could see him tomorrow. What about tomorrow night?
Very well, tomorrow night. You'll come directly here, and Charles will have a room ready for you.
Charles?
Charles Murdoch, the gentleman who met you at the door.
Oh, sure. Tomorrow night, then, Mr. Colby. You've got yourself a bodyguard at $5,000 per body.
What's bothering you tonight, Mr. Regan?
Besides you, well, nothing really. I'd like to see the boss, though.
I'm afraid he's still upstairs in his study.
You keep long hours for a secretary.
I'm, well paid.
Oh.
Where have you been?
Oh, just looking the place over, getting the pan scared off me. That guy Murdoch. Does he always walk around in the dark?
Oh, Charles. He was probably just checking up on you.
You better tell him I've got a permit now for that gun. He ought to wear a taillight. What does he do apart from turning up unexpectedly?
Oh, lots of things. He's been with Mr. Colby for years.
Nice, compact little group. Murdoch, you, and Colby.
There are a lot of double meanings in that remark.
Oh, no. I just like to keep things straight. Who belongs to who?
Why should you care?
Well, we're all hired help together now. Maybe I have visions of asking you for a date sometime.
With, what in mind?
Dancing, drink or two. Catch as catch can.
Thanks for warning me. I'll bring along my police whistle.
Oh, that won't be necessary. My early years in reform school left a lasting impression.
Problem child?
Average. I'd set fire to my kid brother once in a while, but who doesn't?
Well, that's very encouraging. Ask me nicely for a date sometime.
Regan, Regan, help! Regan!
Colby!
Kroner, no, don't be a fool. Regan!
Look out, Regan. He's got a gun.
You better take his gun, Mr. Goldberg.
Yes.
Get it,
Yes.
Doctor, will you? No. No, wait. I didn't know my aim was so good.
But he may just be pretending. I'd better...
No, he's dead, Mr. Colby. I killed him. Who is he?
Leopold Kroner.
How did he get in here?
I don't know.
I'll call the police. Sorry I'm late, D'Amico. I've been in with the district attorney.
Yeah, I know. So he turns you both loose, huh? You and Colby.
Why, does that surprise you?
Oh, no. You killed a man in self-defense. Did he give you your back your gun?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yes.
I fixed it for you yesterday to get a permit for that gun, didn't I? Or I have my head examined.
That would have looked great in there without a permit.
I don't like what happened last night.
Well, neither do I.
Colby's in his study on the second floor of his house. He's going over some business papers. He looks up and sees Leopold Kroner. How did Kroner get in there?
I don't know. I told you that. So did Colby.
Kroner has a gun in his hand. He says he's going to kill Colby and then kill himself. He says Colby has ruined his life.
Well?
Nothing. I just like to hear myself talk. Colby throws the papers in Kroner's face and makes a grab for the gun. Kroner fires one shot that goes into the floor. Colby starts yelling for you. He's still struggling with Kroner when you walk in.
Yes, I signed a statement to that effect, didn't I?
Sure you did. You said Kroner turned on you with a gun, but he was off balance, you guessed. And you were able to shoot first. Any news yet from Kroner's daughter?
Well, you'd know that before I would.
Maybe. Maybe I would. Colby said he wants to make some sort of provision for him.
What's bothering you, D'Amico?
You are. A guy takes a shot at your boss while you're downstairs romancing a dame. You're a great bodyguard, you are. Why didn't he come to us if he'd been threatened?
He didn't want the publicity.
All right, Regan. What was the payoff?
Look, are you going to hold me?
No. But I've been looking over the Kroner record for 5 years ago. Guy counterfeits some bonds, sells them for $1 million, and then pleads guilty. But nobody ever finds the $1 million.
He stashed it away someplace.
Great, then what's he so sore about? A man with $1 million isn't sore at anybody.
What's that got to do with me?
Everything's got to do with you. You killed him.
In self-defense, he had a gun in his hand. He'd already fired once.
Anybody can shove a gun into a dead man's hand. Kroner's fingerprints weren't the only ones on that gun.
Colby picked it up after Kroner was dead. We told you that.
Kroner gets out of prison one day and gets bumped off the next. And all the time there's $1 million in cash lying around loose someplace. It couldn't be that you got a line on that money, could it?
Now, lay off, D'Amico. You know me better than that.
I only know one thing. This case is a long ways from settled as far as I'm concerned. Remember that, Regan.
D'Amico, you really think there's something phony?
You heard me.
I've made out the check for Regan, Andrew. Here.
Oh, thank you. Noel, I'm terribly sorry you had to be mixed up in all this. Maybe you'd like to go on to Paris ahead of me.
No, I'll wait. But I hope it'll be soon. I'm beginning to... We're in here, Mr. Regan.
Oh, come in, Bob. I haven't had much of a chance to really thank you for last night.
Oh, forget it.
I'd like to show my appreciation.
Well, would a check for $20 million be asking too much?
Yes. But here's the amount we agreed upon.
Well, another day, another $5,000.
I'd take it if I were you.
I intend to. Thanks.
Bob, if you'd like to stay on with me,
No, I'm afraid I just couldn't stand the strain. I can't get used to the idea of killing people.
What's the matter, Bob? Did that police lieutenant say something?
Nothing important. What's the matter with her?
There's nothing the matter with me.
Oh, I think Noel's a little depressed.
That Kroner didn't get me first? Is that nice? You know, you and I were talking about a date. Let's make it for dinner tonight, huh?
No, thanks.
Oh, come on. We're both in the dumps. We really shouldn't inflict our company on anyone but each other.
Why don't you, Noel?
Call me later on. I'll let you know then.
Okay, I will. Oh, Mr. Colby, here. My gun. I'm checking it in, Coach. It was a great fight, and I'm glad I won.
Bob, I really...
Meanwhile, you still owe my client, Emilio Canepa, $68.72.
Noel, I'm glad he suggested dinner tonight.
Are you? Why?
I just think you might enjoy it.
Maybe I will. If I go?
Well, you could cheer him up. Seriously, Noel, he denies it, of course, but that lieutenant must have said something to disturb him so deeply.
And you'd like to know what it was?
I didn't say that.
A few minutes ago, you were sorry because I was mixed up in all this.
Noel, what's come over you?
It isn't like you to suggest that I go out with someone else.
Regan has done us a great service. It seems to me the least we could do for him.
Of course. I'll dig up some light, bright table talk in my most alluring dress. Anything else?
No. Nothing else, no.
More coffee, Noel? Or would you rather dance?
Not much of a choice. Coffee.
Well, I couldn't have been more surprised when Colby let you out tonight.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if I were in charge of you, I'd be a little more careful about how I passed you around.
If there's any passing around to be done, I do it myself.
I saw the look you threw him this morning before he gave you the nod.
I merely wanted to know if he had anything for me to do tonight.
Uh-huh. That's what I mean. You see, I don't kid myself that the president of Colby Enterprises isn't a little competition.
This is America. You, too, can be competition.
How do you stand with Colby?
Why? What does that matter?
Well, maybe I've already made a few plans.
Well, if you have, they certainly don't include him. So why worry?
I'm just naturally a worrier. How long have you worked for him?
A little over 6 years.
You must know him pretty well.
I recognize him when I see him. Well, no more questions?
What's the use? Tonight I sit making awkward passes at a beautiful girl. Last night I killed a man. Tomorrow...
You're not to blame for what happened.
I'm to blame for getting in a spot like that. Who am I to be carrying a gun, playing around with people's lives?
There was nothing else you could have done.
Oh, I could have shot Kroner in the shoulder, couldn't I, or in the leg? I could have kept my head and not have killed him.
Is that what Lieutenant D'Amico said?
Huh? What does that mean?
Nothing. Only you seemed so disturbed when you got back to the house.
And after I tell you what D'Amico said, do you have to leave right away, or can you stick around a while and report to Mr. Colby later?
Let's go home.
Quit kidding. Colby asked you to find out what happened down there.
Did he? Well, as a matter of fact, I intend stopping by his house. Your friends, Porter and Griswold, are there. I may be typing all sorts of reports till morning. It's happened before.
Go on.
Look, I went out with you tonight because I wanted to. You're rude, but you're upset, so I'll forgive that. But if you want us really to know each other, why don't you stop acting like a schoolboy asking grown-up questions?
I'm sorry.
So am I. Now take me home. I'd ask you to come in, Bob, but Mr. Colby's probably still busy with the lawyers. Good night.
Oh, wait a minute, Noah. I don't like to leave things like this. About tonight, I'm a warm-hearted, impulsive boy. Sometimes I say things I don't mean.
You're forgiven.
I'm not only warm-hearted, I'm shy. I need a lot of encouragement.
To do what?
Can I demonstrate?
Kiss him good night, Noel, or I'll have him here for breakfast.
You must wear rubber soles, Mr. Colby.
Porter and Griswold left a half hour ago. It was such a nice night, I decided to take a walk.
Did you tiptoe the whole way?
Is there anything you want me for, Mr. Colby?
No. Run on home if you'd like. But why don't you both come in for a while? It's still early.
I'd be glad to.
Well, what did you do tonight?
Oh, not much. We sat around, threw a few rocks at each other.
Well, aren't you coming in, Noel?
It suddenly dawns on me that my dangerous beauty depends upon 8 hours of sleep. My car's right here. Good night.
Good night, Noel.
You have a drink, Bob?
No.
Well, would you care to play some billiards?
No, I don't think my aim's so good tonight.
Well, how about a few hands of poker, then, at showdown at $1 a hand?
You must be interested in my $5,000.
I'm interested in everybody's $5,000. Sit down, I'll get the car.
Lieutenant D'Amico doesn't settle so cheaply. He's interested in $1 million.
Oh?
Kroner's million. He thinks I know where it's buried.
Do you?
Until last night, I had to save up to weigh myself. What else does
the lieutenant think?
I don't know. I can guess. He thinks a wealthy industrialist has somebody he's anxious to get rid of. He hires a not-too-bright, eager young man as a bodyguard. And he frames a situation where the bodyguard has to kill the guy in self-defense.
And then?
The industrialist is rid of the guy, he's in the clear, and the not-too-bright young man never tumbles. It's an interesting point, because even if our dumb boy should tumble, there's nothing in the world he can do about it.
Why should he want to?
Why shouldn't he?
Well, the man is already dead. There isn't anything your young friend can do about that. The district attorney has exonerated him, so there's no danger there. But on the other hand, he may have made himself a powerful friend.
But you forget, he's not very bright. He may feel some twinges of conscience.
Why? There was no intent of murder on his part. Morally, he's as pure as the driven snow.
That's true enough.
Then deal the cards, Bob.
Sure. Well, it's Lieutenant D'Amico's plot. Let him worry about it.
Regan, I wish you'd change your mind and come to Paris with me. You'd like it.
Maybe I would. Maybe I'd end up with as much dough as you have, huh? Hey, how good's a pair of kings?
No good at all. I seem to have 8s over 5s.
There must be some way of beating you.
There are lots of ways, Regan, but not while I'm holding all the cards.
In just a moment, our stars return in Act 2 of The Web. Libby, what are you grinning about?
Remembering one of the funniest pictures I've seen recently.
And what is that?
Universal International's forthcoming Western. I was fortunate enough to be on the set when they were filming it.
A Western that's funny. Well, that's something new, isn't it, Libby?
Yes, definitely new and hilarious. It's called The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. And in it, Abbott and Costello do a comedy version of the old six-shooter Western. Marjorie Main is the wistful widow with 7 children. And she makes a strong play for Costello. But she has a beautiful daughter, played by Audrey Young, who foils all her attempts at romance.
Didn't Audrey Young start her career as a Broadway dancer?
Mm-hmm. But she also shows a definite gift for comedy in The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. She dropped in on the set while I was watching Marjorie Main do a very muddy barnyard scene. And then, well, Audrey proved that she's a mighty smart girl.
I can believe that.
Especially when I tell you she's a Lux girl from way back. You see, we were both walking through the barnyard to chat with Marjorie Main between takes when our nylons got spattered all over with muddy water.
Oh.
Oh, they looked terrible. But Audrey said, "Oh, goodness, Libby, I don't mind that. A dip in Lux will fix them in no time." Well, of course, I cheered those sentiments. And she told me how she used to save her dancing stockings with Lux. She really raved, John, about the way Lux cut down the runs even in strenuous dancing routines.
And she's so right, as you know, Libby. Our famous strain tests showed that stockings washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long. Not only nylons, but every type of stockings. Silk, rayon, cotton.
Yes. I wonder why any girl would risk strong soap or rub her stockings with a cake of soap. Oh, there's another thing about Lux Flakes, too.
Oh, I've forgotten something, Libby?
Well, it's especially important these days. It's the way Lux saves the color of your stocking. And now, with the exciting new deep tones that you see in the stores, that's vital.
Thanks, Libby. So, to keep stockings lovely, to make them last longer, it's smart to Lux them after each wearing. Here's William Keighley at the microphone.
Act 2 of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Andrew Colby. It's 20 minutes later. Deeply engrossed in the events of the past 2 days, Regan has gone home to his apartment. He's just opened the door when someone steps up behind him.
Shut the door, Mr. Regan.
You're Kroner's daughter.
Yes. And I have a gun in my hand. How much hate does it take to kill a man, Mr. Regan?
I didn't hate your father. I didn't even know him.
And yet you murdered him.
I had to shoot. You've got to believe that.
Why? Why should I believe a hired gunman? You murdered my father because you were paid to do it. To you, he was just a new car you could buy when he stopped breathing.
Your father wasn't himself. He tried to kill Colby.
I never dreamed I could hate enough to want to kill. But I've reason enough to kill you now 10 times, and I'll do it. Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you, Miss Kroner, but I had to get that gun from you.
All right. You've got it. Why don't you kill me, too?
You've got to listen to me. I was hired to protect Mr. Colby.
Protect him from what? My father wouldn't have hurt anyone.
Miss Kroner, when a man is out of his mind...
He wasn't out of his mind. And he didn't threaten Colby. And he never owned a gun.
How do you know?
I knew my father. He was the kindest man who ever lived.
But he did break into Colby's house.
He didn't break in. He was invited.
Huh? Invited?
He was asked to be there at 10 o'clock. I was there when he phoned. As if you didn't know.
You're sure of this? Do you have any proof?
If I had any proof, do you think I'd be here now? Or that you would? No, Mr. Regan. If I could prove what I know, you and Colby would be where you belong. In prison.
You mind if I sit down, D'Amico? Or do you want to eat alone?
What do you want, Regan?
I just called police headquarters. They said I'd probably find you here. You know, you were absolutely right about people carrying guns. Here.
Where'd you get this one?
From a girl named Krona. When last seen, she was in my apartment trying to kill me.
You asking for protection?
I'm asking for information. D'Amico, how near are you to pinning Krona's death on me?
I'll let you know when the time arrives.
Suppose I told you that I agree with you, that I think it was murder.
I've got a pen if you want to sign a confession.
Now, D'Amico, look. Everything I told you was the truth.
Then what are you worried about?
Well, it's finally occurred to me that I might have been a patsy in all this, framed.
What's got you so scared? This Krona dame know something?
I just want to work with you on this case. I'm on the inside, and I might be able to dig something up.
Sure, and cover it right up again. You seem to forget you're the one I'm after. You killed Krona. If it's murder, you did it.
What was my motive?
That $5,000 you deposited in the bank today?
In other words, I better get out of town.
You wouldn't get 3 feet out of town. If I were you, I'd go to church every day and pray that a certain dumb cop named D'Amico was running himself right up a blind alley.
Well, that's great, except I like to sleep at night. And I just talked to the daughter of the man I killed.
Oh, you're in a tough spot.
D'Amico, isn't there some way we can get together on this?
Certainly. You confess and I'll arrest you.
Okay, D'Amico.
Regan, for a lawyer, you're not very smart. If you can prove that it's murder, you prove that you're a murderer. If it's a frame, there's only one guy can clear you, Colby. And I don't think he'd be too anxious to run to the rescue, do you?
Thanks for nothing, D'Amico.
Anytime, Regan. Anytime at all.
Hello? Oh, good morning, Bob. I don't know how I could. I'll be busy all day. You what? Oh, uh-huh. Well, this afternoon, then? 3 o'clock. No, you better not. I'll meet you downstairs in front of the building. I'll be there, 3 o'clock.
Now, isn't this better than working? A happy little drive through Central Park.
You said it was important.
When I feel like seeing you, it's very important.
Why are you stopping here?
Oh, this is the best little parking spot in town. I used to operate from here all the time when I was in high school, except I'd hit it a lot later in the evening.
Uh-huh. That must have been a progressive school you went to.
Oh, it was.
What'd you want to see me about?
Well, made up my mind about a lot of things last night, Noel. For one thing, I'm not going to Paris with Colby. And I don't want you to go either.
Really? What do you want me to do?
See America first. You might get to meet someone you'd like.
I might.
With Colby, what have you got? Money, influence, travel, yachts? Why don't you let me take you out of all that?
That's an offer if I've ever heard one.
No, I'm really very serious.
I know you are. Bob, what's the matter?
I spent the whole morning in a newspaper office going over the accounts of the Krona trial 5 years ago.
Why?
You just naturally get curious about someone you've killed. Anyway, I ran across the name of Victor Bruno. Who was Bruno?
Didn't you find out?
Well, I went to see a friend of mine, court clerk. Cost me a bottle of scotch, but I found out something.
Now I'm very curious.
He didn't remember much about Bruno, only that the cops figured him for the engraving job on those counterfeit bonds.
But Bruno never testified at Kroner's trial.
No, I know. They never found him. But, Noel, what do you know about him?
No more than you do.
funny. Krona didn't look like the type to get away with $1 million.
Neither did Bruno.
Oh, you've seen him?
Yeah, once, before he disappeared. Kroner was out on bail at the time, and Andrew was doing everything he could to help him. He spoke to Bruno, hoping to clear Kroner.
What did this Bruno look like?
Oh, I don't know. Strange little man, always trying to hide. He looked like a, $20 a week bookkeeper. Glasses 2 inches thick and not a hair in his head.
Was he a foreigner?
Well, he spoke with an accent.
Is Colby going to be home tonight?
As far as I know, why?
Oh, maybe I could get him to throw some legal business my way.
I'll keep him at home for you. Now you better take me back to the office.
Well, little did I think when I first met Emilio Canepa that you'd be the mother of my children.
Why? Is there some connection between the two?
No Emilio, no summons. No summons, no children.
We'll name our first one Emilio, then.
Over my beautiful, muscular, dead body. Oh, well, back to your office. Hello, Murdoch.
Good evening, Mr. Regan.
Much killing going on around the place tonight?
Mr. Colby is expecting you in the library.
Ask a dull question, you get a dull answer.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Don't be so glad to see me until you find out what I want.
I've already told him, Bob.
Well, I'm sorry you won't come to Paris.
Didn't you tell Mr. Colby about the services our new firm is prepared to offer?
I thought I'd better save that for you.
Well, we're offering everything in the legal line. Ambulance chasing and grave subpoenas.
It sounds like an up-and-coming outfit.
We'll sympathize with our clients' troubles and charge only $500 a day for the sympathy.
Well, that's cheaper than the sympathy I'm getting from Porter and Griswold. Your proposition sounds very attractive.
Oh, say, I almost forgot. You know, I think your house is being watched.
Watched?
Yeah, some little bald-headed guy, not a hair on his head. He just stopped me in front of the lamppost.
I don't understand.
He spoke with an accent, kept blinking at me through glasses 2 inches thick. Seemed like he was a $20 a week bookkeeper trying to act important.
Bruno. Perhaps, Charles. Perhaps.
Why did he stop you?
He asked me for a light, wanted to know if I was coming in here.
Look out the window, Charles.
He said something about being a friend of Kroner's and that you'd hear from him.
He must have gone. There's no one out there now.
There isn't any danger, is there?
Oh, I don't think so,
Well,
Bob.
if you'd like me to talk to him...
If we want Bruno, we can always reach him.
Mr. Colby, if there's any threat, I could see him
thanks.
tonight.
Maybe we'll call on you later. I'm much obliged for the information.
All right. But seriously, though, about my legal services...
I'm sure there will be something for you, Bob. I'll have Porter and Griswold contact you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Colby. Good night. Good night, Noel.
Good night.
Bruno. I wonder what's brought him back.
Kroner's death, of course, was in all the newspapers.
Bruno never impressed me as being the sort of fellow who'd make threats. He was such a meek little man. Did you ever meet him, Noel?
Probably.
Oh, yes, of course you did. Sometimes I forget how long you've been with me, Noel, how long we've been together.
Andrew, if you don't
What
mind...
was it you once said about Bruno? That he reminded you of a $20 a week bookkeeper, wasn't it?
Do you have anything else for me to do this evening?
I don't think so.
Well, then I'll say good night.
Good night, Noel.
Well, hello. Hey, this could give me a pretty bad name with my landlady. But come in. Come on.
I'd like to know what you meant by that little performance tonight.
Was I convincing?
You're not a very nice person, are you? Your high school parking spot came through beautifully.
Now, wait a minute, Noel.
No, you wait. Just what are you up to?
What's your guess?
Blackmail.
That's a nice business, too, if you have the right connections.
I think I deserve a better answer than that.
Sure you do. Noel, there are several people in this town who believe that Kroner was deliberately murdered.
That's ridiculous.
Is it? It would have been comparatively easy for Colby to frame. He invites Kroner to the house. In the middle of the conversation, Colby pulls out a gun. He fires one shot into the floor, shoves the gun into Kroner's hands, starts wrestling with him and yelling for help. I rush in, Kroner turns startled, bang, bang, and it's all over.
You must be out of your mind. Why should Andrew want to kill Kroner?
Suppose he dreamed up this whole counterfeit deal himself. Now, he promises Kroner a share of the profits if he takes the rap, while Colby takes the $1 million and builds up the business. Kroner gets out expecting a share of the gravy. Instead, the lights go out.
If I use that kind of reasoning, I could think of at least 50 motives why you killed Kroner.
The police have 100.
Just what were you trying to do tonight?
I want to see Bruno. I dreamed up that little man by the street lamp, hoping I could startle Colby into giving me Bruno's address, but fortunately he doesn't startle so easily.
How can you be stupid enough to believe all this? Andrew's one of the finest men I've ever known. He's certainly been decent enough to you.
He may have carried his friendship a little too far for my own good.
So, you take out the little corn-fed secretary, prime her up with some fake sincerity, and she spills over with everything you want to know.
Oh, I know it's not going to be easy to convince you that the things I said today were sincere.
It's just about the most hopeless proposition you ever faced.
No, look, I'm going to have to make another try for Bruno's address tomorrow. If you give me away, I'll be sunk. In more ways than one.
Do what you want. Just don't ask me for any promises. Good night.
Well, Charles, where did she go?
Straight to Regan's apartment.
Yes, I was afraid she had.
Why don't you forget about the girl and start thinking about Bruno?
She's not easy to forget, Charles. I think a great deal of Noel. It isn't like her to do anything behind my back.
What are you going to do about Bruno?
Nothing now. I rather suspect he'll telephone us tomorrow. That'll be plenty of time to decide, Charles. Plenty of time.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We'll return to Act 3 of The Web in just a moment. One of Paramount's loveliest finds of the year is charming red-haired Nanette Parks, who came from St. Paul to Hollywood by way of the Pasadena Playhouse. Do you find your new life exciting, Nanette?
Oh, tremendously, Mr. Keeley. You know, my very first visit to a set was during the filming of Cecil B. DeMille's new picture, Unconquered.
An exciting spectacle indeed. The siege of Fort Pitt by the Indians with flaming arrows and authentic fireballs is really sensational. Modern Pittsburgh, on the site of old Fort Pitt, will have a chance to relive its history when the picture has its world premiere there October 3rd.
I learned so much from watching the actors, too.
No doubt, with Gary Cooper and Paulette Goddard heading such a fine cast of more than 5,000 players.
I was especially thrilled when Paulette invited me to her dressing room one day while she was having a costume fitted.
And you know the costumes for Unconquered were absolutely authentic for the period.
Well, what thrilled me most was the gorgeous negligee Paulette wore between fittings. You know, I used to be afraid washing would fade such pretty things. Before I learned from the studio wardrobe people that Lux Care keeps lingerie lovely so much longer. But John Kennedy knows that.
The studios see the practical results of Lux Care, Nanette. I've seen scientific proof. In actual washing tests, slips and nighties washed the Lux way stayed lovely 3 times as long. Those washed the wrong way soon looked faded and drab. That means girls who give their underthings Lux Care can have 3 times as many without spending any more.
How do you figure that, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, instead of constantly replacing faded drab underthings, you can buy pretty new ones, because those you Lux stay lovely 3 times as long. So, without spending any more than you would for replacements, you have 3 times as many pretty things. Thank you for coming tonight, Nanette Parks. We return you to William Keeley.
Act 3 of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Colby. It's been several days since Robert Regan has seen Emilio Canepa, he of the demolished pushcart, but now, shortly after breakfast, the much-involved young lawyer has good reason to call on his client.
There's nothing to it, Canepa. Just phone Colby and tell him exactly what I've told you to say.
But you sure this ain't illegal?
Look, haven't I always been your friend?
Sure.
Emilio, didn't I graduate from law school?
Sure.
Didn't I get you $68.72 for your pushcard?
Not yet.
Well, don't be so greedy. If it hadn't been for your pushcard, we wouldn't be doing this in the first place.
Well, okay, I call up.
Atta boy, that's better.
Hello? Oh, yes, this is Mr. Colby.
This is Victor Bruno, Colby.
Oh, yes, Bruno. I heard you were in town.
And what if the police hear I'm in town?
All right, Bruno. How much this time?
For $10,000, the police don't find out.
$10,000. That's a lot of money.
I got a lot I could say.
Stop by my home tonight.
No. I don't make the same mistake Kroner made. You send the money to me.
Where?
You know the place. You remember the address?
Yes.
You sure you remember?
Yes, of course. Now listen, Bruno. I'll give you the money on one condition. Get out of the country. You and your wife. With the money, there'll be 2 tickets to Mexico City. See that you use them.
Just be sure to have the cash there tonight. 9 o'clock.
This is the last time, Bruno. Remember that. Well, Charles, what's the matter? You look worried.
If we're going to start paying Bruno, he'll never let us stop.
Don't be absurd, Charles. That wasn't Bruno on the phone.
Well, then who was it? Not Regan.
No, not Regan. Probably a friend of his.
How do you know?
Instinct, Charles. That's what makes me such an enormous success.
But if Bruno was here last night...
Victor Bruno has been dead for 5 years.
Dead? Then how did Regan know what he looked like?
No. She's the only one who could have given him that description.
You never told me Bruno was dead. How did he die?
Protesting his innocence.
Well, what was Regan after just now?
Bruno's whereabouts.
Andrew, did you have Bruno killed?
Don't be so inquisitive, Charles.
I just don't want you to get the idea that what happened to Bruno could happen to me. I'm no Kroner, and I'm no Bruno.
I hope we'll have you here for some time, Charles.
What about Regan?
Go to the bank and get $10,000.
Then?
And then we'll have to do something I'm not going to like doing at all.
What about the girl? She's involved in this as much as Regan?
Yes, it looks that way.
You don't like the idea of getting rid of her, do you?
I don't like it at all. But if I have to, I'll do it. I'll arrange for Noel to be here at 8 o'clock.
I'm sorry I'm late, Andrew. I had dinner downtown. I found your message when I got home.
Noel, there's something I wish you'd do for me this evening. In the safe there is a large manila envelope with $10,000. Will you get it for me, please?
Of course.
And then I'd like you to go to the Pennsylvania station and get 2 tickets for Mexico City. When you've bought the tickets, phone me. I'll tell you then where to deliver the money. Oh, never mind. You can leave the safe open, Noel.
Is this the envelope?
Yes. It's for Victor Bruno. You know, it's strange, Noel. Right now, I'm on the verge of getting everything I ever wanted to have. And yet I find there's only one person I can really trust.
Andrew, please.
I wonder if you know how much I appreciate it.
Andrew, that telephone call from Bruno...
What about it, Noel?
Nothing. It's not important. I'll see you later.
What did he want, Noel?
He's paying Bruno off. $10,000 and 2 tickets to Mexico. Well, you were right, weren't you?
Well, I'll know for sure after I've seen Bruno.
You'll see him. Right after I bought the tickets. Come on.
Well, she's on her way, Charles. She's probably met Regan by now. Why do you suppose she did it, Charles? Did she fall in love with him?
What difference does it make?
For a moment, I thought she was going to tell me. If she had, I would have forgiven her. Well, I'd better call the police.
Andrew, wait. I'm not so sure this is such a good idea.
But why?
Well, granted, we can have them picked up for stealing the $10,000 if they find her fingerprints on the safe. That doesn't really get them out of the way.
But then, what if they're arrested not merely for theft? What if they're arrested for murder?
What are you talking about? Whose murder?
Your murder, Charles.
Hello? Yes, this is Lieutenant D'Amico. Mr. Colby. What's that? Where? You sure? Penn Station, huh? Okay. Just sit tight, Mr. Colby.
The Manhattan Limited leaving on track 8 for Philadelphia, Harrisburg.
I'd like to make connections for Mexico City, too, please. Leaving tonight, if possible.
Mexico City? Oh, yes. Yes. Just a moment, miss.
Excuse me, miss. You know Faraday?
Well, yes, but...
Come with me, please. You're under arrest.
Arrest?
And don't worry about your boyfriend. He's right where you left him. Except there's a cop hanging on each arm.
Where are you taking me?
To Lieutenant D'Amico, miss. He's waiting for us at Mr. Colby's house. We got him all right, Lieutenant. Regan and the girl. Keep him there in the hall. Okay, Doc. Take the body in the library.
Bob, look. On the stretcher.
Murdoch.
Just stay put, Regan.
What's happened? Why are they holding us?
Because I'm the biggest lunkhead of the year. It never occurred to me Colby'd take it out on you.
Andrew?
Murdoch's dead. He's gotten rid of the last guy that knew anything about the phony bond deal, and he stuck us with a rap.
But he couldn't possibly hope to get away with this. Why would we want to kill Charles?
Don't worry. With Colby tailoring the evidence, it'll fit like a bathing suit. Well, a lot of good it does to say it, but I'm sorry, Noel.
Bring him in, Johnson. Let's go. Well, laughing boy. I thought I told you not to leave town.
Give out, D'Amico. What are the details?
Murder and grand theft, and you haven't got a prayer.
How does she figure in it?
Oh, come on now, Regan. You got the money, Johnson? Here. And she was buying 2 tickets to Mexico City. Okay. Do you mind stepping in here, Mr. Colby?
I hope you'll get this over with as quickly as possible.
Andrew.
You don't have to talk to her, Mr. Colby. Just identify this envelope.
Yes, that's it. I assume the $10,000 is the same. Lieutenant, you understand this is very difficult for me. Miss Faraday has been my confidential secretary for years.
Just tell me what happened.
Well, I was up in my study doing some work. I heard a shot. I came downstairs and I found Charles dead on the floor, with Regan's gun beside him, and the safe was open.
My gun? That was his gun. I gave it back to him after
You did? Funny it should have only your fingerprints on it.
All right. Maybe mine are on it. When I gave it back to him, I set it on the table. Now, if he had this in mind, he wouldn't have touched it. Not without a glove.
Regan, if you were me, would you believe that?
If you knew Colby, you would.
Who saw you give him back his gun?
Miss Faraday, she would... Oh.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Colby.
Well, I realized Miss Faraday was the only person besides Charles and myself who knew the combination to the safe.
Andrew, you had me open the safe yourself.
A couple of nights ago, I happened to overhear a conversation between Mr. Regan and Miss Faraday in which Mexico City was mentioned.
And she was buying 2 tickets to Mexico City when we grabbed her. You already told me that. What are you looking for, a promotion?
Lieutenant, he knows why I had the money, and he sent me for the ticket.
You'll get your chance to talk, miss.
This is very awkward for me, Lieutenant.
Well, we're almost finished, Mr. Colby.
Why do you believe him, D'Amico? Only yesterday...
That was yesterday. I'm not interested in the Krona case anymore. I got one right here that suits me fine.
But this is a frame.
You get framed more than any guy I ever met. You're supposed to be a lawyer. Look at the evidence.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, Doc.
He's still alive. Murdoch's still alive.
Charles.
Stay right where you are, Mr. Colby. What are you talking about, Doc?
That injection of adrenaline. We won't have him forever, but he may last through the night.
Any chance of him coming to?
Could be.
Let me know the minute he does. Is it all right if we leave him in there, Mr. Colby?
Couldn't we move him upstairs?
Don't let him near Murdoch.
Are you still running this case?
I'm telling you, don't let Colby near Murdoch.
You're under arrest, Regan. Now, will you stop telling me my business?
Lieutenant, Charles has been my closest friend for years. Naturally, I want to go to him.
Well, later on, maybe. Right now, I'm waiting here in case he can talk. Maybe we all better wait here. Mr. Colby, suppose you wait upstairs.
Huh?
Gus?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Pull up a chair in front of that room where Murdoch is. No visitors. Johnson, you wait in the front room. And, you, Regan, you and her can have this nice big library all to yourselves. And you better start reading up on alibi.
Bob, why don't we tell him about Bruno?
How do you think that'd sound from the witness stand? I was trying to find a man named Victor Bruno because I was convinced that the other killing I'd done was murder. No. Colby figured on that one.
If only somebody could find Bruno.
Bruno's probably dead, too. Otherwise, how could Colby have been so sure it wasn't Bruno on the phone?
I suppose so. Oh, how could I have been such a dope?
You? I've been second-guessing the whole way. You couldn't have put your life in worse hands.
Listen.
Huh?
Andrew. His study's just above us. He's worried. He's walking back and forth.
He's worried.
was, Lieutenant.
Well, he's still alive.
Still alive. He's still alive.
I thought you left the cot in front of the door. Where'd he go?
That doc needs some more adrenaline. Sent Johnson to the drugstore.
Murdoch's not alone in there. The doctor's with him, isn't he?
First you shoot him, and then you worry about his health. The doctor's in the kitchen boiling up a hypodermic. Come on, Regan. That's where we're going. You stay where you are, mate.
He's alone. Charles is down there alone. Alone. They'll never know now, Charles, will they? They'll never know that...
bother killing him again, Colby.
D'Amico!
Murdoch's been dead for 2 hours, ever since you shot him. Now, how... Watch it, Regan! Turn on the light, Counselor.
Yeah, sure.
Well, don't just stand there. You knock Colby down, I'll pick him up. Get him out in the hall. You can come out, Miss Faraday. This you'll want to hear.
Bob, what happened?
I'm not so sure I know myself.
Well, Mr. Colby, tough break, huh? I really solved this one from left field. I've had Regan tailed for the last 2 days. I knew he wasn't here tonight.
It's quite a comfort to us taxpayers to find our police department in such competent hands.
Thanks so much. Oh, just to keep the record straight, whatever happened to Kroner's $1 million?
That's strange. That's what Kroner wanted to know.
Yeah, very funny. Come on, Johnson. We're taking Colby downtown.
Oh, that D'Amico. He's really the answer to a maiden's prayer.
Yeah, he's a smart cookie, but he doesn't catch everything.
What's that?
Something D'Amico forgot to take. 2 tickets to Mexico City. Think we can use them?
I've, always wanted to try out my Spanish.
Don't forget, you two. You'll have to check with my department if you're figuring on living in the country.
Now, wait a minute, D'Amico. That Colby still owes my client $68.72.
Well, you're a lawyer. Sue him.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, do you realize what a big job American housewives do just getting together meals for their families?
That's true, Mr. Kennedy. The average housewife plans, buys, carries home, cooks, and serves well over 1,000 meals a year.
And in most cases, she washes the dishes for all those meals, too. An average of 6 tons a year.
And yet her husband and children expect her to keep her hands lovely.
Well, smart housewives have found out how to do that, in spite of dishwashing, Libby.
Well, of course, with Lux Flakes. For dishes, for any soap and water job around the house.
Right. That's why a Lux lady doesn't have red, rough dishpan hands.
Well, naturally. Some women try other types of soaps at one time or another, but they soon get wise. What strong suds can do to hands is a caution. And red, rough hands are no prize at a bridge game.
Discouraging to friend husband, too.
So, John, it's no wonder thousands of housewives stick to Lux for dishes.
They're so right, because hundreds of scientific tests have actually proved how much kinder Lux is to hands. When strong soaps made women's hands rough and red, changing to Lux improved them in 2 to 7 days. Soon the skin was just as soft and smooth as ever.
And Lux is so thrifty, too. Lux Flakes make such rich suds, they actually go further, much further. They don't die away like some suds.
So, ladies, why not try Lux for your dishes? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
For an exciting performance of a thrilling drama, our thanks to Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price, who take the spotlight for a curtain call. Ella, now that you and Edmund have solved the mystery of the moment, I wonder if, in an altogether different vein, you'd help our audience solve the burning question of the season.
I'll do my best. What is it, Bill?
As one of Hollywood's most photographed and best-dressed stars, where do you stand in the current fashion battle between long and short skirts?
Well, I see that Ella takes a stand in short skirts for tonight's appearance.
Well, that's because I happen to be wearing a suit.
Now, does that fellow look at my skirt? Still just below the ankle.
But for women's suits, I feel the shorter length is smarter. For dresses, I prefer the current longer length.
How do you feel about the question, Ed?
Oh, I feel that women shouldn't be a slave to fashion, but ought to follow what looks attractive.
You agree, Vince?
Sure, I follow anything that looks attractive.
Personally, when it comes to shorter skirts, I believe the eyes have it.
You mean the masculine eyes, of course.
How about you, Vince? Are you a member of that little below the knee club?
Well, it depends how little is below the knee.
Uh-huh. De gustibus non disputandum.
Did I say something I shouldn't?
No, Vince. Ella means there's no disputing tastes. But there's no question of divided taste in what we're offering on this stage next Monday night.
I understand it's something very special, Bill.
Yes, one of the screen's most brilliant feminine stars, whose rare appearances in radio are always an event. Plus, one of Hollywood's outstanding male stars, in his first screen role since he left the Navy Air Corps. Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor.
I guess you need say no more, Bill.
No, indeed. Katharine and Bob appear in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's thrilling drama, Undercurrent, repeating their original screen roles of a man and woman whose love is overshadowed by a haunting figure from the past.
Well, it ought to be standing room only Monday night. Congratulations and good night.
Good night to all of you, and thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor in Undercurrent. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Again, a word of appreciation to the housewives of America for the swell job you're doing saving and turning in used fats and oils. The world shortage of fats is still very much with us, and industry needs every drop of used fat just as much as ever. So now that the weather is cooler and you're doing more cooking, keep a tin handy for used fat. Remember, your dealer will pay you well for every pound you turn in. Ella Raines will next be seen in Nunnally Johnson's The Senator Was Indiscreet. Edmund O'Brien will soon be seen in the Canaan production, A Double Life. Vincent Price's next Universal International picture will be Up in Central Park. Heard in our cast tonight were Maria Palmer as Martha, Bill Johnstone as D'Amico, Robert Griffin as Murdoch, and Norman Field, Jay Novello, Edwin Cooper, Cliff Clark, and Eddie Marr. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Undercurrent with Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor.
Yes, it's Spry. For pastry so tender, flaky, nut sweet, any pie filling tastes more delicious. You'll say pastry is extra delicate, better tasting with Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Undercurrent with Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.